Chapter 1 Full Level Luck from the Start. Since 2040, traditional online games have gradually been replaced by virtual reality ones. However, the immersion level of these VR games wasn't as miraculously high as internet rumors claimed. Players prone to 3D motion sickness still suffered extreme discomfort during gameplay, causing the genre to slowly fade from the market. Fortunately, in 2050, after years of gaming drought, this predicament was finally broken by the debut of the first soul-guided online game Shinyu. After years of promotion, its official launch finally arrived today. Rumors said the first player to enter the game would receive massive benefits, so hundreds of players arrived early to snatch the first batch of game helmets. I stood at the front of the line. After getting my helmet, instead of rushing home, I tore open the packaging on the spot, pulled out a massive power bank from my bag, and swiftly put on the helmet. Watching me do this, the other players in the square could only stamp their feet in frustration, helplessly witnessing my early entry into the game. Ding! Congratulations, player Yi Qing, for successfully entering the game. Since you are the first player to log into the national server, you will receive a bonus random skill. Would you like to draw it now? Draw Ding! Congratulations, player Yi Qing, you have successfully drawn a random skill. Passive skill Lone Wolf is now yours. Skill description. Ding! Lone Wolf, when playing solo and not in a party, the player gains a 10% increase in all attributes, with a luck value of 100, max. Ding! Congratulations on being the first to create a character and becoming the first human player. Special reward, random skill enhancement granted. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for the Lone Wolf skill enhancement *2. Current effect, all attributes increased by 30%, luck value at 100, max. Ding! Due to the player's exceptional attractiveness, the system awards an additional 10 charm points. Ding! Due to the player possessing extraordinarily high luck, the system randomly grants an additional 10 points to agility. Amidst the continuous chime of system notifications, I burst into laughter and exited the game state. In the center of Shinyu's marketplace square, I pulled off the gaming helmet connected to a modified power bank, hailed a cab with effortless flair, and prepared to leave. My move left everyone present stunned. Holy shit, this guy is definitely a legend, modifying a power bank just to be the first to log in? He's not even afraid it might explode? Just as these words were spoken, when I was about to board a taxi, I suddenly exclaimed damn it, and quickly threw out a charred power bank. Someone said bitterly, so annoying, why didn't his power bank blow up as soon as he logged into the game? Another player scoffed, at best, special newbie rewards are just some extra potions or a decent starter weapon, as if they'd hand out divine tier gear. With that, he took the helmet and left. Everyone thought about it and conceded that rewards for individuals wouldn't disrupt game balance, so they could only console themselves. Returning home, I sighed. I never expected the first person logging in would receive such generous rewards. After 2 years of Shinyu advertisements, it's finally playable. My long-time wait wasn't in vain. This game skipped beta testing, server wipes, and open testing. It's a mysterious game that operates through soul data transfer. I plugged in the gaming helmet, found a comfortable position on my bed, and logged into the game. The system prompted, select your initial talent. There are 4 basic talents: combat, elemental, life, and wild. Please choose. I pondered, with the Lone Wolf skill, I'd be soloing most of the time, so mage and healer roles were out. The wild talent suited archers but made them too vulnerable. That left combat as the best option. Ding! Congratulations, player Yi Qing, for selecting the combat talent and earning the title, Novice Brawler. The game countdown began, with just 2 minutes left until official entry. I asked the system to explain the talent system, learning that players choose their first talent at creation, a second at level 10, and a third at level 20, all permanent selections. Talent skills are acquired through loot boxes, monster drops, and quest rewards. I thought to myself, if skill drop rates are low, these talents could become the decisive factor between power and weakness. Ding! System optimization complete. Welcome all players to Shinyu. We wish you joyful gameplay. A flash of white light, and I entered the game world. Seeing that the newbie village was numbered 250, I couldn't help but grumble. What an auspicious number. Chapter 2, Tasks throwing themselves at me. Hordes of players flooded into the game, everyone busy hunting for quests or killing mobs. Watching a chicken get slaughtered the moment it respawned, I decided to go against the tide and hunt monsters from the back of the village instead. Although the map showed level 3 to 4 monsters in that area, my stats were high. As long as I was careful, it wouldn't be a problem. The newbie village was vast. The front was the village entrance and the level 1 monster zone where 99% of players flocked, while the backside where I was had almost no visitors. Just then a player shouted, "Look over there." A native old man got knocked down by a goblin. I rushed over upon hearing this and saw the old man sitting on the ground, wailing about his precious stolen ring. Many players went up asking if he needed help, but the old man just kept crying with no signs of giving out quests. After repeated unanswered inquiries, the players simply stopped caring. I stepped forward to help the old man up and casually asked, "Grandpa, do you need help getting your ring back?" The old man's eyes lit up, and he immediately grabbed my hand excitedly saying, "Adventurer, would you be willing to help me retrieve my ring? That's the only keepsake my late wife left me." Then a big yellow exclamation mark appeared above the old man's head. A nearby player exclaimed, "Holy crap, a quest just spawned?" Just as I was about to accept the quest, a burly man blocked my path. "Hey buddy, how about selling us this quest?" I glanced at this player called Master Gentleman Seeks Spouse, noticing he was followed by 6 other players whose names all started with Master. Clearly they were part of the same group. The system notification chimed, "Ding, the mysterious old man's ring has been stolen. To retrieve it, you must enter the beginner's forest, kill 20 common goblins, and provoke the thief goblin to appear." Without a second thought, I immediately accepted the quest. My action enraged the famous craftsman Junza Heikyo, who cursed, "How dare you refuse what's graciously offered? If you dare step out of the beginner village, we'll finish you off." I glanced coolly at the noisy man and said, "I'm level 0, still under beginner protection. Can you even attack me? Ha ha ha, beginner protection? Don't you dare level up then. Stay at level 0 forever if you've got the guts." Master Craftsman Junzi Haocho burst into laughter, shaking his hands as the 6 people behind him immediately stuck to me like shadows, determined to follow wherever I went. "Alright, you guys tag along then." Just then, the mysterious old man wiped his tears and said to me, "Well, adventurer, I see you don't have any skills yet. How about this? I'll give you a temporary skill. If you help me retrieve my ring, I'll let you keep it." With that, he handed me a skill book. Without hesitation, I slapped the skill book to learn it right away. The skill was called Light Shadow Skill Book, level 10, with a 1-minute cooldown and a 2-second duration. Its effect allowed the user to enter a phantom-like state, flickering in and out of visibility, reducing monster aggro, with a chance to immediately disengage from combat. Damn, Light Shadow? This skill book contained the sole invisibility ability assassins could learn in the early game, an absolute must-have for any rogue. However, compared to the absolute invisibility in traditional online games, this skill is much weaker, and the probability of escaping combat isn't easy to control. But getting a skill book like this early on, I was originally worried about the 6 people following behind me, but now there's no need to fret at all. Following the quest marker, I didn't walk far before spotting ordinary goblins. Some players had already rushed here early to reap the experience bonus for killing higher-level monsters. Charge! There's a level 3 goblin over there. Killing above your level grants bonus XP. Scattered players fought on their own, charging to kill ordinary goblins, but the damage they dealt was completely disproportionate to what they suffered. After just a few rounds, players wailed about the overpowered level 3 monsters and fled in all directions, with even a few confident skilled players being sent back to the beginner's village by ordinary goblins. I glanced back at the 6 players following me, smiled, and then shifted from walking to running. The 6 artisans from Mingjiang hastily caught up. I deliberately ran toward areas densely packed with ordinary goblins, losing count of how many I'd aggroed along the way. Goblins are all melee attackers. As long as I maneuver well and run fast, there's no way they can hit me. Soon, dozens of goblins, along with 6 players, all converged and chased after me as I raced through the beginner's forest. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. Since he has the aggro, these goblins won't even touch us even if they brush past. Does he really think he can lure them to kill us? Guys, be careful not to attack the goblins. As long as he stops, even if we don't lift a finger, the goblins will finish him off. The veteran players in Mingjiang Guild were well versed in the aggro mechanics. But was that really the case? I turned my head with a grin and shouted, "Come on, guys." Then with a backward leap, I activated Shadow Meld. My figure gradually faded like dissipating smoke. Though not completely invisible, within the forest's naturally poor visibility and dappled shadows, I'd become virtually undetectable unless studied carefully. The crucial factor was aggro. All goblins instantly lost interest in me, and the 6 Mingjiang members positioned nearest to the creatures suddenly became their primary targets. Don't panic, attack. Even if we die, we'll take some goblins with us. These are level 3 goblins, killing just one would give us massive cross-level experience. A player from Mingjiang shouted this reminder. Death had become inevitable for them. Meanwhile, I leaned against a tree, quietly watching as all 6 Mingjiang members turned into streaks of white light, sent back to the beginner village by the goblins. Yi Cheng, we'll remember you. The Mingjiang Guild will never rest until you're dealt with. The last Master Craftsman player was struck down with a single hammer blow, spouting the typical villainous last words before dying. I curled my lip in disdain, so cliché. Wounded mobs? I had been about to leave when I spotted 5 or 6 injured ordinary goblins still wandering around the area. My predatory instincts kicked in. I'm taking all these goblins down. I drew my novice one-handed sword and charged forward. With no skills available yet, brute force was my only option. With a flick of my wrist, the blade grazed the throat of a wounded goblin. Ding! System notification sound, dealing 43 damage. A high damage number instantly obliterated this goblin, whose health was already low. Holy crap! damage this high? Remember, those elite players earlier were only dealing around 10 damage per hit. A goblin swung its club at me. With lightning reflexes, I pivoted away as the wooden weapon grazed my clothes before smashing into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding! Dodge attribute triggered. Damage immunity successful. Another sword strike, another goblin eliminated. I grew more ferocious with each battle, predicting the goblin's club attacks in advance and dodging them effortlessly. With my high luck stat triggering frequent evasion, I managed to defeat all 6 goblins without taking a single point of damage. Ding! You have killed a level 3 common goblin. Bonus 30% experience for defeating higher level monsters. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have leveled up to level 1. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have leveled up to level 2. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Double level up. I glanced at my personal stats panel, level 2, talent, combat, affiliation, light, race, human, HP, 156, MP, 121, strength, 36, agility, 31, intelligence, 18, constitution, 18, spirit, 18, physical defense, 14, magical defense, 9, charisma, 10, luck, 100, free attribute points, 20. My skills included lone wolf and light shadow, 23 hours 21 minutes remaining. Equipped with a novice one-handed sword and the novice 7-piece set. The higher the agility, the greater the chance to dodge. Coupled with the luck attribute bonus, perhaps I could eventually achieve 100% dodge rate just by standing still. With the lone wolf buff, even though I was still wearing starter gear, my attributes already far surpassed ordinary players. Most players would only reach around 10 plus points in agility by level 2, yet mine was already at 31, and that was without spending any free attribute points. This feels amazing. I immediately picked up the few pieces of equipment and a green-colored skill book lying on the ground. But at that moment, the few members of Mingjian Guild actually came running back. Holy shit! How could he drop so many items? Isn't the drop rate supposed to be super low? Could that goblin have been a mini-boss or something? A Mingjian Guild player exclaimed in shock. Originally there were 6 guild members, but only 4 had returned. The other 2 thought wasting more time chasing me wasn't worth it and decided to go grind levels instead. These 4 returnees were still fuming about getting killed earlier and came back looking for revenge. They even speculated those goblins might have been low on health by now, maybe they could still bag a couple kills. But just as they arrived, they saw me picking up the loot. Already furious from being killed, they were enraged that I'd snatched the monster they'd sacrificed their lives for and it had dropped so much loot. They were beyond pissed. Screw this, let's get him. All this loot is ours. As I saw the trio from Mingjiang charging at me, I quickly equipped everything I could and instantly learned the skill by slapping the skill book. Mingjiang roared, swinging his one-handed sword straight at me. Ding! Under attack. You now have 1 minute of counterattack time without gaining aggro. You dare steal from our Mastercraft Guild? Asking for death. Mad Lion sneered as his sword thrust forward, with all 3 brothers launching simultaneous attacks against me. At the mention of the Mastercraft Guild's name, several onlooking bystanders visibly startled. This Mastercraft Guild had gained notorious infamy in previous games, specializing in robbery, ambushes, monopolizing zones, and stealing bosses. Yet the guild offered exceptional benefits and treated its own members well, which drew a group of troublemaking players to its banner. That guy's in trouble, picking a fight with such a troublesome guild, passers-by murmured under their breath. I'd already equipped the engraved dagger that had just dropped, its blade covered in cryptic symbols. Though a low-tier weapon, its exquisite craftsmanship gleamed menacingly with a razor-sharp point. Perfect timing to test this blade, I thought. With a sidestep, I raised the dagger and narrowly deflected attacks from 2 artisan players, tanking 1 strike while slashing another's throat with the blade. Ding! Player Artisan Blossom has fallen. An instant kill. Then I rolled swiftly, appearing behind Artisan Squeak before driving the dagger into his back with lightning speed. Ding! Player Master Craftsman Zitzi has died. Right after slaying Master Craftsman Zitzi, I executed a backflip and pinned Master Craftsman Kakashi to the ground with my foot, then sliced off the top of his skull with a dagger. Ding! Player Master Craftsman Kakashi has died. I casually picked at my ear while staring at Master Craftsman Kansi and deliberately asked, "What was that you just said? Something about who should die?" I didn't quite catch that. Outnumbered 4 to 1, I instantly killed 3 of them each with a single lethal strike, leaving even Master Craftsman Kansi momentarily stunned. I certainly wasn't going to wait for him to snap out of it. With another swift dagger slash, I sent him straight back to the beginner's village. The bystanders were thoroughly terrified. Oh my god. What kind of damage is this? Everything gets 1 shot. Just 1 dagger strike and it's done. Could that weapon be an outstanding grade weapon? Keep dreaming. This is the beginner's village. Getting ordinary grade drops here would be a miracle, let alone outstanding grade. Didn't you see it just now? He landed a 97 damage crit. You probably can't even deal the leftover digits of that number. This makes no sense. How can a level 2 player deal such insane damage? While other players were still spectating, I had already slipped away. Leveling up early is crucial, and I didn't want to waste time here. My luck stat is practically heaven-defying. Others kill dozens of monsters only to drop 1 or 2 copper coins, while I directly get equipment drops, even skill books. The reason I could deal such high damage earlier was due to the Lone Wolf status boosting attack power, my newly learned Force Strike also increasing attack power, plus the engraved dagger being a mini-god tier weapon in the early game. As long as these buffs are active, I can basically one-shot anyone I meet. I found a less crowded spot and started farming ordinary goblins. Under the Lone Wolf effect, my attack power receives massive bonuses. Just a few hits would make these common goblins wail as they dropped their copper coins. Ding! Attacking a regular goblin, critical hit triggered, damage doubled. Ding! Attacking a regular goblin, critical hit triggered, damage doubled. Ding! Player Yi Ching triggered dodge attribute, successfully avoided damage. My luck stat doesn't just affect drop rates, it also gives me nearly bug-like advantages in both offense and defense. Nearly every attack I land becomes a critical hit, and when receiving damage, just a slight movement triggers my dodge attribute. The constant stream of mist floating above my head makes even me exclaim how overpowered this is. Every level up grants free attribute points, which I carefully allocated with 3 points to strength and 2 to agility. With the Lone Wolf skill, strength is essential. Some assassins dump all points into agility and ignore strength, but I can't take that path. After grinding ordinary goblins for hours, my backpack was stuffed full. The starter backpack only has 20 slots, and with my high drop rate plus the fact that equipment drops don't stack, it didn't take long for my inventory to overflow with gear. All these drops, and not a single one I can use, I grumbled, though inwardly I was thrilled. Every piece would sell for a tidy sum. Ding! Ordinary goblin slain. Current mission progress, 50%. Thieving goblin has appeared. Thieving goblin has appeared. Players, be alerted. I chugged a health potion gifted by the system to replenish my stats. The system locked onto the thieving goblin, feeding its data to me. Name, thieving goblin, sub-boss, level, 10. Attributes, extremely high agility, low attack power, low defense. Skill, theft, has a certain probability to steal target's equipment, skills, items, or money. Seeing the theft goblin skill, I looked at the dagger in my hand and thought, damn, this skill is awesome. If I can loot it, I'll just steal people's weapons during fights later. I took the initiative to attack, darting forward swiftly and stabbing toward the theft goblin with my dagger. In the world of Shinyu, players who just entered don't have traditional MMO-style starter skills. I stabbed the thieving goblin hard with my dagger. It groaned and actually spoke in human tongue. Shameless adventurer, how dare you harm my kin? Ding! The thieving goblin activates steal skill. Player Yi Ching has lost 1 silver coin. I only had 2 silver coins total, and you stole half? Die, you bastard. Already broke. I was now furious. Relying on my high attack power, I launched a frenzied barrage of dagger strikes while the goblin kept stealing. During skill cooldown, it swung its burlap sack at me. Its damage was pitiful. Each sack swing only dealt 20 to 30 damage. With over 100 HP, 3 primary health potions, instantly restoring 20 HP each, and a continuous regeneration of 2 HP per second, I wasn't worried. Moreover, I kept shifting my position, repeatedly triggering the evasion attribute. I had initially thought I would need to use potions to deal with this mini-boss, but most of its attacks ended up missing. Ding! The thieving goblin used the skill steal. Player Yi Ching's skill forceful impact was stolen. My skill. My attack power instantly dropped by 5%, while the thieving goblins rose by the same amount. The skill icon for forceful impact vanished from my skill bar. The sack strikes hit a few more times. This boss can actually learn and use stolen skills? That's downright broken. At that moment, I noticed the Mingjian guild members sneaking back. Ah, I knew it. A secret quest must have incredible rewards. Look at that goblin. It's a mini-boss with barely any health left. Die by Mingjian's blade whispered to his 2 companions while crouching nearby. After I slaughtered all 3 of them earlier, they'd resurrected and spent all their copper coins at the novice armor shop buying shoddy starter gear, hoping to redeem themselves. With my sharp awareness, I detected them long ago. These 3 came back to die again? The thieving goblin's health had dropped to around 30%. Since they're not afraid of death, I'll send them back to the respawn point one more time. Take this. Golden cicada sheds its shell. I took a quick step back and dashed toward the 3 master craftsmen, with the thieving goblin hot on my heels. I rolled aside into the bushes, activating my concealing shadow skill. The thieving goblin, having lost sight of its target, gleefully fixed its gaze on the trio instead. Damn it, here we go again. Master Craftsman Killjoy wailed, but it was too late to flee now. Hidden in the shrubs, I watched as the 3 master craftsmen engaged in a fierce battle with the thieving goblin. The thieving goblin suddenly shouted, "Shameless adventurers, you must be in cahoots, I'll steal everything you've got." Then came a rapid series of system pings, Ding! The thieving goblin activated steel skill. Player artisan Squeaky lost a shoddy iron breastplate. Ding! The thieving goblin activated steel skill. Player artisan Slayu lost 1 scroll. Ding! The thieving goblin activated steel skill. Player artisan Kakashi lost 2 copper coins. Master Slayer yelled in panic upon hearing his scroll was stolen. Quick! Kill the boss, damn it, the scroll's been stolen. This scroll was something the Master Craftsman Guild had worked hard to obtain. After waiting a while, I felt the time was right and popped my head out, saying, "Alright, that's about enough. You 3 have worked hard, let me send you back now." The moment the words left my mouth, a notification chimed. Ding! Player Master Squeak has died. Master Slayer dodged the goblin's attack and immediately thrust his sword at me. I knew you'd show up, take this. Ding! Player Yi Ching has triggered the dodge attribute, successfully avoiding damage. I had originally planned to tank the damage while rushing the boss, never expecting to activate the dodge attribute. Holy shit! A miss? Craftsman Kiryu screamed in shock, only for me to send him back to the starter village with a single dagger strike. Soon after, ding! Craftsman Kakashi has died. All 3 unlucky fools were sent back to the starter village. I turned to the thieving goblin with only a sliver of health left and declared, "You're next." With a graceful slash, the dagger slit its throat, sending this boss straight to the afterlife. Ding! Congratulations, player, for slaying the fine-grade quasi-boss thieving goblin. All items stolen by the thieving goblin within the last 10 minutes will be randomly returned. Ding! Yi Ching obtained 1 silver coin, 87 copper coins, a scroll, a short sword, a bracer, a piece of shoddy iron armor, and a skill book. All the things stolen from us earlier were returned. I had already reached level 7 from killing goblins earlier, but killing this thieving goblin gave me a sudden boost of 2 levels. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Ching for leveling up, current level 9, rewarded with 20 free attribute points. I picked up all the loot dropped by the thieving goblin and received more notifications. Ding! Player Yi Ching has obtained ring, quest. Ding! Obtained fine dagger, left-hand weapon, fine leg armor, a skill book, a special equipment piece, and 1 silver 40 copper. Seeing the skill book, I opened its description and felt like I was about to take off with happiness. Name, Steel, skill book, level 5, cooldown, 6 seconds, effect, has a certain probability to steal target's equipment, skills, items, or money, but theft fails if discovered. Success rate is determined by the player's and target's levels. This goblin thief is ridiculously generous. Not only did it return the stolen items, but it also dropped its signature skill. I slapped the skill book to learn it instantly while also relearning forceful impact and equipping all wearable gear. The fine quality dagger I obtained is an offhand weapon, meaning I can dual wield 2 daggers. In the early stages of Shinyu, only assassins who've learned the dual wield passive skill can equip 2 weapons, making this dagger extremely valuable. Early on, it would fetch a high price if sold. After completing the task, I didn't linger and quickly jogged back to beginner's village number 250, finding the mysterious old man still wiping his tears. Seeing me return, he looked astonished. Back so soon? I handed him the ring. Old sir, mission accomplished, here's the ring. With trembling hands, he took the ring, overjoyed. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Ching for completing the mysterious old man's request, plus 300 EXP, 80 copper coins obtained, and the skill Light Shadow permanently unlocked. Now the Light Shadow skill was truly mine. No more countdown timer. Fully under my control at last. My backpack was now stuffed full of equipment. I returned to the central square of beginner village number 250, set up a stall, and began hawking my wares. Come take a look. Don't miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Freshly looted, top-quality goods here. All kinds of equipment, shoddy, standard, even superior-grade gear available. Nearby players began to crowd around. Someone exclaimed, "Holy cow, this much gear? This guy must be from a gold farming studio, here just to offload equipment," another muttered. One player pleaded, "Big shot, can you sell me those standard quality cloth shoes for cheaper, please?" I said firmly, 97 copper coins. He replied, I only have 83 copper. I waved my hand generously. Fine, it's yours. Asterisk ding. 83 copper coins received. Asterisk the player blew me a kiss and happily ran off. After securing the first customer, players went wild pulling out money to buy equipment. In less than 3 minutes, only one fine 2-handed hammer remained at my stall. I couldn't help but think, they're selling so well I should have charged more. Just then, a player named Zhao Linshan approached, eyed the hammer, and said, "Buddy, can you make this hammer any cheaper? 5 silver coins is too expensive." I glanced at him and said, "Buddy, this hammer is pure strength-based. 5 silver coins is absolutely fair. If you really want it, I can knock off 20 copper coins for you." Just as the words left my mouth, a player named Little Quail batted her eyelashes and said in a coy voice, "Big brother, sell this hammer to me for 6 silver coins." She even touched my hand, sending a shiver down my spine as I quickly pulled it back. Zhao Linshan couldn't hold back and cursed, "You damn sissy. I saw it first." Little Quail wasn't backing down either. "Pah, you muscle-brained idiot, what makes you think you can compete with this young master? Get lost, This hammer has young master's name on it. The two began fighting over it, nearly coming to blows. I turned to another player and asked, "Hey man, who are these two clowns?" The player replied, "You don't know? That Zhao Linshan is the elder of the Aosher Guild in Tianxia Online, a professional gamer. That little quail is also a pro gamer, but he's an elder from Aosher's rival guild, the Huajian sect." Now understanding the situation, I said, rival guilds make this easy. Come on, gentlemen, let's auction it. Highest bidder takes it, fair and square. I switched from fixed price to auction mode and even dropped the starting price to 4 silver coins. Zhao Linshan was the first to bid, 5 silver coins. Little Quail quickly followed suit, 6 silver coins. Before long, the price had already soared to 10 silver coins. I sighed, these folks are real tycoons, hitting 10 silvers in no time. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a voice abruptly cut through the argument. 20 silver coins, I'll take it. My name is Yi Ching, and just as I was selling some equipment, a stunning blue-haired beauty offered double the price right away. I glanced over and couldn't help but admire her appearance. Her blue hair carried a heroic elegance, and the faint smile on her smooth, fair face made every man present involuntarily harbor some primal thoughts about pinning her down. I unconsciously chose to trade with her. Ding! Shinshinju requests to add you as friend. Accepting the request, I teased, "Big boss, what brings you here?" Shinshinju privately messaged me, "Are you a professional player or from a guild?" I replied, "I'm independent." Chapter 6, Night Falls. Shinshinju seemed startled. She'd probably assumed I was either from a guild or at least a professional gamer, never expecting me to be just an ordinary lone player. She smiled and said, "A solo player actually managed to get so much equipment. I suppose even if I invited you to join our guild, you'd probably refuse." I nodded in agreement. Yeah, being free and unfettered is so much better than being tied down in a guild. I thought to myself, just kidding. Making a few thousand a month? I can earn that easily by selling some in-game gear. No way I'd join a guild, especially since my lone wolf skill means I'm destined to be a solo player anyway. Too much hassle. Shinshinju sighed and said, I figured even $1 million a year wouldn't be enough to win over an expert like you. With an annual salary of $1 million? My heart skipped a beat. Did I seriously just turn down a job that pays $1 million a year? But as a man, I couldn't lose face, having already refused. How could I bend over for money? While cursing myself inwardly for being such an idiot, I still put on the perfect act of treating wealth like dirt. At that moment, Little Quail spotted Shinshinju and called out, "Little Juju, I didn't expect you to be here too." Shinshinju, having just been rejected by me, responded somewhat unhappily, "Hey pretty boy, long time no see. Don't call me a sissy." Little Quail protested. "Okay, sissy," Shinshinju shot back. Zhao Linshan burst into laughter upon hearing Shinshinju's remark. "Ha, okay, sissy. Ha ha ha." Watching these guild members teasing each other with such fiery banter, I immediately made myself scarce. I'm already at level 9 now, with just 20% experience left. With no more quests available in the beginner village, I decided to head out to grind some monsters. Shinyu's quests aren't completely fixed. Many need to be triggered, otherwise you simply won't see them at all. Not long after leaving the village, I spotted a crimson canine monster writhing in emerald-tinged miasma, clearly in agony. Ding! Game time has entered night mode. All monster attributes are boosted by 10%, and some monsters have undergone mutations. I looked up at the sky that had completely darkened and tightened my grip on the dagger in my hand. I thought to myself, I didn't realize it was already this late. At night, monsters grow stronger, but the drop rates and experience gains also increase. Perhaps this is an opportunity. As the saying goes, skills make one bold. By this time, most players had gradually returned to the starter village, some logging off, others setting up stalls, with hardly anyone venturing out to complete quests anymore. I had barely taken a few cautious steps when a dog's bark stopped me in my tracks. Bathed in the moonlight, a silver-furred canine monster with eerie green eyes stood atop a rock, glaring fiercely at me. Encountering a mutated creature so soon, the canine monster lunged at me without hesitation, its razor-sharp claws slashing viciously toward my throat. I swiftly sidestepped, incredibly lucky to trigger the dodge attribute. Ding! Player Yi Ching successfully activates dodge attribute, damage immunity achieved. I hurriedly checked the monster's stats. Name, Night Phantom Hound level, 8. Physical attack, 45 magic attack, 7 physical defense, 19. Magic defense, 11 skill. Howl emits a canine howl that summons allies. Introduction: the Shadow Hound gains attributes at night and undergoes random mutations. After mutating, it evolves into a Night Shadow Hound, doubling the attributes of the standard Shadow Hound during nighttime. At dawn, it reverts to its original form. After checking my attributes, I let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it hadn't reached ridiculously overpowered levels yet. Can still summon allies, better take a strike first. You damned beast, taste my blade. With my high luck stat, the first dagger strike triggered a critical hit. The Night Stalker Hound was severely wounded, letting out a sharp howl before suddenly beginning to summon its pack. Damn, calling for reinforcements after just one dagger strike? No wonder nighttime monsters can't be handled like regular ones. That single dagger strike had already taken half the Nightstalker Hound's health. If I could rely on my movement to trigger dodges, taking this hound head-on wasn't completely impossible. Facing the approaching pack of over a dozen Nightstalker Hounds slowly gathering aggro, I licked my lips and charged forward instead of retreating. Better to take out that weakened hound first and lighten the load. A single dagger strike instantly annihilated the previously summoned Shadow Hound before the newly summoned one could even approach. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for becoming the first to defeat a mutated creature at night. Reward: 1 special equipment piece. What? There's actually a special equipment reward? Special equipment in Xingyu could be considered non-traditional gear, more like items with diverse functions. Some might lack offensive capabilities but prove incredibly valuable to players in other ways. With no time to examine the newly acquired grappling hook special equipment's attributes, I found myself facing numerous night shadowhounds already glaring at me with predatory intensity. I knew my formidable luck stat, combined with my skills, made me more than capable. Without hesitation, I charged straight into the horde of monsters. Ding! Player Yi Qing has triggered the dodge attribute, successfully evading damage. Ding! Player Yi Qing has triggered the dodge attribute, successfully evading damage. Ding! Player Yi Qing has triggered the crit attribute, dealing 89 damage to the Night Shadowhound. I cheered with excitement. This is awesome. Dodging all incoming attacks and landing critical hits with every strike. Ding! Player Yi Qing has taken damage, losing 40 HP. Just as I was reveling in my triumph, a Night Shadowhound sneaked up behind me and swiped away 40 HP with its claw. Damn, shouldn't have gotten carried away. Several minutes later, ding! Congratulations, player leveled up. Current level, 10. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for being the first to reach level 10. Rewards, 1 bonus level, 3 luck points, 2 free attribute points. Please seek a talent instructor to unlock your second talent. Ding! Congratulations player on leveling up. Current level 11, reward, 5 free attribute points. The continuous system notifications thrilled me. I never expected being the first to reach level 10 would bring such generous rewards. Apparently every first in this game yields special bonuses. Dawn hasn't broken yet. Returning to the village for talent training would be a waste of time. After checking my overpowered stats, I naturally couldn't squander this opportunity and aimed to gain 2 more levels before daybreak. I started running wild through the beginner's forest. 1 or 2 monsters could no longer satisfy me. With luck triggering the dodge attribute, coupled with my level already surpassing that of the Shadowhounds, dodging became even more frequent. As long as I executed my moves flawlessly, I could defeat monsters without taking any damage. Other players dared not venture out at night, but I was the exact opposite. Nighttime meant higher-level monsters with more experience, and best of all, no competition for targets. I even began contemplating whether I should make nighttime my prime grinding schedule going forward. In a spare moment, I pulled up the game's rankings and glanced through them. Level leaderboard: 1. Yi Qing, level 11. 2. Shinshinju, level 9. 3. Big Quail, level 9. 4. Little Quail, level 9. 5. Falling Leaves Return to Roots, level 9. Equipment leaderboard: none. Skill leaderboard: none. Class leaderboard: none. The level rankings are now predominantly at level 9, with level 10 not too far off. Chapter 7, The Black Feather Set. Yi Qing pondered, I need to push myself. As a solo player, if I can firmly hold the top spot and build my reputation, there will be no shortage of hiring opportunities. While guilds and studios require dozens or even hundreds of people, I can handle it all on my own. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Yi Qing tirelessly lured and killed monsters, gradually making his way deeper into the beginner's forest. Ding! Player has been attacked, losing 120 HP. What the hell is going on? Reacting instinctively, Yi Qing retreated several steps, holding his dagger in front of him while carefully surveying his surroundings. Scanning the area warily, Yi Qing's eyes moved like night vision scanners. A shadowy figure suddenly darted out from the silent beginner's forest, charging straight at Yi Qing. Found you. System, inspect. Name, Mutated Night Crow. Level, 11. Physical attack, 27. Magic attack, 40. Physical defense, 3. Magic defense, 27. Skill, Black Feather, attacks from a distance using own feathers, dealing magic damage. As soon as Yi Qing saw the skill, he gasped in alarm and immediately turned to flee. Though Yi Qing's attack power was formidable, his magic defense was pitifully low, and his HP wasn't much better. This magic-based monster was practically lethal to him. The mutated night crow pursued relentlessly, its grating caw-caw-caw piercing the air incessantly, enough to make one's head spin. Yi Qing darted left and right, trying to break free from the aggro range of the mutated night crow, but whether due to the nighttime or not, the creature's aggression didn't fade. It relentlessly pursued him. Seeing that the mutated night crow's aggression couldn't be shaken, Yi Qing abandoned any thought of escape. He'd initially wanted to avoid troublesome monsters, but now it seemed this crow had to be dealt with. Flicker Shadow. In an instant, Yi Qing entered Flicker Shadow state, causing the mutated night crow to lose sight of its target. The ability lasted only 3 seconds. If used for fleeing, the crow would likely resume its chase the moment he reappeared, which was why he hadn't used it earlier. Yi Qing swiftly turned and positioned himself behind the mutated night crow, unleashing both daggers at full attack speed, driving them deep with brutal force. Ding! Player Yi Qing triggers Critical Strike, dealing 137 damage to the mutated night crow. Ding! Player Yi Qing triggers Critical Strike, dealing 116 damage to the mutated night crow. 2 dagger strikes instantly wiped out over half of the mutated night crow's health pool. Just as I thought, the damn crow has low defense. Both my weapons are dealing damage, let's see how you fight me now. Yi Qing taunted. The mutated night crow let out a sharp caw and flicked its wings, sending 2 jet black feathers shooting forward like flying swords. Ding! Player Yi Qing triggered the dodge attribute, successfully avoiding damage. Ding! Player has taken damage, losing 143 HP. Ding! Player Yi Qing triggers a critical hit, dealing 137 damage to the mutated night crow. A single skill reduced it to near death. Yi Qing swiftly turned and ducked behind a tree, pulling out a basic instant recovery potion to chug. Only 1 instant recovery potion remained in his backpack. Wait, I still have my steal skill. Steal! Seizing a moment when the mutated night crow was distracted, Yi Qing's hand darted out and back with blinding speed, so fast that even he himself barely registered the movement. Ding! Congratulations, player Yi Qing, for successfully stealing a crossbow. Hell yeah! Yi Qing attacked while looting and quickly turned the mutated night crow into a corpse. Ding! Congratulations, player level increased. Current level, 13. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Another explosion of loot covered the ground. Ding! Congratulations, player has obtained a marching bag, infinite black feathers, a skill book, black feather boots, black feather greaves, and black feather chestplate. Black feather equipment? The consecutive appearance of equipment prefixed with black feather quickly led Yi Qing to suspect this was a set. Name, black feather boots. Slot, footwear. Quality, superior, heavy armor. Level, 10. Strength, 10. Agility, -3. Physical defense, 31. Movement speed, 2. Name, black feather leggings. Location, legs. Quality, superior, heavy armor. Level, 10. Strength, 18. Agility, -4. Physical defense, 47. Name, black feather chestplate. Slot, chest. Quality, fine, heavy armor. Level, 10. Strength, 23. Agility, -5. Physical defense, 61. Below the equipment, there's a gray set effect listed. Set effect 1, 3-piece set, increases physical defense by 5%. Set effect 2, 5-piece set, increases physical defense by 10%. Set effect 3, 7-piece set, increases physical defense by 15%. Strike it rich. It's a set and equipment set actually appeared in the beginner's village. Yi Qing stashed the gear away. This is an absolute godsend for tank classes. If a warrior wore this full set, there probably wouldn't be many players besides me who could break through his defenses right now. If I could farm a complete set to sell, it'd probably fetch an incredible price. Lost in thought, Yi Qing took out the other dropped items to examine them. Name, marching pouch. Level, 10. Effect, permanently increases player's backpack capacity by 10 slots when used. Having long disliked his meager storage space, Yi Qing unceremoniously used it immediately. Name, infinite black plume. Level, 0. Effect, arrows made from raven feathers that deal a fixed 3 damage per shot, with an additional 3% of the player's magic attack power as bonus damage. Arrows automatically replenish. Seeing that the damage scaled with magic attack, Yi Qing knew this item would be useless to him. Name, combo/skill book. Requirement, melee combat. Level, 12. Mana consumption, 12 points. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Effect, randomly executes 2 to 5 consecutive slashes on a target. Trigger chance is random and cannot land critical hits. It was a skill book, which Yi Qing directly learned. Although it couldn't land critical hits if all 5 strikes triggered, with Yi Qing's absurdly high attack power, ordinary players could be annihilated in an instant. This was undeniably a powerful single-target damage skill. And there was a stolen crossbow. Name, common crossbow. Slot, weapon. Physical attack, 5. Magic attack, 5. Effect, missing arrows to be replenished. Huh, isn't this useless? Wouldn't infinite black feathers be perfect? Aren't they exactly arrows? I could use them with this crossbow. Yi Qing eagerly equipped the ordinary crossbow, loaded it with infinite black feathers, and fired a shot at a wild boar dozing nearby. Ding! Forces 4 damage points. Inferior boar has gone berserk. Damn your ancestors! Quickly switching to a dagger, he sent the inferior boar to the underworld with a single stab. The ordinary crossbow was promptly discarded by Yi Qing. What a piece of junk! After packing up, since the mutated night crows were dropping the black feather set, Yi Qing decided not to flee. Instead, he resolved to focus entirely on farming them. From then on, Yi Ching hunted exclusively for night crows until the system's notification sound finally made him pause. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Ching for leveling up. Current level, 14. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Phew, after killing so many, I've finally leveled up. These mutant ravens flew up and down, making Yi Ching, who could only attack in close combat without any ranged abilities, thoroughly miserable. Fortunately, these monsters were programmed to fly low during their attack intervals, and only the mutant ravens dropped the black feather set. Ordinary ravens were downright stingy, not yielding a single feather. By now, Yi Ching's backpack already held 4 sets of the black feather gear. Unfortunately, the backpack was too small, with a maximum capacity of just 30 slots. The 4 black feather sets had already filled it to the brim. Chapter 8, Night Elf. If only I had a backpack with a few hundred slots. For now, he can only watch as the piles of equipment on the ground were automatically refreshed by the system. Yi Ching glanced down and noticed a new necklace hanging around his chest. Name, Night Elf. Location, necklace. Description, achievement reward for players who remain engaged in combat continuously for 5 hours without resting at night. Effects, 1. Increases the player's night vision capability when equipped. 2. Increases the player's movement speed by 10 points at night when equipped. 3. When worn, increases player's HP and NP regeneration speed by 30% during nighttime outside of combat. Skill, Moonlight Slash. After charging for 0.2 seconds, releases a crescent-shaped sword beam forward with a range of 10 yards. Has a chance to trigger Full Moon Slash, dealing double damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Damage scales with 10% of the player's highest attack attribute, adapting to their strongest offensive stat. Yi Ching gazed contentedly at the necklace around his neck. Rather than a gaudy multi-gem design, it resembled a simple pendant featuring a jet black gemstone, casually strung on a leather cord. Never expected the system to reward such a unique accessory. While Moonlight Slash's attack power isn't exceptionally high, its brief cooldown and AoE capabilities made it an absolute treasure. Ding! Night has fallen, some monsters are undergoing deep mutations. Please return to safe zones. Ding! Night has fallen, some monsters are undergoing deep mutations. Please return to safe zones. Ding! Night has fallen, some monsters are undergoing deep mutations. Please return to safe zones. The repeatedly sounding alarm startled Yi Ching. Already navigating through pitch-black forests relying solely on faint moonlight, with intermittent wolf howls and rustling leaves echoing around him, even the courageous Yi Ching couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Spiritual guidance gaming truly feels infinitely more real than virtual reality online games. No matter how close VR games get to reality, they're still just games. But spiritual guidance gaming gives you the complete sensation of a real world. Just as Yi Ching finished complaining, a global announcement flashed across the screen. Qingmei Zhujiu, damn you, system, why buff the monsters so much at night? How are we supposed to play? I finally reached level 9 and got knocked back down again. System announcement, global messages are available upon entering the game, costing 1 gold coin per shout. Can't help but marvel at how many wealthy players there are. These types of bosses basically enter the game just to hire gold farming studios for crazy grinding. Yi Ching glanced at the leaderboard. In just this short while, the rankings had already changed. Level leaderboard, 1. Yi Ching, level 14. 2. Shinshinju, level 10. 3. Flower Pot Bearer, level 8. 4. I'm the Veteran Driver, level 8. 5. Falling Leaves Return to Roots, level 8. Equipment ranking, none. Skill rankings, none. Class rankings, none. The original 2 Quail players have already dropped off the rankings, replaced by 2 newcomers likely lost levels from PvP battles. As for Shinshinju, that stunning beauty, her level progression has been remarkably steady. Yi Ching closed the system interface and discovered that wearing the Night Elf necklace granted him night vision. Even without moonlight, he could now see quite a considerable area. Thanks to his night vision, he hadn't walked far before spotting a tree hole that looked exactly like the entrance to a passageway. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, player, for entering the swamp monster territory. EXP plus 100, reputation plus 10 asterisk. He even gained reputation points. This was definitely no ordinary monster zone. Yi Hao cautiously groped forward to investigate, and before long he came across a monster-infested area. So many monsters. Sludge monsters resembling piles of rotting filth slowly wandered across the marsh. Their eyes, mouths and noses were indistinguishable, and some even had dismembered limbs, human or animal, stuck to their bodies. Silhouetted against the night sky, they were a sight that chilled the blood. Had a female player wandered into this place, her first reaction would undoubtedly have been to scream before turning tail and running. Name, Swamp Monster. Level, 914. Physical attack, 70. Magic attack, 2. Physical defense, 30. Magic defense, 1. Skill, entanglement, close-range binding that assimilates enemies into one's body, crushing them to death with massive mud surges, dealing heavy physical damage. Extremely high physical damage, with attacks that could practically be described as instant death. These disgusting bog monsters' strikes had already surpassed Yi Qing's capabilities. Let's try pulling one first. Yi Qing slowly approached a level 10 bog monster. The moment he came within 3 yards, he instantly triggered its aggression. The creature spun around with astonishing speed, its mud-formed arms snapping against Yi Qing's body with a wet smack. Ding! Player has been attacked, losing 210 HP. Yi Qing was startled. A single strike had nearly one-shot the enemy. Yi Qing retaliated with a skill strike. Chain Slash. Ding! Chain Slash dealt 87, 76, 97, 56 points of damage. He directly triggered Quadruple Slash, though unfortunately none of the strikes could crit, having to rely solely on his base attack power for damage. Under attack, the bog monster launched its second strike. With a quick sidestep, Yi Qing activated his evasion attribute to dodge the bog monster's attack, then counterattacked twice, both strikes landing as critical hits, instantly felling the swamp creature. Though Yi Qing's defense wasn't extraordinary, his overwhelming attack power allowed him to dispatch bog monsters with remarkable speed. Overall, the bog monsters had strong attacks with slow attack speed and average defense, making them quite suitable for Yi Qing to farm for experience at his current level. However, the bog monsters here were densely packed, and most of them had aggro links with each other. Farming them one by one was impossible, but if just 2 of these high-attack bog monsters hit Yi Qing simultaneously, he could call it a night right then and there. Leaning against a tree and biting his finger, Yi Qing pondered his next move. Lost in thought, his gaze accidentally fell upon a large tree at the swamp's edge that extended toward the center. His eyes suddenly lit up with inspiration. Got it! He pulled out the special item from his backpack that had remained unused all this time. Grappling Hook. Item name: Grappling Hook. Effect: when equipped, the hook rope can be thrown up to 10 yards in length. Once anchored to a target, its length can be adjusted. Yi Qing equipped the hook rope, maneuvered around several mud swamp monsters, and positioned himself beside the target tree. With a swift throw, the system-assisted lock ensured the hook landed perfectly on a sturdy branch. As the rope retracted, Yi Qing effortlessly scaled the tree. As expected, this tree proved to be an ideal monster grinding spot. The melee-bound swamp creatures below couldn't reach him at all. From this vantage point, Yi Qing had a clear view of the entire swamp area. Now it's time for that previous trash to take the stage. Ordinary Crossbow. Yi Qing equipped the ordinary crossbow and fired several arrows at the swamp monsters. The single-digit damage numbers didn't affect the monsters' aggro in the slightest. Soon, 5 swamp monsters had gathered at Yi Qing's feet, waving their muddy limbs menacingly, yet they couldn't lay a finger on him. Chapter 9, Yi Qing, top of the level rankings. Nice, it works. Let's lure a few more then. Yi Qing raised his crossbow, continuously attracting the swamp monsters. At this moment, the unlimited arrows feature of infinite black feather truly shone. No need to reload, no inventory consumed, no cost incurred. While others had to fire carefully, he could let loose in rapid succession. Nearly every swamp monster within Yi Qing's shooting range had now gathered beneath his feet across the marsh. These are all experience bags packed to the brim. Moonlight Slash, a newly acquired skill, using it for the first time. Ding! Moonlight Slash deals 38 points of damage. Ding! Moonlight Slash deals 17 damage. A torrent of system notifications flooded in like an explosion. Yi Qing promptly turned off the system alerts, watching the swamp monsters below take wave after wave of damage. Smirking with satisfaction, he wasted no time and swung another Moonlight Slash. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Charge time: 0.2 seconds. That left 9.8 seconds in between to pull more newly respawned swamp monsters with his trusty ordinary crossbow. This place is practically a treasure trove for leveling up. It's just a pity that the coins and gear dropped by the slain marsh monsters can't be picked up by Yi Qing in the trees. He can only watch helplessly as the loot covers the ground before slowly being wiped away by the system. Caught in the monotonous cycle of pulling and grinding mobs, Yi Qing lost all sense of time. Ding! Congratulations, player. Level up. Current level, 15. Reward, 5 free attribute points. A system upgrade notification suddenly roused the drowsy Yi Qing from his lethargy. Level up already? So fast. This feels amazing. Fueled by this progress, Yi Qing began tirelessly luring and slaying monsters with renewed vigor. Ding! Congratulations, player leveled up. Current level, 16. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, player level up. Current level, 17. Reward, 5 free attribute points. After reaching level 17, Yi Qing finally couldn't hold on any longer. I can't do this anymore. I'm completely exhausted. I haven't had a sip of water or a bite to eat since logging in. If I keep going like this, I'll drop dead. After several consecutive hours, dawn had already broken in the game world. Instead of luring more monsters, Yi Qing cleared out all the creatures at his feet before immediately logging off where he stood. Ding! Player has logged out of the game. As soon as he exited the game, Yi Qing gulped down a whole bottle of mineral water before collapsing onto the bed. Overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, and he quickly fell into a deep slumber. Right after Yi Qing logged out, someone in the game had already noticed his name towering at the top of the leaderboard at level 17. Holy mother of, I'm only at level 6. And there's already someone at level 17? You've got to be kidding me. This guy must be hacking, exclaimed a player named Xiao Changtuan, staring at the rankings in disbelief. A player nearby named Little Daisy gave him a disdainful look. Go try hacking if you dare. There are no hacks for this game. That Yi Qing is literally a god-tier player. Not far away, a player called There's a Cat couldn't help shouting, Big boss, please carry me. I just want to know how you farm mobs at night. I was already level 8, but after venturing out twice at night for grinding, I dropped to level 6. I'm so miserably. Little Green Ball heard this and walked over to pat There's a Cat on the shoulder. Young man, impressive courage daring to go out at night. There's a Cat retorted indignantly, but Big Boss Yi Qing must have leveled up at night too, right? How come nothing happened to him? Ahem, buddy, that's assuming you're actually a pro, not a noob, laughed another player named Look How Handsome I Am beside him. What did you say? Calling me a noob? I'm a star glory rank and king of glory. I'm an old hand at this, don't make me chop you to pieces, you hear me? You the cat growled menacingly. TCH, go change your starter sword first before you talk. In the novice village, many players noticed Yi Qing dominating the top of the leaderboard as the undisputed number 1, his high level of 17 shining prominently above all others. Meanwhile, Shin Shinju in second place was only level 10. There was a whole 7-level gap between first and second place. In Shinju, leveling up required an enormous amount of experience, making progression extremely difficult. Even reaching level 1 could take considerable time. Shin Shinju also received the notification. After glancing at the leaderboard, she stood there stunned before muttering helplessly, how is this guy so strong? This is beyond absurd. Our entire studio was farming monsters all night, with me taking 80% of the EXP, and I'm still only level 10. He claimed he plays solo. Could he actually have an entire team carrying him? Only Love Big Mountain Bee couldn't help but ask Shang Shinju, boss, do you know this Yi Qing? I've only met him once. The two-handed hammer you're holding was bought from him. For some reason, I just felt he was exceptionally strong, so I offered a high price to recruit him, but he refused. It seems he indeed has powerful connections or substantial financial resources. A rough-looking player nearby leaned in and asked, boss, should I send someone to investigate this Yi Qing? Shang Shinju shook his head. No need. Someone like him shouldn't be made an enemy. I'll try to approach him myself. Even if we can't recruit him into our guild, it's better to establish good relations. At the very least, we might be able to buy equipment from him at lower prices. Hee, being targeted by Sister Shinju, this guy's in for some good fortune. Hearing all the commotion, an adorable female player named Little Fox Meow Meow came over with a teasing laugh. Meow Meow, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll deduct your bonus. Ahem, long live our mighty boss. May your reign last 1,000 years. Boss, I was wrong. In the team voice chat, a player named There's a Cat who had just been in the square immediately popped up when he heard Little Fox Meow Meow speak. Hee, Meow Meow, why so cowardly? If it really doesn't work out, I'll take care of you. At the same time, another team, Master Stroke Kill You slammed his fist against the tree with a loud smack. Damn it! How did this guy level up so fast? It's impossible. We're all second-tier elites from Master Stroke Guild, best experience, skills, and gear. Even we have to be careful grinding mobs at night, barely gaining 1 level per night. How the hell is Yi Qing doing it? Master Stroke ZZ exclaimed in frustration and curiosity. Master Kakashi, big bro, what if we, in the real world? Before Master Kakashi could finish speaking, Master Kensini gave him a sharp knock on the head. You wanna die? You think it's still the old days? The whole planet's under the eye's surveillance now. Who dares make a move? Don't drag us down with you if you want to die. Master Kakashi shuddered. Big bro, my bad. Chapter 10, Lu Rushuan. Seeing his subordinate admit his mistake, Master Slayer shook his head. Forget it. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I've hired a grinding team to farm mobs for us, we'll just leech the XP. You guys scout out where that kid's leveling. If you can mess with him, do it. Don't let him have an easy time. Meanwhile, we'll focus on power leveling ourselves. Our Master Craftsman Guild has survived in major online games for so long that everyone steps aside when they see us. We're the ones who bully others, how dare anyone bully us? We must get our revenge. Big bro, you're awesome. Let's finish this guy off sooner or later. At this moment, in the real world, Yi Qing had been in a deep sleep for several hours until he was groggily awakened by a knocking sound. So hungry. Who is it, knocking at this hour? Yi Qing opened the door. A stunning long-haired beauty, dressed in light homeware, stood at his doorway, staring straight at him. Ahem, Sister Lu, what brings you here? Xiao Yi, you owe rent for the past 3 months. Yi Qing scratched his head sheepishly. Sis, latest by tomorrow evening, 5,000 credits. I'll WeChat transfer them to you. Oh, so quick to settle this time? Did you land a job? Or did you win the lottery? You haven't been taken in by some rich sugar mama, have you? Lu Rushuang said with a laugh. Sister Lu, which sugar mama would even look at someone like me? I made some money playing Xinyu, it's just not cashed out yet. I'll log into the game later to withdraw it and transfer it to you. Hearing that Yi Qing was also playing Xinyu, Lu Rushuang immediately grew interested. You're playing too? I've already logged into the game. Which beginner village are you in? 250. Ha, beginner village number 250. Ha. That village number suits your personality perfectly. Lu Rushuan laughed so hard her slender frame trembled, her stunning figure fully displayed before Yi Qing's eyes. Ahem, sis, I'm about to grab some food and get back to the game. Yi Qing quickly averted his gaze, practically shooing her away. Hey, this is my house, you're really kicking me out? Whatever, I need to log back in and grind too. Lu Rushuan waved her hand dismissively. She definitely noticed where Yi Qing's eyes had wandered earlier. Has my charm faded? How can this guy be so indifferent? Lu Rushuan stormed off in a huff. Yi Qing closed the door and took a sip of water. Sister Lu is truly beautiful, still single at that, and to own so many properties at just around 30 years old, impressive, genuinely impressive. Yi Qing pondered while making instant noodles, quickly solving his hunger problem before diving straight into the game. Ding! Welcome to Divine Realm. The moment Yi Qing entered the game, his body tilted, nearly causing him to fall from the tree into the swamp below. Thankfully, his reflexes were sharp, and he managed to grab onto the tree trunk just in time. Damn! I almost forgot I was still up in the tree. Glancing at the leaderboard, Yi Qing realized he'd slept for over 5 hours. Shen Xinju had already reached level 12 and ranked 5th, while the 5th ranked player had hit level 10. Seems like plenty of players are grinding levels like their lives depend on it, he mused. He sighed while surveying the now pristine swamp, its earlier traces completely refreshed by the system. What a shame all those potential drops vanished. I checked my backpack, which currently holds about 2 gold coins. There's also the black feather set. Selling one set for 2 gold would net me around 10 gold in total. With the exchange rate currently at about 1:300, exchanging 10 gold would give me 3,000 credits. Combined with what's left in my card, that should be enough to cover the rent. Since it was daytime, the mud bog monsters had reverted to their normal forms, ranging from level 7 to 9. Yi Qing initially planned to head back to the beginner's village to replenish his supplies, but just as he was about to leap down from the tree, his peripheral vision caught sight of an unusual mud swamp monster. A golden swamp monster? Most swamp monsters here have that dull yellowish-gray color of rotting mud. When Yi Qing spotted this one radiating golden light, he instantly knew it had to be either a mutated variant or a minor boss. Unfortunately, it was still too far away to make out its stats clearly. Yi Qing climbed down the tree and skirted through the jungle, carefully avoiding other swamp monsters until he finally got close enough to examine the golden monster's attributes. Name, Gold Swamp King, Jr. Quality, excellent. Level, 12. Physical attack, 90. Magic attack, 0. Physical defense, 50. Magic defense, 0. Skills, 1. Death Coil, grapples enemies at close range, assimilating them into the body before crushing them to death with massive sludge, dealing 20 times the user's physical damage. Skill, 2. Grow bigger, instantly doubles the user's physical attack and physical defense, lasting for 20 seconds. Seeing this mini-boss, Yi Qing burst into laughter. Heaven itself is helping me. Though just a mini-boss, this swamp creature, like others of its kind, lacked any ranged attack capability. No matter how high its attack stats might be, they meant nothing now. Yi Qing shot an arrow directly at the golden swamp king before sprinting at full speed toward the giant tree. Ignoring the few swamp creatures triggered along the way, he reached the base and repeated his previous tactic, hauling himself up effortlessly with his hooked rope, now wielding the tool with masterful precision. The golden swamp king, along with 7 other swamp creatures, gathered beneath Yi Qing's feet. Come at me again. Yi Qing unleashed a moonlight slash. While the damage dealt to the golden swamp king was slightly lower, it remained comparable to that inflicted on ordinary swamp creatures. This golden swamp king was truly a gift fallen straight from the heavens. Yi Qing didn't lure more monsters this time because he needed to collect equipment. With too many monsters, he wouldn't have time to kill them all, and it would be awkward if the boss dropped something good but he couldn't pick it up. Without the slightest disturbance, just like when leveling up before, the pitiful golden swamp king could only desperately swing its golden swamp below, yet still couldn't reach Yi Qing. Over 20 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for eliminating the superior grade boss Golden Swamp King, Minor. Ding! Level up. Current level, 18. Obtained 5 free attribute points. Just as Yi Qing jumped down from the tree to collect his loot, the system unexpectedly issued another notification chime. Ding! Player Yi Qing has angered the rare grade boss Golden Swamp King, Major, by slaying the superior grade Golden Swamp King, Minor. The Golden Swamp King, Jr., which had originally turned into a pool of golden sludge, was actually absorbing the remains of the recently slain swamp monsters. The golden sludge on the ground gradually began to swell, clearly indicating the emergence of a colossal beast. Damn it, beat the small one and here comes the big one. Let's grab the gear first. Ding! Player Yi Qing has obtained a two-handed sword, a dagger, 2 pieces of armor, and 1 gold coin. Ding! Player Yi Qing has earned the hatred of the rare grade boss Golden Swamp King, Sr., reducing all attributes by 20%. It actually reduces player attributes? Yi Qing hastily used his grappling hook to climb back up the tree, checking the data of the now standing Golden Swamp King. Chapter 11, The Golden Swamp King. Name, Golden Swamp King, Large. Quality, Rare. Level, 18. Physical attack, 200. Magical attack, 79. Physical defense, 177. Magic defense, 70. Skill 1, Deadly Entanglement engulfs enemies at close range, assimilating them into its body and crushing them to death with massive amounts of mud, dealing physical damage equal to 30 times its own attack power. Skill 2, Mud Projection, the Gold Swamp King gains ranged attack capability, dealing magical damage with each attack. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill 3, Rebirth, the Gold Swamp King possesses a passive revival ability. As long as sufficient swamp terrain exists, it can resurrect itself, though each revival reduces its attributes. Maximum revivals, 3 times. Yi Qing examined the attributes of the Golden Swamp King and marveled at how truly different a rare grade boss was compared to ordinary monsters or minor bosses. If his guess was correct, this should be the first rare boss to appear in the beginner's village. While Yi Qing was still contemplating, the Golden Swamp King shamelessly launched an attack without warning, hurling a chunk of rotting, foul-smelling sludge that splattered right onto him. Ding! Player has been attacked, losing 288 HP. It hurts. Yi Qing had set the in-game pain perception to 100% for the ultimate immersive experience. Yet just a single weakest tier magic attack instantly erased 80% of his health pool. Yi Qing's current HP barely surpassed 300 points, and this was despite him being far higher level than other players while also possessing multiple fine-grade equipment pieces. I still have over 30 instant recovery potions dropped from defeating monsters, combined with my natural slow health regeneration. Maintaining this attack frequency for over a minute should be manageable. Just as expected, after unleashing one marsh projectile, the Golden Marsh King could only stand there, howling helplessly. Moonlight Slash. Ding! Moonlight Slash dealt 29 damage. Ding! Moonlight Slash deals 27 damage. The damage is a bit low, but at least there's still a chance. As long as it can penetrate defense, that'll do. As soon as Yi Qing finished his attack, he immediately started chugging health potions like crazy. After 1 minute, the Golden Swamp King once again scooped up a chunk of golden mud and hurled it fiercely at Yi Qing. But this time, Yi Qing stayed focused. Though perched on a tree branch, his body swiftly dodged to the left, and the golden mud brushed past his cheek. Ding! Player has triggered the dodge attribute, successfully nullifying damage. Nice! One successful dodge proves that the Golden Swamp King's attacks can indeed be evaded. The dodge attribute is truly the greatest gift the heavens could bestow upon a player. At this moment, Yi Qing felt immensely grateful for the dodge attribute. With multiple attacks from the Golden Swamp King being dodged by Yi Qing, the risk of his death was significantly reduced. The more Yi Qing attacked, the more proficient he became at dodging. By the end, as soon as the Golden Swamp King raised its arm, Yi Qing could predict the trajectory of the mud projectile and evade it in advance. Soon, the Golden Swamp King's health was completely depleted. However, the moment the Golden Swamp King turned into a pool of golden mud, a flash of golden light heralded its glorious return. Only this time, it was slightly smaller in size and its overall attributes had dropped by about 15%. With its attributes and defenses weakened, Yi Qing attacked even more enthusiastically, occasionally swapping to the ordinary crossbow during Moonlight Slash intervals to deal extra damage. When grinding monsters and bosses in the wild, it's crucial to defeat the boss as quickly as possible while ensuring no risk of death, otherwise, other players might come to steal the kill. Such scenarios are all too common in online games. Ding! Luna Slash triggered, deals 87 damage. After exhausting the boss's respawn count, the final strike triggered Moon Crescent Slash. With a mournful howl, the Golden Swamp King erupted into a shower of loot. Big hit. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for defeating the rare grade Golden Swamp King. Ding! Level increased. Current level 19. Awarded 5 free attribute points. Yi Qing glanced at the experience bar, just 18% more till he reached level 20. Once he hit level 20 and learned the third talent, his class would be fully unlocked. Ding! Player's inventory full. Just as he was about to pick up items, the system notification snapped Yi Qing back to reality. His inventory had been completely filled for quite some time. Since I'm heading back anyway, might as well dump all these potions. The potions dropped from monsters were treasures earlier, but now they've just become a burden. Wait, are these 2 marching bags? Noticing 2 bag-like objects on the ground, Yi Qing immediately discarded the potions to free up a slot and picked up one of the bags first. Ding! Obtained marching bags *2. Sure enough, using the marching bags immediately added 20 extra slots to my backpack. There was still another bag to pick up. Ding! Obtained Marching Pack. Name, Marching Pack. Level, 18. Effect, permanently increases the player's backpack capacity by 30 slots. It's like having a pillow drop from the sky just when you're sleepy. Yi Ching happily used the Marching Pack, watching as his previously full backpack instantly gained 50 extra slots, a wave of relief washing over him. Ding! Player has obtained a dagger, a pair of leather boots, cloth pants, a scroll, a skill book, 2 gold coins, and a special item. The moment he saw the skill book, Yi Ching's eyes lit up. Another skill book. Skills are absolutely crucial for assassins. Even without equipment, a skilled assassin can toy with enemies using their abilities alone. Before examining the Grand Golden Swamp King, Yi Ching first checked the gear dropped by the Lesser Golden Swamp King, having been too preoccupied earlier to take a proper look. Name, Nightfall Dagger. Slot, Weapon. Quality, Rare. Level, 10. Strength, 15. Agility, 30. Movement Speed, 2. Additional, Armor Break, passive, randomly reduces enemies' defense by 10%. The other piece of equipment is a two-handed sword. Name, Quagmire Sword. Slot, Weapon. Quality, Rare. Level, 15. Strength, 35. Constitution, 5. Name, Meyer Breastplate * 2. Part, Upper Garment. Quality, Superior. Level, 15. Strength, 28. Physical Defense, 70. Additional effect, Congestion, passive, when HP drops below 10%, there's a chance to recover 10% of maximum HP. The Little Golden Swamp King dropped 2 rare pieces of equipment, both weapons, with one being a dagger that Yi Ching could use himself. As for the 2 chest armors, though they're only fine quality, their attributes were quite impressive with passive additional effects, definitely top-tier equipment by current standards. Next came the gear dropped by the Great Golden Swamp King. Yet another dagger. Name, Death Dagger. Slot, Weapon. Quality, Excellent. Level, 20. Strength, 40. Agility, 50. Movement Speed, 3. Skill, Berserk, upon activation, enters a Berserk state for 10 seconds, increasing attack speed by 100% while reducing all defenses to 0. Cooldown, 1 hour. An outstanding grade dagger for level 20 actually dropped. Though this Berserk skill reduces defense, it's absolutely perfect for burst damage situations. Yi Ching was extremely pleased with the dagger. He only needed a bit more experience before he could equip it. Chapter 12, The Stressed Shinju. Name, Silver Leather Boots, Leather Armor. Position, Feet. Quality, Excellent. Level, 15. Agility, 40. Constitution, 5. Movement Speed, 10. This was already usable equipment, and Yi Ching wouldn't let such exceptional gear slip through his fingers. He immediately equipped it on his legs. Name, Scaled Glow Leggings, Cloth Armor. Slot, Legs. Quality, Rare. Level, 15. Intelligence, 50. Physical Defense, 20. Magic Defense, 30. Additional effect, Regeneration, passive, increases mana regeneration by 5% during combat. Another top-tier item for mages. Finally, there was also a scroll and a skill book. These 2 special items held immense anticipation for Yi Ching. Name, Mud Projection Scroll, Single Use. Quality, Rare. Level, 15. Effect, the Golden Swamp King's sole long-range ability, throwing a massive swamp mud to deal massive magic damage. Yi Ching looked at the scroll with utter speechlessness. This scroll was practically useless. Would tossing a patch of mud at an enemy during battle actually kill them? Better than nothing, he supposed. Name, Skill Book * Frost Arrow. Restriction, Elemental. Cost, 30 MP. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Casting time, 1 second. Effect, releases a frost arrow that deals 20% magic damage to an enemy, with a chance to slow the target for 2 seconds and a chance to freeze the target for 1 second. Seeing that the skill book wasn't for him, Yi Ching felt a pang of disappointment. Fortunately, this skill book could definitely fetch an excellent price at this stage. Name, Special Item * Tent. Effect, when logging off in the wild, there is a chance players may be killed by monsters or other players. Possessing this item allows players to log off while invincible, granting 10 seconds of invulnerability upon logging back in. Seeing this special item, Yi Ching was overjoyed. All the frustration from not obtaining the skill book moments ago instantly vanished. The world of Shinju is filled with all sorts of bizarre and wonderful things. It's utterly fascinating. The deeper Yi Ching immersed himself in the game, the more he found himself falling into a state of complete captivation. Perhaps it's precisely because games allow people to experience a joy completely different from real life that they have endured so long, inspiring unwavering passion in all gaming enthusiasts. Yi Ching equipped everything wearable and stored away the rest. Looking at my current attributes now, even I feel thoroughly satisfied. Player, Yi Ching. Level, 19. Talent, Combat. Faction, Light. Race, Human. Health, 350. Mana, 187. Strength, 186. Agility, 179. Wisdom, 95. Constitution, 100. Spirit, 95. Physical Defense, 88. Magic Defense, 39. Charm, 10. Luck, 100. Skills, Lone Wolf, Fading Shadow, Crushing Force, Chain Slash, Steel, Moonlight Slash, Necklace. Equipment, Nightfall Dagger, Rare, Silver Leather Boots, Epic, Superior Dirk, Offhand, Superior Leg Guards, Superior, Superior Leather Armor, Superior, Inferior Leather Pauldrons, Inferior, Ragged Bracers, Common, Night Elven, Necklace. Yi Ching was still missing 2 rings, 2 earrings, a bracer, a helmet, and a belt to complete his set. Unfortunately, the black feather gear was heavy armor, and Yi Ching aimed to play as an assassin, which meant he couldn't burden himself with cumbersome heavy armor. Once his class was finalized, he wouldn't even be able to wear heavy armor. Otherwise, with the black feather set, he could have dominated the starter village with ease. After packing up, Yi Ching finally concluded his leveling journey and headed back to the starter village to set up a stall and sell his loot. I promised Sister Lu I'd get the money as soon as possible, but alas, the main cities aren't open yet, and there's no auction house. All I can do is rely on street vending, Yi Ching muttered to himself as he checked the level rankings. Yi Ching's lofty level 19 firmly secured the top spot, while Shen Xinju remained in second place at only level 12. De Guan had already surged back to tie at 12th level as well, followed by Yu Jimao at 11th level in 4th place. Remarkably, Ming Zheng and CNI had already climbed to 5th position at level 10. The competition on the level rankings was exceptionally fierce, with players on the leaderboard changing positions by the minute. Yet apart from Yi Qing's unshakable first place, Shen Xinju in second position, a female player no less, was also impressively holding her ground, steadily leveling up without showing the slightest sign of being overtaken. While Yi Qing was marveling at Shen Xinju's prowess, Shen Xinju happened to be discussing Yi Qing as well. A certain cat had just been delighted to see itself on the leaderboard, but upon spotting Yi Qing sitting proudly at the top at level 19, it couldn't help but feel like a total noob. This can't be real. Did Yi Qing take performance enhancers or something? Level 19 already? You've got to be kidding me. Shen Xinju kept swinging her twin swords as monsters fell one after another under the party's assault. Yet she mused aloud, that man shouldn't be underestimated. If he's part of a team, it must be a major one, but strangely, after playing online games for so many years, I've never heard his name before. If he's truly a solo player like he claims, then his skills are truly formidable. Little Fox Meow Mao chimed in, "Boss, why don't you go talk to him? If he's a solo player, recruiting someone like him would be a massive boost to our family. We'll need such a standout player when we establish our guild later." Shen Xinju shook her head despite wanting to agree. It's not that simple. This Yi Qing is clearly someone with his own plans. Families would only be a constraint to him. He chose the combat talent. If I'm not mistaken, he'll likely pick a swordsman or assassin class, professions meant for lone wolves. A certain cat patted Little Fox Meow Meow. Alright, Meow Meow, hurry up and level. Yi Qing is almost at the main city, and you haven't even hit level 10 yet. You try playing as a healer. 0 offensive power, what am I supposed to do? The top enforcer of the Shen family quietly leaned closer and boldly declared, "Don't worry, I'll carry you to victory." Shut up, you level 8 noob. The little fox Meow Meow cast an utterly scornful glance at the Shen family's top enforcer. A cat asked curiously, "Hey, Bruiser, what's going on with you? Why are you only level 8? Ugh, ran into Little Quail yesterday, got into a wilderness fight. He stabbed me in the back by calling in folks from Mingzhang's crew. Got killed twice over." Shen Xinju sighed helplessly. The top enforcer of the Shen family was actually her personal bodyguard, a guy who played games just to brawl, and wouldn't listen no matter how many times she warned him. Don't pick fights during the early stages. Focus on leveling up first. Right now, leveling is priority. Getting to the main city early means unlocking quests and building massive advantages. Whether it's establishing a guild or attracting capital investment later, this early lead is absolutely crucial. Shen Xinju wagged her finger and continued, "Once we hit level 20 and enter the main city, we'll need to strategize about securing a guild token. The established factions we know so far, Quail's crew, Mingjiang, A Jug of Wine Among Flowers, and Domination, have all already set up shop. A Jug of Wine Among Flowers and Mingjiang are secretly recruiting too. These veteran guilds will definitely keep jostling for power in Divine Realm. If we want any standing, we've got to build our advantage early." "Boss, you're carrying too much pressure on your shoulders," a cat said angrily. "It's all because of that surnamed Lu. With proper financial support, we wouldn't have to work so desperately now." Chapter 13, There Are Actually Bandits. Shen Xinju waved his hand and said, "Enough talk, focus on grinding mobs. Little cat, your gear needs upgrading, you can't even tank properly right now." Bringing it up only made things worse. The cat grew even more exasperated. "This godforsaken drop rate, after all our grinding, we've only gotten 4 pieces of equipment in total. Just 1 is average quality, the rest are trash. I'm about to lose it." Yi Qing had already staggered his way outside the starting village by this time. Thinking of quickly returning to the starting village to sell his equipment and earn money for the rent, Yi Qing sped like the wind along the way. However, he was suddenly blocked by a local resident. "Hey, these trees were planted by me. and this mountain was cleared by me. Question mark. Yi Ching was speechless. He'd actually encountered bandits inside the game. Holy shit, the game actually plays out like this? The bandit brandished a broadsword, dressed in the classic half-naked outfit seen in period dramas, and growled viciously, "Foolish adventurer, hand over your gold and I'll let you enter the village. Otherwise, my blade will claim your miserable life." Name, Bandit. Level 20. Description, rampant random natives outside the beginner village have a certain probability of appearing, robbing players and can be attacked. Of all the odds, I'd actually encounter this. My luck stat is really something special. The bandit had no patience. Oi, what are you muttering about? Hand over your money and I'll spare your, huh? Where'd he go? The bandit suddenly realized that Yi Ching before him had turned transparent and disappeared without warning. Flicker. Since he could attack, Yi Ching wasn't foolish enough to pay up, especially when he was short on money right now. Perfect timing too, as he was still a bit short of reaching level 20 and had been worrying about where to farm some experience. Ding! Critical hit dealt, inflicting 180 damage. Yi Ching's attack enraged the bandit completely. Foolish adventurer, how dare you strike me? Damn right it's you. The bandit probably never expected any player at this stage to possess such high attack power, let alone someone so reckless. No, more accurately, someone this arrogant and formidable. Yi Ching's incredibly high attack speed, movement speed, and attack power left the bandit only one level weaker, utterly defenseless. Every strike the bandit swung was effortlessly dodged, while every one of Yi Ching's attacks landed as a critical hit. In just 2 short minutes, the bandit's health bar was nearly depleted. I thought you were something special, but turns out you're just free EXP, Yi Ching said disdainfully. Ding! The bandit has sustained massive damage and entered a state of terror. Ding! The bandit has activated the skill call for backup, summoning nearby bandits to attack the enemy en masse. Seeing that the bandit was actually calling for reinforcements, Yi Ching immediately sped up his attacks. Damn, he can summon help? I didn't even see him pull out a phone to make a call. From a distance, dozens of figures had already appeared, sprinting toward Yi Ching's location. Seeing his backup arrive, the mountain bandit regained his arrogance and sneered, "Foolish adventurer, my brothers are here. Let me go now, and I might consider leaving your corpse intact, idiot." A swift combo attack drained the last bit of the bandit's health. Ding! Bandit slain. Level increased. Current level, 20. Reward, 5 freely distributable attribute points. Ding! Congratulations player for being the first to reach level 20, rewarded with 1000 reputation points. Ding! Player has reached level 20, please visit the talent manager to confirm third talent and achieve profession formation. Just as Yi Ching hadn't finished rejoicing over reaching level 20 and obtaining the first to 20 reward, a system announcement abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Ding! As the player has killed native mountain bandits, enraging the mountain bandit leader outside the starter village, all players in starter village number 250 cannot activate the main city teleportation array until the bandit leader is defeated. This announcement is visible to all players in number 250 starter village. Yi Ching patted his chest in relief. Luckily it didn't reveal my name, otherwise the newbie villagers would definitely come after me. Ding! The player has angered the bandit leader by killing native bandits, successfully entering the bandit group's blacklist. The bandit group will launch a massacre on number 250 starter village. Players of number 250 starter village must organize their own defense. If the native villagers are killed, all players in number 250 starter village will permanently lose 50% of their attributes. Ding! The player has angered the bandit leader by killing native bandits, successfully entering the bandit group's blacklist. The bandit group will launch a massacre on number 250 starter village. Players of number 250 starter village must organize their own defense. If the native villagers are killed, all players in number 250 starter village will permanently lose 50% of their attributes. Ding! Player has provoked the mountain bandit leader by killing native bandits, successfully entering the mountain bandit group's blacklist. The bandit group will initiate a massacre in number 250 beginner village. Players of number 250 beginner village are requested to intercept them independently. If native villagers are killed, all players in number 250 beginner village will permanently suffer a 50% reduction in attributes. The system announcement repeated 3 times in succession, indicating the severity of the situation. At that moment, Yi Ching's private chat notification blinked with a new message. It was a message from Xin Xinju. Yi Ching, was this your doing? I've been thinking, you're probably the only one who could have taken down these bandits. Yi Ching responded frankly, coughing awkwardly, ahem, it was accidental. I just had to fight back when they robbed me. Is that what you call fighting back? I think you were single-handedly stirring up trouble. What now? Need help? If you want my help, give me a discount on gear next time, Xin Xinju said with a laugh. After a moment's thought, Yi Ching suddenly chuckled, as if you'd say no. This is about the honor and survival of beginner village 250. Even if I didn't ask, you'd still fight tooth and nail. I really can't argue with what you said. Xin Xinju had originally intended to offer Yi Ching help to gain his favor, but she never expected him to be so straightforward about it. Alright, I'll go scout out the bandit situation first. Since this started because of me, I can't just stand by, I have to resolve this crisis. After ending the call, Shinju thought about Yi Qing's words and smiled slightly. This guy, he's actually quite responsible. Yi Qing moved quickly. He wanted to scout around the area first to observe the bandit's situation, but first, he needed to replenish his supplies. Just now, this bandit only dropped a face scarf, nothing else. However, the experience gained was incredibly plentiful. Name, bandit's face scarf. Effect, hides the player's name and face. Another special piece of equipment, Yi Qing equipped it immediately, and the name above his head was instantly obscured. In the beginner's village, the originally crowded village chief NPC now pushed through the throng of players and shouted, "Fellow villagers, bandits are about to launch a massive attack on our village. Grab your weapons, let's defend our home together." Every NPC in beginner's village number 250 realistically began gathering whatever weapons they could find, organizing themselves to resist. Seeing the NPCs ready to fight desperately, the players started panicking. Chapter 14, Selling Equipment. Old men, stop showing off. If you die, we're all doomed. Are you planning to stink those bandits to death with your flip-flops? The village chief NPC completely ignored the players' words, shouting on his own, "Fellow villagers, charge." Then, brandishing his flip-flop, he rushed ahead like a fearless hero. Charge my ass. The bandits haven't even appeared yet. These natives are uncontrollable. What should we do? Players were running around in a frenzy, utterly overwhelmed. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up on the player announcement channel. Zhao Linshan, all players in number 250 Beginner's Village, assemble at the village entrance immediately. Form teams directly, let's eliminate all the bandits before the NPCs do anything. Hold off the natives to prevent them from leaving and protect them from death. Yi Qing had already returned to the village and was reading the player announcements. He hadn't expected someone to react so quickly and start organizing, taking on the role of commander. With someone leading the charge, players began gathering at the village gates one after another. Whether it was because this was a beginner village or not, the bandits only seemed to be attacking through the main gates, which put the players at ease. The NPCs were also charging toward the main entrance, so as long as they held that point, they'd be fine. Since I was the one who caused trouble, I should probably lend a hand anyway. Maybe I should sell some gear to them first to boost their stats. Then it occurred to him, why bother setting up a stall when he already knew people like Shinju and Zhao Linshan from the guilds? He might as well sell the gear directly to them. Thinking this, Yi Qing sent a private message to Shinju. Yi Qing, need my help now? Asterisk cough asterisk not exactly, there's nothing I need help with. Just wanted to ask if you need any equipment? Equipment? I don't want junk. Yi Qing directly shared the attributes of the black feather set. After a moment of silence, Shinju was the first to speak. Yi Qing, tell me, just how big is your team behind you? The question left Yi Qing momentarily stunned. What team? Regular mobs would never drop this kind of set. How could a single player obtain such high-quality equipment? That's not scientifically possible. Because I put in the effort, you see? I'm out here grinding mobs late at night just to make ends meet. Yi Qing chuckled and brushed off the question with this casual response. It's definitely not something to let others know about my maxed out luck stat. It would only bring me trouble without any benefit. Shinju was utterly speechless. Yi Qing was simply impossible to reason with. So, beautiful Shin, are you taking it or not? I've got 4 sets, hurry up and decide, Yi Qing asked. 4 sets? That many? Shinju was stunned once more. Getting even one set of such top-tier equipment was already incredibly rare, yet Yi Qing actually had 4 complete sets. Just got lucky, that's all. After pondering for a moment, Shinju said, I'll take 2 sets. I happen to have 2 frontline tank warriors with me. Sure, name your price then. Would you like in-game currency or credit points? Yi Qing pondered for a moment. Since he'd have to convert it to cash eventually, he might as well take the credit points directly. Credit points it is. The game helmet links to personal info with a bank card anyway. Alright, 1 set for 10,000 then. 10,000 a set? Yi Qing was startled. That much? What did you say? Yi Qing quickly said, no, 10,000 it is then. Seeing as you're a beauty, I'll just take the loss. Ding! Account received 20,000 credit points transfer. Alright, I've transferred the credits to you. Just mail me the equipment directly. Aren't you being a bit too trusting? What if I take the money and don't give you the gear? Yi Qing asked. Shinju replied with a smile, go ahead, don't send it then. The system will ban your account in minutes. Fine, I've mailed it to you. Go check your inbox. Each mailing requires a 5 silver coin fee, but the advantage is you don't have to go through the hassle of face-to-face trading. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll go clean up your mess for you. Shinju was about to hang up the voice call after saying this. Why say you're cleaning up my mess? That sounds so crude. Wait a second, I've got some more equipment here, take a look. Yi Qing sent the stats of all the unused gear to Shinju. Just how many bosses' dens did you raid? Shinju was stunned by the equipment Yi Qing displayed. Life's tough. You know, Shin Shinju asked, "Are you really not going to join my guild? I can make you a core member of the family." Yi Ching shook his head. "Nah, I prefer the free-roaming life. Too many trivial matters would make me feel awful." With a smile, Yi Ching declined Shin Shinju's invitation. The gear Yi Ching had acquired alone in just one night was something even Shin Shinju's entire guild might not necessarily obtain. If Yi Ching joined the guild, such a top-tier player would undoubtedly need to spare time to carry other players. Anyway, Yi Ching didn't want to do such things. "Alright, enough said. I don't have any plans to join factions for now. Let's just be friends. If I get equipment, I'll contact you first." Shin Shinju knew Yi Ching would definitely refuse. She was just trying her luck anyway. "Deal then. I'll take all these pieces and transfer you another 40,000 credit points." Yi Ching said, "Give me 30,000 credit points, and exchange the remaining 10,000 for gold coins for me. No one in the game currently has that much gold. At most, I can scrape together 50 gold for you. I have skill books for assassins and warriors. How about trading them for the gold?" "Assassin skills? Let me take a look." Name, skill book, dual wield, passive. Effect, allows dual wielding weapons. The right hand retains all weapon attributes while the left hand gains 70% of the weapon's attributes. All weapon skills and special effects can be triggered. Yi Ching's eyes widened when he saw the skill. With it, his capabilities would grow significantly. Currently, he couldn't replace his left-hand weapon precisely because he hadn't learned this skill before. He'd been limited to using only his right-hand weapon normally, as left-hand weapons required specific equipment. "So, what do you think?" Shin Shinju asked. "Ahem, deal. A few less gold coins is fine. I don't mind taking the loss this time." Ding, your account has received a transfer of 30,000 credit points. Ding, you have new mail to check. Alright, Miss Shin, got it. Yi Ching received the email and immediately learned the skill book. Alright then, see you later, bye-bye. After learning the dual wield skill, as long as the attributes were decent, Yi Ching could now choose not only daggers but also one-handed swords and blades. This significantly broadened his options. At the same time, fights had already broken out outside the number 250 starter village. A bandit native who looked exactly like the one before was shouting about massacring the village, swinging a large knife. Didn't I just kill this guy? Yi Ching scanned the area only to find that all the bandits looked completely identical. So they're all clones after all. The battle between the players and the mountain bandit natives is about to break out. Zhao Linshan, acting as the temporary commander, swung his hammer and shouted, "Brothers, for the 250, charge with me." Damn, these bandits are at least level 15, how are we supposed to fight them? How? By fighting hard, that's how. Chapter 15, Dragon Splendor. If ants can kill an elephant, even if we die we'll just respawn and charge again. Every strike we land counts. Each player faced death with unwavering resolve. Shin Shinju rallied the group including Yuzumo, shouting, "No one hide now, this battle determines our beginner village's survival. Everybody, move out." The little quail timidly whispered to the big quail, "Darling, I'm scared." The big quail pulled the little one into a tight embrace. "My dear, just stay close behind me. I'll protect you." The way these two men were behaving nearly made everyone present sick to their stomachs. Meanwhile, Yi Ching crouched on a small hillside, observing the scene below. "Looks like I'll need to find a spot to pick off some bandits alone and ease the pressure on them. Otherwise, by the time the bandits are cleared, many will have likely dropped back to level 0. Ding! Current number of bandits remaining, 34. As expected, the bandits weren't infinitely respawning. After all, this was a beginner village, there was no way they'd give players an impossible quest. This was essentially a hidden group quest for newcomers. Surviving it would undoubtedly bring great rewards. Of course, failing would mean absolute disaster. A lone bandit wandered about with his blade, searching for prey until Yi Ching leapt right in front of him. The bandit immediately began his standard opening line. "This tree was planted by me, and this mountain belongs to me. If you value your life, leave your money." Before the bandit could finish, Yi Ching snatched his lines right from his mouth. With a swift flick of his dagger, he made it clear: either hand over the goods, or prepare to meet your maker. "What the? Wasn't I supposed to say that?" The bandit was utterly baffled. Meanwhile, Yi Ching activated his steal skill. Steal. Ding! Theft successful. Obtained 1 bandit's underwear. Yi Ching found himself holding a pair of foul-smelling underpants in his grasp. Ugh! What the hell do I need underwear for? Name, bandit underwear. Effect, having gone unwashed for ages, these bandit undergarments have reached lethally noxious levels. Can be used as a throwing weapon, causing 3 seconds of dizziness. What the? It's actually a weapon. Taste my underwear. Yi Ching hurled the bandit's underwear like a throwing weapon. Smack. It landed squarely on the bandit's face. Ugh! The bandit native was overwhelmed by the stench, collapsing to his knees and retching uncontrollably. falling into a dazed stupor. Great chance. Combo slash. Take this. Ding! Combo strikes dealt 79, 99, 87 points of damage. The 3-second stun duration passed quickly. The bandit, having taken damage and now filled with rage, yelled angrily while raising his woodcutting axe to strike Yi Qing. With a sidestep, Yi Qing deftly reached out with one hand. Steal! Ding! Theft successful. Obtained the bandit's woodcutting axe. With a bang, the mountain bandit's firewood chopper vanished from his hand, and his arm struck Yi Qing's shoulder. Taking just over 10 points of damage, Yi Qing proudly brushed off the dust from his clothes. Trash! What the hell? Where's my firewood chopper? The bandit was losing his mind. First his underwear had inexplicably disappeared and was even thrown back to disgust him, and now his chopper had simply vanished right from his grip. Name: Bandit Firewood Chopper. Effect: a bandit's weapon, utterly useless but can be sold to locals for some silver coins. Worth 3 silvers. Hey, this can be sold for money? And quite valuable too, not bad at all. 3 silvers was no small sum in the early game. The weaponless bandit met a miserable end, swiftly hacked and slashed apart by Yi Qing before being summarily sent to meet his maker. Current remaining bandits, 32. Only after the announcement did Yi Qing realize that while he had killed one bandit, the large group of players over there had collectively only managed to eliminate one as well. This comparison made Yi Qing realize just how far ahead of other players he already was. Yi Qing did some calculations. He could eliminate more bandits himself, but decided to leave some for the novice village players to share the experience. If he killed them all, the upcoming battle with the bandit leader would become significantly more difficult. At this moment, on Zhao Linshan's side, he had already reunited with familiar faces from the guild including Shinju and others. These mountain bandits are ridiculously tough to fight, someone complained. Every player is dealing single-digit damage, this feels like a joke. A player named Yu Zhimao checked the system notifications and remarked, Boss Shinju, did you notice? 2 mountain bandits disappeared simultaneously just now, but our main squad only took down one. Xia Holy Miao Miao chimed in immediately. No need to guess or ask if anyone did it. It must be the legendary Yi Qing. Shinju nodded. Indeed, it's that guy. I just contacted him earlier. Everyone disengage from combat for a moment. I'll distribute the equipment to you. Equipment? The Shin family's top enforcer's eyes lit up instantly. After dying several times, he was on the verge of losing all his starter gear. Is it being sold by Yi Qing? Yes, Shinju replied. A cat immediately scurried over. Boss, is there any for me? Exactly right. I splurged on 2 sets, one for you and one for the enforcer. Meanwhile, on Yi Qing's side, after dealing with one bandit, he immediately opened his friend list and searched for Zhao Linshan's ID. Ding ding, bro, you free? Ha, Yi Qing? Zhao Linshan never expected Yi Qing, the top-ranked player on the level leaderboard, would reach out to him first. He had wanted to contact Yi Qing for a long time, but the friend request function on Yi Qing's account had always been disabled. Your command style seems smooth. I figured you must be from a major guild. Yi Qing got straight to the point. Interested in buying some gear? I've got 2 decent sets here. With that, he sent over the stats of the Blackfeather set. Unexpectedly, Zhao Linshan actually hesitated. Yi Qing asked curiously, what's wrong? Don't tell me you're not interested. No, it's just that I don't have the money. Zhao Linshan scratched his head awkwardly. The financial control of our guild is in my elder brother's hands. I'm just the commander. Tell you what, I'll have my brother add you. Looking at your equipment, I'm practically drooling over here. Zhao Linshan then added, bro, next time you've got something good, give me a heads up. If possible, let me buy it privately first. Of course, if it's too pricey, you'd better go to my big bro instead. Not bad, not bad. Yi Qing felt that Zhao Linshan was a pretty straightforward guy, at least for now. He seemed trustworthy. Yi Qing followed the ID sent by Zhao Linshan and added his older brother as a friend. Ding, Longhua has become your friend. Hello there, brother Yi Qing. I've long heard of your esteemed reputation. Longhua spoke with practiced politeness. Yi Qing wasn't particularly moved by such formalities. Zhao Linshan should have sent you the equipment details already. What do you think? Brother Yi Qing truly speaks straight to the point. In that case, I'll drop the formalities too. My friend, I'll take this set of black feather armor. Yi Qing shook his head. Not just one set, there are 2 remaining sets left. Do you need both? Only 2 sets left? You've already sold some? Yi Qing nodded. Yes. Don't tell me you sold them to those 2 quails. My friend bought them. Personally, I can't stand effeminate men. Yi Qing couldn't help but shudder at the mere thought of those little quails. I don't like them either, neither properly masculine nor feminine. Brother, I'll take the remaining 2 sets. Name your price. Longhua was a straightforward man, and besides, he knew Yi Qing was no ordinary person. Building good connections with him would undoubtedly bring benefits. Chapter 16, The Bandit Leader Makes His Entrance. Alright, I won't try to cheat you. The previous 2 sets were sold to Shinju for 15,000 credit points each, same price for you. Yi Qing said this without even blinking. 15,000 per set? That's a bit steep, but the advantage these two sets of equipment will give in the early stages is indeed immeasurable. Fine, I'll take them. Ding, your account has received 30,000 credit points. Unexpectedly, Manhwa was so straightforward, transferring the money immediately. Reliable. I've mailed the equipment to you. Yi Ching directly mailed the equipment to Manhwa. Bro, if you come across any good equipment or skill books in the future, remember to contact me. Yi Ching promised to do better next time before ending the conversation with Manhwa. At this point, the number of bandits had dwindled to 28. Yi Ching opened the level rankings. 1. Yi Ching, level 20. 2. Shinshinju, level 14. 3. Big Quail, level 12. 4. Train Warrior, level 11. 5. There's a cat at level 10. It seems quite a few players have already lost levels, but on the flip side, there are also gamers like Shinshinju who not only survived in such circumstances but even managed to gain experience. Yi Ching began searching for lone bandits. Bandits don't drop valuable loot, but they yield extremely generous experience points. Ding! Bandit slain. Ding! Bandit killed. Yi Ching's efficiency was remarkably high. Every bandit he encountered could be dispatched in just a few minutes. Thanks to his high luck stat, his evasion rate was so boosted that he didn't lose a single drop of blood. Ding! Congratulations, player leveled up. Current level, 21. Reward, 5 free attribute points. To think Yi Ching had already surpassed level 20 before even leaving the beginner's village. The absence of a server-wide announcement likely meant no other players had managed to leave the starting zone and enter the main city yet. Yi Ching was actually feeling a bit impatient. Every first achievement in this game came with incredibly generous rewards, and he certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity to be the pioneer. Ding! Current number of bandits, 3. Only 3 bandits remain. Just take down the final bandit leader, and I can finally leave the starter village. Ding! All bandits have been eliminated. Attention, all players of number 250 beginner village. The enraged bandit leader is about to appear. If the bandit leader is killed, all combatants will gain 1 level, and the player who lands the final strike will receive a special reward. The announcement from Beginner Village 250 was broadcast 3 times consecutively, proving it was extremely important news. Meanwhile, Shinshinju had already distributed all the purchased equipment to her team members. Meow Meow and Fighter, you each get 1 set of black feather equipment. We must take down this boss later. And Mew Mew, this healing staff is for you. I'll take this 2-handed sword for myself. Peek, here are 3 pieces of cloth armor for you. Seeing the equipment Shinshinju handed over, everyone was stunned. What kind of ability does this Yi Ching have? Fine quality equipment, and a complete set at that, plus rare grade gear. Good heavens! Yujima was utterly convinced by Yi Ching. Not only was this mysterious guy leveling up rapidly, but every piece of equipment he obtained was top tier. Hell yeah, I'm gonna latch onto his leg and never let go. Shinshinju promptly kicked Yujimao. Enough chatter, hurry up and gear up. The boss is coming. Outside the newbie village, dust swirled as a towering 7-meter tall monster strode toward newbie village number 250, wielding a massive saber. Each thundering step sent violent tremors through the ground. The half-body length saber scraped against the ground, actually producing sizzling sparks. So huge. The fierce visage of the bandit chieftain sent chills down the spines of every player present. How are we supposed to fight this kind of monster? Can we even win? Just as the players were hesitating, the NPCs of the beginner village couldn't sit still anymore. The village chief swung his slipper and shouted, "Fellow villagers, the bandit leader is here. Grab your weapons and defend our home. Charge! Charge your sister!" More than a dozen players rushed forward and forcibly held back these crazy NPCs. If players died, at worst they'd respawn or lose a level, their stats would recover. But if these NPCs died, the permanent stat penalties players suffered from mission failure would stick with them for life. Moreover, this Shinyu world allowed only 1 account per player, no creating secondary accounts, let alone buying or selling them. As the temporary commander, Zhao Linshan immediately directed lower-level players and support players to push back the troublesome locals. Meanwhile, all other players had to prepare for battle. This fight wasn't about personal glory, it concerned the future of every player in beginner village number 250. Yi Ching watched quietly from afar. Zhao Linshan truly had a talent for leadership, but what if troublemakers arose? Sure enough, the little quail now nestled in the big quail's embrace. "Sweetheart, what should we do?" This time Zhao Linshan seized the command position first and swayed quite a few minds. Big quail pinched little quail's cheek. "Darling, don't worry about it. That boss looks ridiculously strong. No way it'll be easy to take down. Let them be the cannon fodder first while our people just go through the motions. We'll save our skills for the final blow." "Ah, dear, you're still the smartest one." Yi Ching watched the 2 quails act as if no one else was around, feeling his stomach churn in disgust. How could people like this still have followers and even create a guild? They're truly betting their lives for money. Shinshinju had already begun making combat arrangements. The 2 tank warriors, Desho and Yujimao, would take turns holding aggro against the boss, while Shan Feng, the mage, had learned Ice Arrow, a skill Yi Qing had previously sold to Shinju. Shin instructed Shan Feng to carefully time the cooldown of Ice Arrow to prevent sneaky guilds like GK and others from stealing the boss. Meanwhile, Yi Qing leisurely leapt onto a large tree near the beginner's village. Next, I'll just wait for them to whittle down the bandit leader's HP first. Those ruthless guilds are bound to stir up trouble in the shadows. Showing up too early might just set me up for an ambush. The bandit leader had already strode up to the entrance of the beginner's village. With a single flourish of his long blade, he slammed it down, boom, sending a towering plume of dust into the air. Foolish adventurers, how dare you invade our mountain stronghold and kill my men? I'll see you all dead. Zhao Linshan saw the bandit leader was about to attack and shouted, "Brothers, charge! Use your skills now!" At his command, the eager players surged forward like wild stallions unleashed. Melee fighters madly rushed the bandit leader, swords, spears, hammers and axes clanging against his armor in a cacophony, while ranged attackers unleashed their entire repertoire of skills without restraint. Every ordinary player brimmed with exhilaration. Isn't this exactly the kind of excitement gaming is all about? 100-player battles, 1,000-player battles, now that's real excitement. Chapter 17, Gang Battle Against the Bandit Leader. Name, Bandit Leader. Quality, Quasi-Exceptional. Level, 22. Physical Attack, 368. Magic Attack, 14. Physical Defense, 121. Magic Defense, 78. Skill 1, Mountain Cleaver, swing the long blade forward with earth-splitting force, dealing 200% physical damage. Skill 2, Roar, unleash a deafening roar that instantly stuns all creatures within a 20-yard radius. Skill 3, Frenzy, when HP drops below 10%, enters a frenzied state, attacking while ignoring all defenses and increasing attack speed by 100%. Seeing the boss's attributes from afar, Yi Qing couldn't help but gasp in shock. A boss of this level facing current novice village players would likely result in numerous casualties. Just as Yi Qing predicted, the bandit leader's longsword claimed one player's life with every swing, and its attack frequency was terrifyingly fast. Basic attacks came at intervals of less than 2 seconds. Fortunately, perhaps fearing the difficulty might be too high for players, the system set the boss's basic attacks as single target strikes, preventing scenarios where a single slash would wipe out the entire party. This boss's health pool is ridiculous. Most players only deal single-digit damage, and many just chip away with the mandatory 1-point minimum damage, Zhao Linshan shouted while dodging the boss's attacks. Manhwa swung his sword and swiftly retreated, saying, "But killing this boss is the only way out of the village. We have to take it down even if everyone gets knocked back to level 0. We'll grind him down 1 point at a time." Alright, no more talking, brothers, pour on the damage. Skyblade, Heaven's Tao, stay low and watch your backs against Quail and Artisan's crew. The little quail asked the big quail, "Darling, can we go in now?" "No, wait a bit longer. Let's give it our all when the boss drops to 5% health. For now, just pretend to attack nearby." Though many players had fallen, the boss's health was steadily decreasing, credit to the well-organized teams that coordinated their attacks and retreats to minimize casualties. Their superior gear ensured high damage output. A certain cat tank was nearly spitting blood. As the frontline warrior holding the boss's aggro, he was fighting for dear life only to find healers ignoring him, instead whacking the boss with their staves for measly 1-point damage ticks. Holy shit, healers heal people. Knock knock knock, knock your sister's ass. Little Fox Meow Meow was dutifully spamming heals on Yu Jimao, but even after switching to the excellent healing staff dropped by Yi Qing, her healing output remained pitifully low. Shinju, Shan Feng, and 2 other DPS from their team were unleashing non-stop attacks. Meanwhile, looking at the Mingjiang group easily identified by the Mingjiang prefix on all dozen-plus players' names, their strategy involved attacking the boss once before retreating, repeatedly hit and running. Their playstyle mirrored that of the 2 Quails team, essentially just loafing around. Yi Qing even noticed several particularly disgusting Mingjiang players who shamelessly looted equipment dropped by deceased players, stuffing the items into their own backpacks. It looks like the most formidable teams in number 250 Newbie Village are the Master Craftsman team, the Quail team, Shinju's team, and Longhwa's team. These are probably the most capable ones, the rest are mostly second or third tier teams at best. Yi Qing had long since left the big tree, blending into the crowd with his bandit mask on. Every now and then, he'd land a couple of strikes on the boss, dealing near 100 damage points. Fortunately, the sheer number of players ensured the flood of damage values masked his high output, keeping him unnoticed. The boss is about to enrage, someone suddenly shouted. All eyes simultaneously shifted from the boss's legs to his face. "Adventurers, you've angered me." The bandit leader abruptly swung his long blade in a horizontal slash, instantly bisecting dozens of players. Amid their screams, dozens of white flashes rose into the air. A one-hit massacre, and an area attack at that. The boss has entered in rage mode. Its normal attacks will now become area of effect strikes. Everyone dodge immediately. The boss has a 1 to 2 second cooldown between attacks. Use this window to reposition and improve survivability, Zhao Linshan commanded. But some players questioned in disbelief, 1 second cooldown? Isn't it slash insta-kill a group, then immediately another slash? Such questions left Zhao Linshan utterly speechless. The difference between professional players and ordinary low-level players is indeed substantial. For pros, the attack intervals of a boss are crucial, while to regular players, the boss appears to have no pause between attacks, relentlessly swinging its greatsword. Shin Shinju sent a private message to the Shin family's top enforcer. Enforcer, have you recovered yet? Already at full strength. Perfect. Those two quails and the Master Craftsman Guild are about to make their move. The moment they charge, use the knockback skill to stun the little quail, then focus all firepower on the big one. I'll have Mountain Hornet concentrate on attacking the Master Craftsman members. Longhua was currently making secret arrangements. Tian Dao, be ready. Don't hold back when the craftsmen approach, just attack immediately. Got it, boss. As the boss's health continued to dwindle, the various teams present began to scheme secretly, a hidden undercurrent of tension rising. When the boss's HP rapidly dropped to 5%, Big Quail was the first to lose patience, shouting loudly, "Brothers, charge! Attack at full power, kill anyone who dares claim the boss. Take down this boss, and each of you gets 10 grand. Quail's underlings shouted about how mighty their boss was, then went wild attacking the boss like madmen, even killing ordinary wounded players who got in their way without hesitation. When the boss's health dropped to just 2%, not only the team but also many lone wolves who had been watching rushed in, all hoping to grab the prize. Kill it! Steal the boss! Charge! Ha ha ha! Zhao Linshan couldn't contain his anger. Damn it! These guys were all slacking off earlier, and now that the boss is almost dead, they're all trying to snatch the loot. At this moment, there were even more players gathered around the boss's feet than when the fight had started. Even level 0 players were desperately attacking the boss, hoping that luck would grant them the killing blow with just their mandatory 1-point damage and earn them the boss kill reward. Yi Qing had stealthily positioned himself behind the boss's heel and was now unleashing his full arsenal from an incredibly tricky angle while furiously calculating the boss's remaining health in his mind. Now's the time. Chain slash. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the bandit leader. Ding. Reputation plus 2000 inch. Ding. Congratulations, player level increased, current level 22. Ding. Congratulations, player for defeating the bandit leader, gained 500 favorability points from all villagers in the starter village. Players were all asking each other who had killed the boss. Holy crap, mega loot, one player shouted at the sight of the sprawling drops on the ground, immediately regretting his outburst. Ding. Obtained a dagger, a single-handed sword, a leather armor top, a ring, a scroll, and 4 gold coins. Chapter 18 The Ultimate Winner. At the last moment, Yi Qing calculated the boss's HP accurately. A high-damage combo strike instantly eliminated the boss, and before anyone could react, he scooped up numerous items and immediately activated Shadow Walk to make his escape. Damn, this cloth armor is low-grade? Zhao Linshan picked up a piece of cloth armor in exasperation, nearly spitting blood. The luckiest player probably just picked up a pair of fine-quality pants. A cat looked helplessly at Shin Shinju, only to find him actually smiling. Boss, don't tell me you killed that boss? I wish I did, but no such luck. Alright, time to go back and prepare the money, Shin Shinju said, glancing at the level rankings. Ha, why do we need to prepare money? Yu Mao hadn't caught on yet. Little Fox Meow Meow said, don't be dense, check the level rankings. Yu Mao opened the level rankings. Holy crap, level 22, Yi Chang. He's the one who killed the boss. This is like taking the enemy general's head amidst 10,000 troops without anyone knowing, Mountain Bee exclaimed in awe. Yi Qing didn't leave at this moment. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the single-handed weapon in Big Quail's grasp. Yi Qing had originally intended to leave, but when his peripheral vision caught the weapon in Big Quail's hand, he quietly edged closer. Steal. Ding. Theft successful. Obtained a one-handed sword, a scroll, and 5 gold coins. Big Quail was fuming over missing both the boss and the equipment drop, when suddenly his hand felt light. Lifting his arm, he discovered the one-handed sword in his grip had vanished. Damn it, where's my one-handed sword? Big Quail's underling hastily replied, Boss, weren't you just holding it a moment ago? This question only further enraged the Big Quail, who slapped his subordinate across the face with a resounding smack. Do you think I don't fucking know I had it? If I knew how the sword disappeared, why the hell would I be asking? That was a fucking fine-quality one-handed sword. Yi Qing glanced at the one-handed sword in his backpack and scoffed disdainfully, TCH, cheapskate. I thought it was something rare. Turns out it's just an epic tier trash. Whatever, I'll sell it to Shin Shinju and his crew later. Yi Qing calmly made his way back to the beginner village alone. The moment he stepped into the village, the local NPCs immediately swarmed around him. The village chief clutched Yi Qing's hand, trembling with emotion, and said, Thank you, brave warrior, you have saved us all. You will forever be a friend of Beginners Village 250. Ding! Player Yi Ching has received a warm welcome from Beginner Village 250, granting him a 50% discount on all purchases within the village, along with a chance to receive complimentary gifts from the villagers. Warrior, this is a small token of my gratitude. You must accept it. Ding! Player Yi Ching has earned the village chief's favor. Ding! Obtained a scroll. This is what I should do, village chief. Since the village chief had given Yi Ching a gift, Yi Ching naturally responded with politeness, putting on the appearance of a well-behaved young man. If the village chief knew that this disaster was brought about by this very guy before him, he'd probably take off his shoes again and wage war against the boss. Brave warrior, I see you've reached the level where you can use the teleportation array. Would you like to enter the main city now? The moment has finally arrived. Yes, village chief, I can't wait to enter the main city and begin new adventures. The village chief stroked his beard and said with a smile, normally, the teleportation array's closed period hasn't arrived yet, but as a token of my gratitude, I can send you there early, brave warrior. With that, the village chief led Yi Ching through envious gazes of other players to the very center of the square. So that guy is Yi Ching. Yi Ching had removed the bandit's mask not long ago. He was the only one who could teleport away now. Keeping the mask on would only reveal that he possessed a face-concealing item. Great God, take me with you. God Yi Ching, I want to have your babies. One by one, players finally got to see Yi Ching, the top-ranked god on the level leaderboard. To say they weren't envious would be a lie. But not all players were fond of Yi Ching. Big Quail jumped out and roared, "Hey, Yi, hand over the boss loot." Little Quail chimed in, "Yeah, we all fought the boss together, why should you take all the spoils?" One after another, Song Chun's lackeys in the faction of Ming Jiang echoed the demand for Yi Ching to hand over his equipment, all while insisting on an apology. Where there are troublemakers, ordinary players are bound to be incited. Yeah, I died 5 times. Total loss. Even though they compensated me with 1 level in the end, it's still a massive loss. Yi Ching, you owe us compensation. Yeah, Yi Ching, you got so many benefits, you should at least compensate us with some gold coins. Soon, many players in the beginner village gathered around, all demanding compensation from Yi Ching. Even many non-combat lifeskill players, who hadn't participated in the fight, began shouting for compensation. Shin Shinju sent Yi Ching a private message, "Yi Ching, do you need any help?" Damn, you startled me suddenly whispering like that. Don't worry, it's a small matter, I can handle it myself. If you're feeling generous, just have your guildmates chime in with a few words. I'll send you some equipment later. Yi Ching wasn't the least bit angry at these opportunistic players. After ending the private chat, Yi Ching cleared his throat. 2 quails, even famous craftsman, you've got to have some conscience. I just got lucky with a critical hit and picked up the last hit on the boss. Back then, the area around the boss was packed with your people. You were all after the boss's loot, how could I possibly snatch it from so many of you? At most, I barely managed to grab one superior quality one-handed sword. Yi Ching publicly displayed the attributes of the one-handed sword he had swiped from Big Quail. That brother who lost 5 levels, since I only grabbed this one piece of equipment, and I won't need it anyway as I'm planning to be an assassin, I'll just give it to you. With great generosity, Yi Ching tossed the one-handed sword to the player who had mentioned losing 5 levels. Ha, you're giving it to me? Thank you. Great God Yi Ching. The player was stunned by Yi Ching's sudden gesture. He had just been shouting casually, never expecting Yi Ching would actually gift him the looted equipment. In that instant, Yi Ching's godlike status became firmly rooted in his heart. Now that's how a true gaming deity behaves. Yi Ching continued, I'm a very honest person. I gained the boss experience, I benefited from it, and to repay everyone, I just discussed with the village chief to give all players in beginner village number 250 a 20% discount as a special offer. Really? 20% off? That'll save me a fortune on potions and gear repairs. My sword! Big Quail instantly recognized it as his own one-handed blade when Yi Ching displayed its stats. Never did he imagine that Yi Ching was the one who had stolen it. Yi Ching inwardly chuckled when he heard Big Quail's reflexive outburst, thinking, this fool really would shout something like that. Then he raised his voice and pointed at Big Quail, saying, have you no shame? I picked up this sword right at the boss's feet, just this one piece I'm giving to this brother here, and you still want to snatch it? Why don't you claim the entire beginner village as yours while you're at it? Weren't you and your group the ones looting at the boss's feet back then? I saw you pick up plenty of equipment and gold coins. You've taken so much, and now you'd even try to steal this single excellent grade one-handed sword? Have you no decency? Chapter 19, Hunting Down Train Man. Yi Ching spoke with such righteous indignation that everyone present was moved, and all eyes turned to Big Quail. What? What do you mean I looted it? Big Quail wasn't stupid, he realized Yi Ching was trying to shift the blame onto him. Wasn't it you? You were the closest to the boss at the time, and your team killed many low-health players just to steal equipment. Your people even secretly picked up gear from dead players, don't think I didn't see it. If not for my luck, you would have stolen the boss's experience too. Yi Ching continued, pointing at Big Quail. Big Quail's face turned red with fury. He had never seen someone so shameless in his life. Seeing that the moment was right, Yi Qing raised 3 fingers to the sky and declared, "I, Yi Qing, swear on this, if I took any of the equipment, then this teleportation array will fail to activate, and all players from number 250 starter village will be barred from entering the main city." Yi Qing thought to himself, asterisk, no worries anyway, the village chief can open the teleportation array. What's there to fear, asterisk. The players present were all shocked. That's one hell of a vicious oath, and we can't help but believe it. Once Yi Qing said this, all the players present began pointing fingers at the Quail team. Especially those who had been killed by the Quail team, they shouted even louder. If this weren't a safe zone, they probably would have thrown hands already. A cat also jumped out, chimed in, exactly. I was holding the line against the boss just now, and I didn't utter a single complaint. Yet you purposely targeted Yi Qing. Aren't you just salty that he's about to be the first to reach the main city? Little Fox Meow Meow chimed in, Yi Qing was the first from our village to enter the main city, bringing fame to our village, and yet you're trying to stop him? What are your real motives? Hand over all the equipment you picked up. Yi Qing was deeply moved as he looked at the crowd. Ah, you're all such good people for helping me like this. Ding ding, a private message arrived from Shinju. So, my buddies helped you out. Remember to sell me any good gear you find, and don't forget the discount. The message ended abruptly. Yi Qing's previous moment of tenderness vanished instantly, so they were just after my gear. Truly, women and petty men are the hardest to deal with. The Quail team, now collectively attacked, flushed red with humiliation. Little Quail shoved through the crowd, pointing at Yi Qing and shouting, Yi Qing, fight me like a real man if you dare. Yi Qing glanced at Little Quail and scoffed, You, a real man? Aren't your parents terrified seeing what a sissy you've become? Yi Qing, how dare you bully my sweetheart? You're looking for death. Big Quail saw Little Quail being bullied, her face all tear-stricken, and immediately stepped forward to glare at Yi Qing. Yi Qing, I've long heard of your reputation. I've been wanting to fight you for a while. A young player walked forward, the name Train Hero floating above his head. Train Hero, ranked 4th on the level leaderboard? Yi Qing, dare to fight me? Train Hero asked with a laugh. Oh, I don't dare. Then let's. What? You don't dare? As the top-ranked player on the level chart, you actually have the nerve to say such shameless words? Train Hero nearly choked on his own saliva, never expecting Yi Qing to break the script so completely. Yi Qing shrugged helplessly. No choice, it's mainly a waste of time. Though it'd only take seconds to finish you off, I still think it's a waste. And for someone ranked on the level chart, your judgment is pretty poor, chasing after these 2 quails like this. I can only give you 3 words. What word? 666. Yi Qing's relentless taunting shattered Train Hero's initially calm demeanor. With a resounding clang, a crimson flag plunged into the ground. Cut the crap, Yi Qing. If you're a real man, fight me one-on-one. Train Warrior must have been truly desperate. He actually initiated a level drop arena match where the loser, just like in the wild, would directly lose 1 level. Ugh. What a hassle, Yi Qing sighed. He hated troublesome situations, yet trouble always seemed to seek him out. The surrounding players began chatting eagerly. It's a top-tier player from the level rankings, let's learn their techniques. You wouldn't learn a damn thing watching experts fight. You're just here for the spectacle. A cat in the team channel asked, Boss, can Yi Qing take down this Train Warrior? This Train Warrior used to be a pro player, but his temper was too volatile, so his team kicked him out. Now he's a professional solo gamer with loads of combat experience, Shinju explained. Doesn't that make Yi Qing's situation pretty dangerous then? Little Fox Meow Meow said, looking at Yi Qing's reaction, I guess Train Hero is done for. But boss, how do you know these details so clearly? Do you know anything about Yi Qing's situation? Shinju shook her head. I've had someone investigate all the players on the level ranking list. As for Yi Qing, I didn't look into him. Why not? Shinju shook her head again, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Without answering further, she turned her full attention to the arena. Yi Qing and Train Man stood facing each other, with Train Man also having opted for the combat talent. Humph. What does being first on the level rankings matter? Without combat experience, you're still trash. Watch me annihilate you. Train Man brimmed with confidence as he flourished his single-edged sword. Thrust, a charge skill from the combat talent tree. Yi Qing watched the sword thrust coming his way. With effortless grace, he slid his foot back in a subtle retreat, his right leg giving a slight spring. Ding! Evasion attribute triggered, damage nullified. Moonlight Slash. With a flick of his dagger, a luminous arc of energy engulfed the already confined dueling platform. Ding! Moonlight Slash deals 83 damage. The staggering damage left everyone in shock. Other players were likely dealing around 20 damage at most right now, yet Yi Qing casually unleashed a skill dealing over 80. Train Man had no chance to dodge and took the Moonlight Slash head-on before activating his thrust skill again. Yi Qing still shifted just slightly to trigger his evasion attribute, avoiding all damage completely. Instead, it was Train Hero who ended up close to Yi Qing due to his thrust skill, only to be counterattacked by Yi Qing, who plunged 2 daggers into his spine. Screams of pain echoed. No way! Thrust is a lock-on skill, how could you possibly dodge it? Train Hero, with barely a sliver of health left, leaped out of Yi Qing's attack range, his face twisted in disbelief. Yi Qing hadn't even intended to attack him and waved his hand dismissively, appearing almost annoyed. Your attack is full of openings, isn't dodging it just common sense? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Thrust. Train Man refused to believe it, focusing all his attention as he lunged at Yi Qing with a piercing strike. A faint smile tugged at Yi Qing's lips. He had dodged the same skill twice before. Why would the third time be any different? Asterisk ding. Evasion attribute triggered, damage immunity, asterisk. Holy shit. This time, every player saw it clearly. Yi Qing had actually tilted his body with microscopic precision, letting Train Man's weapon graze past him. The calculation behind that split-second evasion had to be flawless. Alright, no more wasting time, young man. Farewell, amen. Ding. Critical hit triggered, dealing 167 damage. Ding. Train Warrior has died. Ding. Player Yi Qing wins. Train Warrior's level decreased by 1. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Qing for becoming the champion of the downgrade arena. Reward, 10 points of wisdom. Chapter 20, Entering the Main City. Whoa, there's a reward for being the first too, though it's just the wisdom attribute. Still pretty nice, Yi Qing thought to himself. It was nothing short of a massacre, only, ironically, the person who had been the loudest ended up as the one being slaughtered. Yi Qing's staggering 167 critical hit count made everyone present gasp in shock. Yi Qing's attack power far surpassed that of ordinary players, his basic strikes matched other players' skill-enhanced attacks. Manhwa watched Yi Qing's combat performance and patted Zhao Linshan's shoulder. Shashan, you've done well this time. Making acquaintance with such a high-caliber player is indeed a major achievement. Since Quail and Master Craftsman are clearly hostile toward Yi Qing, we might as well ride this current, offering him assistance when needed. This Yi Qing will undoubtedly repay us appropriately. Zhao Linshan nodded in agreement. To the untrained eye, other players only saw Yi Qing's staggeringly high attack stats and his overwhelming gear advantage. But what Zhao Linshan and his group witnessed was Yi Qing's miraculously skillful maneuvers. One must understand that in-game skills are divided into target-locked and non-target-locked types. Typically, target-locked skills can only be negated through direct immunity. It's fundamentally impossible to evade them through movement alone. Yet Yi Qing managed to dodge them through precise adjustments. This essentially meant he used personal skill to break through the systemic limitations coded into the game. This wasn't an ability that could be casually mastered through practice. Of course, Zhao Linshan and the others had no idea that Yi Qing had a full 100% luck bonus, and had maximized his evasion attribute to the extreme. Ignoring the others' bewilderment, Yi Qing was just glad the matter was resolved and focused on entering the main city as quickly as possible to claim the first arrival reward. If some other newbie village player snatched it, he'd really be sick to his stomach. Village Chief, can we activate the teleportation array now? The village chief waved his cane, happy to oblige. Yi Qing stood within the teleportation array, raising a fist salute to the crowd in newbie village number 250. Brothers, I'll take the first step. Meet you in the main city. It had the vibe of a general heading toward the battlefield. It truly struck a chord. Many players in the vicinity were visibly moved, returning the fist salute and calling out, "Brother, take care." With a flash of light, Yi Qing vanished from newbie village number 250, leaving with such a sentimental farewell. This guy is truly something else, Shen Xinju said with a chuckle. When Yi Qing opened his eyes again, an unfamiliar place came into view. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for being the first to enter the main city, unlocking Scarlet Zone's first main city, Breeze City. All players in Scarlet Zone gain 1 level. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for being the first to enter the main city, unlocking Scarlet Zone's first main city, Breeze City. All players in Scarlet Zone gain 1 level. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for being the first to enter the main city, unlocking Crimson Zone's first main city, Breeze City. All players in the Crimson Zone have gained 1 level. The 3 server-wide announcements sent the entire Crimson Zone into a frenzy. The reward of gaining 1 level was simply enormous, especially for those players on the brink of life and death, leveling up just in time, fully restoring their HP and MP. It couldn't get any better. Yi Qing glanced at the sky and mused, now it's time for my personal reward. Ding! Congratulations on being the first player to enter the main city. Rewards, 20 free attribute points, plus 10,000 reputation. Ding! As the first player to enter the main city, all purchases in the main city will receive a 10% discount. Ding! Due to the recommendation from Village Chief number 250, player Yi Qing receives a 30% discount on all purchases in the main city, along with plus 100 friendliness points from all NPCs in Breeze City. Yi Qing burst into laughter. As expected, every first in this game would come with rewards, big or small. Yi Qing opened the system rankings. Upon reaching the main city, he could now view the rankings for the entire Crimson Zone. Level leaderboard: 1. Yi Qing LV 22. 2. Dragon Dance LV 19. 3. Green Plum Simmered Wine LV19. 4. Master Craftsmanly by LV18. 5. Dragon Crest LV18. 6. Sis Just Dominates LV17. 7. Teletubbies LV17. 8. Snowskin Buns LV15. 9. Shinshinju level 15. 10. Master Craftsman Will Kill You level 15. Equipment rankings: 1. Night Owl Dagger, Epic. 2. Ring of Gluttony. As expected, the Crimson District harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Seeing the rankings from the novice village really puts me at the bottom now that I've arrived in the main city. Upon reaching the main city, Yi Qing's first task was to locate the talent administrator. Knowing that every first place achievement came with generous rewards, he wasn't about to waste the opportunity. Just now, all players had received level up rewards, but Yi Qing realized he hadn't gotten his. This inadvertently gave the second-ranked player a chance to catch up to him. Yi Qing found the talent administrator. Elder, I've come to confirm my talent. The talent administrator can help you unlock talents, but won't provide skills directly. In this Shinyu world, all skills cannot be learned outright. They can only be obtained through skill books, special quests, or gifts from particular NPCs. Child, you've already awakened one talent. Now you may awaken 2 more. Please choose freely. The talent administrator was an elderly NPC with white hair and beard, radiating a kindly demeanor. The remaining talents were life, wild, elemental, assassination, chanting, death, illusion, iron wall, and willpower. 9 options in total. Yi Qing needed to select 2. Having long decided to pursue the assassin path, Yi Qing immediately chose assassination. As for the third talent, life and chanting is more suitable for healers. Chanting is a music-based skill, falling under the support category. Since Yi Qing is playing an assassin, there's no way he'd play instruments or sing, both would reveal his presence, so it's definitely out of the question. Though life is better suited for healers, the ability to heal oneself makes it a decent talent nonetheless. Wildness is an archery talent, element is a mage-themed talent, and death illusion also falls under mage talents. Since Yi Qing has a dagger equipped, they'd be of little use. As for Iron Arm, it's a tank talent for shield bearers, so also useless. Though willpower adds a bit of mobility, Yi Qing still can't quite let go of the life talent. Child, have you decided? Once the 3 major talents are chosen, they cannot be changed. Yi Qing hesitated for a long while before deciding. My choice is made. The third talent shall grant me life. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for choosing the third talent, life. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for becoming the first player to select a profession. Ding! As the first player to select a profession, you are specially rewarded with a random skill book from your chosen talent. Ding! Congratulations, player Yi Qing, your selected talent has been determined. Profession, Fate Thief. The profession rankings also updated after Yi Qing completed his class selection, with Destiny Thief Yi Qing prominently occupying the top spot. Open the gifted skill book. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the life skill book Vitality. Name, Vitality. MP consumption, 40 points. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Effect, applies a continuous recovery effect to yourself or an ally, restoring 80 HP over 10 seconds. I never expected it to be a healer skill. From now on, I can save on health potions when fighting monsters, though the mana consumption will increase accordingly. In future equipment choices, I'll need to prioritize items that boost healing power. Chapter 21, Yi Qing Goes to Prison. The character attributes don't display numerical values for physical attack, magic attack, or healing power. Players mostly estimate these during combat. This creates a gap between elite and casual players. Top players can quickly and precisely calculate their stats, while casual players just go all out without worrying too much. Having chosen his class, Yi Qing was ready to continue leveling up. The main city currently had no other players yet, and every NPC had a golden exclamation mark hovering above their heads, clearly indicating available quests. Most quests were just ordinary repeatable ones that anyone could pick up and complete. What Yi Qing needed was to find those hidden quests. However, hidden quests aren't exactly easy to come by. After wandering around for a long time and only finding repetitive ordinary quests, Yi Qing considered whether he should just accept a basic mission to gain some levels first. To think that the long-dormant charm stat had actually taken effect again. A cloaked native approached Yi Qing. The cloak was so thick that Yi Qing couldn't make out the figure's features at all. Even the name displayed above their heads simply read, Mysterious Stranger. Could this be a special quest? Sure enough, before Yi Qing could even ask, the mysterious figure spoke first. Adventurer, would you be willing to help me with a small task? He then added, if you complete it, this treasure will be yours. They're offering the reward before even announcing the quest? Item name, Thieving Pill. Effect, after consumption, increases theft success rate by 50%. At the sight of the theft pill, Yi Qing immediately decided this quest absolutely must be accepted. Ding! Mysterious figure has issued a quest. Will you accept this mysterious mission? Accept. Without a second thought, Yi Ching accepted it immediately. Ding! Accepted the mysterious quest from the mysterious stranger. This quest is forcibly bound upon acceptance and cannot be abandoned. When Yi Ching turned around to ask the mysterious stranger about the quest details, the stranger had unexpectedly vanished. What's going on? No quest instructions? How am I supposed to complete this? At least he'd obtained the stealing pill. Yi Ching immediately consumed it, noticing a plus 50% modifier now appearing beside his stealing skill. No sooner had he swallowed the pill than a squad of guards appeared beside Yi Ching. That's him. Take him away. Could this be the start of the quest's procedural phase? Shortly afterward, Yi Ching was promptly escorted to the underground prison beneath the city lord's mansion. Yi Ching was thrown into prison, without the slightest warning. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Ching for being the first to be imprisoned, earning the title Prison Pioneer. Name, title * Prison Pioneer. Effect, when equipped, reduces the infamy points gained from killing players in the wild. Yi Ching was utterly speechless. Was this quest just forcing him to serve a prison sentence? Ding! Mysterious quest completed. What a damn scam this is. Oh, after so long, someone's finally come to keep me company. A mocking voice from the corner of the prison cell startled Yi Ching. Holy crap! You scared the hell out of me. There's actually a native here? Yi Ching moved closer and saw a ragged man chained by several shackles against the wall. Kid, what did you do to get locked up? The native actually asked Yi Ching out of curiosity. Yi Ching sat down casually. Some guy gave me a quest, and next thing I knew, I got arrested. Seeing that it was one of the native NPCs, Yi Ching didn't think much of it and answered directly. Could it be her? Oh well, the kid's fine anyway. He'll be out after 24 hours in detention. The local actually had a gourd in hand, took a swig of what might have been either liquor or water, and smacked his lips a few times. Hearing it would take 24 hours, Yi Ching immediately lost his composure. In 24 hours, won't those leaderboard players enter the main city? What advantage would he have left then? Young man, don't be so impatient. Stay calm. Look at me, I've been locked up for over 20 years, and I'm still perfectly serene, the native said with a laugh. Over 20 years? May I ask what crime landed you here, old master? Oh, nothing much. Just stole the city lord's sword from the manor and sold it for some drinking money. The city lord's sword? Oh, it's just the ceremonial sword carried by successive city lords. Anyway, it seems to symbolize the city lord's authority or something. From what I see, it looks quite valuable, the native resident said with utter indifference. Getting only 20 years of imprisonment is indeed getting off lightly. You're really lucky they didn't just execute you, Yi Ching couldn't help but remark with a sigh. Old-timer, is there any way to get out early? Even though Yi Ching knew it was unlikely, he still couldn't resist asking. Leaving isn't entirely impossible. Since you're an adventurer, I'll just issue you a quest. After the NPC finished speaking, a golden exclamation mark miraculously appeared above his head. Holy shit! A unique quest, so the follow-up mission was with him all along. Here's the plan, play dead for a bit. I'll call the guards over, and then... The NPC suddenly trailed off mid-sentence. You'll find out soon enough. When the quest is done, I'll give you a skill book. A skill book? Come on, let me see it first. I'm not taking any trash. Yi Ching's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Name, skill book * stealth. Cost, 10 MP. Effect, enter stealth state with uninterrupted movement speed. Stealth breaks when receiving or initiating attacks, followed by a 50-second cooldown. This was actually an advanced stealth skill. Yi Ching knew even decent stealth skills would reduce movement speed. Assassins inherently move swiftly, maintaining full speed while stealth would be outright broken, so limitations always existed. Yet this skill preserved full movement speed. Ding! The thief Arnos has issued a unique quest. Quest details unknown. First step, cooperate with Thief Arnos to play dead. Reward, advanced assassination skill book invisibility. Will you accept? Accept. Of course I accept. Only a fool would refuse. As soon as Yi Ching accepted the quest, he immediately lay down on the spot and held his breath while waiting for the guards to arrive. Fortunately, this was a game swimming mode could be activated, allowing him to hold his breath for nearly 10 minutes. The thief Anos, seeing Yi Ching so dedicated to his role, immediately shouted, "Help! Someone help! This adventurer just dropped dead." The guards heard the commotion and rushed over at once. What's going on? He fainted? He was bursting with energy when we brought him in just now. Seeing Yi Ching's pale face lying motionless on the floor, the guards immediately opened the cell door to check on him. He's not breathing? Oh shit, something's wrong. Go get the captain, quick. Several guards shut the cell door and left to summon the guard captain. Alright, you can get up now. Ding! Cooperation mission with Thief Arnos completed. Ding! Obtained advanced assassination skill book, invisibility. Got an advanced skill book this easily? Yi Ching hadn't even processed it yet, but since it was already in his hands, he immediately slapped the skill book to learn it without hesitation. Let's go, time to make our escape. Run away? How do we get out? Yi Ching asked. Look, the Thief Arnos actually pulled out a set of keys. Holy shit, So all this time you were just waiting for them to come so you could steal the keys? Wait, no, this is the cell door key. What about these chains? Yi Qing glanced at the chains binding Arno's limbs. Oh, these? I unlocked them ages ago. Got bored and decided to improve them a bit before putting them back on. Here, watch. Like a magician, Arno's effortlessly freed all 4 limbs before Yi Qing could even blink, standing before him completely unchained. What the hell is this? That's even possible? Hurry up, let's go. Leave immediately before they come back. Ding! Mission Thief Arno's updated. Escape prison alongside Thief Arno's. Reward, 3 agility attribute points. I never expected a mission to outright reward attribute points like this. This shows that this unique quest is still relatively high level. Chapter 22, The Thief Annuos. The Thief Annuos opened the cell door and stealthily slipped out together with Yi Qing. Kid, activate stealth. There are guards ahead, your stealth level is too low and you'll get spotted easily. Stick close to me, said the Thief Annuos. Oh, both of them entered stealth simultaneously. Just as the rogue Anos was about to leave, Yi Qing whispered, "Wait, old rogue. I can't see you when you're stealthed, how am I supposed to follow you? Damn it, keep your voice down, just grab my clothes and follow behind me." Oh, Yi Qing obediently clung to Anos's clothes, pressing close to the wall as they moved. The nearby guards stood rigidly at attention. Suddenly, one of the guards glanced in Yi Qing's direction. Why do I keep feeling someone's over there?" remarked the guard who sensed something amiss. A guard beside him patted his shoulder. "Buddy, are you too exhausted? You should rest when you need to. How could anyone just casually waltz into the city lord's manor?" The guard scratched his head. "You're right. With such tight security here, there's no way anyone could have gotten in." Ding! Assisted the Thief Annuos in escaping prison, mission accomplished. Ding! Mission complete, obtained 3 agility attribute points. Yi Qing and the Thief Anos had now reached the backyard of the city lord's mansion. There were no guards around, so the two of them relaxed. "Old thief, where do we go from here?" "Go, just climb straight over that wall to get out. But I'm not planning to leave yet. I want to look around a bit." "What? You're still not leaving?" Yi Qing was astonished. Unable to see Anos' expression, Yi Qing had no idea what he looked like at that moment. All he heard was Anos say, "Keeping me locked up for over 20 years, walking away empty-handed just isn't my style. Damn, gotta go, no time for goodbyes." Yi Qing turned on his heel and started to leave. Anos grabbed Yi Qing's clothes tightly. "Are you really leaving just like that? The city lord's mansion is full of treasures." Yi Qing Genghis Khan, big bro. I'm only level 20 plus, while the city lord is level 170. If he so much as flicks me, I'll instantly bite the dust. Arnos laughed heartily. "No worries, aren't you an assassin? As an assassin, surely you know the principle of a strike and vanish in a flash?" "Explain?" "I know the city lord's residence like the back of my hand. I can lead you past all the guards to snatch a few treasures. When they notice I've escaped, they'll surely come after me. As for a small-time adventurer like you, they won't pay much attention, especially since you were just brought in to pad their arrest numbers." Yi Qing pondered. The city lord's residence, the lair of a level 170 plus boss. Just imagine all the goodies stashed there. Fortune favors the bold. Alright, I'm in. Ding! Accepted the Thief Arno's theft mission. Steal 3 items from the city lord's treasure vault in the lord's manor. Reward, Arno's will randomly gift one of the 3 stolen items. Such a huge lord's manor and we're only stealing 3 items? Why not grab more? You're even greedier than me, kid. That's enough. If we take too much, that stingy lord will definitely send heavy troops to hunt us down. Arno's seemed to know this city lord very well. Fine, you're the boss. This situation was like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth, and not just any teeth, but its front fangs. The mere thought thrilled Yi Qing. Ding! Congratulations to player Dragon Dance for becoming the second player to enter the main city. Holy crap, so fast? Yi Qing hurriedly nudged Anos, who was already in stealth mode. "You old fox, hurry up. I need to get out there and level up. If Dragon Dance snatches all the quests outside, I'll be pissed." "Accept a mission? Level up? Ah, you mean to raise your cultivation realm, to boost your strength. Oh, so you think your strength is too low and want to improve quickly? Here, have this elixir as a gift. Name, Promotion Pill. Description, a failed creation by the Medicine King, who dismisses it as trash. Effect, directly increases the user's level by 1 upon consumption." Yi Qing's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A failed product that instantly levels you up? Then what on earth does a successful one look like? Yi Qing snatched the advancement pill directly and stored it in his backpack. "Hey old crook, do you have any more of these? I used to have quite a few, but later in prison with nothing to do, I finished them off like candy. This last one was kept as a memento. Hashtag $% at hashtag dollar. A herd of 10,000 grass mud horses galloped through Yi Ching's mind. Alright, the guards are gone. Stay invisible and follow close. Arnath abruptly dropped his invisibility and swept a hand across his face. Disguise technique. Right before Yi Ching's eyes, Arnath instantly transformed into the likeness of the guard captain. Wow, there's actually this trick. Now that I've transformed like this, I can't steal anymore. It's up to you later, whether we succeed or not depends entirely on your thievery skills. Anos appeared to be talking to himself, but his words were actually meant for Yi Ching. How did you know I have stealing skills? Ridiculous question. I invented the stealing skill. Yi Ching rolled his eyes. Turns out this Anos is the original master thief. Got it. I'll go distract him while you sneak up on him. Okay. Arnos swaggered over and patted the drowsy guard leaning against the wall. Sleeping on the job in broad daylight? Startled to see it was the captain, the guard immediately snapped to attention, standing rigidly straight. Captain, I'm sorry. Enough. If you're tired, go change shifts and rest. In our position, we must be diligent in our duties, for the safety of the city lord's manor, for the harmony of our homeland. We must take this seriously. Arnos spouted this nonsense with absolute seriousness. Yes, Captain, I know I was wrong. I'll take this seriously. Yi Ching had already activated his skill. Steal. Ding. Target level too high, theft failed. I hadn't expected it to fail. Yi Ching originally thought that with 100% luck value and an additional 50% theft rate boost, success would be guaranteed on the first attempt. Again. Ding. Theft skill activated. Ding. Target level too high, theft failed. Ding. Theft skill activated. Ding. The target's level is too high. Pickpocketing failed. After being robbed continuously, the guard squirmed a bit. Captain, I keep feeling someone touching me. Do you feel anyone? Could there be a thief? Am I exposed? Yi Ching wondered. Who do you think is stronger, you or me? Anosi remained composed as he asked the guard casually. The guard immediately straightened up. Then it must be that the captain is far stronger. So what's the problem? If even I can't sense anyone, how could you? You must be overly tired and hallucinating. That might be it. Alright, sit down. Rest for a while with me here. Come, drink this bowl of wine to rejuvenate yourself and get back to work properly. As he spoke, Anas pulled out a bowl of wine and handed it to the guard. The guard, moved by seeing the captain care so deeply for his subordinates, raised the bowl and downed it in one go. At that moment, Yi Ching finally heard that exhilarating system notification tone. Ding! Theft successful. Ding! Obtained 1 city lord's treasure vault key and 1 soldier Ding's underwear. Yi Ching looked at yet another pair of underwear that had appeared in his backpack. Suppressing his disgust, he tugged on Anas's sleeve to signal their success. Chapter 23, Burglarizing the City Lord's Manor. Anas patted the guard on the shoulder. Keep up the good work, lad. I'm going to look around elsewhere. Yes, Captain. Safe travels. The guard immediately stood up and saluted Anos. Yi Ching remained in stealth mode, following Anos all the way forward. Since he had taken on the appearance of the guard captain, they passed through without any obstacles. Anos wore a stern expression as he marched ahead. Every guard they encountered stood at attention, eager to make a good impression. After walking for what felt like ages, they finally arrived before a magnificent and opulent hall. Ha, Captain, what brings you here? A guard at the entrance of the hall asked upon spotting Anos. Anos spoke calmly. Oh, the city lord sent me to inspect the treasury. Captain, do you have the city lord's token? Without it, even you can't enter. Anas took out the key he had just obtained from Yi Ching and waved it. The city lord said this is a secret mission, we can't follow the usual protocol. That's why he gave me direct access to the treasury key. Ah, if you've got the key, then go ahead, Captain. The guard didn't even consider the possibility that the key might have been stolen and simply let him pass. Yi Ching was speechless. These minions really weren't the brightest tools in the shed. Without any hindrance, Yi Ching and Anas swaggered straight into the city lord's treasure vault. The moment they entered, the dazzling glitter nearly blinded Yi Ching. Mountains of gold coins towered before them, alongside an assortment of weapons, scrolls, skill books, countless calligraphy works, antiques. Everything looked outrageously valuable at first glance. Don't touch anything recklessly. This place is booby-trapped everywhere. One wrong move and you'll be trapped here forever. Don't think your adventurer's resurrection privilege can save you. These mechanisms can permanently imprison you inside, cutting off even your ability to log out. Anas's words startled Yi Ching, not because the traps were so formidable, but because Anas actually knew about logging off. How do you know we can log off? Yi Ching asked. Isn't that something you adventurers often talk about yourselves? Anas clearly didn't want to dwell on the subject and answered casually. Alright, let's not waste time. As we agreed earlier, take only 3 items. You go and retrieve them. First, a pill from the hidden compartment behind the second door at the very back. Second, the Divine Alchemy Manual, the topmost book on the shelf behind the 5th door. I'll handle the 3rd treasure myself. With that, Anas left on his own to fetch the 3rd item. Yi Ching muttered, this old fox has scoped out this place so thoroughly, could he have gotten himself caught on purpose? Stop muttering and hurry up. Once we grab everything, we still have to make our escape. Following Anos' directions, Yi Qing ventured deep inside and successfully retrieved both items he had been instructed to collect. Unable to see the properties of either item, they were clearly quest objects. With no other choice, he had to stash them in his inventory for now. As for the other items, Yi Qing was truly itching to get his hands on a few. To put it mildly, when he spotted an advanced assassin skill book among the loot, he practically wanted to gouge his own eyes out just to press them against the page. But even someone as bold as Anos dared to take only 3 items, and 2 of those were quite small. After much deliberation, Yi Qing ultimately resisted the temptation. Got the stuff? Let's go. Anos continued to maintain the appearance of the guard captain, leading Yi Qing safely out of danger. The two sprinted at full speed whenever they encountered deserted areas but slowed to a casual stroll whenever people were nearby, putting on the act of conducting an inspection. Old thief, is it about time? Yi Qing asked anxiously as they stepped out of the city lord's mansion. Wait, there are still guards here. Follow me, take a right turn up ahead into a small courtyard. We'll cancel the invisibility there, Arno said calmly. Ding! Congratulations on completing the city lord's mansion heist quest. Level increased. Ding! Level up. Current level, 23. Reward, 5 free attribute points. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Yi Qing received a system notification. Holy crap, I leveled up just like that? He never expected the quest reward to be an immediate level up. Once inside the courtyard, Ainers reverted to his true appearance. Only then did Yi Qing get a proper look at the thief Ainers, a middle-aged man whose figure wasn't particularly noticeable beneath his black robe. Yet, Yi Qing could sense that given Ainers' extraordinary skills, his physique must be lean and capable. Alright, kid, this is where we part ways. With that, Ainers prepared to leave. Yi Qing was startled. Damn, you're leaving just like that? What about my stuff? The promised mission reward was supposed to be 1 out of the 3 stolen items. Yi Qing wasn't stupid, there was no way he'd let Anos leave just like that. About these 3 things, you wouldn't have any use for them anyway, so how about we just forget it? Before Anos could even finish speaking, he saw Yi Qing turn and head straight for the door. Hey, where do you think you're going? I'm gonna fucking report you. I already took pictures of your face and the whole stealing process. Yi Qing looked ready to go down in flames together. Anos sighed and rubbed his forehead. What's the point? Come on, come back already. We're all on the same side, everything's negotiable. Though Anos wasn't afraid of the city lord's forces, they currently didn't know his appearance since he'd always concealed his face. Now that Yi Qing had photographic evidence, things were screwed. Though he knew disguise techniques, those only worked temporarily, not permanently. Fucking hell, this kid's downright treacherous. Seeing Anos compromise, Yi Qing immediately switched to a cheerful expression. See, I knew we were on the same side, you wouldn't lie to me, right? Come on, show me the 3 things you just snatched. It's not much, but let's take a look. Anos helplessly took out the 3 items from earlier. Name, Longevity Elixir Eternal Life Pill. Level, 200. Effect, increases lifespan by 200 years, maintains the physical appearance and condition at the time of consuming the pill, while enhancing all aspects of physical strength, grants immunity to all poisons and diseases. Damn, this is incredible stuff. Watch your drool. Name, Support Skill Book * Divine Pill Formula. Level, 130. Effect, Alchemy, a skill more advanced than pharmacy and metallurgy. Upon learning it, you will instantly master all known elixir recipes and gain the ability to craft divine pills. As for the divine pill scripture, while it appears to be a player-usable item, Yi Qing is currently only around level 20. Reaching level 130 could take who knows how long, rendering it practically useless for him at present. These 2 items can only be given to Arnos. Yi Qing strongly suspects Arnos deliberately chose these high-level items precisely to ensure Yi Qing couldn't claim anything useful for himself. Yi Qing couldn't help but feel that Anos had the word despicable practically written across his face. Let me take a look at that sword, I have a feeling this is what you were really after. Seeing how Anos was reluctant to bring out the 3rd treasure, Yi Qing knew that item must be the most crucial. Chapter 24, Shadow Ghost Soul. Name, Emperor's Reincarnation Sword. Part, Weapon. Quality, Immortal. Level, 190. Physical attack, 200,000. Magic attack, 100,000. Strength, 80,000. Agility, 70,000. Constitution, 80,000. Skills, 1. Thunderstrike. Consumes 8,000 MP to commune with heaven and earth, summoning 3 consecutive lightning bolts at a designated location that deal 200% of magic attack damage. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Skill 2, Monarch's Wrath. Consumes half of your health and mana to instantly enter a state of monarchic frenzy, doubling all attributes by 20 times. Additionally, exudes an imperial aura that reduces all attributes of enemies within a 30-yard radius by 10%. Cooldown, 3 natural days. Duration, 10 minutes. Skill 3, Monarch's Flash. Consumes 2,000 mana to instantly teleport within a 100-yard range, dealing 400% physical damage to all enemies along the path. Also possesses an execution effect, with a chance to instantly kill the target, ignoring all defenses. Cooldown, 1 week. Old thief, give me this rebirth monarch's blade. Yi Qing directly clung to Anus' leg. The thief Anus looked disgusted as he tried to pull his leg out of Yi Qing's embrace. What's the point of giving you a level 190 weapon? You can't even use it, and you're an assassin. What would you even do with a two-handed sword? Why not just switch to swordsman skills then? For this sword, I'd gladly give up being an assassin. Just putting such a weapon in the warehouse to admire would be satisfying enough. Yi Qing couldn't help but sigh. Look at how easily impressed you were, getting so worked up over a shabby little sword. If a divine weapon came along, you'd probably faint from excitement. Arnos rolled his eyes. Upon hearing about divine equipment, Yi Qing recalled the official announcement mentioning that divine tier gear represented the highest level, though the methods to obtain it had never been specified. Could divine equipment be the weapons of the gods? Yi Qing murmured to himself. Anos, who had been laughing casually, suddenly grew solemn. After a long silence, he spoke in a low voice. Back then, when I was still a child, I followed my master to pay homage to the god of assassins. God? Do gods really exist? I don't know if gods truly exist, but we natives have always believed that every profession has its own deity. Yet, no one knows where these gods reside or which among them is mightier. Back then, my master and I wanted to pay homage to the assassin deity, but on our way up the assassin god mountain, something unexpected happened. For no apparent reason, a rift tore open across the sky. From this rift emerged countless ferocious beasts, creatures that looked like a cross between bats and dragons. The moment they appeared, they tried to devour both me and my master. Anas recalled, back then, my master was already a super thief over level 190. You could say he had almost no equal at that time, but in just one encounter, he was slain by the other party and then brutally devoured. As for me, I was completely petrified with fear. Then what happened? Then that person, no, I don't even know if she was human. In any case, she struck. She appeared suddenly, without a sound, without any spatial disturbance, as though she had never existed in the first place. Silently, soundlessly, she emerged behind the monsters spilling from the fissures. One dagger stroke each, she shredded them all into nothingness. I still remember clearly the icy look in her eyes, as if nothing in this world had anything to do with her. Without even glancing my way, she vanished once more. But I was certain the dagger in her hand was no ordinary weapon. It might even have been a god-forged artifact. Although Anos was a native inhabitant, the more Yi Qing interacted with him, the more he felt this guy was completely a real person. The realism of the Xinyu world had far surpassed the sensation of a mere game. At the very least, Anos was no longer just a chunk of data code. Maybe she's the Godslayer, Yi Qing casually replied. He was merely a player. Whether that was the Godslayer or not had nothing to do with him. Even if it did, it would only come into play much later. Yi Qing shook his head. It was better not to think about such things. Right now, he needed to focus on the immediate problem. Don't change the subject. You took everything with you, what am I supposed to do? Yi Qing questioned. Really, if you can't, just give me 100 or so advancement pills. I'm not being greedy. Annuos burst into laughter. You're overthinking it. Only the Medicine King Valley has advancement pills. You're far away from getting any. Your current strength barely gets you out of the main city. Damn. After going through life and death with you to get that treasure, this is how you ditch me? Not even a little reward? Fine then, I'll just report you instead. Might even earn some commission. With that, Yi Qing turned to leave again. Alright, how about I give you something before you go? In a flash, Yi Qing flew back to Anos' side. Hee, what are you giving me? Here. Ding. Received a gift from Thief Anos. Ding. Obtained Shadow Soul. Name, Shadow Soul. Part, Weapon. Quality, Ancient. Level, 70. Physical attack, 3500. Strength, 1400. Agility, 2100. Skill, 1. Shadow Flash, consumes 200 MP, projects your shadow to attack enemies, launching 10 rapid strikes dealing 100% physical attack damage each. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Skill, 2. Phantom Dash, consumes 100 mana points, increases movement speed, creates afterimages while running to confuse enemies, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Skill, 3. Shadow Resilience, passive skill, while holding Shadow Soul, increases physical damage by 1% per second in stealth state, stacks up to 50 layers maximum. Yi Qing fell in love with this dagger at first sight. The entire blade was jet black and completely matte, yet razor sharp. The relief-like runes engraved on it not only allowed the dagger to swing without wind resistance but also featured blood grooves for enhanced bleeding effect. Perfect as it is, but level 70. I can see it but can't use it. Yi Qing sighed helplessly. Anas chuckled. Since I've given it to you, do you think I wouldn't have considered that issue? Anasis recited an incantation that Yi Qing couldn't understand at all, then swept his hand over the Shadow Wraith. Ding! Shadow Soul has received the Thief Anas' seal, which will adjust various attribute effects based on the master's level. Name, Shadowblade Soul. Part, Weapon. Quality, Ancient. Level, 23. Physical attack, 1150. Strength, 460. Agility, 690. Skill 1, Flash Shadow, consumes 20 MP. Projects the user's shadow to attack enemies, delivering 3 rapid strikes that each deal 100% physical attack damage. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Skill 2, Phantom Rush, consumes 10 MP, increases movement speed while generating afterimages to confuse enemies when sprinting. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Skill 3, Shadow Edge, passive skill. While possessing the Shadow Soul and in stealth state, physical damage increases by 1% every second, stacking up to 10 layers max. Chapter 25, The Ring of Rebirth. So, this weapon happens to be the finest and strongest one I ever used during missions. Yi Qing chuckled slyly. Ahem, old man, could you bind this weapon to me? Wouldn't want to lose it by accident. Binding? That's not a service I provide. If an assassin can't even keep hold of their weapon, you might as well just die, Aino said. Yi Qing muttered, it's precisely because I'm afraid of dying that I dropped it. Ding! Received the thief Ainos's gift. Ding! Obtained the Ring of Rebirth. Name, Special Item * Reincarnation Ring. Effect, upon use, each level up will increase the 5 core attributes Strength, Agility, Intelligence, Spirit, and Constitution based on the previous level stats. Old fox, what does this mean? I don't get it. Can't understand even this? This is my treasure, you know. Basically, when you go from level 1 to level 2, each of your 5 attributes increases by 1 point. Just 1 point? Just? What about when you go from level 100 to 101? You'd directly gain 100 points in each attribute. Yi Qing did the math. Each level up meant permanent stat gains. Wouldn't this make him exponentially stronger over time? Damn, that's awesome. But seriously, how do you use this thing? Wear it on your body? Yi Qing asked. Eat it. This circle of rebirth merges with your body. The simplest way is to swallow it. But isn't it already with you? Yi Qing asked. I was already quite strong when I obtained it, so I could gain attribute boosts without consuming it. Now that my cultivation level is hard to improve, I'll just give it to you, Arnos replied. Since it wasn't spat out by Arnos, Yi Qing didn't dwell on it and swallowed it without hesitation. Although called a ring, the Ring of Rebirth was only about the size of half a coin, making it easy to swallow. Ding! Player Yi Qing has fused with the Ring of Rebirth. Ding! The Ring of Transmigration has grown to level 23. Smacking his lips, Yi Qing noticed his attributes hadn't increased. Why no response? Of course it'll only take effect when you break through to the next realm. Alright, kid, I've given you everything. It's time for me to leave now. See you around. With that, Ainos vanished in that very instant. Coming unseen, going unfound, truly the skill of a grandmaster, Yi Qing remarked with awe. However, the more contact Yi Qing had with them, the more he felt that all the natives of this world seemed like real humans. Take the village chief of the beginner's village and the other villagers, for example. While many of their actions followed the system's programming, Yi Qing increasingly sensed that they also possessed their own independent thoughts. Yi Qing opened his personal panel to check his current stats. Player, Yi Qing. Level, 23. Talent, Combat. Faction, Light. Race, Human. Health points, 500. Mana points, 220. Strength, 600. Agility, 700. Wisdom, 115. Constitution, 115. Spirit, 115. Physical defense, 90. Magic defense, 52. Charm, 10. Luck, 100. Skills, Lone Wolf, Shadow Step, Iron Strength, Chain Slash, Steel, Moonlight Slash, Necklace, Invisibility, Flash Shadow, Weapon, Steel Shadow, Weapon, Swift Shadow, Weapon. Equipment, Phantom Soul, Ancient, Nightfall Dagger, Rare, Silver Boots, Excellent, Fine Leg Guards, Fine, Fine Leather Armor, Fine, Inferior Leather Pauldrons, Inferior, Ragged Bracers, Common, Night Elf, Necklace. Special Effect, Afterlife Ring grants +0 to all 5 attributes. When Yi Qing equipped Phantom Soul, his overall combat power increased exponentially. Yi Qing needed to level up quickly now. That player called Dragon Dance from another beginner village was leveling so fast, definitely no ordinary person. Yi Qing opened the class rankings and indeed saw that a new class had already appeared on the leaderboard. Nightmare Knight. Which 3 talents make up this class? Yi Qing wondered with curiosity. But upon closer consideration, it doesn't really concern me much. My current priority is to maintain first place in all aspects, only then can I continuously widen my advantage. Checking the map, the nearest grinding spot is the Wailing Forest by the East City Gate. According to the official website, the first dungeon is also located within this Wailing Forest. However, the dungeons in Xinyu differ from traditional online games. The dungeon entrance must first be discovered and unlocked by someone before it appears on the map, after which all players can access it. Yi Qing hurried back to the main city to accept quests. Ding! Auntie Lee's quest, kill 50 wild wolves in the 10,000 Spirits Forest and collect their pelts to deliver to Auntie Lee. Ding! Grocer's quest. Recently, supplies belonging to the grocer were stolen by wild monkeys in the 10,000 Spirits Forest during transport. Please head to the forest, kill 50 wild monkeys, and help the grocer recover the lost goods. Ding! The leather merchant's task. The leather merchant is in urgent need of a large quantity of wolf pelts. Please hunt 150 wild wolves and collect the pelts to deliver to the leather merchant. Yi Qing counted he had accepted over 20 tasks simultaneously, essentially picking up all available quests in the eastern region. Completing these 20-plus tasks would likely require him to stay in the 10,000 Spirits Forest for a day or two. Before setting out, Yi Qing spent 80 silver coins at the food merchant to stock up on a large pack of bread and purchased numerous basic mana and health potions from the alchemist. 6 of these tasks were related to the wild wolves in the 10,000 Spirits Forest, so his first target was naturally the wolves. Yi Qing headed eastward, passing through the eastern gate without hindrance and arriving at the outskirts of the 10,000 Spirits Forest. The main city was completely deserted. Along the way, apart from the occasional NPCs, there was hardly a soul to be seen. The Forest of 10,000 Spirits was indeed an immense woodland, where the towering trees soared dozens of meters high, dwarfing even ordinary skyscrapers. The 10,000 Spirits Forest was eerily quiet. The towering trees blocked out the sunlight, casting a faintly ominous gloom over the entire woodland. Yi Qing had been walking through the 10,000 Spirits Forest for over 10 minutes without encountering a single wild monster, not even a wolf, let alone a bird. Impossible. How can such a vast forest have no wild creatures at all? Yi Qing slowly realized something must be wrong. Ding! Player is under illusion interference. Suddenly, a system notification startled him. Illusion magic? Ding! Player Yi Qing suffers 121 points of magical damage. Chapter 26, Spirit Fawn Wild Wolf. Who is it? An ugly-looking goblin emerged from the bushes, clutching a crude wooden staff in its right hand. It pointed at Yi Qing with a shrill squeak, and a burst of purple light flashed from the staff, shooting straight toward him. Yi Qing hastily dodged. Ding! Evasion attribute triggered, damage immunity activated. To his surprise, it was actually a goblin of the mage class. According to its name, it was called an illusion goblin. Yi Qing had been under an illusion spell since entering the 10,000 Spirits Forest, stuck walking in place. Yi Qing swung out a moonlight slash. Ding! Moonlight slash triggered crescent moon slash effect, dealing 400 damage. Ding! Goblin Phantom Beast has died. A single skill was enough to kill instantly. Yi Qing hadn't expected it himself, but he was now frighteningly powerful. Ding! Obtained 1 silver coin and 30 copper coins. A small monster dropped silver, and Yi Qing nodded with satisfaction. As expected, the increased luck stats give me much higher drop rates than other players. With his previous experience, Yi Qing had become much more cautious. The monster mechanics in Xingyu were somewhat different from those in traditional online games. Some monsters would actively attack players even outside their normal aggro range, while others had no discernible aggro whatsoever and would simply attack on sight, making them impossible to guard against. Take the illusion-casting goblin from earlier, for instance. The key point was that even a common monster's illusion could be so realistic that Yi Qing failed to realize he had been walking in place for over 10 seconds, though in his perception, he had been walking for more than 10 minutes. With this lesson learned, Yi Qing proceeded with extreme caution along the way. Any lone monsters he encountered were almost all slain with a single slash. Yi Qing's current combat prowess meant ordinary monsters were all instant kills to him now. Yet what frustrated Yi Qing was that despite slaughtering so many wild beasts, he still hadn't spotted a single wolf. To achieve complete realism, this game provides almost no mission guidance, requiring players to discover things for themselves. Only specific quests come with instructions. After wandering around while occasionally checking the map, perseverance finally paid off. Yi Qing spotted the word wolf marked in an unexplored area of the map. It was located in the mountain valley to the upper right of his current position. After walking for over 10 minutes, the system notification finally chimed. Ding! Entered Wild Wolf territory. Exploration points plus 100. Name, Wild Spirit Wolf. Level, 2025. Physical attack, 200. Magic attack, 10. Physical defense, 100. Magic defense, 50. Skill, Razor Claws swings both claws in an instant, dealing 130% physical damage with a chance to inflict bleeding damage. Description, Shadowfawn wolves roam in packs, possessing high-level shared aggro mechanics. After checking the wild wolves' attributes, Yi Qing frowned. These wolves deal considerable damage, but their overall stats are manageable. However, their high shared aggro means attacking one will likely draw 4 or 5 at once. Though Yi Qing currently possesses formidable attack power, his HP and defense remain relatively weak, so fighting groups would certainly carry significant risks. This valley lacked climbable trees or branches to exploit terrain advantages like he'd done against the marsh creatures earlier. Moreover, wolves generally had climbing abilities anyway. Standing at the periphery of the wild wolf territory, Yi Qing observed the patrolling wolves while continuously calculating the most effective approach in his mind. Let's give this method a try first. Yi Qing calculated the distance carefully, inching closer to the wild wolves. The moment the nearest wolf raised its head, he swiftly retreated. Aggro from one wolf would typically trigger hostility from about 3 nearby wolves, causing all 4 to simultaneously chase the target. While retreating, Yi Qing kept gauging positions. The instant the foremost wolf strayed from the pack's formation, he struck. Flash Shadow, the first activation of the Phantom Soul skill. A black shadow as tall as Yi Qing shot forward with a whoosh from in front of him, dealing 3 consecutive blows to the foremost wild wolf. Without any chance to retaliate, the first wolf was instantly obliterated. Perfect, the attack power is high enough for instant kills. No need to worry anymore. Yi Qing swung his blade in a broad arc, releasing a moonlight slash that instantly reduced the 3 wild wolves behind him to critical health. Leaping forward, he finished them off with just a few casual strikes. Though he took one attack, his evasion attribute allowed him to dodge it effortlessly. Yi Qing decided to be even more aggressive. If he kept pulling only 3 or 4 at a time, the grind would be too slow. A few minutes later, the howls of wild wolves began to rise one after another in the valley, gradually echoing across the entire gorge. Ha 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 ha, this is too awesome. Yi Qing sprinted madly forward, with no less than 20 wild wolves chasing frantically behind him. Moonlight Slash. Mid-run, Yi Qing pivoted sharply, flicking his dagger to unleash a crescent-shaped sword aura. Waves of damage numbers bloomed continuously among the wolf pack. Ding! Evasion attribute triggered, damage nullified. Ding! Evasion attribute triggered, damage nullified. The evasion attribute was originally considered a secondary stat by most players, barely worth noticing. Even for expert players with flawless techniques who could trigger evasion through precise positioning, the success rate would barely reach 1 or 2 evasions per several dozen attacks at most. But with Yi Qing's maxed out luck stat bonus, triggering his evasion attribute became even simpler. As if born with an innate talent, Yi Qing could predict monsters' attack trajectories and frequencies in advance. He swiftly calculated and executed evasive maneuvers, resulting in nearly a 100% evasion rate. This basically means I can mass farm now. Though maintaining this state will quickly drain mental stamina, but being able to level up fast makes the fatigue worth enduring. Time to level up again. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 24. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Ring of Rebirth triggered. All 5 attributes increased by 23 points. This is amazing. The Ring of Rebirth actually boosts all 5 attributes right off the bat. Yi Qing finished off the last wild wolf he had aggroed and began scavenging through the scattered drops across the ground. If other players saw this, they'd surely have their eyes pop out of their sockets. After all, the ground was completely littered with drops, equipment and coins scattered everywhere. Ding! Obtained in total, 3 gold coins, 1 marching pack, 23 pieces of junk equipment, 6 pieces of common equipment, 3 pieces of fine equipment, and 1 scroll. Though there were plenty of drops, since the wild wolves were just ordinary mobs, one shouldn't expect any high-quality equipment. Getting 3 pieces of fine gear was already extremely lucky. However, what surprised him was the marching pack drop for Yi Qing. Extra inventory space was always a welcome boon. A scroll also appeared. Name, Summoning Scroll * Wild Wolf. Effect, summons 3 wild wolves to fight alongside you. The wolves' levels scale with the player, up to a maximum of level 40. In the world of gaming, scrolls could be considered luxury items. They contain all sorts of miraculous abilities, but they're single-use, gone after you cast them. Sometimes, though, they can be game changers, which is why they tend to come with premium price tags. Since players' inventories are limited, they can't just haul around stacks of scrolls on a whim. So, those who can afford it usually carry 1 or 2 decent ones on hand either for emergency survival or burst potential, just in case. Chapter 27, The Wild Spirit Wolf King. Thus, the pricing of scrolls generally follows this pattern. Ordinary scrolls are expensive but struggle to sell, while premium scrolls command even higher prices, with hordes of wealthy players clamoring to buy them. Mentioning scrolls reminded Yi Qing to check his inventory. Before leaving the beginner village, the village chief had gifted him a scroll. However, being immediately detained upon arriving in the capital city, Yi Qing hadn't had the chance to examine it until now. Name, Village Chief's Summoning Scroll. Effect, upon use, instantly teleports to the village chief, ignoring any status conditions. A life-saving scroll, Yi Qing carefully returned it to his backpack. Yi Qing had a collector's compulsion, especially for scrolls. As a result, many of the scrolls he'd previously gathered were stored in his warehouse, with only a few emergency scrolls kept in his backpack. After organizing his items, Yi Qing resumed his task of hunting wild wolves. Using this fastest and most brutal method to farm monsters was extremely efficient, but it demanded exceptional positioning awareness. Complete focus was required. Even for Yi Qing, such prolonged combat left him utterly exhausted. However, after a few hours, Yi Qing finally managed to complete all the quests related to the wild wolves. Next, he needed to venture deep into the wild wolf tribe's territory to find the wild wolf king. Ding. Hunter Clark's request. Hunter Clark's brother was killed by the wild wolf king years ago while hunting in the mountains. Therefore, Hunter Clark hopes an adventurer can slay the wild wolf king and bring back its head. Yi Qing immediately activated his stealth ability, bypassing the wandering wild wolves as he advanced deeper into the wolf tribe territory. The slain wolves were gradually respawning one by one. Yi Qing couldn't help but wish they wouldn't respawn at all. If the wolf king possessed some summoning skill later, calling for reinforcements, he'd be in real trouble. Logically, wild wolves shared the highest level of aggro, so as their leader, the Wolf King must possess this trait as well. The Wolf King resided in the depths of the wolf tribe's territory, easy enough to locate. With his stealth skill, Yi Qing could effortlessly bypass the wolves and reach the Wolf King. Without a stealth skill, this quest would require at least a small team to complete. Of course, no one would even attempt it without a party. Found it. Name, Wild Wolf King of 10,000 spirits. Quality, rare. Level, 25. Physical attack, 200. Magic attack, 400. Physical defense, 130. Magic defense, 140. Skill 1, Wolf's Bewitchment, uses magic to bewitch enemies, causing them to uncontrollably walk toward the Wolf King for 3 seconds. Skill 2, Howling Shockwave, fires a straight magic shockwave forward, dealing 200% magic damage, indiscriminate attack. Skill 3, Death Howl. When the Wolf King's HP drops below 10%, it will let out a howl, summoning all the wild wolves from the entire wolf tribe to its side to attack enemies. Yi Qing stared at the Wolf King's skills and gasped in shock. A magic attack boss? This is a nightmare. And that last skill, summoning all the wild wolves? Damn, that's just brutal. Hidden in the bushes, Yi Qing began studying the terrain around him, brainstorming ways to defeat the Wolf King. The Wild Wolf King's primary attack is its second skill, a straight-line strike where dodging seems questionable at best. Magical defense is Yi Qing's greatest weakness. With the Wild Wolf King's exceptionally high magical attack power, even a glancing blow from its howling shockwave would instantly finish him. After prolonged consideration, no truly effective or effortless method to defeat the Wild Wolf King surfaced. Looks like I'll have to face it head-on. Yi Qing slowly approached the Wild Wolf King while remaining invisible. Just as he was within 10 yards, the Wild Wolf King suddenly spoke. Kid over there, do you really think I can't see you? What? It can actually speak human language? The Wild Wolf King had no intention of explaining its ability to talk. It stood up and roared angrily, a mere adventurer dares to trespass into my territory, seeking death. Since exposure was inevitable and there was nothing left to discuss, Yi Qing let out a fierce battle cry and charged straight at the Wild Wolf King. Moonlight Slash. Phantom Step. He unleashed both skills in rapid succession, each strike aimed directly at the Wild Wolf King, while simultaneously darting behind his foe. After all, no assassin in their right mind would foolishly engage an enemy head-on. Ding! Moonlight Slash deals 127 damage. Ding! Moonlight Slash deals 135 damage. Ding! Phantom Flash deals 360 damage. Ding! Phantom Flash deals 340 damage. Ding! Phantom Strike deals 400 damage. Holy shit, that much damage? Previously, the Wild Wolves had either been instantly killed by Yi Qing or finished off with a casual slash, so he'd never gotten a clear sense of his own damage output. Now, seeing such massive numbers explode before him, even Yi Qing was startled. You've pissed me off, brat. The Wolf King, severely wounded and howling in pain, actually activated its skill directly. The Wolf King opened its maw, gathering swirling elemental lights. After a nearly 1-second delay, it spewed a multicolored energy wave directly toward Yi Qing. This was no time to worry about appearances. Yi Qing rolled desperately across the ground, mud coating his clothes as he scrambled to dodge the howling wave. Ding! Evasion attribute triggered. Damage successfully nullified. As expected, such powerful skills always had slight casting delays. Yi Qing realized that if he started dodging the moment the Wolf King opened its jaws, he could evade this targeted ability. This all requires extremely precise calculations. Thus, Yi Qing and the Wild Wolf King became locked in a battle of attrition. Yi Qing didn't dare get close to the wolf, the creature was far too agile. Any proximity would trigger a frenzy of bites, scratches, and charges. By maintaining distance, he restricted the beast to only using its howling shockwave skill. Though it pursued relentlessly, Yi Qing's movement speed proved equal to the challenge, matching the wolf stride for stride. The Wild Wolf King's health steadily declined, while Yi Qing continued relying on his nimble footwork and evasion stats to narrowly dodge each attack by the slimmest margins. Cunning human, my little pups, let's take down this sly adventurer together. Yi Qing had been focused solely on dodging skills, never expecting to have already reduced the Wild Wolf King's health to 10% so quickly. The Wild Wolf King finally unleashed its final skill, Ding. Affected by Wolf's confusion skill, body uncontrollable for 3 seconds. Not good. Yi Qing's momentary lapse in concentration allowed the Wild Wolf King to land its first skill hit, a move it had been holding back, unexpectedly unleashed in that precise instant of distraction. Yi Qing found himself involuntarily stepping toward the Wild Wolf King while a tidal wave of wolves charged from behind. Roughly 100 snarling beasts surged toward him in a frenzied onslaught. Fortunately, the distance between Yi Qing and the Wild Wolf King proved just enough. Even 3 seconds of forced advance couldn't bridge the gap for the Alpha to strike. Damn it! Let's do this! The moment the wolf's confusion skill ended, Yi Qing and the Wild Wolf King were already about to collide. Instead of retreating, Yi Qing activated his Shadow Strike skill and charged straight toward the Wild Wolf King. What are you trying to do? The Wild Wolf King had assumed Yi Qing would cower in fear, but to its surprise, the man was glaring fiercely as he rushed toward it instead. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to kill you. Yi Qing raised both daggers. Chapter 28, Slaying the Wild Wolf King. Chaotic Slash. Ding. Chaotic Slash deals 600, 720, and 543 damage. Before the skill animation even finished, Yi Qing's body twisted at an impossibly acute angle until he was nearly parallel to the ground. Supporting himself with his right hand while gripping the dagger reversed in his left, he drove the blade viciously into the Wolf King's underbelly. Ding! Critical hit triggered, dealing 1024 damage. One wild wolf after another was closing in from behind. Yi Qing swiftly drew his dagger, crossed his arms, and slashed forward, cleanly severing the Wild Wolf King's throat. Oh whoa! With its dying breath, the Wild Wolf King clamped its jaws onto Yi Qing's arm. Ding! Sustained 310 damage. Revitalize. Ding! HP recovers by 30 points per second. Explode for me. With a vicious tug of his right hand, Yi Qing ripped off the Wolf King's head, already severed by his dagger, wrenching it clean from the body before instantly stowing it into his backpack. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Spirit Stalk Wolf King. Ding! Congratulations, player level increased. Current level, 25. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Triggered Reincarnation Ring effect. All 5 attributes increased by 24 points. With each level up, health and mana fully restored. Condition returned to peak. Yi Qing swiftly scooped up the boss's loot, then rolled into the shrubbery and immediately activated his stealth skill. At this moment, Yi Qing couldn't help but feel grateful to Anos. Without this stealth skill, even entering this area would have been difficult for him, let alone escaping while surrounded by so many high-level aggressive wild wolves. Ding! Obtained a one-handed sword, a two-handed axe, a shoulder guard, a leg guard, a scroll, and 80 silver coins. Instead of fleeing immediately, Yi Qing found another dense shrub to crouch behind. Sitting cross-legged, he eagerly began examining the boss's dropped items. Who wouldn't be excited about the loot from a rare boss? Name, Magic Blade. Type, Weapon, One-Handed Sword. Quality, Rare. Level, 15. Physical Attack, 0. Magic Attack, 120. Wisdom, 20. Critical Hit Rate, 10%. Skill, Wolf Hull Wave, casting time 2 seconds, consumes 30 mana points, releases a straight energy wave forward, dealing 60% of magic damage, cooldown 3 minutes. This weapon is a bit awkward. What kind of mage would use a blade? Looks like only specific classes can equip this, so it won't fetch a high price. Name, Power Battle Axe. Slot, Weapon, Two-Handed Axe. Quality, Excellent. Level, 25. Physical Attack, 10% of own attack power. Strength, 10% of own strength. Constitution, 10% of own constitution. Skill 1, Boundless Might, consumes all mana to increase strength by 200% for 10 seconds. Skill 2, Guaranteed Critical Hit, passive. While Boundless Might is active, every attack will critically strike with 100% certainty. At the sight of this weapon, Yi Qing couldn't help but gasp sharply. Wow, this equipment is absolutely a divine artifact for Berserker-type classes. The attributes it adds are percentage-based increases, meaning with this weapon in hand, there's no need to change it for a very long time. Yi Qing gleefully stored this weapon away. He planned to auction it off once most players had entered the main city, aiming to fetch a sky-high price. Name, Wolf King Leggings. Slot, Legs, Leather Armor. Quality, Rare. Level, 25. Physical Defense, 100. Magic Defense, 200. HP, 100. Movement Speed, 4%. Name, Wolf King Shoulder Guards. Slot, Shoulders, Leather Armor. Quality, Rare. Level, 20. Physical Defense, 50. Magic Defense, 150. Strength, 20. Skill, Anti-Magic, passive. When hit by magic attacks, there's a certain chance to reflect 100% of the damage back, though the user will still take the original damage. Finally, 2 pieces of usable equipment dropped, and both actually boosted magic defense. It was like manna from heaven. Yi Qing gleefully equipped both items. His magic resistance instantly shot up. The Wild Wolf King also dropped a scroll. Name: Scroll of Wolf's Bewilderment. Effect: after use, locks onto a target causing them to lose control, involuntarily walking toward the caster for 2 seconds. Control breaks upon taking damage. Though it was only a single target control scroll lasting a mere 2 seconds, Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with cunning as he immediately grasped the scroll's ingenious potential. He bookmarked this first. The next task was to gather the red leaves needed for potion making nearby. Judging by how this quest was set up, it should trigger a life skill, something Yi Qing was eagerly looking forward to. Having played games for many years, no matter how unique and extraordinary you might be, Yi Qing could roughly guess 1 or 2 things about the rewards from quests. After dealing with the troublesome Wild Wolf King quest, Yi Qing set about clearing all the other accepted tasks. Without any interruptions, just him alone, slaughtering freely through the forest, he experienced an unprecedented thrill from the assassin class. His movement speed was so fast that even some wild creatures couldn't keep up. With his incredibly high attack power now, Yi Qing could kill same-level monsters in just 1 or 2 strikes, swift and clean without any wasted effort. Just as Yi Qing was thoroughly enjoying the thrill of completing quests and slaying monsters, Shenxinju unexpectedly sent him a private message. Yi Qing skewered a spider mid-action, then pulled his grappling hook to swiftly swing up onto a tree branch. Shenxinju, you've already reached level 20 this quickly? Yi Qing asked curiously. Shenxinju smiled and said, our entire studio worked together to take down a boss, feeding all the experience points to me alone while I delivered the final blow. That's why my level shot up so quickly. Yi Qing couldn't help but sigh. Rich people really have it good. By the way, what have you been up to? Are there any tasks or things in the main city that need to be done in advance? Shenxinju thought that since Yi Qing had arrived early, he might have some useful information. No, I've just been grinding mobs and doing quests. You've been grinding mobs? How about taking me along? I've always been curious about how you managed to level up so fast. Forget it. I'm used to working alone. As an assassin, I come and go without a trace. You wouldn't keep up anyway. Yi Qing firmly refused. Shenxinju rubbed his forehead. I knew you'd say that. By the way, did you find any equipment I could use? Now you're asking the right question. Come take a look at these fresh drops. Yi Qing shared the stats of the loot he'd acquired with Shenxinju. Impressive. Your treasure hunting skills probably outshine most small guilds with dozens of members. Even Shenxinju had developed some immunity to Yi Qing's endless stream of gear. How about it? Aren't they all good? Why not take them all at once? I'll give you a discount, Yi Qing asked. Do you really think I'm that rich? I've almost used up all my pocket money and can't buy so many more. Turns out you're short on cash too, Yi Qing said, scratching his head. Shenxinju rolled her eyes. I'm poor too, you know. Alright, I won't keep you any longer. Send me that rare 2-handed sword and a few pieces of heavy armor, and I'll transfer you 10,000 credits. Chapter 29, Treasure Chest in Dragon's Dance. Only 10,000? That's fair enough. These pieces of yours have inconsistent attributes. If I weren't needing them as transitional gear, I wouldn't even want them, Shenxinju said. Alright, I've sent it to you. Got it. I've transferred the money. Off to do quests now. After ending the private chat, Shenxinju burst into laughter. This guy really doesn't know market prices for equipment. Just as I thought, who has time to research gear valuations when they're busy grinding monsters, leveling up and doing quests? Looks like I was charging way too much for that black feather set earlier. These pieces of equipment are definitely top tier for the current stage, and he actually sold them to me. Shenxinju was overjoyed at finally gaining an advantage over Yi Qing, while the latter merely responded with a sly smile. This girlie probably thinks she's scored a big bargain. Like I'd ever take a loss? Sure, let you profit a little now, not just for long-term business, but to get you hooked on shopping at my place. Once that habit's set, you think you could refuse when I come asking for favors later? Yi Qing leaped down from the great tree and glanced at his fully laden backpack. The supplies are basically all used up, and all the quests here are completed, so it's time to head back and turn them in. Just a few days ago, I bought the game helmet and used up all my savings, even worrying about meals. But in just a few days, I've already earned so much money in the game. As expected, I can't rely on the old ways anymore. Being down to earth is the most reassuring way. While Yi Qing was busy with quests, many dedicated players had already started pouring into the main city, each pushing hard to level up. Just as Yi Qing was about to leave, the corner of his eye caught a fleeting glimmer from the bushes nearby. What is that? Yi Qing cautiously approached the spot. Holy shit, a silver treasure chest? In the world of Xingyu, treasure chests randomly spawn across the global map. The items inside are completely randomized, and the chests are categorized into 5 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. There are no fixed spawn points, everything is purely random, making encounters with treasure chests extraordinarily rare. Incredibly good luck. Yi Qing walked over to the treasure chest, checked that there was no danger around, and began unlocking it. Ding! General skill unlocking activated. Ding! As player Yi Qing belongs to the human race, racial talent triggered, reducing unlocking time by 10%. Humans possess a racial talent that reduces time spent on opening treasure chests, farming, house construction, and various side occupations by 10%. Ding! Currently unlocked. 1%. Ding! Currently unlocked. 2%. Ding! Currently unlocked. 3%. Yi Qing watched the progress bar slowly advance. Opening treasure chests gets slower the first time, it'll speed up once you've opened more and gained higher exploration points from quests. While Yi Qing was engrossed in opening the chest, an unexpected figure appeared. Yi Qing? A player with the ID Dragon Dance unexpectedly walked over from not far away. Dragon Dance? Damn it, someone shows up now? Yi Qing couldn't help but curse silently in his heart. Treasure chests were valuable items, any player who saw one would definitely fight for it. Sure enough, Dragon Dance spoke up. Looks like you've had some luck, silver treasure chest, huh? How about we make a deal? Hand it over to me. Yi Qing glanced at Dragon's Dance and asked, what makes this treasure chest so special to you? Not just the treasure chest, but you as well, said Dragon's Dance. As expected, trouble comes knocking. I don't do blasts. Ugh, such a foul mouth, haven't you? Dragon Dance actually flicked his single-handed sword straight toward Yi Qing. Ding! Congratulations! Unlock complete. Plus 500 exploration points. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for being the first to open a silver treasure chest. You've received one random piece of equipment. Yi Qing lowered his shoulders and pushed off with his right foot, sliding along the chest to its opposite side. Without even looking, his left hand scooped out the two items inside and immediately stashed them into his backpack. Ding! Evasion attribute triggered. Damage nullified. Hand them over, and I'll spare your life. Dragon Dance spoke with inexplicable confidence. Yi Qing had initially thought having a fast-leveling player like Dragon Dance in Crimson Zone wasn't a bad thing, strength for the zone was always good. But it turned out Dragon Dance had a rotten personality. That wouldn't be good news for the Crimson Zone then. Forget it. I'll just kill you. Yi Qing stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. Ha! Kill me? Dragon Dance roared with laughter. He knew Yi Qing was an assassin, which was precisely why he'd chosen the night class with Iron Wall, both offensive and defensive, tailor-made to counter assassins. Without another word, Yi Qing activated stealth mode. Watching Yi Qing's figure vanish, Long Jiwu roared furiously, you brat, only capable of hiding in the darkness like some wretched creature afraid of the light. Watch as I bellow you out. Long Jiwu unleashed a heavenward roar, sending concentric shockwaves radiating outward from his position. In an instant, wind whipped up sand and stones while the surrounding vegetation was uprooted by the violent energy pulses. This technique was undoubtedly a masterclass counter against assassin stealth abilities. Yet would someone like Yi Qing ever be so reckless? The moment he activated stealth, Yi Qing didn't advance but retreated instead, moving over a dozen yards away before silently observing Dragon's Dance. Coward! Did you actually run away? Dragon's Dance's battle roar failed to force Yi Qing out of hiding. Under normal circumstances, any assassin maintaining stealth would inevitably launch an attack within about 2 seconds, especially when operating within a 10-yard range to strike Dragon's Dance. Yet astonishingly, there was no one there at all. Dragon Dance waited for several dozen seconds, yet no one appeared. Did they really run away? After waiting a while longer, there was still no sign of Yi Qing appearing. Dragon Dance just stood there foolishly, motionless, terrified that any movement might reveal a weakness for Yi Qing to exploit. His eyes remained fixed on the nearby bushes. Stealth abilities must have a time limit, after all. There was no way someone could remain invisible for this long. After waiting for over 3 whole minutes with still no sign of Yi Qing, Dragon Dance muttered to himself, could that Yi Qing really be a coward? Though admittedly, an assassin would stand no chance against a plate-armored knight. Dragon Dance scanned his surroundings and even thrust his weapon into nearby bushes several times, but Yi Qing remained nowhere to be seen. Never thought the top-ranked player would be so timid. I was really looking forward to some proper fun. Still muttering to himself, Dragon Dance began preparing to leave. Yi Qing wasn't in a hurry either, staying invisible as he followed about 13 yards behind Dragon's Dance. Dragon's Dance never imagined that Yi Qing already possessed an advanced stealth skill. What a shame he took that silver treasure chest, Dragon's Dance muttered while walking ahead. Suddenly, war cry. Dragon's Dance roared angrily. With a boom, dust and debris flew into the air again. Yet there was still no sign of Yi Qing. Looks like he really escaped. Dragon's Dance spat in contempt for Yi Qing. Indeed a cautious one, Yi Qing observed from a distance. Ah, right, I haven't checked what was in that treasure chest earlier, Yi Qing murmured while keeping pace with Dragon's Dance, simultaneously opening his inventory to retrieve 2 items. Chapter 30, One-Hit Kill. Item, Skill Book * Cleave. Restriction, Assassination. Effect, dual-wield weapons to perform a cross-slash on enemies, dealing 80% physical damage, can crit. After dealing damage, forces the enemy to bleed, dealing additional 10% of physical attack as damage per second for 10 seconds. Advanced skill. Yi Qing never expected to obtain yet another advanced skill. Deals percentage-based damage with additional damage over time. It's practically a god-tier offensive skill. Yi Qing immediately slapped the skill book to complete the learning process. Name, Gluttony Badge. Quality, Unknown. Effect, when equipped, absorbs 0.01% of the target's health with each creature slain. Skill 1, Blood Pool. Health absorbed from daily creature kills is stored in the blood pool. When the wearer's health drops below 10%, automatically releases stored health proportionate to the pool, continuously restoring the player's health to 50%. Skill 2, Bloodburst. Instantly empties all stored health in the blood pool, unleashing 500% physical damage. Damage radius scales with the amount of health stored, maximum 50-yard range. I must have saved the world in my past life, Yi Qing couldn't help but mutter in awe. By the way, they also awarded a random piece of equipment. Who knew opening treasure chests could have first-time rewards too? Ding! Obtained one piece of common equipment. Damn, trash. Yi Qing sighed in frustration as he tossed away the common tier item without hesitation. The probability of getting junk from random draws was still pretty high. Yi Qing closely followed Dragon Dance, observing his monster slaying while silently analyzing the player. Dragon Dance likely has a talent combination of illusion, combat, and iron wall. However, judging by his current exclusive use of a one-handed sword, he probably hasn't acquired a shield yet, meaning some iron wall skills likely remain unused. In fact, he probably hasn't even obtained any iron wall skills yet. That Warcry skill of his is particularly effective against stealth and assassins though, truly an excellent aggro drawing ability for tank classes. Yi Qing had been tailing Dragon's Dance for a full half hour. Dragon's Dance hacked down a wild boar and muttered to himself, "It's been over half an hour. That coward Yi Qing has probably run far away by now. Whatever, I should just focus on leveling up." Suddenly, Yi Qing let out a cold laugh. "Het, you wish? Slash. Ding. Slash dealt 670 damage. Ding. Bleed triggered, losing 69 HP per second for 10 seconds. Yi Qing? You actually ambushed me. Ding. Player Dragon Dance has died. Yi Qing's damage output was terrifyingly high right now. He could instantly obliterate even a plate-armored warrior. Dragon's Dance lay dead, yet his white soul didn't leave the corpse, instead hovering above it. Why hasn't he returned to respawn? Yi Qing asked, staring at Dragon's Dance's corpse. "You vile coward, Yi Qing, attacking from ambush." Dragon's Dance never imagined Yi Qing would have such patience, tailing him relentlessly for over 30 minutes. This cold-blooded restraint terrified him, especially since he just hurled every imaginable insult at Yi Qing's ancestors, yet the man hadn't even flinched. Yi Qing looked at him like he was an idiot and said, "I'm an assassin. If I don't ambush you but instead brawl head-on with a plate armor class, what does that say about your IQ? You." Being mocked in return by Yi Qing made Dragon Dance explode with rage. "What's the matter? Want me to wait until you corpse run back here just to die again?" Yi Qing asked. In the main city, things were different from the beginner village. If you revived by running back as a spirit from the respawn point, you only lost 1 level. But if you brought your corpse back to the respawn point altogether, you'd lose 2 levels instead. "Yi Qing, let me go and I won't hold this against you." Dragon Dance spoke with inexplicable confidence. "Choose your own path then. I'm in no hurry. Either drop back to level 2, or gamble on whether I'll let you live when you corpse run back here." Yi Qing flipped his dagger deftly, weaving shimmering patterns in the air. "You've gone too far, ye bastard." Dragon Dance roared in fury. Yi Qing remained unperturbed. "My greatest hobby is bullying people, you got that right. I wonder if you'll get thrown back to the starter village if you drop back to level 19. I'm quite curious about that. Damn it, you ruthless bastard. I'll remember this." Dance of the Dragon instantly gave up on corpse running. His body vanished as he chose to lose 2 levels and respawn at the revival point. Yi Qing picked up all the items dropped by Dance of the Dragon. Ding, obtained 1 plate helmet, 1 plate leggings, 1 earring, and 30 silver coins. The harvest was pretty good, well worth the half-hour wait. Ding ding ding, Yi Qing, did you see? Dragon Dance, the second on the level rankings, just dropped 2 levels. Shinju was very attentive to the rankings. The moment she noticed Dragon Dance's drop, she messaged Yi Qing, suspecting he was behind it again. "I did it," Yi Qing admitted straightforwardly. "How did it happen?" Shinju asked. Yi Qing said with a smile, "Thought this guy was unreliable, so I took him out. Figured I'd give you a hand too, letting you stay second on the level leaderboard. Alright, chat's over. I've got stuff to do." Without lingering just because Shinju was a beauty, Yi Qing was itching to turn in his quest and level up faster. Ding! Superior plate helm. Premium gear, didn't even check the stats before tossing it into his bag. Ding! Rare plate leggings. The rare equipment isn't bad at all. Name, Lus leggings. Slot, legs, plate. Quality, rare. Level, 18. Restriction, iron wall. Physical defense, 200. Magic defense, 20. Strength, 20. HP, 100. A decent set of equipment with balanced stats, ranking among the mid to low tier of rare gear. Name, Vampire Earrings. Part, Earrings. Level, 20. Effect, Earrings rewarded by the accessory merchant, increases all 5 attributes by 10 points. Skill, Blood Siphon, passive, absorbs 1% of the target's lost HP with each physical attack to restore the user's health. The lifesteal attribute is among the top tier stats in early game equipment, saving a considerable amount of health potions and enhancing survivability during monster grinding. Yi Qing immediately equipped the earring. Combined with his innate vitality trait, he could now sustain continuous monster grinding without rest. With each level up, the Ring of Reincarnation boosts all 5 core attributes. The increase in Constitution raises Yi Qing's max HP and grants both in-combat and out-of-combat gradual HP recovery. Yi Qing allocated every free attribute point directly to 2 Strength and 3 Agility. With the Ring of Rebirth, the 5 points gained per level up became somewhat insignificant. Yi Qing jogged all the way to the mangrove forest he had originally intended to visit before encountering Dragon Dance. There was a quest to gather red leaves, and Yi Qing decided to complete it before heading back. Hidden amidst the mangrove trees lurked several mangrove vipers. Yi Qing had glimpsed them by chance earlier when passing through, but now he returned intentionally to carefully examine the viper's attributes. Name, Mangrove Snake. Level, 2326. Physical attack, 107. Magic attack, 270. Physical defense, 170. Magic defense, 167. Skills, 1. Camouflage, hide among mangrove trees by disguising as a red tree branch, making it extremely difficult to detect with the naked eye. Skill, 2. Poison Fang, launch a sudden attack on an enemy by sinking venomous fangs into their body, releasing toxins that deal 100 points of physical damage while inflicting 30 points of magic damage per second for 10 seconds. Chapter 31, Gathering Red Leaves. If it's capable of camouflage, then taking the initiative becomes difficult, forcing one to passively endure the damage, which consists of both balanced magic and physical attacks. The continuous bleeding totals 300 points of damage, plus the 100 points of physical attack. Accounting for Yi Qing's own physical and magical defenses, each attack would likely cost him over 300 HP. Yi Qing's current life restoration skill can recover 30 health points per second, precisely offsetting the toxin damage over 10 seconds. After a quick calculation, Yi Qing ventured straight into the mangrove forest. This mission primarily involved gathering red mangrove leaves rather than fighting monsters, so he could avoid the red tree snakes and focus on collection. However, even if Yi Qing didn't want to engage in combat, the monsters wouldn't simply let him escape unscathed. Just entered the mangroves and climbed up a tree. Ding! Attacked by a mangrove snake, HP reduced by 120 points. It was a relatively high-level mangrove snake, dealing some extra damage. Phantom Step. Ding! Flash Shadow dealt 437 points of damage. Ding! Crimson Tree Serpent deceased. Such formidable attack power was absolutely lethal against these ordinary monsters. HSSSSSS came the hissing sounds of serpents flicking their tongues. In mere moments, Yi Qing found himself completely encircled by over a dozen crimson tree serpents. Alright, then I'll level up while completing quests, 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Qing lifted his dagger and cast a rejuvenation spell on himself before darting between the trees, slashing at the redwood snakes. A few minutes later, every redwood snake in that small area had been cleared by Yi Qing. Without hesitation, Yi Qing climbed up the tree and began gathering. Ding! Gathering begins. Ding! Obtained red leaves, 20%, asterisk 3 inch. Ding! Gathering proficiency plus 30 inch. Every collected item comes with a percentage value indicating its quality grade, which directly affects both crafting outcomes and selling prices. Yi Qing's gathering level is still quite low, so the quality of what he collects is somewhat inferior. Yi Qing began gathering red leaves in large quantities. More than 10 minutes later. Ding! Gathering proficiency has leveled up. Current level, 1, max, 10. Ding! Collected red leaves, 20%, asterisk 180 inch. Ding! Collected red leaves, 30%, asterisk 89 inch. Ding! Collected red leaves, 40%, asterisk 34 inch. Ding! Collected red leaves, 60%, asterisk 2 inch. High-quality crimson leaves were virtually non-existent even with Yi Qing's exceptionally high luck stat. He'd only gathered this meager amount of top-grade foliage. Other players fared far worse. Ding! Obtained fragrant leaves asterisk 2 inch. Ding! Plus 200 harvesting proficiency. Just as Yi Qing prepared to leave, he plucked one final crimson leaf, unexpectedly harvesting a rare, special variant. Generally, when performing basic life skills like gathering, mining, logging, and so on, there's a certain chance to obtain special materials, all of which have unique effects. Take this fragrant leaf, for example. When used in alchemy or cooking, it can produce more refined potions or foods with enhanced attributes. However, the probability of obtaining such special materials is extremely low. After packing up, Yi Qing quickly found a safe spot and activated his town portal skill. Upon reaching the main city, every player automatically gains a passive teleportation skill, usable once per hour, while humans can use it approximately every 50 minutes. As the loading bar completed, Yi Qing found himself transported to the central square of Breezecrest City. By now, players could already be seen coming and going throughout the area. Never expected players to start entering the main city this quickly, he mused. Yi Qing opened the level ranking list. Level ranking: 1. Yi Qing level 25. 2. Shinshinju level 21. 3. A pot of wine among flowers level 20. 4. Dragons Dance LV.20. 5. Light Warrior LV.20. 6. Frozen Wasteland LV.20. 7. Dragon Mark LV.20. 8. Call Me Cutie level 20. 9. Master Craftsman Will Slay You level 20. 10. Master Craftsman Brother Phone level 20. Class rankings: 1. Dragon Blade Warrior. 2. Shadow Blade. 3. Dark Mage. 4. Spellsword. 5. Life Dancer. The Dragonblade Warrior appears to be a tanking class, with swordsmen, mages, and healers already dominating the leaderboards. The Assassin class is barely represented on the rankings, which tally the popularity of each profession based on player counts. As expected, assassins seem to be rather unpopular. Whether in dungeon runs or team battles, assassins are comparatively weak. Their single-target attacks only demonstrate strong advantages in PvP. Otherwise, due to being too squishy, they mostly serve as scouts. For pulling enemies, archers are both safer and more efficient than assassins. When it comes to raw damage, high-output classes like mages and swordsmen clearly outshine them, while tanks remain the core of any team. Under these circumstances, an average assassin would struggle to survive. Lost in these thoughts, Yi Qing began turning in his quests. A few minutes later, ding! Level up, current level 26, reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Triggered the Circle of Rebirth effect, increasing all 5 attributes by 25 points. If this continued, Yi Qing estimated his intelligence and spirit attributes might soon surpass those of mages and healers of the same level. Yi Qing walked over to the potion merchant. Adventurer, have you gathered the red leaves I need? The potion merchant asked. Yes, here are the 200 red leaves you requested. Yi Qing handed over 200 red leaves with a 20% purity level. Not bad at all. Having 20% purity is quite impressive. Has your gathering skill reached level 3 already? The potion merchant inquired. Not at all. My gathering skill has just reached level 1. What? The potion merchant, who had been mechanically responding, suddenly seemed to break free from game control like Arno's. Even when I was gathering at level 1 back in the day, I only managed to collect 8% quality at most. That low? Do you still need higher grade red leaves then? Yi Qing asked. Having spent all his time in the wilds fighting since entering the game, Yi Qing hadn't interacted with many players, even fewer with life skill players, so he had no idea how absurdly high the quality of his gathered red leaves was due to his luck bonus. Do you have any red leaves of even higher quality? The potion merchant inquired. Yes, but could you give me my quest rewards first? Yi Qing realized he hadn't received his promised rewards even after completing the quest. The potion merchant waved casually. No hurry, no hurry. If you have higher quality red leaves, I can purchase them, then I'll give you consolidated rewards. The quest rewards could actually be modified. Yi Qing was gradually realizing that the NPCs in this game seemed to be getting increasingly intelligent. Yi Qing took out portions of the red leaves, some at 30% and others at 40% potency. Are you really only level 1 in gathering? This is unbelievable, the potion merchant remarked. The potion merchant smiled and said, Adventurer, how about this? You give me this batch of red leaves, and I'll give you a mysterious reward in return. Give them to you? These are hundreds of high-quality red leaves. I could sell them for at least several gold coins. And you're asking me to just hand them over? You can either claim the mission reward of 200 red leaves, or choose to donate the red leaves along with the 200 leaf mission reward. I'll give you a mysterious bonus in return, the potion merchant said. These indigenous people being too specialized in their functions isn't necessarily a good thing either. Yi Qing thought to himself, anyway, he could still go gather more if needed. Otherwise, he'd have to spend time selling these red leaves, so he might as well take a gamble. Chapter 32, Special Alchemy Technique. Lucky I didn't take out all the red leaves. Yi Qing handed over all the red leaves he had taken out to the potion merchant as he contemplated his next move. Ding! Potion merchant favorability plus 50-inch. Ding! Special request from the potion merchant completed, unique. Ding! Reward obtained, 1 life skill book, 2 potion recipes, and 1 medicinal pill. Name, Life Skill Book * Special Alchemy Technique. Effect, upon learning, acquires alchemy qualification. Since this is a special alchemy technique, obtained by potion merchants in earlier years, It does not require renting a furnace like ordinary alchemy methods, allowing direct portable potion making. Name, recipe * intermediate instant healing potion. Name, recipe * intermediate instant mana potion. Name, instant alchemy experience pill, 1000. Effect, upon consumption, directly gain 1000 points of alchemy experience. To think he actually obtained a special alchemy skill, and could even activate it any time, what a delightful surprise. Yi Qing swallowed the quick experience pill for alchemy. Ding! Special alchemy skill upgraded. Current level, 1, maximum level, 10. After learning the remaining 2 formulas directly, Yi Qing bid farewell to the potion merchant and continued to complete his quest. After finishing all the quests, he leveled up yet again. Ding! Level increased. Current level, 27. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Effect of the Ring of Rebirth triggered. 5-dimensional attributes increased by 26 points. Although he leveled up, Yi Qing helplessly discovered that completing so many quests hadn't rewarded him with a single piece of equipment. Fortunately, he had earned a total of 6 gold coins. Thinking of the coins, Yi Qing suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh crap, I was so busy I forgot. I promised to exchange the money and transfer credits to Sister Lu. Yi Qing logged off immediately. Now having tens of thousands of credits in his account, he directly transferred 10,000 credits to Lu Rushuang. After drinking some water and relieving himself, he logged back in. Before logging in, he sent a text message to Lu Rushuang. Sister Lu, this 10,000 will cover the rent. It'll settle what I owed before and prepay for another 6 months. The extra 1,000 is just a little token of appreciation for you. Returning to the game, Yi Qing made his way to the center of the square, found an empty spot to set up a stall, and listed some equipment at fixed prices for autonomous trading. Then, he opened the interface for his special alchemy skill. Yi Qing wanted to test the effects of this alchemy technique. Yi Qing produced a batch of red leaves with a potency of 30%, along with some bottles and jars purchased from the potion merchant, as well as the medicinal herbs gathered along the way. Luckily, I've got great habits, like plucking every feather from a goose and leaving no blade of grass untouched. Yi Qing, who had a habit of collecting things, picked up the gathering skill and would spend a few seconds harvesting any peculiar medicinal herbs he stumbled upon while grinding monsters. Over time, he'd accumulated a stash of all sorts of bizarre herbs. Name, intermediate instant health potion. Requirement, alchemy level 1. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Effect, instantly restores 300 HP. Name, intermediate instant mana potion. Requirement, potion making level 1. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Effect, instantly restores 300 MP. Yi Qing's current HP was around 600, while an average player at level 20 would have at most 400 HP. That meant a single bottle of this intermediate instant health potion was practically a second life. Speaking of HP, Yi Qing couldn't help but think of Anos again. If it weren't for the Wheel of Samsara he'd received from him, where would he have gotten all those extra attribute points? Even with top-tier equipment, he wouldn't have outpaced other players by such a margin. Alright, let's try making some medicine. In Shinyu, the medicine-making process differs from traditional online games. In past games, you'd simply toss materials into the system's furnace and click, but in Shinyu, it's entirely hands-on, just like in real life. What sets Yi Qing's special alchemy technique apart is that his alchemy furnace comes built-in, eliminating the need to rent the system's medicine-making rooms. Renting a medicine-making room typically costs 1 gold coin per hour. Yi Qing took out 3 Ceylon flowers, crushed them bit by bit, then slowly extracted the juice for later use. Next, he ground the ghost orchid grass into powder, and then, preparing the materials alone took Yi Qing a full 5 minutes. Following the steps of the system's prescription, Yi Qing began the refining process one step at a time. Ding! Congratulations on successful refinement. Intermediate instant healing potion *3. Character experience plus 100, potion mastery proficiency plus 100. Practicing life skills also provides some experience bonus, although the amount is minimal. Succeeding on the first attempt further boosted Yi Qing's confidence. Yi Qing concentrated wholeheartedly on potion-making practice. The stall's equipment pieces were all high-quality gear. Passing players stopped one after another to examine them, and piece by piece, the equipment was sold off. When the stock was exhausted, Yi Qing swiftly replenished it with a new batch. At the same time, since Yi Qing was concocting potions in full view of everyone, many players curiously watched his alchemy process. However, without the alchemy skill themselves, they couldn't understand what Yi Qing was actually doing. They could only tell he was brewing potions with remarkably skilled techniques. Never thought we'd actually see an alchemist here, right? All we've found so far are low-grade instant recovery potions, whether dropped by monsters or sold by NPCs. We thought coming to the main city would give us access to better potions, but turns out these are still just the basic ones. Yeah, it looks like if we want better potions, we'll need to find an alchemist to brew them. Ugh, you have no idea. Aside from basic skills like gathering and mining that anyone can learn, other professions like alchemist, chef, or artificer all require completing specific quests to obtain the respective skill books. Otherwise, there's just no way to learn them. So this alchemist must be insanely skilled? Wait, is this person Yi Qing? Holy shit! Yi Qing's name was positioned slightly overlapping with the stall's name, and with so many people passing by, no one had noticed until now. Wow, a top-tier player. Who would have thought he'd have time to brew potions too? I assumed someone at his level would be constantly grinding monsters. Players chattered among themselves, and soon Yi Qing's stall was completely surrounded by the crowd. By this point, Yi Qing had completely immersed himself in the alchemy process. As it turned out, the so-called quality of herbal ingredients actually determined how many potions could be produced in a single batch. The better the quality, the more potions could be made per furnace, yielding greater rewards for the same amount of time invested. Ding! Congratulations on triggering an alchemy critical. Produced intermediate instant health potion *20. Character EXP plus 400. Alchemy proficiency plus 600. Ding! Congratulations, player, alchemy skill has leveled up. Current alchemy skill, level 2. Ding! Congratulations on triggering potion mutation, producing intermediate instant health potion, sustained, *3. Character EXP plus 800. Alchemy proficiency plus 300. The consecutive system notifications made Yi Qing pause his mechanical potion making. What? Critical strike? And mutation? Name, intermediate instant health potion, sustained. Requirement, alchemy level 1. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Effect, instantly restores 300 HP, with an additional 10 HP restored per second for 10 seconds. A full 100 extra health points. Yi Qing wasn't sure about the price of the potions he'd made, but he sensed they might be quite valuable. Forget it. I'll ask Shinju. After some thought, Yi Qing decided to send Shinju a private message. Chapter 33, The Auction House. What's up? I'm busy grinding mobs. Shinju sounded rather preoccupied on the other end. Yi Qing said apologetically, sorry to bother you, it's just that I made 2 potions and have no idea about their pricing. Thought I'd ask you. Ask me? Aren't you afraid I'll lowball the price? Shinju inquired. Could you take a look when you're free? What is it? Yi Qing sent the attributes of both the intermediate instant health potion and mana potion to Shinju. Did you make these potions? That's right. Impossible. The server just launched. As far as I know, the alchemy skill books are already rare drops. Most dedicated alchemists have only just reached level 1 in alchemy. Where would you find the time to brew potions? Shinju exclaimed excitedly. Then came another message. Yi Qing, let's talk. Is this some NPC's quest? Is it unique? Or do you know an alchemist who's already reached level 1? Yi Qing was overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. Wait, am I asking you or are you asking me? I'm the one who brewed these. Do you even know the prices? If not, I'll go ask someone else. Ahem, sorry, got a bit carried away. You have no idea how rare alchemists are. Our guild has been searching for ages and only found one who's still halfway from reaching level 1. Your health potions are worth about 80 silver each, and the mana ones around 70 silver. But the prices will definitely drop later. The higher the average player level gets, the cheaper they'll become, Shinju said. Yi Qing nodded. This was common knowledge, of course. The higher the average player level, the more HP they had. Naturally, the recovery amount of these health potions wouldn't be enough anymore, so they'd naturally become cheaper. But right now, these potions were literal lifesavers. Wow, these are dirt cheap. I thought they'd cost at least 1 gold per bottle or something. Cheap? Bro, right now, I'm pretty sure 90% of players probably couldn't scrape together 30 silver even if they emptied their pockets. The drop rate's that low? Yi Qing pondered. When he had been grinding mobs, it seemed like every monster reliably dropped something, and the coins were always a few silver here and there. By the time he reached the main city, he hardly ever even saw copper coins anymore. The drop rate must be ridiculously low. After you left the starter village, many players were still wearing beginner gear. Shinju had nearly spent all her recent allowance on the equipment she was wearing now. After inquiring about the prices, Yi Qing decided it was time to start selling his potions. Thanks. Now that I know the prices, I can set up a stall to sell my potions. Can't you just list them in the main city auction? Even with the 10% commission, it saves time. You level up so fast, don't you have tons of free time? Shinju found Yi Qing increasingly baffling. While she was grinding monsters and quests desperately to level up, he seemed oddly relaxed, yet his level soared at an astonishing speed. That's right, forget it, I'll just list it for auction. Yi Qing hung up the call and immediately said, I mailed you the potions as a thank you. Gotta go now. Ha, this stingy guy actually sent me something on his own accord? Shinju opened the mail. Ding! Received 2 bottles of basic health potion gifted by Yi Qing. Put! Shinju nearly spat out blood in frustration. There were still over 40 bottles of basic health potions in Shinju's backpack, some from native shops, others dropped by monsters. Yi Qing had just ended the voice call when he realized he was surrounded by a crowd of players, his stall completely sold out. What's going on? Too absorbed in his alchemy, Yi Qing hadn't noticed so many people had gathered already. Grandmaster Yi Qing, were you just brewing potions? How did you manage to do it without going to an alchemy workshop? Grandmaster Yi Qing, do you need a partner? What do you think of me? Grandmaster Yi Qing, please mentor me, help me level up. Players swarmed Yi Qing like a barrage of 100,000 shameless question marks, bombarding him with endless queries and pleas for mentorship. Hold on, wait a damn minute. Aren't you all supposed to be leveling up? Why are you crowding around me? Yi Qing shouted as he shut down his stall and rose from the sea of players. We want you to power level us. Help yourselves. Yi Qing retorted coldly, forcibly pushing through the crowd before breaking into a jog and activating his stealth ability. Wow! Invisibility! Master Yi Qing can actually use such high-level invisibility already. So cool how he appears and vanishes like a ghost, said a female player, gazing dreamily at the spot where Yi Qing had disappeared. A male player nearby, seeing how much the female player admired Yi Qing, couldn't help but remark, just showing off. Even at such a high level, he doesn't bother helping newcomers or guiding them to level up. His comment drew disdainful looks from several players around him. Why should Master Yi Qing carry you? Just because you're ugly? Keyboard warrior. Yi Qing, remaining invisible, made his way to the auction house. The auction house in Breeze City was still largely deserted at this point, as most players who had just arrived in the main city were still busy with quests to level up. They had neither items to sell nor the money to buy anything. The native receptionist led Yi Qing to the control panel. Esteemed guest, please set the initial bid and the buyout price yourself. The initial bid serves as the minimum price, after which players can freely bid, provided it doesn't exceed the buyout price. After 24 hours, the highest bidder wins the item. The buyout price allows immediate purchase at the seller's set maximum price. Pay and take the item on the spot. Yi Qing pondered for a moment before listing all the health potions and mana potions at 1 gold coin each. Forget market prices right now. His potions were the only ones available, so they couldn't be priced too low. He then set the fixed price at 2 gold coins. In total, he had crafted 4 batches of health potions and 3 batches of mana potions, with each batch containing 100 potions. Yi Qing kept 1 batch of each for himself and listed the rest on the auction house. Since he was already there, Yi Qing methodically listed every single piece of equipment from his backpack onto the auction house. A few minutes later, he clapped his hands, job done. Just as Yi Qing was about to turn and leave, a familiar figure appeared. Yi Qing? Sister Willow? To his surprise, Yi Qing had actually run into Lu Rushuang. Looking at her in-game name Frozen Snowscape, wasn't this the person currently topping the level ranking? So it really is you, Lu Rushuang said. I thought no one would use their real name as their game ID. I kept telling myself the top-ranked player couldn't possibly be you, but here we are. Yi Qing laughed heartily. Couldn't be bothered to pick a name. Who'd know it's my real name anyway? Sister Lu, you're leveling up pretty fast too. Of course, I was actually a professional gamer too, though I had to quit for special reasons. Lu Rushuang's eyes dimmed momentarily before quickly brightening again. Let's not talk about that. Got time to power level me? Actually, I'm quite busy. Ding! Ice and Snow has sent you a party invitation. Seriously? Yi Qing muttered under his breath. But when he thought back to his most destitute days, it was Lu Rushuang who had given him a place to stay. Over the years, Yi Qing had frequently delayed paying rent, yet Lu Rushuang had only ever mentioned it in passing, never truly pressing him for the money or kicking him out. For that, Yi Qing was genuinely grateful. Chapter 34, The Revolting Floral Butterfly. Fine, I'll accept it. Yi Qing clicked accept. Ding! Team dismissed. Lone Wolf skill deactivated. Attributes reduced by 30%. Luck decreased by 100 points. As expected, joining a team would deactivate the Lone Wolf skill, but leaving the team would restore its effects normally. Forget it. Leveling up Sister Lu won't hurt. She's taken care of me for so many years, it's nothing to help her out a bit. Yi Qing couldn't help but smile as he watched Lu Rushuang's delighted expression. But honestly, the temporary stat reduction from the Lone Wanderer skill is whatever, I'm still plenty strong. But losing that maxed out luck stat? That stings. Where should we grind, sis? Yi Qing asked. Let's pick up 2 friends of mine. We stumbled upon a dungeon entrance and want to give it a shot. Dungeon? The Windblade abandoned mine dungeon? Yi Qing never expected that Lu Rushuang and her team had actually found the dungeon entrance. His heart skipped a beat. This was the perfect opportunity to be the first to clear it. If they succeeded, it would trigger a server-wide announcement and surely come with massive rewards. Being a good person really does pay off sometimes. I think this dungeon requires 5 people to enter. All dungeons had restrictions. They required a minimum number of players before allowing entry. That's why Yi Qing had never bothered scouting them before. As someone who preferred to play solo, gathering a team for dungeon runs was always a hassle, and he'd practically given up on being the first to clear any dungeon. In that case, Yi Qing actually benefited from Lu Rushuang's influence. Don't worry, I've already assembled a team. I'm the mage, with a healer, a tank, and a swordsman. Not bad, a perfectly standard dungeon crawling party, Yi Qing remarked. Lu Rushuang ruffled Yi Qing's hair. Of course it is, I'm a real professional at this. Don't mess up my hair. Don't you know a guy's head shouldn't be touched? Yi Qing always found it exasperating. Lu Rushuang consistently treated him like a younger brother, constantly ruffling his hair. Haha, little brother, are you actually embarrassed? Bantering playfully with Lu Rushuang, they finally arrived at the gathering spot where 3 other players were already waiting. Light Warrior and Call Me Cutie, both ranked players. Huh? Nice going, Sister Lu. Yi Qing realized with pleasant surprise. Hee, not bad, right? Radiant Warrior was my university classmate. We trained together as professional gamers back in the day. Please Call Me Cutie is my junior sister. And as for Fluttering Butterfly, well, let's just say she's an acquaintance. Lu Rushuang's tone shifted slightly when mentioning Fluttering Butterfly. I'm Schwenger's fiancé. Fluttering Butterfly blurted out with evident displeasure upon seeing Yi Qing approaching alongside Lu Rushuang. Yi Qing was taken aback. Although they didn't live together, he had interacted quite a bit with his landlord's sister Lu Rushuang. He'd never heard her mention having a fiancé. She'd always seemed single. Kid, so you're Yi Qing? You don't look that old, just a brat. Leveling up so fast. Are you exploiting some bug or what? The arrogant smirk on Hua Hua Butterfly's face made Yi Qing frown. How much? Name your price. Flower Butterfly suddenly spoke. What price are you talking about? Flower Butterfly said with a proud expression, sell me the leveling bug you're using. I'll pay for it. Yi Qing completely ignored Flower Butterfly and glanced at Lu Rushuang. Sis, is this guy really your fiancé? No, Lu Rushuang immediately denied. Just as the atmosphere became slightly awkward, the nearby Radiant Warrior couldn't stand it anymore. With natural familiarity, he pulled Yi Qing aside. Hey, Master Yi Qing, longtime admirer, come on, let me buy you a drink. With that, he began pulling out alcoholic beverages from his backpack. These drinks had no special effects in the game, they existed purely for indulging cravings. Pulling Yi Qing aside, Radiant Warrior whispered, Frost, Shuangshuang, told me about you. We're all in the same boat, so I'll be straight. That flashy butterfly is a rich second generation who's got his eyes on Frost. Her family's business recently ran into trouble, so you get the picture. An arranged marriage, forced engagement. The Light Warrior nodded. So let's not bring this up anymore. Your sister's already troubled enough. Okay. Yi Qing wasn't the meddling type anyway. Other people's family affairs were none of his business. Lu Rushuang clapped her hands. Alright, guys. Let's get ready for the dungeon run. Be prepared to lose levels during this first raid. Yi Qing turned to the healer beside him, please call me Cutie, and asked, Cutie, what's your healing power? Just over 200. Yi Qing did some quick calculations. My healing power is almost over 100 already. But of course, this was something he absolutely couldn't say out loud. Yi Qing, do you have any bread left? If not, I've got extra here, Lu Rushuang asked. No need, I usually can't be bothered to wait around for it. Bread and other cooked foods are for slowly recovering health and mana after combat. They're cheap and recover a lot, but very slowly, and can't be used during battle. Since Yi Qing had healing skills and was impatient by nature, he couldn't be bothered to carry stuff like bread. Yi Qing initiated a trade with Lu Rushuang and placed several bottles of intermediate instant health and mana potions. Where did you get these? Lu Rushuang immediately assumed Yi Qing had bought them from the auction house when she saw the potions. I made them myself. Keep them as backups, we'll definitely need them later, Yi Qing said. Lu Rushuang accepted the trade. This thing is practically drinking money, way too expensive. Yi Qing nodded. Expensive it is, but it's better not to die during the pioneering phase if possible. Thanks, I won't stand on ceremony with you then. The 5 of them ventured deep into the Eternal Spirit Forest. Little did they know, Yi Qing, who had only recently left the forest, would return so soon. So how did you guys find the dungeon entrance? I've been here for ages and never stumbled upon it. The Light Warrior immediately replied, we've got Cutie to thank for that. Don't you dare tell. Please call me Cutie quickly covered the Light Warrior's mouth. Cutie here got scared by a spider monster while farming with us, ran away in panic, and accidentally fell straight into the dungeon's hidden cave. That's how we found it, Lu Rushuang added with a laugh. Sister Shuangshuang said we weren't supposed to tell anyone about this. This is so embarrassing. Yi Qing said with a smile, the game is incredibly realistic. The spider monster is huge and really frightening, but that's to be expected. Hearing Yi Qing smooth things over for her, Call Me Cutie quickly chimed in, right? I mean, that spider was huge. Anyone would have been scared out of their wits seeing that. At the entrance of the dungeon, the flirtatious butterfly who had been fawning over Lu Rushuang all this time turned to Yi Qing and said, "Kid, you should thank us. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have had the chance to come here and claim the first clear." Yi Qing glanced sideways at this garishly dressed dandy. The man had the typical look of a lecherous fool, fat-faced and thick-headed, yet inexplicably brimming with confidence to keep picking fights with others. Light Warrior tugged at Yi Qing's sleeve. "Forget it. Just let it go. You'll get used to it. This guy acts like this toward any man who gets too close to Shuang. If I hadn't sworn sibling vows with her right in front of him, I'd be getting the same treatment." Damn, you actually swore sibling vows with Sister Lu? Chapter 35, Entering the Windblade Vein. Yeah, otherwise our squad would probably be missing a tank. Ugh, that flashy butterfly is so annoying. But Shuang's family owes theirs, so there's no way around it. Yi Qing couldn't help shaking her head. Sister Lu really has it tough. Ding! Windblade or Vein Dungeon discovered. Ding! The Gale Vein Mine Dungeon requires level 20 to enter. Team leader, please select the dungeon difficulty. The player known as Frostbound Breeze, Lu Rushuang, asked, "What difficulty should we pick? Beginner, intermediate, advanced, or abyss?" Before anyone could speak, Fluttering Butterfly blurted out, "Just go straight for abyss. Why bother with the rest?" Everyone rolled their eyes. The concept of pioneering raids means venturing into a dungeon without knowing any of the monster attributes, boss mechanics, skills, potential dangers, or bugs. Death is a highly probable price, so it's impossible to attempt such raids on the highest difficulty level. Let's start with the beginner level. You can enter 3 times a day. Better play it safe, secure the first clear first. Yi Qing understood the benefits of a first clear all too well, which was why he opted for the safer approach. After all, losing levels wasn't something he wanted either. Hua Butterfly sneered at Yi Qing's choice, still ranked first in levels, yet so timid. What a joke. Absolutely hilarious. Let's go in, sis. Yi Qing chose to ignore this idiot outright. Ding! Entering the primary dungeon of Windblade Mine. Team members, 5. The dungeon was plunged in gloom. What had once been a thriving mine now lay in ruins, with spectral grey wisps flitting about and their mournful wails drifting through the air. Abandoned or littered the ground alongside broken rail carts, the atmosphere so chilling it set one's teeth on edge. Not another creepy scene like this. "Please call me cute," said, huddling close to Lu Rushuang, their trembling voice betraying their fear. Though Lu Rushuang was bolder by nature, she was still a girl at heart, and her face had turned somewhat pale. Unconsciously, Lu Rushuang leaned closer to Yi Qing's side. This made Fluttering Butterfly even more displeased when he saw it. The Radiant Warrior raised his shield. "Let me lead the way. Be careful," Lu Rushuang cautioned. Fluttering Butterfly took one look at Lu Rushuang and raised her sword. "Careful my ass. It's just a beginner dungeon, no point wasting time crawling through it. I'll take point." Playing the part of self-appointed leader, Fluttering Butterfly charged ahead into the dungeon entrance. She'd barely taken a dozen steps when the ground began bulging in multiple spots. Within 2 seconds, hordes of monsters erupted from the earth like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Vein thieves, vein healers, vein mages, vein warriors, a whole swarm of skeletal-like monsters rose to their feet, gripping various weapons. Hua Butterfly's reckless move instantly stirred up a hornet's nest. At least 10 monsters emerged from underground and immediately launched a counterattack. "Look out! I'm done for. Go invisible." Ding! Hua Butterfly has died, losing 20% of experience. Ding! Radiant Warrior has died, losing 20% of experience. Ding! Frozen Wasteland has died, losing 20% of experience. 3 players from the team died all at once, their spirits running back from the dungeon entrance as corpses, losing 20% of their experience. If revived by corpse running in the dungeon, you only lose 20% of your experience. Yi Qing patted his chest. "Luckily I reacted quickly and went invisible immediately." Call Me Cutie also said with lingering fear, "Thank goodness I was walking slowly at the back and managed to retreat to the safe zone at the dungeon entrance." The Radiant Warrior looked at his 20% lost experience points with aching heart. Butterfly Blossom, what the hell? Who plays a dungeon like this? In Divine Domain, leveling up was as brutally difficult as the drop rates were merciless. The Radiant Warrior could only level up by grinding monsters relentlessly day and night. Just imagine how long he'd have to grind to recover that 20% experience loss. Butterfly couldn't care less as he said, "How would I know? You guys didn't tell me either, so why blame me?" He then roared, "It's just some XP points. At worst, I'll compensate you. What are you acting all high and mighty for, daring to question me like this?" Butterfly basically leveled up by paying others to carry him, so he'd hardly ever lifted a finger to kill monsters himself. To him, gaining experience was as easy as drinking water. Acting high and mighty? Radiant Warrior was about to explode. Alright, enough arguing. Let's just start over. Bing Tian Shuedi reluctantly stepped in to mediate, though her eyes betrayed how much she despised Hua Hua Hu Dai. Yi Qing sighed helplessly. Having a troublemaker in the party was truly aggravating. This was exactly why he preferred working alone. Forget it, I'll take point, Yi Qing said. That's what an assassin should have been doing in the first place, Hua Hua Hu Dai couldn't resist adding, her sharp tongue still wagging. Yi Qing simply ignored it. There was no point listening to a dog's bark. Yi Qing took out the plain crossbow, circled around from the side, carefully calculated the attack range, and fired an arrow at the vein healer. The moment the arrow was released, he began to retreat slowly, perfectly managing the aggro and only drawing the hatred of a single vein healer. Call me cutie sparkled with excitement. Perfect distance control. Dungeon mobs usually have chained aggro, yet you managed to single pull one with pure skill. That's some high-level technique. Yi Qing stepped back. Light power, go tank it. Got it. Shield bash. Light power warrior charged forward and delivered a solid shield bash to the vein healer, his shield crashing heavily against the monster's body. Ding! Dealt 32 damage. The damage is so low? Yi Qing couldn't help but say. The radiant warrior turned his head. Isn't that quite high already? I'm a tank. I don't invest in strength. This is already pretty good damage for me. Fireball. Amidst the icy landscape, a magic spell went flying. Ding! Dealt 73 damage. This monster has pretty high magic defense. Normally, I can deal close to 100 damage to regular monsters. Yi Qing was speechless. Had he really surpassed other players by this much? Yi Qing walked up and silently delivered a basic dagger strike. Ding! Dealt 344 damage. Everyone was shocked. Damn it! Light power, what are you doing? The aggro's on me now! Yi Qing shouted in panic. Warrior Light Power hurriedly used skills to pull aggro, only to find the monster's hatred remained stubbornly fixed on Yi Qing. I don't have any taunt skills. Your DPS is too high for me to tank. Forget it, switch to a two-handed weapon and attack at full power. I'll handle the aggro. Yi Qing had no choice but to attack with all his might while maneuvering to evade the monster's strikes. Ding! Evasion attribute triggered, damage immunity activated. Ding! Attacked by Vein Healer, received 65 damage. Without the luck stat, even Yi Qing's skilled evasion attributes rarely triggered. Glimmer Heal. Ding! Received healing and regained 65 HP. Yi Qing nodded approvingly. Not bad healing there, little cutie. Absolutely, this healing staff is a rare drop from a boss. Top-tier equipment. Seems like your team composition is solid enough to take down bosses. Chapter 36, The High DPS Yi Qing. We're doing alright, Light Energy chimed in. Mainly because Frigid Wasteland is highly intelligent. As long as we pick small bosses with low magic resistance, it's manageable. The trash mobs are down. The dungeon mobs really have thicker health bars. They give slightly more XP than outside monsters and dropped about 80 copper coins. The group got excited seeing those 80 copper coins. The dungeon drop rate is indeed high. There are actually 80 copper coins. That's right, on average that's 16 copper coins per person. The system automatically split it. Yi Qing thought helplessly, as expected. Without the lone wolf skill, the drop rate drops drastically. Even copper coins are showing up now. How depressing. Colorful Butterfly sneered and said, what a bunch of paupers, getting so excited over a few copper coins. Yi Qing folded his arms and said with a smirk, we really can't compare to the wealthy. But when it comes to fighting, all those rich folks can do is hide in the corner and spam praises. Pathetic, really. The Radiant Warrior burst into laughter and said, seems like we just witnessed exactly that scenario. Provoked by Yi Qing's sarcastic remarks, Fluttering Butterfly shouted at him, you bastard named Yi, who the hell do you think you are? At your service, I happen to be your granddaddy. Come on, good grandson, call me grandpa. Yi Qing wasn't fond of arguing, but once he started, he'd tear into everything, sky, earth, and anyone in between until you questioned your very existence. The spoiled rich kid Hua Butterfly, who had never suffered such humiliation before, immediately drew his sword to slash at Yi Qing. Damn it, I'll kill you. Frostbound Snowland sighed helplessly. Alright, stop arguing. Let's hurry and clear the dungeon before someone else discovers it. Since Frostbound Snowland said so, Yi Qing naturally didn't press the matter further. However, Hua Butterfly still shot Yi Qing a venomous glare. Alright, now that we've fought, I roughly understand. Guanning currently has no aggro skills, and my damage output is too high. It's easy to steal aggro, so Guanning might as well switch to a two-handed sword and focus on dealing damage, while being ready to switch to assisting from the side when needed. Dingshan's Weidi's combat ability is quite good, with high magic damage. Xiaoka AI's healing output isn't weak either. We definitely won't have problems clearing this dungeon. Let's just push forward directly. Dingshan's Weidi said, Yi Qing, you take command. We've got your back as leader. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Heh, sis, don't forget to give me a discount on the rent when it's due. Get lost. Since when do you care about that small change? Heh, thrift makes a good housewife. Hua Hudi watched Yi Qing and Lu Rushuang talking and couldn't help seething with anger, cursing them as shameless lovers under her breath. I'll go pull the mobs, sweetheart, keep me healed. No problem. Yi Qing notched his crossbow into position, fired 2 arrows at the monsters, then retreated. His timing for managing aggro was flawless. One monster was ranged, the other melee, both launching skill attacks at Yi Ching. With a quick roll, he effortlessly dodged and countered by raising his dagger to unleash a skill. Ding! Moonlight Slash deals 374 damage. Ding! Moonlight Slash deals 433 damage. Ding! Shadow Flash deals 687 damage. The Radiant Warrior could only watch in silent exasperation. He might as well be soy saucing the battle, dealing a measly 30-something damage per strike like some pathetic joke. Seeing the Radiant Warrior slacking off, Yi Ching shouted, "Radiant, stop dragging your feet, boost your DPS. Every bit counts, I'm starving here. Once we're done, I'm grabbing a meal." "Oh, okay." Ding! Under attack by Vayne Thief. Took 79 damage. Ding! Under attack by Vayne Mage. Took 137 damage. As expected, Yi Ching's magic resistance was relatively weaker. Radiance Heal. The skill release from Please Call Me Cutie sounded off. Ding! HP restored by 120 points. With a healer supporting from behind, Yi Ching no longer needed to worry about failing to trigger his evasion attributes. All he had to do was unleash his full offensive potential. His current health pool and defense stats already surpassed those of ordinary tank players. Under such overwhelming firepower, the two monsters quickly collapsed onto the ground, reduced to lifeless corpses. "It's so comfortable having a veteran around," Radiant Warrior said. "My defense is low. Although my attack is high, I still need you to tank at critical moments. Let's see if luck brings us a Warcry or Roar." Roar and Warcry, those aggro skill books are tough to get. The drop rate for skill books is even lower than for equipment, Radiant Warrior said helplessly. The more Yi Ching interacted with regular players, the more he realized how overpowered his lone wolf skill truly was. Yi Ching looked ahead, pondered for a moment, then said, "I'll make a quick run to trigger all the monsters up front first." Without hesitation, he dashed forward without stopping until reaching the cave entrance ahead, then swiftly turned back. The ground began to bulge as mounds formed one after another. Skeletons and rotting corpses emerged en masse from beneath the earth. "So many monsters," Light Warrior gasped sharply. If they had followed Fluttering Butterfly's suggestion earlier, they'd have no idea how many times they would have died by now. Returning to the party, Yi Ching immediately activated his Fade skill, clearing all aggro. The monsters that had been chasing him moments ago reverted to their original dazed, motionless state. "Alright, let's wipe them out batch by batch. The first boss should be right behind that door." After that, the group quickly cleared out the monsters. With Yi Ching's high damage output, it took only about 10 minutes to clean them all up. Since Yi Ching had lured all the monsters out at once, it saved a lot of time. The monsters dropped something called dungeon fragments, but they had no attributes whatsoever. "Let's keep it for now and roll for it randomly at the end," Yi Ching said. Frozen Wilderness shook his head. "You should take this. You're the main damage dealer, we're just riding your coattails. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to wipe out this group of monsters." Yi Ching scratched his head modestly. It's mainly because little cutie's heals are so strong, otherwise I couldn't have tanked so many monsters." The group gathered the drops, and Yi Ching was surprised to find only about 7 silver coins had dropped, with a mere 3 pieces of equipment. Yi Ching couldn't bear to look anymore, it was just too pitiful. The life of an average player was truly miserable. On the other hand, Radiant Warriors and his team were thrilled. They might have killed hundreds of monsters outside without getting a single piece of equipment, yet here in the dungeon, just a few dozen monsters had dropped 3, 2 of which were of superior quality. Entering the cave, they found themselves in a dilapidated mine shaft that looked like it could collapse at any moment. However, this mine shaft was extraordinarily large, almost like a grand hall. "I smell the scent of living humans," a low, strangled voice echoed, causing both girls to instinctively take a step back. "It triggered the boss right away?" The Light Warrior scanned the surroundings but found no small monsters. "Don't they usually have small creatures to clear out first?" "Shinyu is different from regular online games. Don't apply those old gaming patterns here. Get ready for combat," Bing Tianxue said coldly. "Since aggro's already triggered, let's just charge in," Yi Ching declared. The boss gradually materialized, its entire face covered with dangling rotten flesh, a truly grotesque sight. Chapter 37, Dungeon Set. Name, Mining Foreman. Quality, Rare. Level, 25. Physical Attack, 300. Magic Attack, 170. Physical Defense, 300. Magic Defense, 200. Skill, Pickaxe Strike, deals 100% physical damage with a chance to stun the target for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Description: once the overseer of mineral veins, this foreman succumbed to darkness when the mines were tainted by evil forces, awakening the corruption within his heart and turning him into a slave of the shadows. Though it's just one skill, the attack power is formidable. Getting hit by even one shovel strike would leave you crippled, plus the 3-second stun effect. Basically, if the skill lands, you're done for. Even as he spoke, Yi Ching had already initiated his attack. This boss fight didn't require much finesse, just dodge its skills and go all out. Slice. The skill unleashed dealt massive damage, instantly locking the boss's aggro firmly on Yi Ching. The the life of a twaller. Yi Ching lamented as he bounced around the boss, circling it in endless loops. Everyone else was focused solely on pouring out damage, never having to worry about threat fluctuations at all. Little ants, taste my shovel. Yi Ching shouted, fall back. Everyone reacted swiftly, dodging in the nick of time. But Fluttering Butterfly was just a tad too slow. She took a full shovel strike right to the forehead. Ding! Fluttering Butterfly has been attacked, sustaining 298 points of damage. Damn, she's that fragile? Cutie, heal me quick. Fluttering Butterfly actually scurried all the way back to the healer in a panic. Yi Ching was utterly speechless. Fortunately, the boss's aggro remained firmly fixed on him, otherwise Butterfly Flower's reckless dash toward the healer after taking boss attacks would have dangerously redirected the boss's attention, essentially endangering the healer. Light Warrior shrugged helplessly, signaling there was nothing to be done. It was just a minor episode. With Yi Ching's high attack power, the boss's HP swiftly dwindled to nearly nothing. Pretty impressive shield technique, Light. 6 skill casts, and you managed to block 3. Each block reduces damage by half while completely negating all crowd control, Yi Ching remarked. The Radiant Warrior dodged the boss's attack and replied, you're stronger. I'm just a tank, all I need to do is time my shield blocks right. But you actually triggered the dodge attribute. Keep in mind, in all my days playing this game, I've never once pulled off a dodge. Alright, you two legends, cut the mutual admiration act. The boss is about to bite the dust. The boss's health plummeted in no time, but unexpectedly, right before dying, it let out a mournful wail. I die with regrets. Then it collapsed. Who would have thought that the higher-level bosses would become increasingly human-like? Call me Cutie, she said with delight as she looked at her experience bar. It actually went up by 40%. Light Warrior glanced at his own experience bar. Same here. The experience points here are really generous. I only got 20%, Yi Ching said helplessly. Since Yi Ching was already at a high level, he naturally received much less experience. But in Hua Hua Butterfly's eyes, Yi Ching's words were just showing off. Pfft, always trying to act cool. Yi Ching gave Hua Hua Butterfly a sidelong glance. Some people have flashy names and keep spewing crap from their mouths. Dude, you're really something. Call me Cutie asked. What do you mean he's something? Yi Ching chimed in. When a single person combines sleaziness, nastiness, stinkiness, and ugliness all at once, don't you think that's impressive? The icy snowy landscape burst into laughter at Yi Ching's words. It must be said that Yi Ching hit the nail on the head. Those traits perfectly described Fluttering Butterfly, though no one had dared to say it outright before. Humiliated, Fluttering Butterfly was trembling with rage. He pointed at Yi Ching and roared, Yi Ching, don't think just because you're good at this game you can act all high and mighty. I could crush you in real life in minutes, and even in-game, I have 100 ways to ruin you. You'd better watch your back. As Fluttering Butterfly looked ready to throw a punch, Ice and Snow could hold back no longer. She stepped protectively in front of Yi Ching. Enough, Lu. Yi Ching's my brother. I invited him to help us with the dungeon. You've been mocking him from the start. What more do you want? Trying to start a fight? I dare you to lay a finger on him. Seeing the situation about to escalate into an argument, Light Warrior immediately intervened. Everyone calm down, no need to fight. Let's divide the loot, there's plenty of gear here, so no arguments, okay? Colorful Butterfly snorted but fell silent. When it came to Frostbound, she didn't actually want to sour relations, after all. This was a woman who had caught his eye. Name, Vein of Splendor. Slot, chest piece. Quality, fine, cloth armor. Level, 20. Restriction, elemental. Physical defense, 110. Magic defense, 200. Intelligence, 50. Spirit, 40. 3-piece set effect. Intelligence plus 100. 5-piece set effect. Casting speed plus 10%. 7-piece set effect. When receiving damage, there's a chance to trigger consecutive teardrops that deal 100% magic damage to the attacker. My mage set. Ice and Snow exclaimed excitedly. Yi Ching patted Ice and Snow on the shoulder and said, Sis, don't get too excited. It's just a dungeon set, but getting it from the first boss is pretty good luck. Guess my luck isn't bad, huh? Radiant Warrior immediately took credit. I'm so envious, Call me Cutie said. Yi Ching thought if he were soloing, this boss would have dropped legendary loot for sure. The current drops were pitiful compared to normal circumstances. But judging by how excited Arctic Blaze and his crew were, it seemed these drops were actually considered exceptionally good. There's more gear coming. Name, Vein Luster. Slot, leggings. Quality, superior. Plate, level, 20. Requirement, Iron Wall. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 180. Physique, 80. 3-piece set bonus, Constitution plus 100. 5-piece set bonus, Aggro Generation plus 100. 7-piece set effect, has a chance to taunt enemies when attacking, forcing them to unconditionally target you. Damn it all, heavens above. My equipment. The Radiant Warrior, who had just been telling Frostbound Snowfield to calm down, was now practically ready to snatch the gear outright. Yi Ching shook his head helplessly. Easy there, Radiant, control your drooling. You're making yourself look like a rookie. Great, another one's gone mad. Let's move on, no more gear here. The colorful butterfly murmured behind, how come there's no equipment for me? Having obtained the equipment, the group redoubled their efforts. They hacked through brambles and thorns along the way, with every minor monster swiftly cleared under Yi Ching's formidable attacks. What should have been an extremely challenging dungeon became effortlessly easy, all thanks to the overpowered Yi Ching. Before long, the party reached the end of the path. A cliff. Who would have thought such a bottomless chasm could exist within a mine tunnel? The cliff's center was spanned by a section of minecart tracks, certainly appearing passable, but the fathomless drop below was clearly nothing to trifle with. Be careful, we don't know if these rails can support our weight, Yi Ching cautioned. The Radiant Warrior said, I wonder if we can get through that track. We should still be careful. As soon as Yi Ching finished speaking, Fluttering Butterfly scoffed disdainfully and said, as if there'd be any damn problem. Yi Ching finally lost his patience and snapped, shut your mouth, you idiot. Chapter 38 The Troublesome Brat. Yi, you bastard, how dare you curse at me? Yi Ching was genuinely reaching his limit. If not for giving Ice and Snow some face and not wanting to make the situation too ugly, he would have already cut this idiot down with his blade. Make no mistake, Yi Ching was no pushover. One should remember the kind of troubles he'd stirred up before. Yi Ching, let's be careful and take it slow. I don't see any other paths around. Please call me Cute said. The five of them cautiously stepped onto the railroad tracks. Trampling on them, they felt the tracks were fairly sturdy. But Yi Ching's cautious nature prompted him to remind everyone to stay alert, at least make sure not to accidentally fall off. Quit dawdling. These tracks are so solid. What's with all the caution? Hua Hua Hutie stomped her foot forcefully, as if to prove the tracks weren't flimsy at all. Then, just as the words left her mouth, the tracks began shaking violently. Damn it, run! Yi Ching shouted as he tried to turn back, but it was already too late. The rails didn't even last a second before exploding violently, sending all five of them plummeting down and slamming hard onto the ground at the base of the cliff. Their HP bars were instantly slashed by more than half. My aching back, that hurt like hell. Yi Ching had pain sensitivity maxed out, and that fall delivered a world of agony. The moment the five of them struggled to their feet, monsters began spawning inside the small pit. Creature after creature emerged from the cracked ground, crawling out one by one. This underground space was a circular arena, almost like a gladiator's cage designed for beast fights. Grind mobs, quick, use a health pot to heal up. Name, Mud Pit Monster. Quality, Common. Level, 10-18. Physical Defense, 30. Magic Defense, 40. Physical Attack, 200. Magic Attack, 200. Yi Ching noticed that although these monsters had extremely high attack power, their defense and health pools were surprisingly low. Everyone, stay still, Yi Ching said, then started sprinting around the cavern, drawing the aggro of the monsters that had already risen. In no time, over a dozen monsters had aggroed onto Yi Ching. With swift footwork, he lured them all together in a tight cluster. Moonlight Slash. Ding! Crescent Moon Slash triggered. A flurry of damage numbers flashed across the screen as all the swamp minions were instantly wiped out. The Radiant Warrior exclaimed in awe, thank heavens we've got an AoE god among us. Frozen Tundra shot a glare at the Radiant Warrior and sneered, humph. So sorry I don't have area attacks like some people. Only then did the Radiant Warrior realize conventional AoE skills were typically a mage's specialty, yet Frozen Tundra hadn't learned any area attacks yet. Coughing awkwardly, he apologized, ahem, my bad, sister. Ha, big sis? Wait, no, miss. Yi Ching couldn't help but sigh. Your survival instincts are incredibly strong. Sigh, they have to be. Our studio is basically all women. As the only guy, weak survival instincts would have doomed me long ago. Too much to say about this brings tears to my eyes. Studio? Weren't you all just a temporary team? Yi Ching suddenly asked, remembering Frosty Snowland had mentioned they were temporarily grouped. Light Warrior immediately pulled Yi Ching aside. Shoo, don't let that idiot hear you. Is Sister Lu planning to set up a studio to earn funds, then break free from her family's arrangements? To solve the family's financial problems? You figured that out? Light Warrior didn't expect Yi Ching to guess this correctly. Yi Ching said, isn't this just the standard plot trope from TV dramas and novels? Sounds about right. Guess stories really do come from life. Frozen Wasteland interrupted their conversation. Think about how to get up first. There's absolutely nothing around here we can use to climb. Yi Ching had already been observing their surroundings while luring the monsters earlier. Look, there's standing water everywhere, and it's slowly rising too. If we use our mining skill to dig up these nearby rocks, water should come gushing out. The colorful butterfly said disdainfully, why dig for water? Do you want a drink? Yi Ching rolled his eyes. Call me Cuteness immediately grasped Yi Ching's meaning. This must be how the dungeon is designed. The water here should be enough to lift us all up. Ice and Snow said, but I can't swim. The Light Warrior said, I can't either. Don't you know games have an oxygen meter for the first 3 minutes? Just swim upwards, it's a game, not real life. The five immediately began searching everywhere for diggable water sources, and soon water came gushing upward through multiple excavated holes. Within minutes, the pit was completely flooded, gradually buoying Yi Qing and the others to the surface. Yi Qing said while stepping on the water, "All right, we can go up now." Turning back, "Help me," the frozen wilderness shouted from the water. The light warrior was already gurgling bubbles, looking like he was about to pass out, and Hua Hua Butterfly had already sunk straight to the bottom. Call Me Cutie floated near Yi Qing while treading water. Let's each take responsibility for pulling one person." What an outrageous trap! Yi Qing and Call Me Cutie carried the three troublemakers onto the shore together. Originally, Yi Qing considered letting Flower Butterfly drown down there, but then he realized, damn, this is a game, drowning would just send him respawning at the revival point. They'd still have to wait for him to run back as a ghost, which would be a complete waste of time. Helpless, he dragged the guy up, not by carrying him on his back, but by hooking his nostrils and swimming all the way to the surface. "Everyone, speed it up a bit. If we don't hurry, I'm seriously going to starve to death in bed." Yi Qing never expected grinding dungeons with this group to be so slow. He decided that next time, he'd stick to farming mobs outside safely rather than running dungeons with casual players, at least until he found a team with abnormally overpowered combat strength. Frozen Wasteland also chimed in sheepishly, yeah, let's pick up the pace." All the monsters encountered along the way were swiftly dispatched by Yi Qing, and soon he arrived before a fence. The iron lock on the fence had completely corroded and crumbled, scattering on the ground. Yi Qing pushed open the iron gate and saw a passage ahead, teeming with monsters. Yi Qing quickly estimated there were roughly 20 visible monsters within, but a new type of small monster had appeared within it. Name, Vain Madman. Quality, Superior. Level, 25. Physical attack, 300. Magic attack, 70. Skill, Frenzy. The vain roarer lets out a maddened cry, causing all nearby monsters to enter a frenzied state with all attributes increased by 50%. "You should all understand, right?" Yi Qing said. Except for Fluttering Butterfly, the other three nodded in agreement. "Understand what? Let's just kill them straight away," Fluttering Butterfly said. Yi Qing shook his head helplessly. The Radiant Warrior explained, "We must focus fire to instantly kill that vain maniac first. Otherwise, when all stats surge by 50%, even if Yi Qing could win, it'd become extremely troublesome and a massive waste of time." Yi Qing said, "Radiant, you'll need to tank this time. First draw the other monsters away and kite them in circles." The Radiant Warrior pondered before replying, "It won't work, my movement speed is too slow. They'd catch up to me for sure." Chapter 39, The Female Sky Bandit. They glanced at Flutterby, being the only swordsman present with leather armor. He naturally belonged to the faster-moving class. "Ha, need me now? Beg me, Yi Qing." Yi Qing rolled his eyes. He'd actually held a sliver of hope for this guy mere moments ago. "Ugh, Radiance, you take aggro. Cutie, just focus on healing Radiance. I'll handle my own potions. Oomph. Let's see how you'll die." Fluttering Butterfly hugged her sword and walked aside, sitting down directly to eat food that could only satisfy her appetite. Yi Qing frowned as he looked at Frozen Wasteland. "Sis, how can you put up with such trash? Can't we just kick her out?" Frozen Wasteland sighed. Seeing Frozen Wasteland's helpless expression, Yi Qing shook his head. "Fine, let's get ready, sis. You and I will focus fire on Vain Strike Maniac. 3, 2, 1, do it." The four attacked simultaneously, their optical energy techniques executed flawlessly. A series of perfectly timed positioning maneuvers instantly drew all the monsters aggro. Moonlight Slash, Phantom Step, Slicing Strike, Frost Arrow, Fireball. Yi Qing and Bing Tianshuedi unleashed every offensive skill they possessed upon the Vain Maniac in an instant. The Vain Maniac was merely a minor mob, troublesome skills notwithstanding, and stood no chance against such onslaught. It was instantly obliterated. "Phew, done. Luckily it was just a small fry," Yi Qing said. "Wait, no, there's another one over there." Bing Tianshuedi pointed towards the corner of the monster cluster, where a Vain Frenzy was clearly visible. To make matters worse, this Vain Frenzy had already aggroed due to Guangnan walking past it. "Oh no, it's casting a skill." Bing Tianshuedi shouted loudly. The Orvain Madman let out a fierce roar, and instantly all nearby Orvain monsters echoed with matching howls before their movement speed surged dramatically. The Radiant Warrior had barely managed to mitigate some damage with his original speed, but when the rear monsters underwent explosive attribute boosts, actually overtaking the leading creatures, they closed the distance alarmingly fast. "Radiant, run here now," Yi Qing shouted urgently, but the Radiant Warrior's health bar was already flickering at critically low levels. "Please call me Cutie," also said anxiously, "I can't heal through this." Yi Qing quickly tossed 2 medium instant health potions to the Light Fury Warrior. Vitality. Ding. Light Fury Warrior recovered 60 HP. Ding. Radiant Warrior recovered 60 HP. Ding. Radiant Warrior recovered 60 HP. Fortunately, Yi Qing possessed the Ring of Rebirth. As he leveled up, his spirit attribute increased, consequently enhancing his healing power, resulting in quite impressive recovery amounts. The Radiant Warrior reacted swiftly too. Upon receiving the intermediate instant HP potion, he immediately drank it without concern for its cost, prioritizing restoring his health above all else. Focus fire on the healers first, then the mages. The rogue and warrior are physical damage dealers, light energy's defense can hold them, Yi Qing shouted before sprinting forward himself. He charged towards the vain maniac lurking in the corner, unleashing a full combo that culminated in a critical strike, felling the monster instantly. Wheeling around, he immediately pursued Light Energy Warrior's direction. Yi Qing, Light Energy Warrior cried out. Those attribute boosted ones hit way too hard. The damage is insane. He's coming. Shadow Streak. Yi Qing activated another skill from Shadow Soul's arsenal. His speed surged as he swiftly closed in on the Radiant Warrior. Combo slash. Ding. 3 consecutive slashes dealt 1053 damage. Instantly killed a vain mage. Call me cutie, staring at Yi Qing's damage output, couldn't help but exclaim, other mages can only deal dozens of points of damage at most, not even reaching triple digits, yet Yi Qing's single skill already hits over 1,000. Totally normal. Yi Qing is a pro, regular players can't compete with him. Warrior of Light shouted while fleeing, still finding time to praise Yi Qing. At that moment, Hua Butterfly sat watching the dagger in Yi Qing's hand, a cold glint flashing through her eyes. A dozen or so minutes later, Yi Qing took down the last monster, and the Radiant Warrior plopped heavily onto the ground. God, I'm exhausted. Feels like I ran a marathon. Call me little cutie looked at him and said, why are you tired? This is inside the game. How can I not be tired? This is mental exhaustion. Yi Qing murmured gloomily, I'm even more tired. You see, Yi Qing had to attack while dodging skills and keep pace with the Radiant Warrior's sprint. The Radiant Warrior immediately patted the empty space beside him. Come here, old-timer, let me give you a shoulder rub. A glance at the ground revealed nothing but dungeon fragments from all these minor mobs, no equipment drops whatsoever. These fragments were all given to Yi Qing, while the handful of silver coins were automatically divided by the system. All things considered, Yi Qing lost 2 mid-grade instant health potions in the exchange, but he couldn't care less, the experience points gained made it well worth the trade. The intermediate instant health potions were expensive to buy, but since Yi Qing could brew them himself, he didn't need to worry about the cost. Alright, the next boss is coming up. Everyone, sharpen your focus, Yi Qing said. Frostbound Snowfield glanced at Yi Qing and suggested, how about we all log off to grab some food first? We should look after our bodies too. Lightbringer Warrior scratched his head awkwardly. I actually came online right after eating. Call me cutie tugged at the Light Warrior's sleeve. You've eaten, but Yi Qing is still hungry. Colorful Butterfly noticed Ice and Snow's concern for Yi Qing and muttered under their breath, should we really wait just because someone logged off to eat? What a waste of time. Ice and Snow shot Colorful Butterfly a glare, but managed to hold back their anger. Yi Qing waved it off. Forget it, let's keep farming. We'll eat after we're done. To be honest, Yi Qing wasn't really keen on grinding with this team anymore. To be precise, it was Fluttering Butterfly's presence that put him off. Though Warrior of Light and Call Me Cutie were actually quite skilled. Since Yi Qing mentioned logging off to eat, everyone else continued on. Entering the next mine shaft, they found yet another enclosed space. A cold, clear female voice suddenly rang out, who goes there? It turned out to be a female bandit dressed remarkably like a ninja. Turns out it's a girl, with pretty long legs, though flat as a board, commented Radiant Warrior, to which Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Hey, we girls are here too, chimed in Call Me Cutie. Unexpectedly, the female rogue also spoke up. How dare you foul-mouthed brat spout such vulgarities? You're asking for death. Right before everyone's eyes, the female rogue vanished without a trace. Ding! Radiant Warrior successfully blocked, taking 200 damage. Holy crap! Blocking still cost me 200 HP. The Radiant Warrior was shocked, without blocking it would have been a full 400 damage. Little healer, quick, toss him some heals. Radiant, keep attacking to stabilize aggro, Yi Qing instructed. Yi Qing in Frozen Wasteland stepped back slightly, waiting for the Radiant Warrior to firmly establish threat before engaging. Name, Female Flying Thief. Quality, Rare. Level, 25. Physical attack, 500. Magic attack, 0. Physical defense, 207. Magic defense, 132. Skill 1, Shadow Step instantly disappears from current position and reappears behind a designated enemy to launch an attack. Skill 2, Skywalk, throws a smoke bomb and conceals movement through aerial maneuvers. Skill 3, Void Step Explosion, hurls a large quantity of explosives while airborne, dealing 100% physical damage and knocking down enemies. Skill 4, Thieving Hand, has a certain probability to steal an item from a target and use it. This skill can only be activated when health drops below 5%. He actually got a full 4 skills. Chapter 40, Killing You with a Single Coin. This was the first boss Yi Qing had encountered so far that had 4 skills. For such a high agility, high power boss, there was no specific strategy, only the traditional boss fighting approach remained, and it all came down to whether Radiant Warrior could hold his ground. Both being assassins, this boss fought similarly to Yi Qing but was significantly stronger, constantly vanishing and reappearing behind Radiant Warrior. Fortunately, Radiant Warrior was seasoned. The moment the boss disappeared, he'd immediately turn and block with his shield, combined with Yi Qing and Call Me Cutie providing ample heals. Though the female bandit was indeed formidable, pushing Radiant Warrior to the brink of death with every strike, there was one blessing: assassin-type classes, even bosses, were glass cannons. Yi Qing's high DPS rapidly depleted the boss's HP, while Radiant Warrior's aggro, thanks to Yi Qing's calculations and his earlier solo engagement, remained rock-steady. Along the way, Yi Qing had been researching how a tank warrior could reliably maintain aggro without any taunt skills. In the end, he discovered that as long as the tank attacked the monster first for a while, reducing its HP by about 2%, the aggro would become extremely stable. Even Yi Qing's high DPS couldn't overtake the aggro in a short time. Of course, Yi Qing had to pause briefly between each attack. Soon, the boss's health dropped to around 40%. You insignificant fools, taste the power of my bombs. The female thief activated her sky step skill, instantly leaping into the air before vanishing amid a cloud of smoke. Then explosives rained down from the sky. Run! Yi Qing shouted. The Radiant Warrior, already the focus of aggro, couldn't react in time, while Little Cutie in Frozen Wasteland, positioned at the periphery, managed to escape. Yi Qing had predicted the attack. He rolled away before the explosions reached him. Only Flower Butterfly and Light Warrior remain within the range. Little Cutie, heal Light with all your strength. Revive! Light, drink a potion. Yi Qing and Call Me Cutie frantically healed Light Warrior, who unceremoniously gulped down health potions. Bombs rained from the sky, triggering a chain reaction of violent explosions that instantly engulfed Flower Butterfly and Light Warrior. The billowing smoke obscured both players from Yi Qing's view. Thankfully, this was just a game. Otherwise, such a powerful blast would have undoubtedly collapsed the entire mine, burying them all alive. That was brutal, Yi Qing sighed. Good thing your healing was on point. Light Warrior emerged from the smoke, his health bar now reduced to a sliver. Vitality, Glimmering Heal. 2 healing skills were cast, gradually restoring the Radiant Warrior's health. Meanwhile, Butterfly Bloom had already become a corpse. Percent. Damn, you guys didn't even heal me. Made me lose XP. Colorful Butterfly yelled angrily, convinced this was all Yi Qing's doing. Your slow reflexes are your own fault. Of course we prioritize healing the tank. What's the point healing you? Yi Qing countered, as Little Cutie nodded in agreement. But Colorful Butterfly wasn't having it. Fuck you, Yi Qing. I'll fucking remember this. Go run back from the graveyard, dumbass. The respawn point for the dungeon is right at the entrance, so when running back as a spirit, players can follow the same path all the way, even across water, though they'll have to start from the beginning. The 4 continued their assault on the boss. Drawing from their earlier experience, the party fought more efficiently, swiftly whittling the female bandit's health down to just 5%. Yi Qing cautioned, I'll pull back for now. With so much stuff on me, I'd be in real trouble if it got stolen. You guys attack first, I'll support from the side. Yi Qing disengaged from melee combat and began using Moonlight Slash and Shadow Flash for ranged attacks. Sure enough, when her health dropped to 5%, the female bandit finally activated her special skill, Thieving Hand. Ding! Frostbound has had 1 gold coin stolen. Who would have thought the female thief's thieving hand could actually work from range? Even Frostbound, standing so far away, actually got robbed. Ding! The female thief uses 1 gold coin on the Light Warrior. At first, I thought losing 1 gold coin was the worst of it, just a minor loss with no follow-up attack. But then, the female thief casually flicked the stolen coin right at the Light Warrior's forehead. Ding! The Light Warrior has died from gold coin damage. Holy crap! Attack full force, now! The pitiful cries of the Light Warrior had already flooded the team's voice chat. Light, stop howling and get over here. With these words, Yi Qing felled the boss with a single dagger strike. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the female bandit. The moment the boss died, whoosh whoosh 2 beams of light flashed as Blizzard and Call Me Cute both leveled up. Yi Qing let out an envious sigh. Blizzard said with a laugh, what are you jealous of? You're already level 27 while we just hit level 21. Yi Qing replied proudly, still jealous. The Light Warrior howled while running back as a corpse. Think about how I feel here. I didn't get any EXP and still lost 20%. Yi Qing laughed heartily and began looting the equipment. Ding! Obtained 2 cloth armors, 1 leather armor, 1 plate armor, 1 gold coin, and 20 dungeon fragments. Yi Qing sighed helplessly and said, that's quite a haul. Damn, a boss dropped such crappy loot. Name, Vayne's Radiance. Slot, leggings. Quality, fine, cloth armor. Level, 20. Limit, elemental. Physical defense, 90. Magic defense, 150. Intelligence, 40. Spirit, 30. 3-piece set effect. Intelligence plus 100. 5-piece set effect. casting speed plus 10%. 7-piece set effect. When taking damage, there is a chance to trigger consecutive tears that deal 100% magic damage to the attacker. Name, Vayne's Radiance. Slot, shoulder. Quality, fine, cloth armor. Level, 20. Restriction, elementalist. Physical defense, 70. Magic defense, 120. Intelligence, 40. Spirit, 10. 3-piece set bonus, intelligence plus 100. 5-piece set effect, casting speed plus 10%. 7-piece set effect, when taking damage, has a chance to trigger consecutive falling tears that deal 100% magic damage to the attacker. Sis, your 3-piece set effect is activated. Yi Qing handed 2 pieces of cloth armor to Bing Tian Shuedi. Thanks to you, really appreciate it. Bing Tian Shuedi took the equipment and immediately equipped the new gear. Name, Vayne Radiance. Location, bracers. Quality, fine, plate armor. Level, 20. Restriction, iron wall. Physical defense, 100. Magic defense, 60. Constitution, 30. 3-piece set effect, Constitution plus 100. 5-piece set effect, aggro plus 100. 7-piece set effect, attacks have a chance to taunt enemies, forcing them to unconditionally attack you. Lightbringer, hurry up. Your arm guards dropped. They're instance bound, can't loot them without you. Quick, before they depawn. Yi Qing called out. The Lightbringer warrior panted breathlessly. I'm running like my life depends on it. Wait for me, those are my arm guards. Let's check out this leather armor too. Yi Qing wasn't particularly interested in dungeon armor, but temporary gear could still be useful for now. Name, Vayne Shadow. Slot, bracers. Quality, fine, leather. Level, 20. Restriction, combat. Physical defense, 80. Magic defense, 80. Strength, 50. Agility, 30. 3-piece set effect, strength plus 100. 5-piece set effect, critical damage plus 0.5%. 7-piece set effect, attacks have a chance to increase physical penetration by 10%. Chapter 41 Mind Vein Stone Giant. Decent stats, and I'm still missing bracers, these'll do nicely. Just as Yi Qing reached for them, Fluttering Butterfly yelled, those are mine. Fluttering Butterfly had just resurrected from his corpse run. Call me cutie couldn't hold back. You were AFK the whole fight while Yi Qing carried us. How dare you ask for loot? Butterfly Flower glared at little cutie. Who said I was slacking off? If I were slacking, would I have died? How could you do this? Yi Qing said directly, then let's roll for it. Ding! Yi Qing rolled 87, Butterfly Flower rolled 88. As soon as the roll was completed, the equipment automatically went to Butterfly Flower. Just bad luck. Let's wait for Guangning to come pick up the stuff and continue. Ha! Yi Qing. Not getting any equipment must really piss you off. Ha ha. Hua Hua Hudi gloated with the smugness of a petty villain. Yi Qing smiled faintly without saying a word. Meanwhile, please call me cute was practically fuming at Hua Hua Hudi's behavior. Blizzard Bound reluctantly said to Yi Qing, don't be angry, Yi Qing. Yi Qing shook his head. It's just a dungeon piece, no big deal. After waiting for Radiant Warrior to respawn and pick up the equipment, the group prepared to move forward but encountered a problem. There's actually no exit here? Radiant Warrior searched for a long time but found neither an exit nor any hidden doors. After searching for a long time, there really wasn't any exit to be found. However, the little cutie found a large basket of explosives nearby. These explosives were piled together with the ore, making them hard to spot without careful looking. Yi Qing's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. Go and knock on the walls to see if there's an empty spot, then use the explosives to blast it open. The colorful butterfly immediately exclaimed, are you crazy? What if this place collapses? Yi Qing gave this idiot a speechless glance. Buddy, it's a game. Did you see this place collapse when the female bandit threw explosives earlier? So what if it's a game? Such a realistic game might very well be designed like reality. That female bandit earlier was using a skill, but you're actually planning to blow this place up, said Colorful Butterfly. Yi Qing completely ignored Flower Butterfly and started exploring the walls with the others, casually tossing out a remark. Dumbass, find a table to hide under, I'm worried rocks might hit you. The rocks would be the real victims here. Soon enough, they confirmed that Yi Qing's method worked. Energy Warrior indeed found a section of the wall that sounded hollow when tapped. Energy Warrior, carrying a basket of explosives, went straight to that section of the wall and lit the fuse. Take cover! Energy Warrior screeched before ducking behind a large rock. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the entire stone wall into fragments. Sure enough, there was a complete path hidden behind the wall. Beyond the demolished barrier, a crouching stone giant began trembling as it slowly stirred from its slumber. The explosion had clearly disturbed its ancient rest. What a huge stone giant! Please call me cutie, exclaimed. The mine tunnel was already enormous, but this stone giant was nearly the same size as the entire cave. Even one of its fists was larger than the hole it had just smashed through. Name, Vein Giant. Quality, rare. Level, 27. Physical defense, 500. Magic defense, 50. Physical attack, 300. Magic attack, 0. Skills: 1. Fury, activates when HP drops below 50%, reduces defense by 20%, increases attack by 10%. Skill: 2. Stone Throw, plucks stones from its body, reducing HP by 1%, and hurls them at enemies to deal 200% physical damage. Skill: 3. Self-Destruct, when HP drops to 5%, there's an extremely low chance of self-detonation, perishing together with the enemy and dealing 500% physical damage. Description: a stone giant composed of numerous discarded ores, possesses tremendous strength but low intelligence, being relatively simple-minded. How are we supposed to fight this boss? It seems way too strong, Frosty Snowland asked. Among us 3 physical attack classes, I'm probably the only one who can break this boss's defense. The other 2 can basically forget about it, they'll only do 1 point of forced damage, Yiching said. The light warrior nodded. Yeah, our main damage output will have to rely on the mage. Call Me Cutie asked, can we kite the boss to that stone wall? We can attack from behind it, with its huge size, it won't be able to get through. That might work, but it depends on whether there's an aggro reset mechanic. Some bosses have a reset feature to prevent such exploits. If we kite it for too long, it might reset and return to its original position. Moreover, this boss's boulder throwing skill has aggro on ice and snow. If Sister Willow makes a positioning mistake, she'll be instantly wiped out. As Yiching spoke, ice and snow interrupted him. Let's try it. There's no other way. Just cue me about the positioning in advance, I should be able to handle it. Yiching nodded. From their earlier battles, it was clear ice and snow had impressive skills. She should be able to pull it off. Then both of you fall back. I'll pull the boss over here. After the 4 retreated beyond the stone wall, Yiching activated his Shadow Lunge skill and struck the boss in a flash, drawing its aggro. With a grating sound of shifting ore, the stone colossus rose to its full, skyscraping height. It slammed a massive fist toward Yiching, who rolled aside and sprinted toward the stone wall. Perfect bottleneck. Now, go all out. Yiching dashed outside the stone wall, where the freezing snowscape had long prepared his skills. Frostbolt. Ding! The stone golem was struck by Frostbolt, suffering 479 points of damage. Just as expected, the stone golem had 0 magic resistance. A mage's attacks achieved maximum effectiveness here. Fireball. Ding! The stone giant is hit by Fireball spell, taking 388 damage. Let me try too. Eager to join the fray, the warrior of light charged forward and swung his sword. Ding! The stone giant takes 1 point of unavoidable damage. I might as well just die. The radiant warrior was utterly devastated. Flash. Ding! The stone golem takes 198 damage. The radiant warrior felt even more crushed. Enough talk, even forcing a 1-point damage output in the calculation is better than nothing. Every bit counts, Yiching said. The 5 of them began frantically attacking the trapped stone giant. The colossal body of the stone giant was firmly wedged in the rocky cave entrance. Despite continuously struggling to move forward, it couldn't squeeze through the passage that was far smaller than its massive frame. Call Me Cutie, who had been waiting in the back to provide healing, simply gave up on support and rushed forward to start hammering the boss with her healing staff. Oh, why'd you join the attacks too? Light Warrior asked. Since you guys aren't losing any health anyway, I figured I'd chip in some damage too. Light Warrior was speechless watching Call Me Cutie deal 5 to 10 damage with each swing. Damn, how come my attacks only do 1 point while a healer like you can hit for 5? I'm literally crying. Yiching explained, it's only natural that a healer's basic attacks deal more damage than yours, they come with a light attribute magic bonus. I see. Yiching's explanation made the Radiant Warrior feel somewhat better. Yiching kept a close eye on the boss's hand movements. The moment he spotted an ore appearing in the boss's grip, he immediately warned, Sister Willow, be careful, the boss is about to throw rocks. Chapter 42, Defeated by Myself. Copy that. The chunk of where the boss tore off its body was half the size of a person. Without hesitation, it hurled the massive rock straight through the blizzard. Whether it counted as a bug or not, the ore outright ignored the stone wall, phasing right through it as it barreled toward the icy wasteland. Already prepared, Ice and Snow executed a sideways roll, barely dodging the ore's attack. Ding! Ice and Snow triggers the dodge attribute, immunity to damage. Perfect! Yiching exclaimed. The boss is below 50% health, its defense has dropped, attack now. Noticing the Radiant Warrior's advancing position during the assault, Yiching immediately warned, Radiant, don't push too far forward. Get near the stone wall range and you'll get crushed. Radiant promptly abandoned his assault and scrambled backward. His pathetic 1-point force damage output was downright embarrassing anyway. The colorful butterfly could only deal 1 point of force damage and had long retreated to the sidelines, watching helplessly. The continuous attacks from several players rapidly drained the weakened stone golem's HP faster than before, whittling it down to just 3% in no time. When its health reached 3%, the color of the golem's ores began darkening, gradually shifting into a crimson hue. Is the stone golem about to self-destruct? The Radiant Warrior shouted, How could we run into such a low probability event? Yi Qing shouted anxiously, "Stop talking and attack already, even if it's just 1 point of damage." The colorful butterfly on the side asked, "He's about to self-destruct anyway. Why not just let him blow himself up? What's the point of attacking?" Yi Qing rolled his eyes at him. "In this game, when a boss self-destructs, you get no XP or drops. Hurry up and attack. Everyone, go all out with your DPS." Yi Qing had already rushed to the foot of the boss, unleashing every skill and basic attack he could muster against the stone giant. But the stone giant was growing increasingly red, on the verge of explosion, though its health bar was also nearly depleted. "It's over. No time left." Seeing the boss's body swelling to its limit, Yi Qing knew death was unavoidable this time. "So unlucky to run into a boss self-destruct," cried, "Please call me cutie. My experience points, I'm going to lose experience points again," the light warrior wailed. Just as everyone closed their eyes waiting for death, the simple and kind stone giant quietly plucked a piece of ore from its body, intending to smash Frostbound Snowfield to death. But the moment the ore was plucked, ding! Congratulations on slaying the Orvane giant. Swish, 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 3 beams of light flashed as Yi Qing, Wahoo Butterfly, and Radiant Warrior all leveled up. What just happened? My eyes were closed, Radiant Warrior asked with a bewildered expression. Seems like the boss practically offed itself in a single hit. In that split second, Yi Qing had already been calculating how long it would take to regain lost EXP if he died. Dying in dungeons didn't cause equipment loss or anything, so there was no need to worry about dropped items. Shivering in the snowy terrain, he patted himself and said, "That scared me to death. I really thought I was done for." Call Me Cutie burst into laughter and said, "I'll go check the loot. Not only did we keep our experience points, but we also gained tons more. This Orvane Titan is freaking amazing. Name, Luminance of the Vein. Slot, Helmet. Quality, Fine, Plate Armor. Level, 20. Restriction, Iron Wall. Physical Defense, 140. Magic Defense, 90. Constitution, 50. 3-piece set effect. Constitution plus 100. 5-piece set effect, Aggro plus 100. 7-piece set effect. When attacking an enemy, there is a certain probability to taunt it, compelling the enemy to unconditionally attack you. Name, Vein Radiance. Part, Shoulder Guard. Quality, Fine, Plate Armor. Level, 20. Restriction, Iron Wall. Physical Defense, 120. Magic Defense, 80. Constitution, 48. 3-piece set effect. Constitution plus 100. 5-piece set effect, Hatred Value plus 100. 7-piece set effect, when attacking enemies, there is a chance to taunt them, forcing them to unconditionally attack you. Name, Veins Radiance. Slot, Boots. Quality, Fine, Plate Armor. Level, 20. Restriction, Iron Wall. Physical Defense, 120. Magic Defense, 80. Constitution, 48. 3-piece set effect, Constitution plus 100. 5-piece set effect, Aggro plus 100. 7-piece set bonus, has a chance to taunt enemies when attacking, forcing them to unconditionally target you. Yi Qing couldn't help but complain, "So after all this, we're just working for Photon Energy Enterprise." The Radiant Warrior felt like he'd hit the jackpot, laughing heartily as he immediately equipped his new gear. With these 5 dungeon pieces, the Radiant Warrior's dungeon set only needed 2 more items. Just 2 final pieces and he'd become an exceptionally sturdy tank class. "I can't thank you enough, Yi Qing, seriously, thank you." The Radiant Warrior understood perfectly. Were it not for Yi Qing, they wouldn't have cleared this dungeon even at beginner level. "Don't mention it." Yi Qing waved it off. The Radiant Warrior was pretty reliable after all, not a bad friend to have made. Apart from the 3 pieces of equipment, the remaining dungeon fragments were all given to Yi Qing. "Wait, there's also a parchment," Xiao Qi called out as she fished out a crumpled, tattered piece of parchment from beneath the boss's body. Name, Mysterious Parchment. Status, Sealed. "Can you tell what it does?" Radiant Warrior asked. Yi Qing shook his head. "It's sealed, can't see anything." "Then you keep it," Frostblade said. Yi Qing nodded and pocketed the parchment. "If this parchment has any effects, I'll let you know." Butterfly Flower couldn't help but remark, "Yeah right, as if you could talk." Snowy Wilderness shot Butterfly Flower a disdainful glance. Ever since her family got involved with the Lu family, Frost Willow had developed an intense aversion to this Butterfly Flower character. Yet like some parasitic leech, the guy clung to them persistently both in real life and in-game, utterly impossible to shake off. This was precisely why Frost Willow had broken away from her family to start her own business in real life, eventually becoming a proper landlady. "I'll go scout the path ahead first." Yi Qing activated his stealth skill and went ahead to scout the path, typical work for an assassin in a dungeon. 2 minutes later, Yi Qing returned to the team. "There are 2 rooms ahead. The first has only 1 minor monster, but it's called or summoner. The second room is locked, probably need to clear the first room to get the key." Yi Qing shared the details of his reconnaissance. Upon hearing there was only one minor foe, Radiant Warrior immediately said, "Just one? Even if it summons, no big deal, we can crush it. With Yi Qing here, we'll obliterate it in seconds." The five of them barged into the room where the summoner was located with aggressive momentum. "Should we focus fire and take it down instantly? Please call me Cutie asked. "Wait a moment, let me check its stats first. Name, Vane Summoner. Quality, Common. Physical defense, 200. Magic defense, 150. Attack power, none. Skill, summon randomly summons one Vane monster. 30% chance to summon 2, 20% chance to summon 3, 10% chance to summon 4, 1% chance to summon a dead boss. Holy crap, it can even summon a boss? If we were to summon a boss here, it would probably wipe us out instantly." Yi Qing said, "Hopefully it won't be that unlucky." "Call me Cutie," she chimed in. "We nearly got blown to bits just now." Yi Qing chose to remain silent. Chapter 43 Lord of the Veins, Sains. "Forget it, no use overthinking, let's just go for it. Try to burst him down instantly. If he summons minions, Guangning, you'll have to work harder to kite them away," Yi Qing said. The 4 DPS rushed into the chamber and immediately unleashed all their skills upon the still bewildered, wandering Vane Summoner. After just one rotation of attacks, the Vane Summoner's health had already been halved. But the Vane Summoner was already shaking his staff, creating a dark rift in space, from which 2 Vane Thieves emerged. "Decent luck, 2 Vane Thieves. I can handle them." Radiant directly pulled the aggro of both Vane Thieves and began leading them in circles. Just when he thought the summoning was over and a skill cooldown period would follow, the Vane Summoner unexpectedly raised his staff again, despite having just summoned 2 monsters. "Holy shit, no cooldowns?" Yi Qing was shocked. This was a first for him. "Hurry up, keep up the DPS." Frostbound Snowfield shouted anxiously, continuously waving his staff as fireball after fireball smashed into the Vane Summoner. The 3 DPSers were going all out, while Call Me Cutie had already locked onto the Radiant Warrior as her dedicated heal target. By now, at least 8 Vane monsters, both rogues and mages, were chasing closely behind the Radiant Warrior. "Faster, faster, I can't hold on any longer. 8 monsters including mages, Cutie can't out-heal this damage." The Radiant Warrior was running for his life with every ounce of strength, half convinced he joined this dungeon instance just to run a marathon. Meanwhile, Yi Qing had already launched the final assault on the Vane Summoner. One last strike, flash slash, combo strikes, die, ding. The Vane Summoner has been defeated. Summoned creatures have vanished. The 8 monsters behind them all disappeared with a poof. The Radiant Warrior dropped to the ground, his health bar reduced to the faintest sliver. Had Yi Qing been 2 seconds slower in delivering the killing blow, the warrior would likely have been forced to make another corpse run. Did that trash mob actually drop loot? Yi Qing reached out to check, and to his surprise, his hand actually closed around a piece of equipment. Yi Qing thought to himself, could it be that my hidden luck stat is also pretty high? Name, Radiant Ring. Level, 20. Restriction, Life. Effect, healing increased by 10%. A life talent ring that both Yi Qing and Little Cutie can use. Yi Qing glanced at Little Cutie, who was already practically drooling, sighed and said, "Take it." "Please call me Cutie" really wanted it but still refused. "You can use it too, you contributed the most, so it should go to you." Yi Qing smiled. This Cutie was quite a decent person, she clearly adored this ring yet insisted on giving it to him, and its design was absolutely irresistible to any girl. "I'm focused on combat. Health is just supplementary for me. You'll get more use out of it, take it." Without waiting for refusal, Yi Qing decisively slipped the ring onto Please Call Me Cutie's finger. Watching Yi Qing put the ring on her, Please Call Me Cutie blushed crimson. "Thank you." Yi Qing waved his hand, no need for formalities. The Radiant Warrior chimed in. Actually, Yi Qing contributed the most throughout this battle, yet he ended up with nothing to show for it. Butterfly Flutter popped up again. Didn't all those abyss fragments go to Yi Qing? Don't make it sound like he truly got nothing. Call Me Cutie said to the flower butterfly, "I'll give you the abyss fragment if you take off your leather armor and return it to Yi Qing. It's soulbound." Call Me Cutie puffed her cheeks in anger, no longer wanting to speak with this flower butterfly. Yi Qing patted Call Me Cutie's shoulder. "It's fine, let's go. We've got the key now, just the final boss left." Opening the final door carefully, I was astonished to find that the room was completely different from the mineral veins outside. It turned out to be an enormous study. Though the furnishings inside were extremely aged, one could tell that its original owner was entirely unlike the tunnel monsters encountered earlier. Though resembling a study, the surrounding walls remained those of a mining tunnel. The cavernous room stretched deep, and at its farthest end sat a monster reclining against a chair. Clad in black armor, the creature had a humanoid head, yet its skin bore an unsettling shade of deep blue. Name, Vane Lord Sains. Quality, exceptional. Level, 28. Physical attack, 600. Magic attack, 300. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 200. Skills, 1. Punch, deals 200% physical damage. Skill, 2. 1 kick, deals 300% magic damage. Skill, 3. Frenzied dance, unleashes chaotic attacks in all directions, affecting both allies and enemies, while granting immunity to all crowd control effects during activation. Skill 4, Wrath of Signs, triggers when HP falls below 30%, channels all strength into physical attacks while losing all defense, magic attacks, and other skills. Physical attack power increases by 500%. At last, they encountered the final boss. Even Yi Ching had to admit this boss was absurdly overpowered. Its basic attacks alone were instant kill moves, let alone its heavily buffed skills. How do we fight? Please call me cutie, asked Yi Ching, gazing at him. The more time she spent with him, the more she admired his skill and the stronger her trust in him grew. Yi Ching activated stealth mode. Wait here, I'll scout the terrain first. Yi Ching cautiously moved along the wall, making a full circle around the room. No way, there's no pinch point, no way to bottleneck the monsters. We'll have to face them head on. Aren't you supposed to be amazing? Getting cold feet now? Colorful Butterfly never missed a chance to mock Yi Ching. Ignoring Colorful Butterfly, Yi Ching simply said, "Sis, pass me the party leader role." Frozen Wasteland didn't hesitate and immediately transferred the leadership to Yi Ching. Yi Ching took out 10 bottles of intermediate instant health potions from his backpack and gave them to Radiant Warrior. Radiant, you go first. Take these potions and drink them at critical moments. Alright, I'm going in then. Radiant Warrior raised his shield and charged forward, slamming hard into the dozing Saiyans. Lowly ants, how dare you disturb the slumber of the Vain Lord? Seek death. The moment Zainth awakened, he immediately swatted the Radiant Warrior with a backhand. Ding! The Radiant Warrior has been attacked by Zainth, Lord of the Veins, suffering 460 points of damage. Damn, that hurts. Even a normal attack hits this hard. Glimmer heal. Life. Ding! Light Warrior received healing, recovering 298 HP. Ding! Light Warrior received healing, recovering 80 HP, lasting for 10 seconds. Call me cutie looked at Yi Ching in astonishment. Yi Ching, your healing is this strong? That's 800 HP recovery total over 10 seconds. Yi Ching scratched his head. Just got lucky, this skill is pretty overpowered. Yi Ching thought to himself, when did my healing output get so ridiculous? The Afterlife Ring's attribute bonus is absolutely insane. With two powerful healers backing him up, the Light Warrior fought even more recklessly, unleashing a relentless assault on Saiyans. Saints, enraged beyond measure by the ant-like creature's audacity to attack him, roared, "How dare you, you insignificant bug! Die!" Chapter 44, Entering One-on-One Mode. Ding! Mind Lord Saiyans activates skill single punch. Ding! Light Warrior successfully blocks, damage halved, receives 500 points of damage. Fortunately, as a professional player, Light Warrior reacted extremely quickly. The moment the boss spoke, Light Warrior had already raised his shield to block directly. When Light Warrior had whittled down Saints' health by 3%, Yi Ching and the others began to join the battle. Call me cutie, just keep grinding the HP of the Light Energy Warrior. Combo slash. Fireball, slash. The three outputs were frantically slinging skills at the boss. Yi Ching, seeing that Ice and Snow only had 2 attack skills, remarked, if only mages had more skills available at times like this. Ice and Snow sighed helplessly, I wish I did too. The drop rate in this game is absolutely insane. I haven't seen a single skill drop so far. This ice arrow I'm using cost me a fortune to buy. Ice arrow? I think I actually dropped one before. Sold it. You actually got a mage skill and didn't save it for me? Blizzard Snow joked. Yi Ching laughed heartily and replied, I didn't know which player ID was yours before. How could I tell you were a mage? Besides, the money I got from selling the skill book is already in your pocket, making it sound like I'm some skinflint miser. Not at all. Of all the landlords I've dealt with, you're definitely the best, Yi Ching said. Have you experienced it? Yeah, counting you, there have been about 8 now. Why so many? Where are your parents? I went out to study, graduated, and then worked to earn money. Of course my parents stayed back in our hometown, Yi Ching replied. Oh, that's good, Ding Tian Shuedi said awkwardly. Yi Ching chuckled and said, you think it's like those clichés in novels where the protagonist is orphaned, miserable, and raised in a welfare home? Heh, force of habit. Not at all. My family is actually doing fine, just ordinary folks. I simply graduated and went to work somewhere else. Work? Aren't you just playing games? Yi Ching chuckled awkwardly. This can earn money too, you know. Hey you two, mind stopping the chit-chat? The aggro's about to go haywire. Radiant Warrior couldn't help but cut in. While Yi Ching and Frozen Wasteland were chatting, neither had stopped casting spells. Their relentless DPS was about to overtake the boss's aggro threshold, and even with Radiant Warrior desperately trying to outdamage them, he could barely maintain threat. Alright, you guys fight, I'm going to take a nap, Yi Ching said. Bro, please don't, stop joking around. If Yi Ching left now, a team wipe was pretty much inevitable, but Radiant Warrior could tell Yi Ching was just messing with them. I'll dial back my damage output for a bit, just auto-attack while I manage the aggro, Yiqing said. Fluttering Butterfly yelled, control my ass, just DPS already. The boss is already at 33% health. Suddenly, the boss spoke. Die, you insignificant ants. Chaotic dance. The boss unleashed its third skill. The Lord of the Vein, Sains, began wildly spinning with fists swinging. Little cutie, Sister Lu, retreat quickly, Yiqing shouted while activating Shadow Dash to dart backward at high speed. What about me? The Radiant Warrior yelled. Fall back a bit and maintain healing range with Little Cutie, don't let aggro reach her side. This time, the colorful butterfly had learned its lesson. It started fleeing the moment the boss spoke. Ants, did you think running far away would be enough? Sane smirked cunningly. Signs' wrath. Damn it, aggro's gone, Radiant Warrior yelled. Oh no, Little Cutie, Sister Willow, run quickly. Ding, your teammate Frozen Wasteland has died. Unexpectedly, Sains triggered Sane's wrath, which instantly cleared all aggro and switched to a leaping attack. Damn it, Yiqing, weren't you supposed to be amazing? Do something, Colorful Butterfly shouted. Shut the hell up, I'll pull it back. Radiant Warrior rushed over to regain aggro. Don't! Yiqing's desperate shout to stop Radiant Warrior came too late. Science casually landed a punch on Radiant Warrior. Ding! Light Warrior has died. Now Sains has 0 defense, but his attack has increased by 500%. It's safe to say even if the Light Warrior successfully blocked, he'd still be instantly killed. Ding! Please call me Cutie has died. Ding! Flower Butterfly has died. At the respawn point, someone typed in the Snowy World's chat, forget it, we can't beat it. When the dungeon resets, let's just clear the first few bosses. The Radiant Warrior also sighed, too strong. No, I must defeat him. Yiqing charged toward the boss, narrowly dodging its attack with a sideways dash. Ding! Evasion attribute triggered, successfully immune to damage. It had been a long time since Yiqing had last heard that dodge prompt tone after entering the dungeon. I refuse to believe I can't defeat a boss in a beginner-level dungeon. Yiqing's stubborn streak flared up, and no one could stop him. Forget it, Yiqing. It's not worth wasting experience points. Just go invisible and disengage. Bing Tian Shuedi was still trying to persuade him. She had been the one to invite Yiqing, and now after all his effort, he hadn't gotten any equipment and was even losing experience. She felt genuinely bad about it. I'll leave the party first. I need to focus, Yiqing replied, ignoring Bing Tian Shuedi's advice as he exited the group directly. As long as at least one person remained in the dungeon instance, it wouldn't count as a failure, and the battle could still continue. Ding! Yiqing has left the team. Ding! Skill Lone Wolf activated, increasing all attributes by 30% and luck value by 100 points. The invincible me has returned. Yiqing shouted loudly. Flash! Ding! Flash activated, dealing 2,406 points of damage. Signs unleashed Signs' wrath, but his defense had already been reduced to its lowest point. At this moment, Yiqing's damage output had reached an explosive level. This was precisely why Yiqing decided to stay in solo Scions. The experience from such a boss, the full luck-based loot drops, and the first clear rewards, these were all things he absolutely couldn't afford to pass up. How dare you attack me? Die, you insignificant insect! Scions roared in fury after taking the heavy blow, his massive fist swinging toward Yiqing with terrifying speed. But Yiqing was no pushover either. Seeing the boss's fist incoming, he didn't retreat, instead, he surged forward. At the precise moment when Scion's fist grazed past his head, Yiqing pushed off with his right foot and dodged leftward with perfect timing. Ding! Evasion attribute triggered, damage immunity. Yiqing closely monitored every movement of the boss, his mental focus at its peak in solo encounters, assassins reign supreme. With his 100% luck bonus, precognitive anticipation abilities, and exceptionally swift and agile movements, Yiqing maintained complete 100% evasion status. Even if the boss had 500% attack power, it wouldn't matter if it couldn't land a single hit on Yiqing. Meanwhile, on Yiqing's side, every skill and attack landed perfectly on the boss, even striking weak points to trigger explosive critical hits combined with devastating weak point strikes. Science's health bar drained like a bursting dam releasing torrents of water. Yiqing grew increasingly fluid in his movements, entering a transcendent state where he was completely dominating the boss, toying with it effortlessly. After just over 10 minutes, the boss was left with merely a sliver of health remaining. Yiqing sneered, die. Chapter 45, First Clear. As if realizing his impending demise, Sains let out a mournful howl. No, I am the Lord of the Vein. You promised me immortality, eternal life. Why won't you save me? Sains seemed to be pleading for help from someone, but no one paid him any heed. Go to hell. Combo kill. Quadra kill triggered. Health bar instantly depleted. The massive frame of Sains crashed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Vain Lord, Sains. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 29. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Triggered the Circle of Rebirth effect. 5-dimensional attributes increased by 28 points. Yi Qing clapped his hands. Done and dusted. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for being the first to clear the Windblade Mine Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for being the first to clear the Windblade Mine Dungeon. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for being the first to clear the Windblade Mine Dungeon. 3 consecutive system-wide announcements sent the entire server into a frenzy. What? Did Yi Qing actually solo the dungeon? According to official revelations about Divine Realm, not only must players find dungeons themselves, but they are also extremely difficult. Even a 20-level beginner dungeon might be impossible for a full team of 30-level players to clear. And yet, Yi Qing managed it alone? Yi Qing, you actually killed the boss solo? Bing Tian Fong Shui was stunned. Only they understood just how insanely powerful the dungeon's boss was. Yet Yi Qing had truly pulled it off. Wow, Yi Qing, you're truly a legend. Radiant Warrior worshipped in awe. Call Me Cutie also looked adoringly. Now this is what you call a real man. Unbelievably strong. At the same time, among other players, Dragon Dance wore an expression of disbelief, refusing to accept reality. Impossible. There's no way Yi Qing could clear the dungeon solo. No way. The gap between us is just getting wider. Damn it. Players in the world chat were all discussing Yi Qing's solo dungeon clear. Holy shit, clearing it alone? That's insane. Impossible. It must have been a team effort. They probably disbanded at the last moment, and he just took the final blow alone. Even soloing the final phase is absolutely insane. They've already cleared the dungeon, while we just entered the main city. I can't even defeat a single small mob outside the main city, which shows how high the dungeon difficulty is. While outsiders were debating fervently, Yi Qing was staring at the boss's abundant drops scattered across the ground. This won't do, too many drops. I'd better stash some away, or it'll be awkward if others find out about my ridiculous drop rate. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for being the first to clear the Windblade Mine Dungeon. Random reward scroll obtained. Just one scroll? That's so stingy. Yi Qing had assumed the first one to clear the dungeon would get at least a skill book or something. Name, Scroll * World Obliteration. Level, 30. Effect, tear * the scroll to unleash a super magic spell Annihilation within a 100-yard radius, dealing fixed damage of 100,000 points to all enemies in range. SSS. Yi Qing drew a sharp breath. The slap in the face came so quickly. This scroll is practically a one-time use divine artifact, and ordinary skill's value simply can't compare to this scroll. Damn, the first place reward is truly amazing. Yi Qing carefully placed the scroll at the very bottom of his pouch. Ding, obtained a skill book, a leather chestplate, a pair of leather leggings, a leather belt, and a pair of leather boots. Yi Qing stored all these items in his backpack, leaving 4 pieces of equipment, a skill book, and a scroll on the ground. Yi Cheng sent out a party invitation. Sister Willow, you guys can join the party to pick up the equipment. Once in the party, you can teleport directly to my coordinates. Ding! Player Yi Qing has invited Frosty Snowland to enter the dungeon. Ding! Player Yi Qing has invited Call Me Cutie to join the dungeon. Ding! Player Yi Qing has invited Light Warrior to join the dungeon. Ha! No invite for Flower Butterfly? Light Warrior asked. Yi Qing chuckled. Why would we? The Light Warrior gave a knowing, sly smile, clearly signaling his understanding of the situation. The snowy wilderness made perfect cover for them to pretend ignorance. Meanwhile, Flutterby the butterfly stood stunned at the dungeon entrance, watching Warrior of Light and his 2 companions vanish in swift succession through the portal, leaving her completely alone outside. The flashy butterfly wasn't a fool and instantly understood the situation. Damn it, Yi Qing, why won't you team up with me? You fucking asshole, I won't forget this. The flashy butterfly skulked away, and only he knew what he was planning to do next. Inside the dungeon, the Radiant Warrior laughed heartily while gazing at his complete 7-piece dungeon set, declaring himself now a complete man. Call Me Cutie also acquired 2 pieces of the healer set components. Lu Rushuan glanced at Yi Qing. Yi Qing, isn't it inappropriate not to let Floral Butterfly join us? Yi Qing knew Lu Rushuan tended to overthink things and might ask about it. There's nothing wrong with that. You asked me for the team leader position earlier, planning to kick him out at the last moment, weren't you? Yi Qing nodded. Originally I planned to kick him out the moment the boss died. Seeing Lu Rushuan's worried expression, Yi Qing asked, Sister Lu, since you're only marrying into his family due to family reasons, isn't it simple? If you have money, problem solved, right? But, Yi Qing asked, has the crisis at your place been resolved yet? It's resolved. Then what's the problem? Business is like war. Since the crisis is resolved, why keep obeying them? You've repaid the money and owe them nothing, right? Yi Qing glanced at Lu Rushuan. Why throw away your life over such a trivial matter? Creatures like flashy butterflies are better off eradicated humanely. Besides, you thought the same way, which is why you've been quietly expanding, no? Yi Qing said, eyeing the 2 light warriors. Lu Rushuan seemed persuaded by Yi Qing. Your words are simple, but they do make sense. I originally believed that honesty was the foundation of business, but with people like the Lius, there's no need to speak of integrity. I couldn't bear the oppression either. That guy kept pestering me every few days, so I secretly ran away to become a landlady. But now he's found me, and I truly can't take it anymore, Lu Rushuang said fiercely. The Radiant Warrior interjected, Shuang, actually there's something I haven't told you. Those male studio members you recruited before were all driven away by him. Why didn't you tell me then? I was going to tell you, but didn't you say not to mention anything about him to you? The Radiant Warrior said awkwardly. Yi Qing sighed helplessly. You're something else. Some things just have to be told regardless. Ahem, life's tough for us working folks, you know how it is. Alright, let's grab the stuff and get out of here, the snowy ground said. Are you really not taking this giant skill book anymore? We've already taken all the equipment, so of course the skill book is yours, the snowy ground replied. Don't be so polite, let me check the stats first. I'll take it only if it's suitable for me. Chapter 46, A Brief Resurrection. Name, Skill Book * Temporary Resurrection. Level, 25. Limit, Life. Cost, 100 mana points. Effect, revives any unit for 5 seconds, during which it can be controlled. Isn't this supposed to be a revival skill? Please call me Cutie asked. Yi Qing shook his head. Rather than calling it a revival skill, it's more like a 5-second control ability. Just call me Cutie handed the skill book to Yi Qing. This skill book is yours. I'm going pure healer route, so it's useless to me. Yi Qing knew that just call me Cutie actually wanted it too, but she was trying to give the skill book to him instead. Yi Qing said, this is a relatively high-level skill book though. If I die fighting a boss, you can briefly resurrect me, and with those 5 seconds I could unleash crazy damage and take out a huge chunk of the boss's HP. You really don't want it? Ugh, alright already, stop tempting me. This is rightfully yours. We already feel bad enough taking the equipment, let alone you being a lone wolf. I'd hardly get chances to resurrect you anyway since you never die, and resurrecting others would be pretty damn useless. Please call me Cutie, glanced at Light Warrior. Holy shit, why are you looking at me? I'm the tank. It's normal for me to have no DPS. Light Warrior reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Like you can actually hold aggro. Don't make it personal like that. Alright Yi Qing, with your brains, you'll probably get more out of this skill book than anyone. Go on and learn it, Bing Tian Shuedi said. Scratching his head, Yi Qing didn't stand on ceremony and immediately slapped the skill book to learn it. That didn't really sound like a compliment though. So what are you guys planning to do next? Yi Qing asked. We're still too weak, need to level up and earn some money. I'm planning to slowly recruit people since we should establish the studio early. Eventually, I'll probably form a guild. Having figured things out, Lu Rushuang regained her assertive businesswoman demeanor. Yi Qing nodded. Alright then, message me privately if anything comes up. Ah, great god, Yi Qing isn't leveling up with us? Although Radiant Warrior knew Yi Qing would leave, he still felt reluctant to part. I'm used to going solo, and my leveling methods aren't suitable for you folks. Contact me if needed. Okay, bye-bye Yi Qing. Call me Cutie said. I'm off. Ding. Yi Qing has left the party. Yi Qing directly activated his return to town skill and teleported back to Breezecrest City. The moment he arrived in Breezecrest City, Yi Qing was startled by the bustling activity of the main hub. So many people already. Now most players have left the beginner villages and entered the main city. The entire Breeze City has become bustling and overcrowded, forming a stark contrast to its previously empty appearance. The streets are packed with all sorts of players. Don't miss out if you're passing by. Potent beginner healing potions for sale. Whisper me if interested. Gentlemen, come have some fun. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, come take a look. Freshly baked fruit-flavored bread. Healer looking for party, sweet, adorable, and easy to pin down. Players were either shouting, accepting quests, or tackling missions one by one. The game had an extraordinarily large player base, bustling with noisy excitement. Yi Qing remembered he still had some equipment and potions listed for sale, so he headed straight to the auction house to check on his sales. I never expected the native NPC at the auction house to still recognize Yi Qing. Ah, our distinguished guest has arrived. You actually still remember me. The auction house native chuckled heartily. Of course, you remain our very first VIP client, and even now, few can compare to your standing. Big client? Is business that slow at your auction house? Selling a few potions makes someone a big client now? Yi Qing asked. Ding. Since player Yi Qing is the first to use the auction house and also the first high-volume client, he is granted diamond privilege status at the auction house. Auction fees are reduced to just 1%, along with one free weekly item listing promotion. The system unexpectedly gave Yi Qing a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought the auction house's first reward would be distributed with a delay? This is amazing, just 1%, it's practically free. Yi Qing asked the native auction house staff, how much did my items sell for? The auction house native pulled up a 3D datasheet to show Yi Qing. Total sale of 1,327 gold coins. As a valued customer, we've deducted only 1% commission, and after rounding, you'll receive 1,314 gold coins. 1,314, ha, that's an auspicious number. Over 1,000 gold coins, I've hit the jackpot, Yi Qing exclaimed excitedly. But on second thought, currency devalues too quickly. With so many players flooding in, gold production will accelerate rapidly and inevitably depreciate heavily in the future. It's much wiser to exchange it for credit points early. Ding! Would you like to activate the conversion bank? It seemed Yi Qing's train of thought had triggered the system, which promptly issued the notification. What's an exchange bank? This was something Yi Qing genuinely didn't know. Ding! The exchange bank allows you to list game currency for conversion to cash at current rates, processed directly by the system, which charges a 5% commission. That's convenient. Then exchange 1,000 gold, keeping about 500 gold as backup. In-game gold was still necessary, converting everything out wouldn't work. Ding! Current exchange rate is 117. Yi Qing was startled. 117? Wasn't it much higher before? Ding! According to system calculations, the current ratio is the highest. In about 24 hours, it may reach a 1-to-1 ratio. Terrifying. Exchange it for me. Ding! Exchange successful. Ding! Credit points income, 16150. Yi Qing nodded. Alright, I have enough credit points to last me for quite a while. Now that I don't have to worry about living expenses, I can focus on enjoying the game properly. Yi Qing had just stepped out of the auction house when he heard several players shouting anxiously on the street. Hurry over. Someone completed the main city land purchase quest. We can buy city plots now. No wonder I thought so many plots in the main city were empty. Turns out the land can actually be bought and sold. This is prime real estate we're talking about. The sudden commotion piqued Yi Qing's interest as well. You must know that the land in the main city is absolutely as lucrative as real estate in the real world. Following the crowd of players, he arrived at the familiar entrance of the city lord's manor. Yi Qing was still a little worried, afraid the guards would recognize him and drag him back inside. But the notice board only showed the wanted poster for the thief Anos, with none for him. It's understandable, he was just a minor adventurer grabbed to make up the numbers anyway. The captain of the city lord's guard, the same one Anos had imitated earlier, now stood at the entrance of the lord's manor and announced loudly, by order of the city lord, due to financial constraints requiring funds for military supplies, plots of land in Breeze City are now available for purchase. How exactly can we make a purchase? A player pushed forward to ask, clearly already prepared with money to spend. Only those with 2,000 reputation points may enter the trading hall, the guard captain declared before walking off, leaving several guards to block the way. Chapter 47, In-Game Demolition. Holy crap, 2,000 reputation points? Are you kidding me? I died 7 or 8 times with a whole team just to kill one boss and only got 20 points. At this rate, it'll take forever to save up 2,000. I'm still at 0, no idea where to even get reputation points. At this point, most players left disappointed. This land sale event was just a gimmick. There probably wasn't a single player in the entire game who'd saved up 2,000 reputation points. Yi Qing glanced at his reputation points, which had already reached 2,400. Looks like I've snagged first place again. Hello, I'm here to purchase land, Yi Qing said as he approached the guard. Holy shit, someone actually came to buy land. Probably just another rich guy with no reputation. Players stared at Yi Qing, but since he was wearing the bandit scarf, no one could see his ID. Yi Qing mainly wanted to cover his face to avoid being recognized by the guards. These guards all looked identical. Who the hell knew which one was the same guard who had arrested him before? Very well, your reputation meets the requirement. You may enter. The guard stepped aside, and under the gaze of numerous players, Yi Qing calmly strode into the city lord's manor. Holy shit, he got in? Someone actually reached 2,000 reputation? That guy must be Yi Qing. Someone in the crowd had already guessed Yi Qing's identity. How could 2,000 reputation points be so easily obtained? Most players surmised that only a top-tier expert like Yi Qing could achieve such a feat. Unaware, Yi Qing had already become a legendary figure in the eyes of many players. Stepping into the trading hall, Yi Qing glanced around and noticed a massive sand table at the center of the room. Though Yi Qing had visited the city lord's manor before, this trading hall, located at the main entrance, was new to him. On his first visit, he had been immediately arrested and sent to prison, and upon release, he had only seen the inner courtyards of the manor. This outer courtyard trading hall was truly his first time here. Yi Qing was observing the furnishings in the trading hall when a local resident approached him. It was clearly a resident serving this trading session. Adventurer Yi Qing, hello, the receptionist greeted him warmly as he walked over. As expected, the face covering doesn't do much against locals, Yi Qing remarked, removing his scarf. The female indigenous receptionist smiled at Yi Qing. It's my pleasure to serve you. Yi Qing pointed at the sandbox model. Can't really understand this thing here. Also, could you explain how to purchase these plots? Yi Qing hadn't seen a sandbox model before, so naturally couldn't comprehend it at first glance. You can look at it this way: this is the city lord's mansion at the very center of Qingfeng City. The city backs against mountain ranges, so it only has 3 gates: the north gate where we're standing now, the east gate to the left, and the west gate to the right. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. The receptionist continued, since you're the first adventurer to come purchase land, I'll provide you with some locations of high-value plots that I'm aware of for your reference. The receptionist said, first is the north gate area. This is the main entrance of Breeze City, which logically should have the highest foot traffic, but I don't recommend buying there. Why not? He asked. Although Qingfeng City is a main city, the north gate will be the first to bear the brunt if a siege battle erupts, making it the most dangerous location. Yi Qing was well aware that as the game progressed, there would undoubtedly be massive team battles like castle sieges, regional wars, and racial conflicts. Could that be the East Gate? The Forest of 10,000 Spirits is here, and the Windblade Mine Vein is over there too, but there's no native shops around, Yi Qing analyzed. This is indeed a nice place. Oh, seems like you think it's just average. The best spot is the West Gate. The receptionist's words momentarily stunned Yi Qing. This issue had certainly crossed Yi Qing's mind. The Western Gate area had mediocre geography, average facilities, and while it did have shops run by locals, it was essentially a bargain district. Compared to the North and East Gates, this place might as well be unwanted real estate. You're not trying to offload this on me, are you? Yi Qing asked with a furrowed brow. Ah, you must be joking. This land has nothing to do with me, it all belongs to Qingfeng City. Then what's the advantage of this place? Yi Qing inquired. The receptionist gave a mysterious smile. Because the West Gate area is going to be demolished. Ha, demolition? What the hell, they have demolitions in games too. That's right, the facilities at the West Gate are outdated and overdue for renovation. The City Lord's Manor has already begun redesign plans for the West Gate area these past few days. Compensation negotiations for the demolition are expected to begin soon, the receptionist explained. Seriously? You're not scamming me, are you? Yi Qing genuinely couldn't tell. This was just like buying property in real life where the future's unpredictable. But the amount spent here was serious money, not just pocket change you could shrug off if lost. Of course we wouldn't deceive you. You have special privileges, only you would receive this information. So how many plots can I buy right now? With your current reputation, you're eligible to purchase 2 plots of land total. How much is that plot of land? Yi Qing asked. 1,000 gold. Yi Qing rolled his eyes. Damn it, I should have known not to exchange my money earlier. Open the exchange bank. Exchange 2,000 gold coins for me using credit points. Ding. Conversion complete. You have received 2,000 gold coins. Ding. 34,400 credit points have been deducted from your bank account. How come so much was deducted? Ding. The current gold coin exchange rate is 116, with a 5% service fee deducted. Yi Qing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Coming and going had actually cost him so many gold coins. Helpless, Yi Qing asked the receptionist, now that I have the money, what's next? The receptionist said politely, just go over and have some tea, I'll handle the rest. Are you sure you want to purchase plots 1 and 2 at the West Gate? Confirmed. Please hold on a moment. With that, the receptionist took Yi Qing's 2,000 gold and left. Yi Qing then sat down in the lounge, where a cup of tea was already waiting for him. Yi Qing took his seat and took a sip of tea. The tea had a refreshing aroma with a sweet aftertaste, and Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Excellent tea. Ding. Consumed red snow tea permanently increases HP by 30 points. What? Drinking tea boosts stats too? And it's permanent? Yi Qing hurriedly took another sip. Ding. Using red snow tea for the second time permanently increases HP by 15 points. Remaining attribute boost uses. 1. Yi Qing felt slightly disappointed. It turned out there was a usage limit, and the effect was halved on the second use. But then again, these free HP points were essentially a bonus. Having them was better than nothing. With this thought, Yi Qing's mood lifted. He took another sip of tea and bit into a piece of fruit. Ding. Consuming leaf fruit permanently increases agility by 5 points. Even fruits can boost attributes? The City Lord's mansion is truly a treasure trove. Yi Qing immediately switched into ravenous reincarnation mode when he saw the assortment of fruits on the platter. Every first-time fruit consumption actually increased basic attributes by varying amounts, boosting health points, mana points, agility, strength, and more. Without caring about taste, Yi Qing wolfed them down like a whirlwind devouring scattered clouds. Chapter 48, Yi Hong. Where else could he find free attribute points like these after leaving this place? A dozen minutes later, the receptionist pushed open the door with a smile, only to freeze at the sight of the devastated room. Was this place robbed? She stammered. Every last piece of fruit in the corner crate had been devoured by Yi Qing. Luckily, this was inside the game, otherwise, he probably would have burst by now. Burp star. A few guards barged in just now and wolfed down all the food. I couldn't stop them, Yi Qing lied through his teeth. The receptionist eyed Yi Qing's bulging belly and sighed helplessly. Must have been hungry, I suppose. The topic was quickly brushed aside as she handed him a document. Here's your deed. Please keep it safe. Yi Qing took hold of the land deed and immediately received a system notification. Ding! Acquired deed to plots 1 and 2 at West Gate of Breeze City. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for being the first to own a plot of land. Reward, 1 random commercial native lottery draw. Indeed, good things never come late to first-timers. The receptionist handed over a disposable teleportation scroll and said, "This is a directional teleportation scroll. Simply use it to instantly arrive at the location of the land you've selected. Please keep it safe." Yi Qing nodded. The service was indeed thoughtful and worth the money. As Yi Qing prepared to leave, the receptionist leaned closer and whispered, "A personal tip, the demolition is scheduled in about 3 days. It's best to construct at least a basic building within that time, or they'll only compensate you for the vacant land at a very low rate." Yi Qing nodded again and discreetly passed the receptionist a small pouch containing about 10 gold coins. "Much obliged." Taking the coin pouch, the receptionist's smile grew even brighter. "Wishing you prosperity and wealth." Yi Qing unrolled the scroll and instantly teleported to the purchased land location. The western gate area was filled with higher-level monster spawn points, so currently no players had come here yet. Compared to the other 2 gates, this side could truly be called desolate of human traces. Before Yi Qing lay an entire row of vacant plots all available for purchase by players, though at the moment, only Yi Qing could afford them. "System, how do I construct buildings?" Yi Qing inquired. Ding! To build structures, please visit the artist's shop to purchase architectural blueprints. Once you've learned them, you can construct directly. "Don't I need to gather materials myself or anything?" Yi Qing asked. Ding! Not needed. All construction materials for plots sold in the main city will be provided by the city itself. Players only need to pay the corresponding fees. After hearing the system's explanation, Yi Qing asked, "You mean we can construct buildings outside the main city too?" Ding! Upon reaching level 40, you may choose a non-monster zone to build your own homestead. However, it will be in an unprotected state, vulnerable to enemy attacks and demolition, so you'll need to arrange your own defenses. With this clarification, Yi Qing finally understood, and couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the divine realm world. The deeper Yi Qing immersed himself in the game, the more he discovered its wonders and surprises that made it irresistibly addictive. Yi Qing quickly found the artist's shop. The merchandise in artist stores mostly consists of things like music theory knowledge, musical instrument scores, painting tools, and such, basically shops that no one pays attention to. Yi Qing entered the store without bothering with the enthusiastic clerk, directly picking out the 2 cheapest blueprints and purchasing them for 5 gold coins. 2 pieces of trash construction blueprints cost 5 gold. Talk about a ripoff, Yi Qing muttered. Returning to the empty lot, Yi Qing immediately chose to use the construction blueprints. Ding! Please pay 100 gold coins for construction fees. 100 gold? So expensive? This is just a thatched hut and a small wooden cabin, and you're charging me 100 gold? Yi Qing felt like he was being scammed, but had no choice but to agree. This must be what monopoly feels like. Ding! Construction completed on plot 1. Thatched hut has been built. Ding! Construction of plot 2 completed. Log cabin fully built. 2 small houses abruptly sprang from the ground. In mere seconds, 2 dilapidated structures appeared on what had been an empty plot moments before. Yi Qing stood with hands on hips, eyeing the 2 hideously ugly buildings before him. "Finally got myself a place," he smirked. "Right. It even included a lottery draw. Lotteries are my absolute favorite." Yi Qing clicked on the system's gift of a native resident lottery draw. Ding! Open the reward lottery for commercial natives. A few seconds later. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for successfully drawing a commercial native resident with an 8th grade rating. It seems the highest rank is 10, and 8 is still pretty decent. System, what's the difference between these ranks? Ding! The higher the level of a commercial native, the better their business acumen, enabling them to assist players with financial management and asset handling. However, the corresponding wages players need to pay will also be higher. I see. Ding! The business NPC drawn is female. Please name her. Naming is such a chore. Whatever, let's just call her Yi Hong. Ding! Business NPC, level 8, naming successful. Named Yi Hong. Ding! Business NPC Yi Hong, level 8, commerce talent 9, financial aptitude 8, bargaining skill 8, exceptionally high intelligence, possesses comprehensive business acumen, a rare genius. Yi Qing never expected the system to give such high praise. It seemed the NPC he'd drawn was truly extraordinary. "Hello, master." A voice as clear as an oriole's melody sounded softly. Yi Qing turned to see a petite, adorable girl smiling at him. So beautiful, Yi Qing couldn't help but exclaim. The indigenous person before him was completely different from those ordinary-looking natives outside. Whether it was the aura he exuded or the gleam in his eyes, Yi Qing suspected this might be a player rather than an NPC. "Thank you for your praise, master." Yi Hong blinked her eyes, seemingly quite pleased with her new master. "So what do you think about these 2 plots of land?" Yi Qing inquired. Yi Hong glanced at the 2 plots of land and said, "In 2 days and 14 hours, the Western District will undergo major reconstruction. When that happens, these two plots will be demolished. You actually know about this? Yi Qing was surprised, thinking Yi Hong couldn't possibly have this information. With evident pride, Yi Hong declared, "This is my special ability. Master, we should make the most of these 2 days. Let's have adventurers visit this first adventurer's land for just 1 copper coin to build our reputation first." 1 copper coin? Yi Qing became genuinely interested in Yi Hong's idea. Indeed, for 1 copper coin to take a look, surely 90% of adventurers would be willing to satisfy their curiosity, Yi Hong replied. But what could possibly attract them to these 2 shabby houses of mine? Me? What the hell? Yi Qing never expected Yi Hong would point at him. Yi Qing sized up Yi Hong, fair complexion, beautiful features, long legs, and flowing light blonde hair, a design guaranteed to entice male players. But Yi Qing refused to let his own people solicit customers this way. If they wanted money, they'd earn it properly, even if Yi Hong was just an NPC native to the game. To him, she was still under his protection. Chapter 49, Solo Raid. Sensing Yi Qing's gaze, someone as clever as Yi Hong naturally understood his concerns. "Master, don't worry. I'll issue the quests, you just need to help spread the word. All you have to say is that there are natives here who can give out small quests, and upon completion, they'll receive VIP membership cards," said Yi Hong. Membership cards? Yi Hong nodded. Yes, membership cards. Having these cards will keep customers hooked starting now. Once the demolition is complete and our real shop opens, customers with membership cards will definitely come to make purchases. Even if other adventurers open shops by then, it won't affect our business one bit. Yi Qing didn't expect the game's NPCs to be so intelligent and couldn't help but praise. "Not bad at all, Yi Hong, you're really sharp. Hee, master, then bestow upon me some startup capital. I'll handle the rest." With effortless grace, Yi Qing transferred 300 gold coins from his backpack to Yi Hong, keeping only a small reserve for himself. "Thank you for your trust, master. I'll definitely work hard." Having such an adorable little girlfriend wouldn't be bad at all. Yi Qing, who had been single for many years, couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation about dating when seeing such a cute girl. "You're joking, master. Yi Hong belongs to you." "Ahem, all right, you've worked hard. I'll go attend to my own matters now." "Okay, master, take care on your way." Yi Qing hadn't gone far when he heard a server-wide system announcement. "Yi Hong, the first player-owned property in Breeze City has been established. Native residents will now issue quests, and adventurers who complete them will receive a VIP membership card for the shop. First come, first served." Yi Qing never expected that Yi Hong could actually broadcast announcements to the entire server. He truly had stumbled upon a tremendous treasure. Yi Qing felt completely at ease about Yi Hong now, and it was time to focus on his leveling up plan. In Shinyu, players could enter dungeons 3 times a day. Having already used 1 attempt, Yi Qing decided to try soloing the remaining 2. During his first dungeon run, Yi Qing had secretly been calculating whether he could handle it alone. Before entering the dungeon again, Yi Qing began his preparations. First, Yi Qing switched the Shadow Soul from his left hand to his right. Previously, to keep a low profile, he had always wielded the Shadow Soul in his left hand while deactivating the dual-wield passive, relying solely on his right-hand dagger in combat, only utilizing the skill effects of the Shadow Soul. Moreover, his skill Lone Wanderer had been inactive throughout the dungeon earlier, significantly weakening his performance. Now, at the peak of his strength, Yi Qing was ready to challenge the dungeon once more. Ding! Enter the Windblade Mine, beginner, dungeon? Yes. Yi Qing figured it'd be best to tackle beginner-level missions first. Reliable equipment upgrades coupled with steady experience gains. Venturing into intermediate or advanced dungeons now carried unnecessary risks. Losing hard-earned XP due to overambition simply wasn't worth the gamble. Measured progression is an assassin's golden rule. Without absolute certainty, an assassin must lie in wait, silently biding their time for that split second when the target lets their guard down, 1 lethal strike, then vanishing into the distance. That's the essence of an assassin. The moment Yi Qing entered the dungeon, he immediately triggered the 2 frontmost minor monsters. Moonlight Slash. Ding! Moonlight Slash dealt 1366 damage. Ding! Moonlight Slash dealt 1861 damage. The 2 minor monsters barely had time to appear before they were severely wounded. Shrieking, they attempted to attack Yi Qing, but he was faster. With lightning speed, he lunged forward, both daggers striking simultaneously, each blade plunging straight into a monster's skull. 2 critical hits landed, and the 2 monsters collapsed without even a chance to scream, instantly turning into a pile of scattered coins. Ah, it's truly more comfortable being alone. Yi Qing couldn't help but exclaim. Just 2 small monsters, and they dropped 30 silver coins. During the previous team formation, they only got a few copper coins, which amounted to basically nothing once divided among so many people. Time to embark on the road to wealth and strive for a prosperous life. Yi Qing spun his dagger, flourishing it with a dazzling arc as he sprinted forward, obliterating every minor monster in his path. None could even graze his clothes before being instantly slain. Even the locked-on spells from the mage monsters were dodged by Yi Qing through impossibly tricky maneuvers. Rushing all the way to the first boss, Yi Qing hadn't lost a single drop of blood, only his mana had been depleted. What had taken him over half an hour to traverse earlier now only took him a mere 10+ minutes. Foolish adventurer, how dare you trespass on my domain? The vain chieftain emerged. Staring at the vain chieftain's decayed form, Yi Qing felt not a hint of fear. Instead, he roared with excitement, "Loot! Here I come!" Yi Qing was the first to strike. Combo kill. Ding! 5 consecutive strikes dealt, causing 6,876 points of damage. Feels F***king amazing. All the pent-up frustration from earlier in the dungeon now seemed to pour out of Yi Qing as he unleashed a relentless barrage of skills and attacks upon the minor boss in a frenzy. Ouch! Take this shovel, adventurer! The minor boss, probably getting beaten up so arrogantly by an adventurer for the first time, was furious. It swung its iron shovel fiercely at Yi Qing. Yi Qing rolled sideways, effortlessly dodging the minor boss's full-powered shovel strike. Ding! Evasion attribute triggered, damage nullified. Slash! Ding! Critical hit from slicing dealt 2,800 damage, causing blood loss of 180 HP per second for 10 seconds. Moonlight slash! Ding! Crescent moon slash triggered. Ding! Critical hit triggered, dealing 3,700 damage. Yi Qing continuously circled the minor captain, unleashing skills the moment their cooldowns ended. During cooldown intervals, his twin daggers flashed with rapid stabs, slashes, and jabs against the boss. The mining foreman could only miserably endure passive beatings, as all his attacks were deftly dodged by Yi Qing. The only time he managed to deal damage, Yi Qing intermittently cast healing skills during combat, instantly restoring himself to full health. Final strike. The mining foreman's health gauge had already hit rock bottom. Flash. Ding. Flash shadow deals 5380 damage. I won't go down like this. With a final wail, the mining foreman shattered into a pile of bones. Ding. The mining boss has died. Yi Qing checked the time. Defeating the mine boss had taken a mere 8 minutes. Not bad, the drop rate has indeed improved. Leather armor, plate armor, cloth armor, everything's here. Yi Qing looked at the equipment scattered across the ground and picked it all up immediately. He equipped whatever he could use and stored the rest in his backpack, planning to have the blacksmith dismantle them after leaving the dungeon. The fact that dungeon gear couldn't be traded slightly annoyed Yi Qing. Fortunately, the experience points were still quite generous. Yi Qing actually found a scroll beneath one of the boss's ribs. Name, scroll * gaze of the minor chief. Effect, after use, makes the enemy target enter a frenzied state. The enemy's attack power doubles, while their defense drops to 0. At first, Yi Qing wanted to toss the scroll when he saw the enemy's attack power doubling, but upon noticing the subsequent defense drop to 0, it struck him, if used wisely, this scroll could actually be a divine artifact. Chapter 50 Lightning-fast dungeon runs. With the equipment Yi Qing currently had, combined with previous drops, he now possessed 5 dungeon set pieces, just a helmet and shoulder guards short of a complete set. Though his earlier gear had been decent, he temporarily stored it in his backpack to prioritize the set bonuses. After effortlessly defeating another boss, Yi Qing's confidence soared even higher. With all his attributes unlocked, this beginner-level dungeon was a breeze for him. Continue. Yi Qing swept through effortlessly. No monster could withstand more than a few strikes from him. Whether it was bosses, elite mobs, or ordinary creatures, none could halt his unstoppable onslaught. That said, against the stone golem, Yi Qing still resorted to exploiting a bug. The creature's damage was simply too high. One careless move and Yi Qing could easily wipe. Since there was an easier method available, there was no reason to risk showing off his skills. Besides, he was alone in the dungeon. No one was watching to impress. Even if others had been around, Yi Qing would still have chosen the safest approach. However, Yi Qing employed a little trick that saved him a considerable amount of time on that explosive track. Yi Qing used Shadow Dash to accelerate himself, then sprinted along the tracks. The moment before the rails exploded, he leapt across to the opposite side, bypassing the need to fall down, kill minor monsters, and mine his way back up through swimming. At last, Yi Qing stood before the entrance to the final boss, Vain Lord Sane's. Drawing from previous encounters, Yi Qing had deduced that Sane's most troublesome skill was his Wild Flurry. Dodging it promptly was crucial, otherwise, the consequence would be getting pummeled to death by his relentless barrage of fists and kicks. Pathetic insect, become another victim beneath my fists. As expected, the boss's dialogue remained unchanged no matter how many times you entered. Yi Qing didn't give the boss any more time to monologue, launching his attack directly. Flash. Ding. Shadow Flash dealt 8798 damage. Flash Shadow has now become Yi Qing's highest damage skill. It flows effortlessly in combat, though the cooldown period is regrettably long. Take this fist. Severely wounded, Sainz directly activated his fist skill. Yi Qing reacted swiftly, but Sain's skill was his own fist, striking even faster. With no time to dodge, Yi Qing crossed his daggers before him in defense. Ding! Parry successful, received 935 damage. In Divine Realm, dodging attacks through personal skill triggers evasion, which completely nullifies the damage when activated. Blocking with a shield reduces damage by half, while parrying with a weapon mitigates 40% of the damage. This defensive method is available to all classes. However, compared to blocking, parrying is harder to trigger. Blocking simply requires raising a shield, whereas parrying demands precisely using a weapon to deflect the impact force at the moment of attack. Of course, evasion is the most challenging among these three defensive maneuvers. Yi Qing's current health had just surpassed 1,000 points, largely thanks to the Circle of Afterlife given to him by the thief Anos. The Constitution attribute bonuses from each upgrade of the Circle of Afterlife had boosted Yi Qing's health to nearly match that of shield-bearing warriors at his level. The Shadow Wraith had also grown to level 29 as Yi Qing leveled up, with increased damage, though its skills remained unchanged. Adventurer, how dare you ignore me in battle and muse about other things? How insulting. You've enraged me. Yi Qing's distracted fighting made Sainz feel deeply humiliated, sending him into a frenzied spinning attack. Chaotic dance. Yi Qing immediately snapped back to attention, activating Shadow Dash. With lightning speed, he began racing in wild circles around the chamber, leaving afterimages to confuse Sainz. Each of Sainz's chaotic leaping strikes landed viciously upon Yi Qing's lingering shadows instead. Yi Qing relied on movement and calculation to precisely dodge Seance's jumping attacks. Yi Qing kept silently counting down to the end of Seance's wild spinning attack throughout. Okay, it's over. The moment the whirling assault ended, Yi Qing immediately turned around. Moonlight Slash, Slicing Strike, Combo Kill. Massive damage erupted from Sainz, eliciting his agonized screams. In the name of the Vain Lord, I summon my minions. Just when it seemed Sainz would be methodically defeated, he unexpectedly activated a summoning skill. What the? The system showed no summoning skill? Can they just add skills mid-fight? Yi Qing was dumbfounded. A frail monster crawled out from underground. Maniac of Orvanes. Look out, the boss is about to boost its stats. Yi Qing immediately dashed forward, completely disregarding the boss's incoming attacks. He had to obliterate the vain madman before it could unleash any skills. Phantom Flash. Just as the cooldown ended, Yi Qing unleashed his strongest attack skill. His figure materialized beside the vain madman in tandem with the afterimage of his Phantom Flash. The poor vain madman hadn't even fully emerged from the ground yet, and already more than half its health bar was gone. Yi Qing made one clean slice, followed by a flurry of dagger strikes, sending this poor little thing back to the ground once more. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Yi Qing suddenly remembered he still had one unused skill left. Brief Resurrection. Dodging Sainz's attack with a roll, Yi Qing cast this previously untouched skill on the fallen corpse. A beam of emerald light shimmered over the corpse of the vain madman. Incredibly, the thoroughly dead creature rose to its feet once more. Or vain madman, unleash your roar skill on me. The vain maniac obediently let out a mournful wail at Yi Qing, then abruptly slapped Sainz before the latter could react. Before anyone realized what happened, it crumbled into a pile of dust. Its 5-second resurrection timer had expired. Ding! Affected by the vain fanatic's roar skill, all attributes increased by 50%. Duration, 3 minutes. Refreshing. With his attributes skyrocketing, Yi Qing immediately went all out attacking Sainz. Slice. Ding! Slash triggers a critical hit, dealing 4,200 damage, with an additional 218 HP loss per second for 10 seconds. Moonlight Slash. Ding! Moonlight Slash triggers a critical hit, dealing 3,754 damage. Moonlight Slash's critical hit damage could rival that of Crescent Moon Slash. Yi Qing activated Shadow Chase, frantically outputting damage while circling Sainz. Though Sainz was relatively fast, its massive frame made turning extremely cumbersome. Yi Qing perfectly timed each strike to land on its back, while Sainz found itself utterly unable to counterattack. The more Yi Qing fought, the smoother his movements became. I refuse to accept this. Sainz finally lamented with a sorrowful cry before collapsing to the ground. Ding! Killed Vain Sovereign Sainz. Ding! Congratulations on completing Galeblade Mine, beginner. Yi Qing picked up the drops. It turned out to be a complete set of leather armor, plus an earring. An accessory drop? Name, Special Equipment * Conversion Earring. Uses, 2. Effect, can convert the highest dimensional attribute into another attribute, lasting for 10 minutes. Seeing that it was a special equipment with limited uses, Yi Qing felt slightly disappointed. However, this special piece of equipment was actually quite useful. For example, if Yi Qing's strongest attribute was currently dexterity and he converted all of it into spirit, a single healing skill might fully restore his health. If used wisely, this equipment could achieve miraculous effects. Chapter 51, Shinshinju Surrounded. Nice loot, adding to my collection. Although Yi Qing's backpack had expanded considerably, his collector's obsession with special equipment and scrolls meant his inventory was perpetually full. Yi Qing made up his mind later he'd have to find some expedition packs or similar items to further expand his storage capacity. A glance at the experience bar showed just 30% left before leveling up to 30. Yi Qing left the dungeon. Opened the level ranking list. 1. Yi Qing, level 29. 2. Dragon Dance, level 24. 3. A Pot of Wine Among Flowers, level 24. 4. Great Quail, level 23. 5. Frozen Wasteland, level 23. 6. Photon Warrior, level 23. 7. Dragon Mark, level 23. 8. Mastercrafted Slayer, level 23. 9. Mastercrafted Shadow, level 23. 10. Mastercrafted Horizon, level 23. Occupation rankings. 1. Dragon Blade Warrior. 2. Dark Mage. 3. Jungle Hunter. 4. Spellblade. 5. Life Dancer. Equipment ranking. 1. Soul of Umbral Depths, Ancient. 2. Bloodfang Blade, Perfect. 3. Dreamlike Footwork, Perfect. After most players entered the main city, the various leaderboards underwent earth-shaking changes. However, what astonished Yi Qing was that Dragon Dance, despite dropping levels, could still catch up so swiftly and cling stubbornly to second place. Wait, where's Shinju? Yi Qing suddenly realized something had been missing from the leaderboards, the original second-place holder, Shinju. Why had she disappeared even from the level rankings? Ding ding, Shinju, are you there? Yi Qing sent a private message to ask. Shinju got straight to the point. Noticed I dropped off the level rankings? Yes. It's someone from Master Craftsman. Master Craftsman? Are they your enemies too? Yi Qing asked. Shinju shook her head. Not exactly my enemies. The Master Craftsman Guild itself is the type that goes around stirring trouble, picking fights, and doing disgusting things. I found out they'd taken a mission to interfere with my leveling, so they kept sending people to harass me while I was grinding. They ambushed me twice during this. I killed them the first time, but got surrounded and died the second round. Yi Qing pondered for a moment before saying, with your skills and connections, there's no way you couldn't handle them. Shinju said helplessly, these people from Mingjiang are just like rabid dogs. Once they set their sights on a target, they'll use every despicable means to harass you. And there are simply too many of them even without an official guild. They already have nearly 100 small teams. Many skilled players have also joined them, though most real experts wouldn't stoop to such things. Every time my health gets low, someone from Mingjiang inevitably turns hostile and tries to kill me. I've practically become a nervous wreck. Shinju sighed in resignation. What level are you now? Yi Qing asked. Stuck at level 20. They've got us camped at the revival point outside the north gate of Qingfeng City. One more death and I'll probably be sent back to the starter village. Wait, what about the cat squad? Where's your team? Yi Qing asked. Shinju sighed. Except for Miao Miao, who's safe because I had her handle some business in town. Everyone else was killed back to level 19 and returned to the beginner village. Holy shit, the famous guild is playing this hard? What kind of feud do you guys even have? No real feud. They're just hired mercenaries doing their job. But I'll definitely remember this grudge against the famous guild. Yi Qing thought for a moment and said maybe he should go over there. Shinju immediately refused. Forget it, don't come here. There are too many of them. If you die even once, they'll probably make a big deal out of it, and their famous craftsman reputation will grow even larger. Despite Shinju telling him not to come, Yi Qing still decided to step in. Speaking of which, it's either Long Jiwu or Quail causing trouble this time. You have a grudge against the Quail Guild, and Long Jiwu might be targeting you simply because you've been holding second place on the level rankings. The more Yi Qing thought about Long Jiwu's petty behavior, the more convinced he became that guy was behind it. Shinju shook her head. Not necessarily. This time, Divine Realm is different from previous games. It will determine the future development of many major corporations. That's why numerous veteran guilds have joined, though most have rebranded. They're all putting in maximum effort to rush to level 25 because once there, they can start hunting level 25 plus bosses to drop mercenary tokens. Mercenary tokens? This was the first time Yi Qing had heard of such an item. What are they used for? The guild token only drops from bosses level 50 and above. Before that, if you want to form a group, you can only use the mercenary token to create a mercenary team, ranging from level 1 to 10, corresponding to team sizes of 10 to 100 people. Yi Qing cut off Shinju's explanation. Forget it, I'm flying solo anyway. No need to explain these mechanics to me. Get ready, I'm almost there. What? I told you not to come. You don't need to save me. Shinju was genuinely surprised by Yi Qing's decision to rescue her. Previously, her distress calls had mostly gone unanswered. Nowadays, Mingjiang was acting like rabid dogs, and few guilds or small teams were willing to provoke them. I'm just here to hunt Mingjiang players for fun, Yi Qing said bluntly. Shinju pouted. Typical straight guy. Alright, enough talk. I think I just spotted someone from Mingjiang. Yi Qing ended the call. From a distance, Yi Qing could already see Shinshinju, who'd been blown back to just wearing armor, sitting within the safe zone of the respawn point. Outside the protection circle, several players from Mingjiang were wildly taunting Shinshinju. Yi Qing couldn't help thinking, thank goodness this is just a game with basic clothing protection. If a girl's equipment got completely stripped in reality, it would be downright humiliating. Even so, Shinshinju currently cut an extremely wretched figure. Mingjiang's Yida stared at Shinshinju with a lecherous grin. Who knew this beauty had such a killer figure? Too bad we didn't manage to strip that last piece of armor even with the system's basic clothes. That body's quite the Eiffel. Master Watermelon nodded and said, if it weren't for the Skynet surveillance system nowadays, we could have easily snatched this chick in reality to satisfy the boy's cravings. Shinshinju's face turned livid at their words. These scumbags were the dregs of society. Now that the Skynet prevents them from acting out in reality, they resort to verbally harassing girls in the game. Master Kakashi smacked Master Watermelon's head. Enough of your horny bullshit. Focus on guarding. Our mission is to kill her back to the beginner village. If she doesn't die, none of you gets paid. Yes, Captain, we understand. All the boys are stationed on the perimeter. Nobody's coming to save her. Master Craftsman Kakashi looked at Shinshinju. Beautiful lady, you see how tough things are for us brothers here. How about you just stop resisting, come out and let us kill you to complete our mission. You can return to the beginner village and level up again. Why waste time here? Pa, in your dreams. I'm in no hurry anyway, I'll just stay put here and see which of you can outlast me. Shinshinju certainly wasn't about to indulge these trash. Haha, alright then, little beauty. Stay wherever you please, let's see if you can really wait it out. Suddenly, a system announcement startled Master Craftsman Kakashi. Ding! Your teammate Master Craftsman Green Tea has died. What happened? Master Craftsman Kakashi asked. He thought Master Craftsman Green Tea had encountered some monster and been killed. Boss, something terrible is. Chapter 52, Robbing Master Craftsman. Ding! Your teammate, Master Craftsman Starry Sky, has died. Ding! Your teammate, Master Craftsman Shinsei, has died. Ding! Your teammate, Master Craftsman I Want Panties, has died. Ding! Your teammate Master Craftsman Midnight Star has died. The consecutive death notifications left Master Craftsman Kakashi and several other Master Craftsman players completely stunned. What the hell? Want to know what's happening? Let me tell you. Yi Qing appeared ghost-like behind Master Craftsman Kakashi without warning. /combo. Ding! Master Craftsman Kakashi has died. Ding! 20 slaughter points added. Yi Qing emerged outside the resurrection point with a blood-red name hovering above him. A dozen Master Craftsman players hiding in the outskirts of the forest had all been killed by Yi Qing, 1/each. Now that Kakashi was dead, the remaining Master Craftsman players, Watermelon, Kiwi, and Yida, were instantly annihilated too. Master Craftsman Kiwi stared at Yi Qing's blood-red name. What kind of damage is this? Even a shield warrior got instantly killed. It was Master Kakashi who reacted the fastest. Red name. Yi Qing. Kill him, he'll drop 3 levels, and all his equipment will spill out. Kakashi the master's words seemed to awaken the gathered masters at the respawn point. Kill him. Attack together. A dozen master artisans charged out from the respawn point, rushing toward Yi Qing. With a faint smile, Yi Qing executed a backflip and activated his stealth skill. Watch out. Yi Qing's gone invisible, cried Master Kakashi. True, I did vanish, but now I'm back. Yi Qing's cool voice whispered into Master Kakashi's right ear. Ding! Master Craftsman Kakashi has died. Another instant kill. Master Craftsman Kakashi dropped another level and respawned at the revival point. Kill him quickly. Master Kakarushi screamed frantically, ordering over a dozen master players to attack Yi Qing. Yet despite being surrounded by so many players, Yi Qing, as an assassin, showed not the slightest hint of fear. Instead, his face was full of excitement. Walking the razor's edge, this was when an assassin felt most exhilarated. Without waiting for the master players to make their move, Yi Qing had already charged forward. Shadow Streak. Speed reached its peak. Moonlight Slash. With a single slash, 3 players were instantly killed. Flash. Another instant kill. Yi Qing's speed and attack power left all the renowned artisan players utterly shocked. Is this even a player? This is practically a high-level native inhabitant. You've got to be kidding me. How are we supposed to fight this? In just a short minute, over a dozen players from Mingjiang were lying at the respawn point again, while Yi Qing calmly gathered their dropped equipment into a pile, casually picking and choosing right in front of them. What? This one's only poor quality? Seriously, how could anyone even wear this? Toss it. Superior quality? But the stats are trash. Toss it too. Yi Qing's actions were nothing short of utter humiliation for these Mingjiang players. Yi Qing, what the hell do you want? Master Kakashi was practically going mad, shouting at Yi Qing at the top of his lungs. You see, his luck had hit rock bottom. He'd been killed twice, losing almost all his equipment in the process. Originally at level 22, he'd already dropped to level 20. One more death, and he'd be booted back to the beginner's village. Yi Qing kicked some trash equipment aside. What do you think I'm going to do? Yi Qing smiled at him. You want to save Shinshinju? Just let us go, and I'll allow you to take her, Master Kakashi said anxiously, but seeing Yi Qing's expression, he froze again. Yi Qing looked at him mockingly. Save her? I never planned to save her, I'm just here to rob. Yi Qing raised his dagger with a cold glare. If you don't want to respawn back in the starter village, hand over every coin on you. Otherwise, I'll send you all crawling back there. Karma sure works fast. Those smug Shinshinju corpse collectors from Famous Craftsman were now getting their own corpses looted by Yi Qing. Famous Craftsman's Kakashi glared at Yi Qing. Think carefully, Yi Qing. Do you really want to make an enemy of our guild? Yi Qing retorted. What do you mean no grudge between us? Ridiculous. I already had issues with you, so why would I fear being your enemy? Since you've wasted too much time talking, the price just went up. Hand over all your money and strip one piece of equipment each for me. Yi Qing casually sat on a rock, sipping tea without leaving any room for negotiation. Master Kakashi stared at Yi Qing, utterly at a loss for what to do next. Master Green Tea whispered to Master Kakashi, Captain, let's report this to the guild and request reinforcements. We're all at level 20 now, and 2 of our brothers have already been sent back to the beginner's village. No, this is our little team's first mission. If we call for help now, we'll forever remain a third-rate squad. I went through hell to secure this corpse camping mission with you, Famous Craftsman Kakashi. Despite his words, Famous Craftsman Kakashi was still weighing his future prospects. Yi Qing, we'll pay you, just let us go. Where there's life, there's hope. Yi Qing glanced at Famous Craftsman Kakashi and remarked, not bad, you've got potential. A wise man knows when to yield. You must be their captain. Here's the deal, collect their money, and I'll trade directly with you. Once I get the cash, you're free to leave. Famous Craftsman Kakashi nodded, then proceeded to trade with his revived teammates one by one, taking every last coin they had. Of course, a little was still left behind. Yi Qing casually tossed aside the teacup and stood up. Alright, everyone out. You can leave once the money's transferred. Master Craftsman Kakashi initiated a trade with Yi Qing. Over a dozen people had somehow only managed to scrape together a little over 10 gold. Ugh, what a bunch of paupers. Master Kakashi frowned. You call 10 gold coins poor? Most players struggle to save even 50 silver coins. Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. Go on, leave. With Yi Qing's permission, Master's group left the respawn point and prepared to depart. Yi Qing simply stood there. Master Kakashi stealthily signaled to several Craftsman Guild players behind Yi Qing's back. These players attempted to slowly flank behind Yi Qing, but he took several steps sideways, precisely maintaining visual obstruction, preventing them from getting behind him. Seeing this, even Master Kakashi had to abandon the attempt. Killing Yi Qing was out of the question now. Escaping safely would be considered fortunate enough. However, would Yi Qing let them leave? Moonlight Slash. Ding! Moonlight Slash triggered. Having calculated the positions perfectly, the Moonlight Slash enveloped over a dozen players in its range. Just as luck would have it, the Moonlight Slash effect was also activated. A skill. A dozen Master Craftsman players all perished. One-hit knockout. This time Master Kakashi didn't even have time to speak before rushing back to the beginner village with all his subordinates. They had already fallen to level 19. Beep beep. Is Cat around there? This is Yi Qing. Ha, Yi Qing, why are you messaging me? Come check the revival point in the beginner village. I've got a gift for you. Having said this, Yi Qing hung up the voice call. Kataran happened to be leveling up with a few teammates when he heard Yi Qing's message and immediately rushed over, just in time to see all the skilled craftsmen respawning at the revival point. Chapter 53, Masters in a Brawl. Holy shit, what goes around comes around, you bastards finally bit the dust too. Brothers, wreck 'em. A cat charged with his crew, immediately clashing with Master Kaka and others in a messy brawl. Meanwhile, only 3 players from the Masters Guild remained near the respawn point. This guy's definitely hacking, report his ass. Yeah right, there's no way the damage values could be that high, this feels like a fucking joke. The remaining Master Tier players immediately pulled up the system's report interface. Ding! Report submitted. Reported player, Yi Qing. Reason, use of unauthorized third-party software. Seconds later. Ding! After detection, player Yi Qing is gaming normally without using any third-party illegal software. Impossible. Keep reporting him. Numerous subsequent reports all received the same notification. Impossible. Ding! Detected repeated malicious reports from this player. Warning! Warning! Ding! Malicious reporting behavior detected. Penalty imposed. All attributes reduced by 50% for 24 hours. With a whoosh, several players suddenly saw their health and mana bars drop by a significant chunk. 3 players wailed miserably at the resurrection point, leaving Yi Qing utterly bewildered by the scene. What's going on? Looks like they got penalized by the system for reporting you, Shinshinju said as she walked over to Yi Qing after leaving the resurrection point. Put on these gears first, You should go now. The real show is about to begin. Yi Qing handed Shinshinju some of the fine equipment from his backpack. What? The Mastercraft Guild is coming. Though these Mastercraft members all belonged to Mastercraft Kakashi, not all of them were content with simply following under his wing obediently. Wherever you go, there's always intrigue and rivalry, even within the Master Craftsman Guild. So even though Master Kakashi just instructed them not to report back to the guild, someone was bound to make contact secretly. After all, private chats in the game are anonymous, only the participants know the contents. Judging by the timing, the Master Craftsman's reinforcements should be arriving right about now. It's my fault. You've already been dragged into this, no need to sacrifice yourself. Let's retreat to the city together, Shinshinju said. Yi Qing smiled faintly. You return to the city. I'll deal with them myself. Someone needs to teach those Master Craftsmen a lesson. Of course, if you're free, you can stay at the respawn point and record what's about to happen. While I'm not particularly keen on fame, I wouldn't mind making a name for myself if it's at the expense of a guild like Masterpiece Craftsman. Yi Qing spotted the approaching players through the flying birds in the distant woods. Scores of Masterpiece Craftsman members were gathering menacingly from the city's direction as well. Yi Qing equipped his sole title, Prison Vanguard. Although Yi Qing was currently red-named, every little bit of reduced sin value counted. The Prison Vanguard title could decrease sin value, saving him some time when grinding monsters to level up later. Master Craftsman will kill you, led a group of Master Craftsman players, about 30 strong, charging over in a whirlwind of motion. Yi Qing stood there calmly with a glaring red name above his head, not fleeing but coolly watching as Master Craftsman kills you approached. Well, it's you again. Long time no see. Yi Qing hadn't expected to encounter his previous adversary. Master Craftsman Kills You had already died twice at Yi Qing's hands back in the beginner village, and this grudge had long since been etched in stone. Shinshinju had already been pushed back to the respawn point by Yi Qing. Seeing Yi Qing surrounded by so many players now, Shinshinju simply couldn't figure out why he would do such a thing. Could it be that he likes me? Is he avenging me? Shinshinju could only think of this as the most plausible explanation. Yet at this moment, Yi Qing was thinking, the power of the famous Craftsman Guild keeps growing. Sooner or later, they'll come looking for trouble. Better to strike them down early, that should keep them in check for a while. As soon as famous Craftsman Kill You received the message from his underling, confirming that Yi Qing had turned red-named and was still arrogantly waiting right there, he immediately gathered his men to confront him. He knew a few of his men wouldn't be enough to deal with Yi Qing, so he summoned every available brother currently online. This is the most crucial moment for leveling up. Getting just 30-some people to break away is already pretty difficult. Yi Qing looked at the dense crowd of players and shook his head helplessly. Yi Qing, what's with the headshake? Master, can't kill you, asked while watching Yi Qing. TSK, I thought we'd get about 100 people coming. Wanted to practice my skills a bit. Turns out there's barely any. Damn, this guy's so cocky. Several players from the famous guild immediately got ready to fight after hearing Yi Qing's words. A crowd of passing players had already gathered nearby. Yi Qing, the top-ranked player on the level leaderboard, picking a fight with the currently strongest famous guild. This was absolutely forum-worthy material. You talking trash? Bring it on! Yi Qing hooked his fingers tauntingly at the famous guild players, radiating arrogance. The Master Craftsman Kill You narrowed his eyes. No matter how strong you are, you're just one person. Do you think you can overturn the heavens? Brothers, charge! Warriors hold the front line. Mages and archers attack from range. Healers stack behind the mages and archers. Assassins roam the back line. Unexpectedly, even in this situation, Kill You maintained perfect composure, directing his team with boss fighting tactics specifically adapted to counter Yi Qing. Yi Qing didn't waste words. This time, his sole target was slaughtering Kill You's players. Yi Qing immediately retreated backward, turned around, and made a run for it. Since the respawn point was originally at the edge of the 10,000 Spirits Forest near the north gate, thick shrubs and bushes already densely covered the area. Yi Qing plunged straight into the bushes. To their surprise, Yi Qing fled without even engaging in battle. The elite warriors of the famed craftsman immediately gave chase, each decisively plunging into the dense forest after him. The master blacksmith was slain before anyone could even attempt to intervene. Ding! Master Craftsman Nition has died. Ding! Master Craftsman Teacup has died. The constant death notifications made Master Craftsman can see Ni shout in the team channel, urging all warriors who'd entered the jungle to retreat immediately. Honestly, following assassins into the jungle for a chase? That's just asking for death. Archers, those with Eagle Eye activated now to prevent Yi Qing from stealthing. The two archers' eyes lit up as they activated their Eagle Eye skill. The Eagle Eye skill could thwart assassins' stealth ambushes by increasing detection range against hidden targets. Meanwhile, Yi Qing had long vanished without a trace. The fallen warrior players hadn't even caught a glimpse of his shadow before dying. The Master Craftsman players, realizing Yi Qing's terrifying prowess, all retreated to the open space, wary and on high alert. With a whoosh, a crossbow bolt flew out, burying itself dead center in the forehead of the Master Craftsman who swore to kill you. Ding. Received 4 points of force damage. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was maximum. Damn it. Attack attack. All rogues into the bushes and force Yiqing out. Ding. Master Craftsman Greenlight has died. Suddenly, the system notification took Master Craftsman kill you by surprise. What's going on? How did someone die in the back? The one who died was an archer. Just now, Yiqing had shot from the front, so how could his movements be this fast? From the moment the Master Craftsman arrived until now, I only caught a glimpse of Yiqing at the very beginning. The rest of the time, just corpses in between. I simply never saw hide nor hair of Yiqing again. Chapter 54, Yiqing's corpse camping. Archer, where's Yiqing? Can't Eagle Eye spot him? Boss, I can't see anything. We've been guarding this area the whole time. There's nobody around. How did you die? Greenlight? No idea. I was just standing there when suddenly I died. It was like a blur suddenly appeared, and then I was dead. What the hell is going on? Originally brimming with confidence, Master Slayer's morale had been completely shattered by Yiqing. When the commander loses their composure, it's only a matter of time before the whole team wipes. Yiqing had already activated stealth while using Shadow Dash, quickly maneuvering behind these teams from Mingjiang under the cover of invisibility. With a flicker, he instantly killed the Greenlight in the back row, then swiftly pressed close to a bush and activated Shallow Shadow. Because of Greenlight's death, the Mingjiang players in the rear gradually clustered together, forming tight groups to guard against Yiqing's ambush. Yet this very reaction was precisely what Yiqing had anticipated all along. Moonlight Slash. Ding. Critical hit triggered. Ding. Crescent Moon Slash triggered. Ding. Master Craftsman Guanhua has died. Ding. Master Craftsman Nidian has died. With just one skill, over a dozen Master Craftsman players fell instantly, and Yiqing's figure finally became visible. Quick, quick, lock on. Mages, archers, attack. Only a scattered few archers and mages remained in the backlands now. Being guild players after all, their combat instincts were sharper. They immediately reacted and began unleashing skills and attacks upon Yiqing. Yiqing sprinted at full speed without attempting to conceal himself, charging headlong toward the nearest group of mages and healers despite their attacks. Ding. Hit by fireball spell. Loss of 24 HP. Ding. Hit by archery attack. Loss of 19 HP. All the attacks inflicted negligible damage. With a flick of his hand, Yiqing cast a vitality skill, and the lost health points rapidly replenished before their eyes. Yiqing moved with lightning speed. Everything happened in an instant. Before the enemy could unleash a second skill after their first strike landed, Yiqing had already appeared right in front of several mages. One stab, one kill. Planting his foot on a fallen mage, he executed a swift backflip, dagger flashing. A bewildered healer standing nearby was instantly eliminated too. Warrior, warrior, several mages shouted as they retreated toward the warrior's position. The frontline shield-bearing warriors and swordsmen arrived belatedly, forming a protective barrier with their shields to defend the fragile mages and archers in the rear. Yet Yiqing vanished before their eyes once more. Damn it, stealth again? Archer, Eagle Eye. Famous craftsman will slay you shouted. Yiqing deliberately kept famous artist wants you dead alive to throw him off balance. A mere scare tactic wouldn't suffice without landing a decisive blow. Brother Slasher. Both Hawkeye guys were only level 20. He's already wiped them out and sent them back to the beginner's village. Useless. Famous artist wants you dead cursed furiously. Now they had no choice but to stick together tightly to guard against Yiqing's attacks. The real dilemma was Yiqing's area of effect skills. Cluster formation would practically be suicide. Everyone, pair up back to back and spread out. Don't bunch together, search for Yiqing slowly. Bystander players watching the battle from the outer circle were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. 30+ elite players could normally steamroll a field boss without breaking a sweat, yet here they were being effortlessly toyed with by Yiqing alone. As expected of God Yiqing, his assassin play is absolutely next level. That's right, those cocky master craftsmen who usually throw their weight around definitely deserve to be taught a lesson. Yiqing truly lives up to being the perennial top-ranked god on the level charts. He's absolutely invincible. Did you see how every time he strikes, it's an instant kill? Several players were discussing excitedly while recording these battle scenes, planning to upload them online later. Shinju, sitting at the respawn point, couldn't help but marvel at Yiqing's combat prowess up close. If an assassin like him could join her guild, she'd probably laugh in her dreams from sheer joy. She'd previously suspected Yiqing wasn't operating alone, thinking he had a team behind him, but now she believed Yiqing didn't need a team at all. An assassin who moved like a ghost, appearing and vanishing without trace, with every step precisely calculated. With skills like these, what use did he have for a team? He was practically a one-man army. Yiqing's combat situation had reached fever pitch, or rather, it had become a completely one-sided slaughter. Even though the players from Famous Craftsman followed their guild leader's order to stand back-to-back in pairs, Yiqing's attack power was simply too overwhelming. Whenever he appeared, a single dagger strike would eliminate one target. Slaughtering Famous Craftsman players felt as effortless as cutting leeks. The number of surviving Famous Craftsman players kept dwindling. From the resurrection point, wave after wave of guild members charged forward, only to be sent back to respawn. With average levels around 23 now, several impatient members had already died over twice and been relegated back to the beginner village. The more cautious ones stopped leaving the resurrection point altogether once they hit level 20. Passion is one thing, but being sent back to the starting village to begin anew is entirely another. Yi Cheng, if you've got the guts, fight me one-on-one. Don't hide like a coward. I look down on you. Ming Jiang can see, and I shouted loudly. Yet what followed was yet another system notification announcing the death of a Ming Jiang player. Know why I'm not bothering to target you all? Yi Qing's icy voice suddenly spoke from behind Ming Jiang can see and I, where the blade of his shadow soul had already rested against the player's neck. One gentle flick, and Ming Jiang can see and I would find himself respawning at the revival point. Master Cut You Down had never been this close to death before, and couldn't help asking, why? Because I hold grudges. Ding! Master Cut You Down has died. You guys tried to mess with me right from the starter village, which means you're my enemies, and my enemies must die. Yi Qing spun around, effortlessly dodging attacks from several master players. A single moonlight slash took out 3, and with Shadow Dash activated, his speed exploded as he slaughtered every remaining player before they could even respawn beyond the revival point. And so it returned to how it began. Yi Qing stood outside the respawn point, while the remaining 20-some Master Craftsman players were helplessly trapped inside. Happy decision time again. Yi Qing smiled as he looked at the gathered Master Craftsmen within the respawn point. Either die and respawn, or hand over every coin you're carrying. Don't trust him. He said the same thing just now, then turned around and killed Kakashi's whole group. 3 players from the original Master Craftsman Kakashi squad were still crouched fearfully inside the respawn point. You can't use town portal skills at the resurrection point. They had originally planned to swagger around with the team after Yi Qing got killed, but unexpectedly, Yi Qing ended up slaughtering all 30-plus members of Ming Jiang's crew. What should we do, Brother Can? This way, we'll be utterly humiliated in front of headquarters. Ming Jiang Kansi's close aide whispered beside him. Big brother, maybe we should use that, a subordinate nearby suggested. But, that's such a waste, another underling objected. It's not wasteful. If we can't kill this Yi Qing as things stand, our reputation will be completely ruined. Once word gets out, basically no one will pay us to handle jobs anymore. That loss would be even greater. While they were whispering among themselves, Yi Qing unexpectedly received a system notification. Chapter 55, Hellbone Spectre. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for being the first to reach 1000 points of sin value, obtaining the special item Regret Cure. Regret Medicine? Name, Regret Medicine. Usage, single use. Effect, clears all sin points instantly when they reach 1000. Note, a priceless treasure of a potion. This might be your one and only chance to atone without paying the price. Damn, this is good. Talk about luck falling right into my lap. Too bad it's one-time use, otherwise, this would have been insane. Yi Qing stored the regret potion in his backpack. The Master Craftsman named Master Craftsman Kills You had already stepped out of the respawn point. What's up? Changed your mind? Ready to pay up? Seeing just Master Craftsman Kills You walk out alone, Yi Qing thought they had actually compromised. Yet, Yi Qing, you forced this upon us. Master_Slayer suddenly pulled out a scroll from his backpack and used it without hesitation. The moment the scroll was activated, a thunderbolt struck down, tearing open a bottomless black rift in the sky. Ding! Player Master_Slayer has summoned a Hellbone Spectre, a skeleton monster with one eye blazing dark blue flames, wielding a massive two-handed axe similarly engulfed in dark blue fire, slowly emerged from the rift. When its head fully appeared, the fissure abruptly contracted and vanished, sending the infernal bone fiend crashing downward, its impact erupting clouds of dust from the ground. Name, Infernal Bone Fiend, Elite, Quality, Perfect, Level, 45. Physical Defense, 490. Magical Defense, 670. Physical Attack, 800. Magical Attack, 0. Skill, 1. Hellfire. All attacks from the Hellbone Spirit are imbued with Hellfire effects. Any damage dealt will cause continuous deterioration, deducting 1% of the target's total HP per second for 5 seconds. Skill, 2. Hell Slash. The Hellbone Spirit delivers an extremely swift slash that pierces armor, dealing 200% physical damage. Skill, 3. Hell's Curse. When the Hellbone Spirit's HP falls below 2%, there's a chance it will summon hellish skeletons to gnaw on cursed players for 12 hours. Each skeleton inflicts 1 point of unavoidable damage. Is this the boss? No, this is an elite mob. What he initially thought was a boss turned out to be a high-level, high-quality elite monster upon closer inspection. Even for an elite monster, this level and quality definitely rivals a level 30 outstanding boss. Shinju shouted at Yi Qing, run, what the hell are you getting so excited about there? Yi Qing cheered excitedly. A level 45 perfect elite monster. Ha! This is all equipment. Shinju, master craftsman among the masses. Goddamn, seeing high-level monsters doesn't scare you, instead, you get excited and want to loot equipment? Is this normal thinking? Oomph. Yi Qing, you're still stubborn. A level 45 perfect elite monster, and you still won't die. Go! Hellbone Spectre. The hellish bone fiend received its orders and raised its twin axes, bringing them down with a vicious slash. Yi Qing swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. The attack speed isn't very fast. The axe is too big, and the Hellbone Spectre's recovery frames are too long. We can take this. In just one encounter, Yi Qing had already analyzed the Hellbone Spectre's weaknesses. Damn, I should have stolen from Ming Jian when I had the chance to kill you. Might have nabbed that scroll. What a waste. Yi Qing's mind was preoccupied with thoughts, but his hands were already engaged in battle with the Hellbone Wraith. The Hellbone Wraith leaned towards physical defense, but Yi Qing's attack power was high enough to easily break through. Each strike dealt hundreds of points of damage, leaving the Wraith's desperate counterattacks with minimal effect. Like an agile monkey, Yi Qing circled nimbly around the Hellbone Wraith, launching attacks from tricky angles and repositioning to the opposite side whenever the Wraith turned to face him. Roar! Enraged by Yi Qing's taunting, the Hellbone Wraith increased its attack frequency even without activating any skills, as if thoroughly provoked. What? You can actively increase the speed? Ding! Block successful. Received 735 points of damage. Ding! Suffering burns from Hellfire, losing 124 HP per second for 5 seconds. Yi Qing successfully blocked a powerful attack, but was still scorched by the Hellfire. HP rapidly declining. Hurry! Yi Qing is about to die, everyone charge out and attack him. Ming Jian can see, and I shouted immediately upon seeing this, rallying the remaining level 20 Ming Jian players to rush out from the respawn point together. Damn, these Ming Jian guys are disgusting. Taking advantage when someone's vulnerable, a nearby player remarked. Yi Qing's name is already blood red, killing him would definitely trigger a massive loot drop. With attack power that high, his equipment must be absolutely top tier. Just one piece would probably make someone rich. Who cares about dignity at that point? Another nearby player said. Truth be told, even he was tempted to take a shot at Yi Qing. Yi Qing, you can't die now, you're my idol, another player prayed fervently. Vitality. Ding! Recovers 128 HP per second, lasting 10 seconds. Yi Qing rolled to the side, dodging skill attacks from several Master Craftsman players. He chugged a mid-grade instant health potion, and his HP bar surged back up in an instant. Do you really think I forgot about all of you? Yi Qing sneered coldly. Moonlight Slash. Ding! Critical strike triggered, damage doubled. Ding! Crescent Moon Slash activated. Ding! Master Smith hacked you to death. Ding! Famous Craftsman Dialization has died. Ding! Famous Craftsman Green Tea has died. Death notifications rang out incessantly. Since they had all charged out from the respawn point, the Famous Craftsman Guild members were tightly packed together. Yi Qing, with his incredible luck, directly triggered the even wider-ranging Moon Cleave ability, slaying them all with a single strike. Only 4 level 20 Master Craftsmen reappeared at the respawn point. All the others had fallen back to level 19 and been sent to the beginner's village. These 4 players now dared not step beyond the respawn zone again. Yi Qing dodged a strike from the Hellbone Spectre with a swift sidestep. Next is your turn. Blink. Ding! Blink deals 2,308 damage. Yi Qing's skills are insane, he keeps triggering the dodge effect. The surrounding players were amazed that Yi Qing could continuously dodge the attacks. However, Shin Xinju noticed Yi Qing's flawless prediction and footwork. With skills like these, just how did Yi Qing train? How is it possible to calculate every move so precisely? These predictions, there's barely any room for error. Shadow Step, Moonlight Slash, Slash, Combo Kill. One skill after another rained down upon the Hellbone Spectre, its health bar plummeting rapidly. After all, this Hellbone Spectre was merely an elite monster, lacking exceptionally robust health. Yi Qing's relentless assaults had dealt massive damage, bringing the creature's life force to the brink of extinction. It's almost finished. Completely immersed in the battle, Yi Qing prepared to deliver the final decisive blow. Who knows what amazing loot a level 45 perfect elite monster might drop with Yi Qing's maxed out luck stat. This was also the first perfect grade monster Yi Qing had encountered. Suddenly, Knight's Charge. From the bushes nearby, a figure suddenly appeared, horizontally teleporting nearly 10 yards in an instant before violently colliding with the Bone Hellspawn. Chapter 56 The Subtle Use of Brief Revival. Dragon Dance? Ha ha ha, Yi Qing, did you know about the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? This monster is mine. Shield Slash. The Hellbone Spectre's health had already been whittled down to its last sliver by Yi Qing, and Dragon's Dance's damage was no joke either. Surprisingly, a tank warrior managed to break through the Hellbone Spectre's defenses. Just 2 skills were enough to finish it off. Ding! Dragon's Dance has slain the Hellbone Spectre. Level up. A beam of light. Dragon's Dance leveled up. Picking up the loot from the ground, Long Jiwu looked at Yi Qing with a mocking expression. Yi Qing, didn't expect this, did you? How does it feel to have your monster stolen? Yi Qing showed no anger at having his kill stolen. Instead, he wore a smile and began clapping. This is interesting. Truly interesting. Who'd have thought an assassin like me could have his monster stolen by a knight? Quite disgraceful, really. Yi Qing's lack of anger left Long Jiwu somewhat disappointed, yet the expression on Yi Qing's face gave Long Jiwu an inexplicable sense of unease. Ah, sometimes when fortune comes your way, you really can't control it yourself, Yi Qing said with a smile. What do you mean? Flash. Yi Qing instantly launched the attack, releasing Flash while simultaneously entering stealth mode. Dragon's Dance was hit but made no attempt to dodge, choosing to stand his ground instead. Yi Qing, you're a red name while I'm green. Even if I die, I'll lose just one level and drop some coins, so what? Dragon Dance knew he was no match for Yi Qing, but with the system's PK protection distinguishing offenders from neutral players, he remained completely unshaken. At worst, he'd lose the level he'd just gained. Killing a green-named player while red-named triggers protective measures, significantly reducing the chance of item drops from the victim. Usually, they'll just lose some coins, with equipment drops being extremely rare. Is that so? If you're just waiting to die, then I won't hold back either. Slash. Ha, Yi Qing. Imagine how pissed you'll be if I only drop a single copper coin later. Yi Qing, remember this, even if I can't beat you, I can still make you sick to your stomach. Dragon Dance sneered incessantly, his health bar plummeting. Oh really? Yi Qing smiled faintly as his dagger flashed across Dragon Dance's throat, sending blood gushing forth as the man collapsed to the ground. Ding! Dragon Dance has died. Dragon Dance's death left nothing but a few silver coins scattered on the ground. The surrounding players watching on the sidelines all sighed, saying Yi Qing had really suffered a huge loss this time, wasted the experience and equipment from a high-level, high-quality elite monster, just for a few silver coins. Never thought even the top-ranked god player could have moments of failure. Yet, brief resurrection. A flash of green light appeared. Long Jiwu, who had supposedly died and was about to run back as a ghost to resurrect, suddenly stood up straight from his corpse. What the hell is going on? Dragon Dance's soul actually couldn't enter the corpse, and even more terrifyingly, Dragon Dance, drop all your equipment and everything in your backpack. Holy shit. Yi Qing, are you out of your mind? How could I? No. My gear. Dragon Dance watched in horror as his body began uncontrollably stripping off equipment and tossing scrolls, gear, and other items from his backpack. Quite the haul. Yi Qing roared with laughter as he scooped up everything Dragon Dance discarded, tossing item after item into his own backpack without leaving behind a single copper coin. No, Yi Qing, you can't do this. Dragon Dance was truly panicking now. Top-tier players like him didn't just wear premium gear, their backpacks were always stocked with emergency scrolls, special items, and other invaluable treasures that were hard to come by even with vast wealth. At this moment, Dragon Dance dumped out everything that wasn't bound, and Yi Qing gleefully picked it all up while Dragon Dance's heart turned to ashes. When the 5-second countdown ended, Dragon Dance collapsed dead once more. This time, he chose to lose a level and respawn immediately. In wild monster zones, dying and resurrecting via corpse run costs 1 level, while teleporting directly to the respawn point costs 2 levels. In non-protected and non-combat zones, specifically the buffer area near main cities before entering combat regions, which players call the dual zone, resurrecting via corpse run costs 50% of your experience, while respawning at the revival point deducts an entire level. Holy shit, this skill is absolutely broken. Dragon Dance is probably going insane. Look, he's only got his base protective gear left. Godly Yi Qing, what kind of skill is that? A player shouted. But Yi Qing had no habit of revealing his skills. With a faint smile, he brushed off his clothes, gave Shinshinju a nod, and vanished into stealth without another word. That guy really came just to make money. He made his profit and ran off. Shinshinju couldn't help but complain about how dense Yi Qing was. Had her charm deteriorated so rapidly that he didn't even want to stay and chat with her a bit longer? Meanwhile, Yi Qing simply drank his potion of regret to clear all his PK points and immediately returned to the city, heading straight for the warehouse. Luckily, with the potion of regret, he didn't need to waste hours grinding monsters to clear his wanted status. Dragon Dance really had tons of loot. Pity those few bound equipment pieces on him probably couldn't be dropped. Must have been quest rewards. Yi Qing opened his warehouse, preparing to upgrade its capacity. The first warehouse upgrade for 10 slots costs 5 gold coins, the next 10 slots require 10 gold coins, and the third upgrade demands 20 gold coins, with costs increasing accordingly. But now, Yi Qing wouldn't feel the slightest pang about money. That idiot just gave me over 200 gold, perfect for upgrading my storage. Yi Qing couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Dragon Dance. He could practically see the guy shirtless, wailing in agony right now. Yi Qing opened all the items he'd taken from Dragon Dance's inventory and began examining them. Ding! Obtained equipment *10, scrolls *3, special quest scroll *1, special equipment *1, 204 gold coins, 78 silver coins, and 86 copper coins. Most of the equipment is of fine quality, with 2 rare pieces mixed in, probably loot from recent monster slaying that hasn't been sorted yet. Dragon Dance seems like the mission-oriented type, so much of his gear consists of quest rewards, bound items with no outstanding drops to boast of. Yet one particular piece of equipment did make Qing Ye's eyes light up. Name, Bone Spirit Flame. Quality, rare. Part, bracelet. Level, 25. Restriction, female. Intelligence, 40. Spirit, 30. Effect, 1. Fire-based skills deal 10% additional damage. Effect, 2. When casting fire-based skills, inflicts the additional effect of bonefire, dealing 2 points of unavoidable damage per second. This piece of equipment is undoubtedly an excellent mage gear. Don't underestimate the mere 2-point force damage per second, it's enough to suppress a boss's health regeneration. Many of the mage's fire skills already have lingering burn effects, which means the bone flame effect can be triggered continuously over extended periods. Should I sell this piece of equipment or give it to Sister Lu? Among the mages Yi Qing knew, Lu Rushuan was the only one he was relatively close to. Yi Qing thought about it, it wasn't like he was short on money anyway. Ding ding, sis, you there? Yi Qing sent the private message. Here, what's up? Lu Rushuan replied almost instantly. I've got a piece of equipment here that suits you, want it? Chapter 57. Formidable Personal Attributes. Before Yi Qing could post the equipment details, Lu Rushuan said with a laugh, they wouldn't happen to be Long Jiwu's gear, would they? Ha ha. How did you know? The forums are flooded with videos of you right now. Top-ranked Yi Qing of the level leaderboard reveals himself. Top-ranked Yi Qing decimates famous 100-man craftsman guild, solo kills perfect tier superboss, and mysterious master Yi Qing manipulates corpses, descendant of Shanxi's corpse herders? There's a whole bunch of articles and videos about you, Lu Rushuan replied, chuckling. Come on, it's not that exaggerated. There are only about 30 or 40 top craftsmen in total. Yi Qing was exasperated, these clickbait titles were truly ridiculous. By the way, the skill you used was temporary resurrection, right? Yi Qing nodded. At the moment, probably only Lu Rushuan and a few others knew about this skill. I'm seriously impressed by you. Just as Little Cutie said, this skill suits you best. Who would have thought you'd come up with such a use? Robbing people with this skill when you're broke is absolutely god tier. Yi Qing pursed his lips. Why was everyone so eager to rob others? It's not that simple. If they choose to resurrect immediately at the revival point, there's nothing you can do. Plus, this skill can actually fail sometimes. Even though the description doesn't mention it, I've failed once before. That's still insanely strong. Didn't expect you to actually make this skill work so well. By the way, I came to ask if you need any equipment. Yi Qing immediately cut off the conversation and shared the stats of the Bone Spirit Flame. Lu Rushuan saw it and immediately shouted, I want it. I want it. Ahem, the way you're saying that is a bit. Don't start anything provocative now. What are you thinking, you little brat? Hurry up and name your price. Lu Rushuan's face flushed red as she lowered her voice. We're about to go fight a mini-boss, so sell it to me quickly. It'll make things easier when the battle starts. Us? Is that fat pig going too? Yi Qing asked. No, he disappeared right after the dungeon and stopped pestering me. I'm enjoying the peace and quiet at last, Lu Rushuan replied. Yi Qing frowned. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Stay on your guard. This definitely isn't as simple as it seems. Lu Rushuan looked at Yi Qing's expression and giggled. What's this? Worried about me now? How about considering a Nuna romance with this big sister? Ahem, cough cough. Do you still want this equipment or not? Yi Qing immediately changed the subject. Of course, how much? 100 credit points ought to do it. Hee, I knew you had your eye on me. Lu Rushuan continued to tease Yi Qing. Damn it, if you don't want it, just 1,000 credits. Alright, 100 it is. I'll just deduct it from your next rent payment, okay? Yi Qing sent it directly to Lu Rushuan via mail. I had originally intended to give it to Lu Rushuan, but I never expected her to tease me instead. Hee, little Yi Qing, remember to come find your big sister when you've got good stuff next time. Everyone keeps saying that, but where would that many good items come from? Honestly, giving stuff away for free means I'm even losing money on mailing fees. How tragic. Though Yi Qing said this, a smile still played on his face. Alright, let's see what other goodies we've got. Name, Scroll * Summon Hellbone Wraith. Level, 20. Effect, Summon Hellbone Spirit. The Summon Hellbone Spirit's level is randomly between 20 to 40, with quality ranging from fine to outstanding. Assists in battle for 10 minutes. These were probably dropped by the Hellbone Spirits. There are 2 of them, with lower levels and quality compared to the ones that killed renowned craftsmen, but summoning scrolls are Yi Qing's favorite collectibles. Added to collection. Name, Scroll * Mana Sanctuary. Effect, uses a scroll to form a magical shield around oneself, blocking 30% of magic damage for 3 seconds. A small shield scroll, Yi Qing cheerfully stashed it into his backpack. A large pile of scrolls had already crowded one corner of the backpack, with many more stored in the warehouse. Yi Qing looked at his collection with great satisfaction. Name: Special Equipment * Water Drop. Effect: holding the water droplet in the mouth extends underwater breathing time by 3 minutes. Originally, Yi Qing considered storing this special equipment in the warehouse, but then thought better of it. Special equipment often has unique effects in specific situations, so it would be wiser to keep it in the backpack to handle emergencies at any time. Name: Quest Scroll * Cinderella from Hell. Effect: unfurl the scroll to activate a special team quest, allowing up to 5 players to enter simultaneously. Minimum entry level: 30. This scroll isn't very friendly to me, it requires 5 people to enter simultaneously. But team missions must have excellent rewards. When I reach level 30, I'll gather some teammates to check it out. Yi Qing considered both Shin Xinju's small team and Bing Tian Shuidi's squad as potential options. Yi Qing shook his head. Why did his thoughts keep drifting to women? This wouldn't do. He needed to focus on growing stronger. Making money should be his priority now. Only by becoming truly powerful could he properly protect those who mattered to him. Yi Qing organized his warehouse and backpack, listing all unnecessary equipment for sale at the auction house. Every time Yi Qing visited the auction house, he walked away with a substantial sum of money. In reality, his bank account currently holds around 60,000 credit points, while in the game, he's already accumulated roughly 1,200 gold coins. Within just a few days of entering the game, Yi Qing had already earned a substantial income. This was precisely the allure of Divine Realm when the entire world was paying attention and various financial conglomerates were preparing to enter the game. That's when the real capital battles would begin. Yi Qing opened his character panel. He had now become extraordinarily powerful. Player: Yi Qing. Level: 29. Class: Destiny Rogue. Faction: Light. Race: Human. HP: 1300. Mana: 600. Strength: 759. Agility: 839. Intelligence: 324. Constitution: 320. Spirit: 299. Physical defense: 370. Magic defense: 270. Charm: 10. Luck value: 100. Reputation: 2400. Passive skills: Lone Wolf, Brute Force, Shadow Steel, Weapon. Assassination talent skills: Fade, Steal, Invisibility. Combat talent skills: Chain Slash. Life talent skills: Vitality, Temporary Revival. Equipment active skills: Moonlight Slash, Necklace, Flash Shadow, Weapon, Swift Shadow, Weapon. Armor equipment: Vein Shadow Set, Fine Quality, Helmet, Chest Piece, Shoulder Guards, Leg Guards, Belt, Gauntlets, Bracers, Boots. Weapon equipment: Phantom of the Abyss, Ancient, Night Dagger, Rare. Jewelry equipment: Night Elf, Rare, Vampire Earrings, Tattered Wrist Guards, Common. Special wear: Gluttony Badge, Unknown, Current Blood Pool 24%. Special equipment: Conversion Earrings, Bandit Mask, Grappling Hook, Water Bead. Special effect: Samsara Ring grants additional 153 points to 5-dimensional attributes. Yi Qing's personal stats panel had undergone earth-shaking changes, but even he rarely encountered jewelry drops. He was still missing an earring, 2 rings, and a bracer to complete his set. This tattered cloth bracer was something he'd been wearing since the beginner village, essentially just trash-tier equipment. Yi Qing logged out and made himself a bowl of instant noodles. Wait, why am I still eating instant noodles when I've got money now? Yi Qing faced this existential question with himself. Chapter 58, Journey to the Abandoned Ancient City. That's right, I've got money now. I'm adding an egg and a ham sausage to my order, double portions. Truth be told, Yi Qing had long grown accustomed to living frugally outside. Now that he had come into some money, he wasn't about to start splurging. Rather than waste it, he preferred to save up enough to buy a car someday, so he could take his little sister out for a spin when he returned home. Yi Qing had a younger sister still in high school. He aimed to save up enough to personally cover her dowry in the future, wanting to ease their parents' financial burden a little. Yi Qing browsed the forum while eating his noodles. Although the official Xinyu website contained very little information, the sheer number of players led to the spontaneous creation of forums where users could share all encountered issues, quests, equipment discoveries, and more. Shocking. Beauty's honor avenged. Level rankings: top mystery player Yi Qing furiously slays famous guild's 100-man team, washes guild HQ in blood and executes guild leader phone. Yi Qing's untold dungeon secrets, the complete story behind his Windblade mine conquest. The feud between Dragon Dance and Yi Qing: is it the corruption of humanity or the degeneration of morality? Damn! What is all this nonsense? Yi Qing was speechless. These clickbait titles were clearly trying to stir up trouble. Yet, surprisingly, these articles had unusually high click rates. Yi Qing hadn't realized he already possessed the charm of a top-tier celebrity. After casually browsing through dozens of forum posts and videos, he found that almost all of them were related to him. Warrior fighting bloodied in the abandoned ancient city. An article title that caught Yi Qing's attention. Report from our correspondent reveals that amidst the northern ruins of Qingfeng City lies an abandoned city. This desolate place, overrun by monsters with eerie winds howling through its streets at night, has long become a playground for lost souls. Player Yi Chu Dongfeng alone braved countless dangers to reach the city's outskirts, only to find a sprawling army of skeletons within. Initially mistaken for just another high-level monster spawning area, it turned out Yi Chu Dongfeng actually heard faint cries for help emanating from the city's depths. Dongfeng charged desperately toward the cries for help, finally spotting a blood-soaked warrior fighting amidst a horde of monsters. Alone with just his sword, he battled through the monstrous masses, severely wounded, yet unyielding. But no matter how many he cut down, new monsters kept surging forward endlessly, trapping him completely. Originally intending to attempt rescuing the besieged warrior, Dongfeng was instantly killed by even a minor monster before landing a single blow, sending him straight back to Breeze City. Seeing this, Yi Qing didn't continue watching and instead turned to the comments. Someone in the comments speculated this might be a rescue mission, suggesting that saving the NPC warrior could potentially yield astonishing rewards. Some people say the monsters here are all high level, and it's practically impossible without a large team. Others are questioning why a level 24 player like Yi Chu Dongfeng would lose 2 levels just to go here. Is there some treasure, or is this whole thing just a lie fabricated by Yi Chu Dongfeng? Yi Qing closed the forum and pulled up the official website to check information about the northern ruins. But apart from stating that the city is called the Forgotten City and the monsters are roughly level 30 or above, the official site had absolutely nothing else. If it's a warrior, there should be a high probability of getting combat-related skills or equipment. Since I don't have anything else to do right now, I might as well check it out. I can level up along the way, and who knows, I might stumble upon something useful. Having made up his mind, Yi Qing took out his fitness equipment. After exercising for over half an hour, he lay down on his bed once more and logged into the game. Speaking of which, it'd be better to save up more for a gaming pod. Wearing a helmet and lying in bed for too long makes my whole body stiff. The gaming helmet is a budget-friendly device, while the more expensive gaming pod comes with built-in massage features, nutrient solutions, and various auxiliary gear, allowing players to tend to their real-world bodies during gameplay. Entering the game, Qingfeng City was already packed to the brim with players. After being live for over a week, practically everyone, regardless of age or gender, has heard of this game. Many people jump into the game world to battle during their free time. Yi Qing is currently at level 29, while the second-ranked player has changed to someone called Bloody Mary, who's already at level 26. Yi Qing has been a bit lax recently, wasting time instead of focusing on leveling up, and gradually finds himself in danger of being overtaken. He hurried to the auction house and searched for expedition packs and expedition bags. As expected, these inventory expanding items were out of stock. Most players who get these items probably use them right away. Very few would actually sell them. Yi Qing felt disappointed and was about to close the auction house. Suddenly, an item caught Yi Qing's attention. Scroll space. Name, special item * scroll space. Level, 20. Effect, allows storing all scrolls in a scroll space. Once used, the scroll space becomes bound and occupies one slot in the inventory. To retrieve a scroll, simply open your inventory and access the scroll space. Holy shit, good stuff. Looking at the price, this scroll pocket actually costs 500 gold coins, but compared to inventory space, 500 gold coins is nothing. Yi Qing gritted his teeth and bought the scroll pocket outright without hesitation. The scroll pocket could hold about 80 scrolls. Yi Qing moved all the scrolls from his backpack into it, freeing up over a dozen inventory slots instantly. So comfortable. For Yi Qing, a neat freaking collector, having a tidy backpack with extra space to store collected scrolls was simply too satisfying. After organizing himself, Yi Qing set off for the Forgotten City. Just as Yi Qing stepped out of the city gates, he received a private message from Shinxinju. Yi Qing, what are you doing? Getting ready to go monster hunting. Can I come along? Ha, what did you say? Bad reception. Smack. Yi Qing hung up the voice call directly. Damn it, how dare you hang up on me? Shinxinju roared, sending Yi Qing another private message. With an innocent face, Yi Qing said, I already told you the signal was bad. By the way, has Yuzimo and the others leveled up yet? Yi Qing changed the subject. They've been blocking the master craftsman from leaving the beginner village for a whole day, and they just returned to the main city to grind levels, Shinxinju said. Why aren't you leveling up with them? Yi Qing asked. Shinxinju sighed helplessly, there's no way around it. Work responsibilities in real life keep me busy, and I've only just logged in. I was hoping to piggyback off an expert like you. Smack. The The call was disconnected again. Are you kidding? Leveling you up would be a waste of my time. I'm a lone wolf, don't even think about making me lose stats. Yi Qing sprinted onward, ignoring every monster he encountered. Running non-stop for over half an hour, activating phantom steps whenever possible, he finally reached an area shrouded in mist. This was a high-level monster zone, still untouched by any players. Visibility in the thick fog dropped below 5 yards, forcing Yi Qing to slow his pace and advance cautiously. As Yi Qing pressed forward, he suddenly realized he'd been surrounded by a horde of monsters. Chapter 59, The Mist. This expansive mist was actually teeming with monsters, yet once you entered the fog, you couldn't see anything at all. Therefore, most people who ventured into the mist were guaranteed to die and respawn outside. Name, Undead Soldier. Quality, Common. Level, 2630. Physical Defense, 490. Magic Defense, 280. Physical Attack, 500. Skill, Cleave slashes enemies ahead with a long blade, increasing physical damage by 70%. Name, Undead Skeleton Soldier. Quality, Common. Level, 2530. Physical Defense, 230. Magical Defense, 670. Magic Attack, 370. Skill, Wind Blade, condenses the magic of wind to release blades of wind, dealing an additional 80% damage. These monsters here are significantly stronger than the previous ones, just ordinary monsters, yet their attacks nearly rival those of elite monsters, or even some minor bosses. However, these monsters have HP similar to ordinary ones, which reassured Yi Qing quite a bit. Roughly estimated, there were over 20 monsters around Yi Qing. Yi Qing had already drawn their aggro. A wind blade came flying, and Yi Qing sidestepped it, triggering evasion. Blurred Shadow. Activate skill, entering killing mode. Yi Qing began rapidly attacking the monsters that had already triggered aggression, alternating between skills and regular strikes. These fragile undead creatures crumbled into piles of shattered bones within seconds under his high attack power. Glancing at the experience points, these monsters' rewards were remarkably generous for common foes. While luring monsters forward, Yi Qing continued advancing. Since the mist obscured everything ahead, he simply decided to press onward through the fog. Slaying his way forward, Yi Qing watched his long stagnant experience bar gradually creep upward. He hadn't anticipated the staggering experience needed from level 29 to 30. If leveling from 28 to 29 was represented as 1, then progressing from 29 to 30 required 10, a full tenfold difference. Seems like level 30 serves as a major threshold. Picking up coins dropped by a fallen undead creature, Yi Qing grumbled, these monsters only drop coins, haven't seen a single piece of equipment drop yet. Yi Qing thought for a moment and decided to give up on killing the monsters here. Instead, he chose to sprint straight toward finding a city first. Assassins deal exceptionally high single target damage, but their area of effect skills are far too limited. The more Yi Qing fought mobs, the more he noticed this glaring weakness, the lack of AoE attacks. Although he had Moonlight Slash, its limitations made it impractical in real combat situations. I wonder if I'll get another chance to acquire an AoE skill, Yi Qing thought to himself as he pressed forward, gradually noticing the visibility in the mist growing dimmer. What thick fog! Yi Qing cautiously raised his guard. The dense fog made it impossible for Yi Qing to see anything nearby, so he simply closed his eyes and moved forward slowly step by step, relying solely on sound. Ding! Congratulations, player, for entering the Land of Oblivion. Reputation plus 100. A system notification startled Yi Qing. He hadn't expected to wander into a new territory just by walking aimlessly. It seemed he was heading in the right direction. Suddenly, a roar sounded. Ding! Under attack, lost 539 HP. What the hell is that? A horrifying headless monster was lurking behind Yi Qing. Seeing him about to turn around, it launched another vicious claw attack. Parry! Ding! Parry successful, received 300 damage. Life! Ding! Recovers 147 HP per second for 10 seconds. Just in case, Yi Qing also chugged a medium instant health potion simultaneously. Name, Headless Undead Soldier. Quality, Excellent. Level, 32. Physical Defense, 400. Magic Defense, 380. Physical Attack, 700. Magic Attack, 400. Skill, Self-Healing, Passive, recovers 2% of lost HP per second. Such high attack power, no wonder it hurts so much. Yi Qing swung his dagger and launched an attack. Chain Slash. Ding! Chain Slash triggered quadruple slash, dealing 2,700 damage. A single skill only took away 1/3 of this monster's health. Compared to regular mobs, this one belongs to the thick-skinned tank type. Yi Qing's attacks typically kill ordinary mobs in just 2 hits. Ding! Headless Undead Soldier recovers 54 HP. Ding! Headless Undead Soldier recovers 52 HP. Sure enough, the Headless Undead Soldier slowly began recovering health after losing some. For an average team encountering such a monster, if their offensive power was insufficient, this minor foe would be no different from a mini-boss. Unfortunately for it, it happened to cross paths with Yi Qing. Flash Step, Moonlight Slash. Yi Qing's consecutive skills followed by a basic attack instantly dispatched the headless undead soldier. Yi Qing frowned as he surveyed the surrounding fog. By now, the fog had completely enveloped Yi Qing. After the earlier battle, he couldn't even tell which direction he was heading. Wait a minute. I wonder if this method would work. Brief resurrection. Yi Qing directly resurrected the headless undead soldier. Take me to the Forgotten City. To his surprise, the headless undead soldier actually turned toward a direction and began jogging forward. This method really works. Ha, this skill is truly a treasure. Lucky that my dear let me have it. So it seems I owe the little cutie a small favor. Yi Qing followed the headless undead soldier at a trot for about 5 seconds when, pat, the creature collapsed into a pile of scattered bones and disappeared. Pity it could only guide me for 5 seconds. Yi Qing wandered about and once again triggered the aggression of another headless undead soldier. Hee, got myself another guide. Though troublesome, this was currently the most effective way to scout the path. Come to think of it, how did that archer get in earlier? Do archers have some special skill? Yi Qing wondered curiously. Yi Qing killed the headless undead soldiers one by one, then used the brief resurrection skill to have them lead the way. Since the time it took to kill them roughly matched the duration of the brief resurrection, the transitions were seamless. However, this method was painfully slow. Moreover, there was no telling how far this mist-covered area stretched. Glancing at the time, Yi Qing realized he had been walking through the fog for a full 3 hours. Maintaining such intense focus for so long, with no one to talk to and absolutely nothing visible around him, the loneliness was driving him to the brink of madness. I'm almost leveled up, and I still haven't reached it? Just as Yi Qing was considering whether to take out the tent for a quick rest, the fog unexpectedly began to thin. It's getting lighter. Does that mean we're almost out? Sensing hope, Yi Qing put away his tent and began speeding forward. The further he walked, the thinner the fog became, and Yi Qing could faintly make out the outline of a city. Thus, there was no need to revive any more monsters. Yi Qing activated his shadow dash, his speed soaring as he deftly bypassed the creatures along the way, heading straight for the city. This is the City of Oblivion. Before Yi Qing stood a thoroughly dilapidated city. Most of its protective walls had collapsed, yet despite its ruined state, the city still emanated an imposing grandeur that impressed him. Compared to the vast cityscape, Yi Qing appeared vanishingly small. Chapter 60, The Lonely General. Yi Qing surveyed the scene. Hundreds, if not thousands, of monsters were wandering just beyond the outermost fringes of the Forgotten City. Ugh, I got lucky, Yi Qing muttered in relief. If I'd run the other way earlier, I'd have instantly drawn the aggro of hundreds of monsters. He felt grateful for choosing his current path. Headless ghouls, skeletal warriors, undead soldiers, spectral warhorses, and wraithwolves roamed the area, clear remnants of what was once a battlefield. Yi Qing couldn't contain his excitement. This place was utterly untouched, a treasure trove where both leveling opportunities and potential loot far surpassed anything available elsewhere. Moreover, that dense mist alone has barred the way for 99% of players. Yi Qing felt thrilled at the prospect of challenging the unknown. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Yi Qing wandered around the vicinity, surveying the terrain. The closest entry point into the city was a breach in the crumbling city wall, but approximately 40 monsters were prowling in that area. To enter the city, those 40 monsters must first be eliminated. The trouble was these monsters were clustered closely together, and if his guess was correct, they likely had linked aggro. Triggering one would activate at least 20, and with bad luck, all 40 might come at once. At his wit's end, Yi Qing suddenly remembered he had a piece of equipment he'd never used before. Fortune favors the bold. Blurred Shadow. Yi Qing activated his speed boost and charged straight into the center of the 40-strong monster horde. Gluttony Badge. Blood burst. With a deafening boom, a deep crimson explosion erupted from Yi Qing as the epicenter, covering a 30-yard diameter. The thick scarlet plasma vaporized into a blood mist, instantly enveloping every monster within range. Waves upon waves of damage numbers floated upwards. Ding! Undead skeleton soldier has perished. Ding! Undead soldier has died. Ding! Headless undead soldier has died. Ding! Undead warhorse has died. A rapid succession of system notification sounds exploded in Yi Qing's ears. Ha, this feels amazing. Yi Qing casually scooped up handfuls of coins scattered across the ground before swiftly slipping through the crevice in the Forgotten City's wall. There was no time to waste. If he didn't hurry inside, monsters would quickly gather again. Ding! Forgotten City discovered, reputation plus 500. Yi Qing had entered the city only to find even more monsters inside than outside. He immediately activated stealth and pressed himself flat against the city wall, not daring to move. How can there be so many monsters? What on earth happened to this city? Name, Undead Slave. Quality, Common. Level, 25. Physical Defense, 200. Magic Defense, 170. Physical Attack, 300. Magic Attack, 0. Name, Undead Farmer. Quality, Common. Level, 27. Physical Defense, 196. Magic Defense, 170. Physical attack, 180. Magic attack, 0. Name, undead child. Quality, common. Level, 18. Physical defense, 38. Magic defense, 28. Physical attack, 61. Magic attack, 10. The monsters wandering the streets were dressed in tattered clothes, looking like ordinary farmers. Some were even children, though now reduced to skeletal remains and rotting flesh. These seemed to have been transformed from the original inhabitants. What exactly happened here? Yi Qing hadn't realized this was just a game. He had completely immersed himself in the virtual world. A sudden explosion echoed in the distance. When Yi Qing looked around, his vision was completely obscured by an overwhelming swarm of monsters, making it impossible to see anything. Could that explosion just now have been caused by that mysterious warrior? Yi Qing pondered. I need to find a way to get over there. He carefully observed the monsters and the nearby terrain. These monsters don't have any skills, meaning they're all melee fighters. That's right, over there would work. All eyes were drawn to a relatively tall house. Yi Qing dashed wildly toward it, completely ignoring how many monsters he'd aggroed along the way. The moment he reached the base of the building, he swiftly equipped his special gear. Grappling hook. With a sharp clink, the grappling hook retracted, swiftly hauling Yi Qing onto the rooftop. Sure enough, the nearby monsters simply couldn't climb up. Another perfect spot for mob grinding. Moonlight slash. Good grinding spots are hard to come by, so Yi Qing couldn't pass up such a prime leveling location. With each skill unleashed, massive damage erupted. Yi Qing began reaping the lives of monster after monster. As the monsters aggro chained together, the commotion Yi Qing caused had them pouring forth in an endless stream. This allowed Yi Qing to attack continuously without pause, using Moonlight Slash whenever it came off cooldown. An hour later. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 30. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Samsara ring effect triggered. All 5 attributes increased by 29 points. He had finally broken through the level 29 barrier and reached level 30. Each upgrade of the Samsara ring's 5-dimensional attributes gave Yi Qing a tangible sense of overall enhancement. Alright, that's about enough. Though the monsters are plentiful, they don't yield much experience. The quest takes priority. While that warrior was likely a quest NPC who couldn't perish, it wasn't impossible that someone had already triggered the quest during a previous visit, causing the warrior's death. Yi Qing activated Phantom Rush, charging straight into the horde of monsters. Weaving left and right, he bolted toward the source of the explosion. If encountering flat residential areas, use the grapple hook to climb onto rooftops and run along the rooftops. Boom! Another explosion sounded, making Yi Qing feel even more assured this warrior was definitely still alive. Approaching the blast site, he saw a warrior covered in wounds, with blood pooling on the ground, still wielding his longsword in relentless attacks. Wave after wave of monsters charged at the warrior, utterly fearless of death, intent on tearing him to shreds and devouring his flesh. The entire scene looked like a zombie outbreak at the end of the world. Damn the MO family. To plunge the forgotten city into bloodshed just for their selfish greed. The warrior roared with rage, a golden burst of battle aura erupting around him, sending the approaching monsters flying. But he too exhausted his strength, knelt down with his greatsword planted into the ground. My life ends here. Alas. Don't be afraid, brother. I'm here to help you. Yi Qing had always held immense respect for soldiers who fought bloodied battles. Seeing this warrior who continued fighting despite being covered in wounds, he felt a surge of profound admiration rising within him. Immediately raising his dagger, he charged forward. Moonlight Slash, Shadow Flash, Combo Kill. Yi Qing unleashed skill after skill, charging straight toward the warrior while instantly slaying every monster in his path. Who are you? The warrior asked warily upon seeing someone charging toward him. I'm just a passing adventurer, Yi Qing replied as he cut down 2 monsters. Adventurer? Then you're definitely not from the MO family. Forget about the MO family, let's get out of trouble first. Watching the growing horde of monsters closing in, Yi Qing felt the pressure mounting. His attacks were single target, and relying solely on Moonlight Slash wouldn't hold them off. At first, I thought I was doomed to fight like a cornered beast and die here. I never expected an adventurer to come to my rescue and give me hope. Damn it, save the sentiment, my healing potions are expensive. The monsters kept coming, and Yi Qing started getting injured. His health bar was plummeting wildly, forcing him to rely on his regeneration skill and health potions just to stay alive. But with the endless tide of monsters, even Yi Qing couldn't hold out much longer. Chapter 61, General Qingyin. 200 yards southeast, there's a mansion protected by a magic array where we can take temporary shelter, the warrior said urgently while rising to his feet and slashing at the monsters with renewed vigor. Brief resurrection. A skeletal soldier rose at Yi Qing's summons. Undead soldiers, charge forward and smash through those monsters for me. Every undead creature that fell was promptly resurrected by Yi Qing to serve as path-clearing machines. Though their animation lasted merely 5 seconds, this significantly alleviated the pressure on both Yi Qing and the warrior, who knew an adventurer could possess such a skill, temporarily commanding the undead to act, marveled the warrior. Yi Qing turned and said, "This isn't the time for chatter. Our priority is breaking through, and fast. Warrior, I no longer have any fighting strength left. Can you help me break free?" Ding! General Qingyan has sent a request, hoping to break free from the encirclement. At this very moment, a quest notification popped up. To think General Qingyan had already lost his combat ability. Damn it! Talk is talk, but the quest must be accepted. Brief resurrection. Undead donkey, charge. Every undead monster Yi Qing could summon, regardless of type, would be temporarily revived the moment their cooldowns refreshed. Ding! Took 179 damage. Ding! Took 175 damage. Ding! Took 230 damage. To prevent General Qingyan from dying, Yi Qing continuously used his own body to block the attacks, chugging health potions one after another, casting healing skills the moment they came off cooldown, and even resorting to previously untouched instant mana recovery potions. Thank heavens I picked the life talent. This damned quest is probably undoable even for an entire raid group. These 200 yards now seemed as distant as the horizon itself. Go for it, warrior. Add what nonsense. You're useless when it matters most. You've been holding up just fine all this time. Why falter at the critical moment? Yi Qing was in excruciating pain. After all, he had his in-game pain sensation set to 100%. Well, this story actually starts on Monday. The warrior actually prepared to launch into storytelling. Wait a minute, tell me when we get there. Yi Qing didn't expect this warrior to be such a chatterbox. What does wait a minute mean? There's no harm in asking when you don't understand. Good kids stay curious. Yi Qing explained helplessly, it's almost there. To think the warrior understands special languages, how astonishing. Ahem, I've read quite a bit and studied a lot, Yi Qing replied. Chatting and charging forward at the same time, we finally rushed to the mansion that General Qingyan had mentioned. Almost there. Yi Qing's eyes lit up as he finally saw hope. However, before they could charge in, a loud bang erupted. The mansion collapsed outright. What the fuck? This is what you called magical array protection? Yi Qing almost turned around to slash General Qingyan right then. Stay calm, warrior. The magical array protects the backyard. Just keep moving forward. Guess we'll have to try everything. Dead horse or not, I promise to help you, so I won't let you die. Yi Qing continued charging forward with General Qingyan. General Qingyan was deeply moved by Yi Qing's words. Such heroic dedication to save me, how have I earned such loyalty from a warrior? Yi Qing rolled his eyes. I'm mainly here for the levels and quests. Who knew this mission would be so difficult? That being said, Yi Qing was intensely curious about this forgotten city. He genuinely wanted to know how things would unfold. After sprinting through the wilderness, he finally saw a glowing pavilion in the distance. The glowing pavilion must be the magic circle. Isn't that glowing pavilion the magic formation? Yi Qing inquired. Not at all, not at all. That pavilion was merely painted with phosphorescent powder during my leisure time to amuse my wife. Add hashtag @. Yi Qing felt like a mouthful of pent-up old blood had risen to his throat. How about those rockeries arranged like a formation? Are they magic arrays? Not at all, not at all. That's because my wife enjoys gardening, so they're arranged according to her preferences. Pfft, Yi Qing spat out a mouthful of old blood. Warrior, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yi Qing spit blood, General Qingyan immediately asked with concern. Yi Qing roared, just tell me where the magic circle is already. Oh, it's over there in that bamboo house. The area around that bamboo house is the magic circle. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? We ran past it. Yi Qing turned back with General Qingyan to fight their way through again. Charging through the battlefield while gulping down health potions, Yi Qing finally managed to bring General Qingyan into the bamboo house. As soon as they entered, the national security monsters stopped at the doorway without following them inside. Yi Qing collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily. I'm exhausted. General Qingyan gazed out the window at the monstrous creatures snarling outside. Ah, they too are pitiful souls. Yi Qing took a sip of tea to steady himself. These must have been the original inhabitants of the forgotten city before. How does the warrior know this? A guess. General Qingyan said, they are indeed inhabitants of the forgotten city, but alas, they have become sacrifices to the Mo family's ambitions. The Mo family? Yi Qing had been hearing General Qingyan mention this name repeatedly since the beginning. The Mo family is the ruling clan of the forgotten city. The city lord of the forgotten city is called Mo Woyan, and he has 3 sons. Then who are you? I am Qingyan, the first general of the forgotten city. Shouldn't you be working with the Mo family then? Yi Qing remarked. No, I am a general of the forgotten city, not the Mo family's lackey. General Qingyan exclaimed vehemently. Looking at the monster outside the door, Yi Qing couldn't help but sigh. What exactly happened here? General Qingyan recalled, a week ago, I had just finished training new recruits and went to report to the city lord's manor. As I passed by the room of the city lord's 3rd son, I happened to overhear him drunkenly boasting to a mate about obtaining an ultimate power. Ultimate power? Yes, that so-called ultimate power is actually cultivating demonic arts, absorbing the souls and flesh of the entire city's population to rapidly enhance his own strength. Yi Qing was startled. So all the monsters in this city have lost their souls and flesh, turning into skeletons. Yes, I originally thought Mo Woyen didn't know and directly reported to him, only to realize he was actually the mastermind. His 3 sons were merely following his lead to share in the spoils. Then what? Mo Woyen didn't plan to kill you? Yi Qing asked. No, Moyen directly told me everything and gave me a day to consider whether to join him. Does Moyen trust you that much? Because I never lie. What color underwear does your wife prefer to wear? Yi Qing suddenly asked. Purple. Warrior, please don't ask questions that trouble me like this. Yi Qing gave an awkward chuckle. Sorry, I just got curious and wanted to try asking. At the thought of his wife, General Qingyan's eyes dimmed with sorrow. That day when I returned home, my beloved, my attendants, all my subordinates, they'd all been taken by Moyen. To this day I don't know whether they're alive or dead. Chapter 62 The whole story. Harm shouldn't extend to family. This Mo Woyen is truly despicable, Yi Qing sighed. He's a demon. All the residents in this city were his subjects. They trusted him completely, but in the end, are you unharmed because you're inside this protective array? Yi Qing asked. Yes, this magic array was set up by a wandering master in the past. I never thought it would actually save my life. I originally planned to break out of the magic circle to rescue my family at the city lord's mansion. Wait a minute. You're the first general. Your combat power is clearly very high. How could you possibly be stopped by these citizens turned monsters? Yi Qing glanced at General Qingyan. Logically speaking, the general should be at least around level 60, while Yi Qing at only level 30 managed to charge through monster hordes. General Qingyan's eyes burned with hatred. I was ambushed by Mo Woyen's second son and sustained severe injuries. At that time, my strength was reduced to just 20%. Are Mo Woyen's 3 sons that powerful too? They used to be just spoiled rich kids without any cultivation, but now they're completely different. Even someone like me could be seriously wounded by them, Qingyan said. Yi Qing thought to himself, this quest really was extremely difficult. Speaking of quests, he'd accepted one earlier but still hadn't received the completion prompt. Qingyan, I've completed the quest. Could you settle the rewards now? Yi Qing said, shrugging his hands. Good job, warrior. Ding! Rescue mission for General Qingyan completed. After waiting for a while, all he got was a bit of experience, not even a single copper coin. Is that it? Where's the loot? Yi Qing asked. General Qingyan replied with embarrassment, my apologies. I'm penniless at the moment. You've got to be kidding me, this actually happens? Yi Qing was speechless. It was his first time encountering a quest with absolutely no rewards. You should know that the potions Yi Qing just drank would cost several hundred gold coins if added up. Brave warrior, can you help me enter the city lord's residence, defeat Mo Woyen and rescue my family? Ding! General Qingyan has issued a mission, enter the city lord's residence, kill Mo Woyen and his 3 sons, and rescue General Qingyan's family. Damn, I just lost a bunch of potions and nearly died completing the last mission, and now another one pops up. But since I've come this far, there's no way to refuse now. Yi Qing accepted the quest. Warrior, I thank you. I thank your entire family. I thank your ancestors for 8 generations, General Qingyan said with utmost sincerity. I think you'd better stop talking, or I might just turn around and leave. Yi Qing felt another surge of blood threatening to spew from his chest. Warrior, we must set off without delay, Qingyan said anxiously. Do you have any combat power now? You're leaving already? Just going to feed the enemy? Yi Qing quickly stopped Qingyan. But I'm desperate to save my wife. Life. Ding! General Qingyan receives 144 points of healing, lasting 10 seconds. Warrior, you actually have healing abilities too, Cyanrock exclaimed in delight. Yi Qing was nearly in tears. Good grief, after using one skill, my health bar didn't budge at all. Here, try drinking this health potion. General Cyanrock took the potion and downed it in one gulp. Ding! General Qingyan recovers 300 HP. Fine, I'm going all out too. Take all these potions and drink up. Yi Qing unloaded 2 sets of intermediate instant HP potions and 1 set of intermediate instant MP potions from his backpack onto General Qingyan. How could I possibly accept this? Gulp gulp. Drinking these casually, gulp gulp precious potions like that. Gulp. You don't seem the least bit reserved to me. Yi Qing continuously used the vitality skill to heal General Qingyan, while the general himself kept chugging health potions. With both methods working in tandem, they finally saw General Qingyan's health begin to replenish. After what felt like ages, witnessing General Qingyan down his last health potion, Yi Qing finally stopped casting his healing spells. If this quest only rewards me with some experience points and nothing else, I'll genuinely be at a huge loss. All these health and mana potions cost real money. Yi Qing couldn't help but think to himself, benefactor, I'm all better now. General Qingyan flexed his arm, observing how his health bar had indeed returned to full. You drank so many of my potions and still aren't better, it breaks my heart, Yi Qing lamented. But noticing General Qingyan's lips still looked slightly pale, Yi Qing asked, have you fully recovered your combat strength? Nope. What the fuck? Not yet? Weren't you at full health already? General Qingyan helplessly explained that he had been ambushed by Manhwa, the second son of Moyan, and had been poisoned, leaving his current combat power at only 70% of his peak. Yi Qing asked, at your peak, who is stronger, you or Moyan? I'm a bit stronger. Yi Qing let out a relieved sigh. That's good then, it should be about even. But General Qingyan shook his head, far from it. The current Moyan has cultivated demonic arts, having absorbed the souls and flesh of all Forgotten City's residents. Even at my peak, I'd likely be utterly crushed by him. Yi Qing rolled his eyes. Then what's the point? I'll go ask Qingfeng City for help. General Qingyan immediately stopped him. No. The Lord of Qingfeng City has always been notoriously selfish. Not to mention whether he would even consider sending troops. Even if he did, Forgotten City would surely be plunged back into war. Brother, this place has already become a gathering ground for the undead. The residents are all dead, turned into skeletal zombies, and the city is in ruins. Why do you even care about war or not? Yi Qing felt like he was about to lose his mind. As long as their souls haven't been devoured, there's still a chance to restore these residents if we defeat Mo Wuyan. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Qing said. Afraid that our benefactor might have concerns, General Qingyan said while looking at Yi Qing. Yi Qing was taken aback. Recalling it now, General Qingyan had indeed been fighting all along, yet he never struck to kill. He merely incapacitated the skeletons or blasted them away. Those he truly took lives from seemed exceedingly few. So in truth, even when in peril himself, he refused to harm these soulless residents, still holding hope they could be revived. This must be why, despite these monsters being such low levels, Qingyan found himself in such perilous circumstances. Yi Qing sighed. I can never resist such loyalty and righteousness. You've really beaten me. Tell me then, how can I detoxify you? General Qingyan thought for a moment. In my residence's study, there's a detoxification pill gifted to me by an alchemy master for emergencies. Perhaps it could help. Ding! General Qingyan issues a quest. Enter the general's residence study, locate the detoxification pill, and help General Qingyan detoxify. Yi Qing accepted the quest. Where is the study room? And where can I find the antidote pill? The general's residence was noticeably quite large. Yi Qing reckoned he'd lose his bearings the moment he stepped outside. General Qingyan instructed, walk straight through the pavilion, enter the rear courtyard, turn left after 10 paces, then right after 4, and proceed 15 paces forward. The study will be directly opposite the door. Chapter 63, The Perilous Ground. Before Yi Qing could speak, General Qingyan continued, after entering the study, go to the 4th shelf of the 3rd bookcase by the door. Push the 134th book, and a hidden compartment will appear. Inside is a combination lock. The code is 131-4520. When you open it, a poison crossbow bolt will shoot out. Be careful, as the poison is lethal. The antidote pill is inside. Seriously? You hid a single pill this elaborately? Wouldn't it be easier to just carry it with you? Yi Qing muttered sarcastically before dashing out the door. Thankfully, the system had a chat log feature. Without it, finding something this convoluted would have been downright impossible. Yi Qing stared down the onslaught of monsters, guzzling potions frantically as he forcefully barged his way out of the dwelling. Luckily, before setting out this time, Yi Qing had taken the time to brew a batch of health potions just in case, and these potions proved absolutely vital. Without these potions and relying solely on his skills to recover, there was no telling how many times Yi Qing would have died. Following the directions Qingyan had described, Yi Qing quickly located the study. But the study room had no protective array. As soon as Yi Qing entered and closed the door, monsters began frantically clawing at it, trying to break in. The moment he stepped inside, a spectral page charged at him with a blood-curdling scream. Yi Qing swiftly countered with a dagger strike, instantly slaying the undead servant. Then he briefly resurrected it to hold the door against the onslaught. Meanwhile, he immediately started rummaging through drawers and cabinets in search of an antidote pill. Thwip! A crossbow bolt whizzed past Yi Qing's scalp. Finally found the antidote pill. Having a quest marker makes finding things much quicker. Name, antidote pill. Quality, epic. Level, 50. Effect, instantly removes all poison statuses. This antidote pill is absolutely precious, but unfortunately it must be used on Qingyan, otherwise, there's basically no way to progress with this quest. Yi Qing slipped out through the study window, activating Shadow Dash along the way. Dodging left and right, he finally made it safely back to the bamboo house enveloped by magical barriers. You truly possess extraordinary strength, far surpassing what I'd achieved at your level back in my day. Enough flattery. Eat this quickly and recover. Yi Qing tossed the antidote pill to the talkative General Qingyan before sitting cross-legged to gradually restore his mana and health. By any measure, this mission should have been impossible for any player to complete. Yi Qing strongly suspected that this Forgotten City quest was actually designed for players at level 40 or 50 before becoming available. It would be awkward if Yi Qing didn't get the reward because his level was too low. Yi Qing helplessly considered this frustrating outcome, but since half was already done, he might as well finish it. Ding! Mission completed. Detoxified General Qingyan. Reward received, experience points, skill, assault. Skills? Surprises always come so unexpectedly. Name, assault. Limitation, melee combat. Cost, 30 mana. Effect, charges at a target within 10 yards, dealing an additional 70% weapon damage. Finally got a charge ability. This skill was automatically learned upon completing the quest. So you said you had nothing to give? Yi Qing asked. General Qingyan, still sitting cross-legged in recovery, casually remarked, "These basic skills I can teach you directly." Basic skills. Alright, I'm fully recovered now, benefactor. Shall we set off immediately? After about 10 minutes, General Qingyan finally stood up. With so many monsters outside, we'll have to charge out again. No need. General Qingyan grabbed Yi Qing and instantly smashed through the window. With a single step, he astonishingly leaped 10 meters into the air. Then Yi Qing felt as if he were riding a roller coaster as Qingyan carried him, vaulting over rooftops at breakneck speed. Holy crap, you're this badass after recovering your strength? Hee, after taking the detox pill, it seems my cultivation level has improved further. Maybe this is what they call breaking through after despair. If I'd had this strength earlier, I might have already charged into the city lord's residence, though most likely, I'd be dead there by now, General Qingyan said. It's good that we can avoid these residents, Yi Qing remarked, gazing at the dense swarm of creatures below. Qingyan laughed heartily. Our benefactor truly has a gentle heart. Ha, you're certainly no different. Although Qingyan was a chatterbox who always drove Yi Qing up the wall with frustration, there was no denying this native inhabitant was quite an interesting character. Just based on his mannerisms, like those of an ancient general serving his people, Yi Qing held immense goodwill toward Qingyan. Even though they're NPCs, there are indeed flesh and blood heroes among them. Soon, with General Qingyan's speed, Yi Qing and the general arrived swiftly at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion was indeed the boss's lair now. None of the nearby monsters dared to approach. Come to think of it, ordinary folks had always feared the city lord's mansion even before and avoided getting too close. Even after turning into monsters, their instinctive terror remained, let alone the fact that Mo Woyan, the one who controlled them, resided within. There was no way he'd allow lowly monsters to disturb him. Let's go, Yi Qing said. General Qingyan tugged at Yi Qing's sleeve and warned, be extra careful when entering the city lord's mansion. Right now, it's no less dangerous than a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. Yi Qing nodded. Ding! The Forgotten City's lord's mansion has been unlocked. Ding! Warning! Warning! This area's danger level is excessively high. Players are advised to strengthen themselves before entering. The system continuously issued crimson warning alerts accompanied by piercing beeping sounds. It seems this place is indeed extremely dangerous for me, Yi Qing remarked. General Qingyan halted his steps. Actually, benefactor, you didn't need to come in. This is my duty as the general of the Forgotten City. You shouldn't be taking such risks. Ha ha ha, don't you know we adventurers can resurrect endlessly? No worries, since I promised to accompany you, I'll definitely see this through. Yi Qing laughed heartily while patting Qingyan's shoulder. But even if you can revive, adventurers lose cultivation realms with each death. No problem. Seeing Yi Qing's expression, Qingyan also smiled faintly. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll protect you with my life. Yi Qing nodded, and I will definitely help you rescue your family. The two exchanged a smile, bumped fists, and stepped into the city lord's manor together. Upon entering the city lord's manor, Yi Qing felt an eerie chill in the air. The entire manor was oddly devoid of daylight, with only dim candlelight flickering on the walls to provide illumination. What a contrast! The city lord's manor in Breeze City was luxurious and sunlit, while this place feels more like a haunted house, Yi Qing complained. General Qingyan replied, it wasn't always like this before. Just as his words fell, a sinister voice suddenly emerged. Ha ha ha, long time no see, Qingyan. A sinister figure emerged from the shadows. Yi Qing focused his gaze and saw a man with half his face rotting while the other half remained exquisitely handsome. Judging by his physique, he seemed barely 20 years old. Mo Xing. Chapter 64, Mo Xing. General Qingyan clearly recognized this person and called out his name directly. Who is this man? He's Mo Woyan's third son. Yi Qing said helplessly, you just told me the second son is Mo. You don't tell me the eldest is called Mo Ri. Yeah, how did you know? Hell yeah, great name, full of personality and ambition, Yi Qing said with a laugh. By now, General Qingyan and Mo Xing were already locked in a tense stare-down, ready to draw swords at any moment. Name, Mo Xing. Quality, Excellent. Level, 35. Physical attack, 1000. Magic attack, 800. Physical defense, 742. Magic defense, 683. Skill 1, Mental Shock, utilizes formidable mental power to deal 100% additional magic damage to the enemy, with a chance to stun them for 1 second. Skill 2, Phantom Strike, launches a flickering attack powered by magic, teleporting randomly behind the enemy to deal 100% additional physical damage. Skill 3, Cleave/enemies with a blade, dealing an additional 90% physical damage. Yi Qing furrowed his brow as he examined Mo Xing's attributes. This doesn't add up. These skills look flashy, but the damage output doesn't match what you'd expect from a boss. General Qing Yan snorted disdainfully. The three young masters of the Mo family have always been good-for-nothing dandies who never practiced martial arts. Even after undergoing demonic enhancements, how strong could they possibly be? Especially this youngest one. Hearing General Qing Yan belittle him so thoroughly, Mo Xing let out a cold humph. Humph, General Qing Yan truly thinks himself invincible under heaven? As soon as the words fell, Mo Xing raised his greatsword and swung it fiercely at Qing Yan. Slash! With a metallic clang, General Qing Yan effortlessly blocked the strike using his long sword, clearly demonstrating his overwhelming superiority in strength over Mo Xing. Vitality. Yi Qing cast a healing spell on General Qing Yan. Though it's practically useless against General Qing Yan's HP, it's better than nothing. Watching the battle between Qing Yan and MAXING, Yi Qing quickly deduced that MAXING was indeed a novice cultivator. His combat rhythm was utterly chaotic, and his attack speed wasn't particularly fast either. Yi Qing flicked his dagger and launched an assault. Ambush! Yi Qing also joined the battle. Humph, a puny adventurer like you dares to strike at this young master? Mo Xing sneered, barely giving the adventurer a second glance. Bah, calling yourself young master, more like a eunuch. Cut him down. Insignificant worm. Magic flash. MAXING activated his skill, instantly disappearing only to reappear behind Yi Qing in the blink of an eye. Holy shit, that's fast. Unable to dodge in time, Yi Qing hastily tilted his dagger backward in defense. Ding! Parry successful, damage received halved, 898 points of damage taken. Unexpectedly, even after successfully parrying, he still lost so much HP. Yi Qing hastily retreated, temporarily withdrawing from combat to cast a healing skill on himself and drink a health potion. Lingering at the edge of the battle range, Yi Qing calmed his mind and began slowly searching for Mo Xing's weak points. Assassins truly aren't suited for frontal attacks, they draw aggro too easily. General Qing Yan possessed overwhelming strength, relentlessly pressing Mo Xing with each frontal assault that made the warrior stagger unsteadily. The moment General Qing Yan charged and slammed violently into Mo Xing. Perfect opening. Yi Qing immediately launched a counterattack. Swift shadow. Flash. Slash. Charge. Steal. Ding. Pickpocket failed. To think my long dormant pickpocket skill would fail outright this time. Foolish thief, how dare you steal from me? Mo Xing screeched, suddenly whirling around to attack Yi Qing again. Seeing this, General Qing Yan immediately raised his longsword high. Kid, don't get too cocky. Your opponent is me. Heavy slash. General Qing Yan's longsword suddenly manifested a massive phantom blade. As the strike descended, MAXING took the blow head-on, forcibly crushed to the ground as he vomited a fountain of black blood. Ding! MAXING suffers heavy slash damage, receiving 23,689 points of damage. Holy shit, that was over 20,000 damage. Yi Qing seized the chance to stealthily disengage from battle, retreating and hiding on the sidelines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mo Xing and General Qing Yan were locked in heated combat, while Yi Qing, cloaked in stealth, crouched to the side silently counting numbers. Shadow Soul possessed a passive skill that Yi Qing had never had the opportunity to use until now. At this moment, Yi Qing quietly waited for the first time before using it. Shadow Strike. 50 seconds to increase physical damage by 50%. Yi Qing calculated Mo Xing's movement, waiting until the damage had increased by 50% before seizing the opportunity. Slice. Ding. Slice crits. Ding. Mo Xing takes 3,500 damage, losing 350 HP per second for 10 seconds. Indeed, the percentage-based damage from Slice could be maximized, and it even triggered a critical hit. To think I got injured by a low-level adventurer. Mo Xing flew into a rage. You dare wound me, you insect of an adventurer? Taste my mental attack. Yi Qing had long known Mo Xing suffered from chaotic aggro. The moment he landed his attack, he'd immediately attract attention. The instant his slash connected, he turned and fled, ducking behind a pillar and activating Shadow Meld. Ha ha, well done, benefactor. Mo Xing, die. Warriors roar. Mo Xing instantly lost aggro on Yi Qing, his attack landing on empty air. Then, General Qing Yan's warriors roar forcefully ripped away his attention. General Qing Yan was, after all, a level 60 native NPC with a melee combat specialization. His damage output was exceptionally high. Though Mo Xing at level 35 might struggle against him, Qing Yan had no trouble handling it at all. Soon, Mo Xing's health dwindled to the last sliver of his HP bar. Yi Qing figured it was about time for him to step in and secure the kill. Letting an NPC take the last hit would be such a waste. Yi Qing once again timed Gloom Shadow's cooldown, then activated stealth and crept along the wall, inching closer. Mo Xing's intelligence was quite high. Knowing there was still an adventurer present, he would occasionally sweep the area with basic attacks during combat, making Yi Qing wary of approaching. Unfortunately for him, Yi Qing possessed long-range attack skills. Mo Xing's HP rapidly declined as Yi Qing's shadow stacks had already reached the maximum 50 layers. Yet, Yi Qing remained cautious, refraining from attacking. 5%, 4%, 3%, 2%. Now, Flash Shadow. Ding. Phantom Strike triggers 10 consecutive attacks. Ding. MAXING takes 13,000 points of damage. Ding. MAXING has died. Ding. Congratulations, player leveled up. Current level, 31, rewarded with 5 free attribute points. Ding. Special effect triggered, Ring of Rebirth, increasing all 5 attribute dimensions by 30 points. Comfortable indeed. A succession of system notification sounds made Yi Qing couldn't help but exclaim in exhilaration. The massive amount of experience directly leveled Yi Qing up by 1, leaving him with an additional 80% experience. This haul alone made the entire endeavor worthwhile. Benefactor, you've grown stronger. General Qingyan walked over and remarked. His health had already dropped to just 40%. Yi Qing laughed heartily and said, "The general truly is formidable. Enough talk, let me heal you first." While treating General Qingyan and having him drink potions, Yi Qing began gathering the spoils of battle. Ding! Obtained, a two-handed sword, a cloth greave, a single-handed staff, a ring, a scroll, a token fragment, and 10 gold coins. Chapter 65, Moonless Night. The overall gains could be considered quite impressive. Yi Qing excitedly began examining what rare treasures this elite boss might have dropped. Item name, a decent sword. Quality, inferior. Level, 35. Physical attack, 0. Magic attack, 300. Skill, looks can be deadly, wielding a rapier increases charm by 30 points. Damn, what's this? Just some fancy-looking decorative weapon? Name, Starguard Leggings. Quality, excellent. Level, 30. Physical defense, 0. Magic defense, 500. Intelligence, 280. Mana regeneration in combat, 15. Special effect, when skills hit enemies in battle, there is a certain probability to increase wisdom by 10%. A fine piece of equipment for mages, capable of restoring mana during combat. This item's value is undoubtedly quite high. Name, Starshine Staff. Quality, excellent. Level, 35. Magic attack, 634. Wisdom, 200. Skill, Starflash, consumes 100 MP to randomly teleport to a point within 10 yards. Cooldown, 3 minutes. This one-handed staff has excellent overall attributes, with skills that depend entirely on luck. With good fortune, you can teleport to safety. With bad luck, you might teleport straight into a crowd of enemies or right into a boss's ultimate attack. Game over. Name, Ring of Starlight. Quality, excellent. Level, 30. Spirit, 200. Special effect, 1% chance to trigger a healing critical when using healing skills. A pure healing ring with an additional special effect, just what Yi Qing needed as he hadn't possessed any rings yet. He equipped it immediately. Yi Qing put on the ring and casually cast Vitality on General Qingyan. It really did trigger a critical heal. The healing amount increased by an additional 50% on top of the base value. Oh, Savior, why did your healing suddenly become stronger? Qingyan noticed the change in Yi Qing's healing and asked, that's just one of us adventurers' special abilities. So remember, if we're finishing off any MO family members later, leave the last hit to me, Yi Qing said. Okay. Name, Scroll * Sneaky Peek. Level, 30. Effect, allows viewing of the target's talents, equipment attributes, and contents of their inventory when used. Another special scroll, Yi Qing happily stored it in his scroll space. Name, City Lord's Token, 1/5. Effect, unknown. Yet another unknown item. Yi Qing tossed it straight into his bag. Seeing Yi Qing had stored everything away, and with his own health almost fully restored, Qingyan said, Benefactor, let's move out. I'm very worried about my wife. Yi Qing nodded, and the two walked side by side. Yi Qing continuously healed Qingyan, striving to restore his health to full before encountering the next boss. You know, it's truly amazing how you adventurers can grow stronger through combat and slaying creatures. Yi Qing asked, what about you? How do you grow stronger? Us? Through cultivation. That's the only path we have. Yi Qing thought to himself, it mainly depends on the system settings. The natives probably don't even realize they're just programs, but I'm increasingly feeling they're just like real people, especially the higher level natives seem more and more human. Could it be that we in the real world are also just characters in some game? As they chatted, the two had already entered the second floor of the city lord's mansion. Upon reaching the second floor, Yi Qing had expected to encounter a lone boss, just like Mo Xing. To my surprise, when reaching the second floor, even before pushing the door open, I spotted a room slowly filling with undead monsters through the window. Good gracious, is there a party going on in there? Yi Qing took a glance. The mobs here were all undead female attendants, ordinary monsters, but there were a great many of them. Female attendants? Does this Manhwa have a thing for beautiful women? Yi Qing turned his head and asked Qingyan. General Qingyan nodded. Indeed, Mou is notoriously lustful. The brothels in the city might as well be his second home. Now that sounds like the textbook definition of a spoiled young noble, Yi Qing remarked with a sigh. Passing through the lesser minions, the man lounging on the bed with a few undead maidservants sprawled beside him could only be Mou. At the moment, he was taking a nap. Sir, be careful, Mou is a master of poison. That's how he ambushed me last time, by dosing me first. With that, Qingyan kicked the door wide open and charged inside. Mou, hand over your life. Holy shit, big bro, don't be so reckless. At least discuss tactics first. Yi Qing wanted to say that as the assassin, he should be the one handling poison, but when he turned around, Qingyan had already charged inside. The undead handmaidens had been resting peacefully in various positions throughout the room. General Qingyan's sudden charge stirred them up like kicking a hornet's nest. All the undead maidens triggered their aggro simultaneously, howling as they rushed toward General Qingyan and Yi Qing. Damn it! Yi Qing wailed, reluctantly preparing for battle. Moonlight slash. Ding! Death Maiden servant eliminated. To Yi Qing's surprise, a single skill cast wiped out an entire pack of Death Maiden servants, near instant annihilation upon contact. Wait, when did I become this powerful? Yi Qing noticed a faint halo of light enveloping his body. Ding! General Qingyan casts Warrior's Inspiration, increasing overall damage dealt by himself and his teammates by 50% for 30 minutes. This skill is awesome. Why didn't you use it sooner? Boosted by the enhanced attack power, Yi Qing's combat effectiveness skyrocketed as he charged recklessly through the ranks of undead handmaidens, cutting them down like wheat before a scythe. Unfortunately, these undead handmaidens provided pitifully little experience, far from filling even a fraction of Yi Qing's current experience bar. Thankfully, their high drop rate ensured each undead handmaiden left behind some silver coins, which greatly pleased him. The commotion was far too loud for Mo Yue to remain asleep. By the time Lieutenant Qingyan burst into the room, he was already awake, simply lying there with an undead handmaiden in each arm, calmly watching Yi Qing and Qingyan slaughter every servant in the room. Clapping his hands, he then remarked, "Ah, General Qingyan, I never expected you to still be alive. It seems this adventurer saved you. How astonishing." General Qingyan leveled his sword and snarled, "Moyue, I was once your mentor, teaching you basic martial arts since childhood. How could you raise your hand even against me? You've truly lost your mind. Ha 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 ha." To think the mighty General Qingyan who gallops across battlefields would utter such cowardly words. Forget whether I'm willing to practice martial arts. How dare a mere subordinate like you presume to be my teacher? Ha 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 ha. You're nothing but our city lord's lapdog. Mou roared with laughter as he drew a long sword from behind his lounge couch. It seemed this Mou was a swordsman. Benefactor, be careful. Mou is truly the only combat-capable member among the three brothers, General Qingyan cautioned in a low voice. Oh, name, Mo Yue. Quality, quasi-perfect. Level, 40. Physical attack, 2000. Magic attack, 30. Physical defense, 700. Magic defense, 700. Skill 1, Assault instantly charges at an enemy within 20 yards, dealing an additional 80% physical damage. Skill 2, Combo Slash executes 5 consecutive slashes, each dealing an additional 60% physical damage, with the 5th strike having a 50% increased critical hit chance. Skill 3, Sword Intent Realm unleashes one's comprehension of swordsmanship. Entering the Sword Intent Realm, increases attack speed and critical hit rate for 20 seconds. Skill 4, Demonic Power Erosion. Mou gains a 50% boost to overall physical attack power through demonic empowerment. Skill 5, Poison Application. Mou masters poison techniques, applying toxins to weapons to increase the chance of poisoning. Poison targets lose 10% of the caster's maximum MP in health per second. Skill 6, Cowardice. Mou's inherently timid nature causes a chance to kneel and beg for mercy when health drops below 10%. Resulting in a 100% reduction of all attributes. Chapter 66, Cowardice. A full 6 skills, but the 6th one can be ignored. It's practically a skill designed to help the enemy instead. Yi Qing also possessed Assault and Combo Slash, but compared to the boss's skills, his own abilities seemed almost laughable. Yi Qing was moved to tears. While Yi Qing was observing Jinan, General Qingyan had already begun battling Moyue. I should probably play it safe and clear out these few undead handmaidens around here first. Speaking of which, the undead maidservants weren't much different from the skeletons outside. Though they still retained some flesh, their blood had been completely drained, leaving them looking like mummies. Yet Mou actually had the nerve to lay hands on them. What an absolute legend among men. Mou glanced sideways at Yi Qing. General Qingyan, it seems you've truly fallen from grace, bringing along an adventurer as insignificant as an ant. An ant? Ha ha ha. Your third brother was killed by my benefactor here. His power is beyond your comprehension, General Qingyan honestly replied. Yi Qing broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Don't screw me over like this. Who throws someone under the bus like that? As expected, the moment General Qingyan finished speaking, Manhwa immediately flicked his longsword and redirected his attack toward Yi Qing. The third brother is just trash, but since you brought it up, better to eliminate the weakest first, just in case. Holy shit, I need to dodge. As Manhwa charged, Yi Qing hurriedly attempted to evade, but Manhwa was a swordsman. While ordinary swordsmen were just slightly slower than assassins in speed, Manhwa was still a goddamn boss. Ding! Evasion failed. Received 1,258 damage. Stealth. A normal attack nearly one-shot Yi Qing right then and there. Good thing he only used a normal attack, otherwise he would have been instantly obliterated. Yi Qing's stealth skill was so advanced that even a boss-level enemy like Manhwa couldn't detect him. To possess such profound stealth techniques, this adventurer does indeed possess some skill, just as you claimed, remarked Manhwa. General Qingyan realized he had spoken wrongly and roared, Mou, you seek death. With a flick of his long sword, he unleashed his power and launched a sudden assault, closing the distance to Mou in an instant. Just as the thrusting blade was about to pierce her, he swiftly switched skills. Double slash. Mou reacted swiftly, countering with a skill of her own. Double slash. General Qingyan's relentless attacks kept Mou fully occupied, giving Yi Qing the chance to retreat and begin self-healing with potions. This is too dangerous. Mou and Mo Xing are completely on different levels. Mou's reactions and attacks outclass Mo Xing by far. Yi Qing continuously healed himself. Noticing General Qingyan's health slowly dropping, he downed a health potion and gradually moved forward, beginning to heal the general as well. Yi Qing started running, not joining the fray directly but circling the outskirts of the battle. The moment his healing light cooldown ended, he'd cast another heal on Qingyan. How did I suddenly become a support healer? Yi Qing thought wryly. Mou burst into laughter upon seeing Yi Qing refraining from joining the battle and instead casting seemingly ineffective healing spells on Qingyan. Qingyan, she mocked, have you sunk so low that you'd rely on such pitiful healing? What use is this to you? General Qingyan snorted coldly, humph, useless or not, I know best. Despite her words, Mou repeatedly attempted to strike Yi Qing. However, having learned from his earlier mistake, Qingyan remained vigilant. The moment she hinted at targeting Yi Qing, he promptly intervened, intercepting Mou mid-assault each time. As a result, the HP of Qingyan and Manhwa began plummeting rapidly. Shadow Flash. Though Yi Qing didn't join the battle directly, he'd hurl a long-range skill whenever Moonlight Slash or Shadow Flash came off cooldown. In Shinyu, the system calculates numerical values regardless of whether monsters are killed by NPCs or players. This becomes particularly crucial during quests. If an NPC was originally supposed to kill a monster in the storyline but your high damage output secures the kill instead, it might significantly alter the quest's narrative progression. To earn the rewards, Yi Qing needed to inflict occasional damage on Mou, only then could he gain experience points and trigger item drops. Having been intercepted repeatedly by Qingyan, and now enduring frequent ambushes from mere adventurers crawling like ants beneath him, Mou was truly enraged. You dare treat me like this? I'll make you die for this. Sword Intent Domain. Poisoning Technique. Magic Attack Erosion. At the same moment, Mou unexpectedly activated 3 buff states simultaneously. His aura surged dramatically, surrounded by 3 distinct swirling energy currents. His presence now seemed entirely different from before. Yi Qing anxiously warned, Qingyan, be careful. Qingyan snorted coldly, it's just what I taught you. Why would I be afraid of you? The Realm of the Sword. Battle Soul Intent. Wind Intent. Holy smokes, General Qingyan can actually maintain so many buffs simultaneously? And he seems even more powerful now. Ding! General Qingyan's current status, sword attacks increased by 100%, physical attacks increased by 100%, attack speed and movement speed increased by 100%. Yi Qing gazed at General Qingyan's attributes and began coveting those 3 skills of his. Should I try to swipe them from him later? Then it occurred to him how awkward it would be if he got caught. Dismissing this unrealistic notion, Yi Qing turned his attention back to the battle between Qingyan and Manhwa, intermittently casting healing spells on the general. General Qingyan and Manhwa were locked in brutal combat, trading sword strokes without any attempt to dodge or evade, fighting with reckless abandon that bordered on mutual destruction. Native inhabitants always fought this way to the death, with battles ending only when one side collapsed. It was completely different from battles between players and monsters or native inhabitants. Ding! Manhwa's HP has dropped below 10%, current HP at 4%. Ding! Mou has developed a fear of death, triggering the cowardice skill. All attributes drop by 100%, losing fighting ability. Originally with less than 10% HP remaining, Yi Qing thought MOU had enough backbone to avoid triggering the cowardice skill. Who would have imagined it would trigger at just 4%? General Qingyan, Master, I beg you to spare me. MOU fell to his knees with a thud. General Qingyan also ceased his attack. If you had known today's outcome, why did you act as you did before? Though you were never a martial arts prodigy, your talents were still extraordinary. Alas, Master, for the sake of our past bond, spare me. Moyue knelt on the ground, kowtowing to General Qingyan, completely devoid of his former arrogance. Uncle Qingyan, leave the rest to me, Yi Qing stepped forward and said. General Qingyan nodded. He truly couldn't bring himself to strike down Moyue now, but the crimes Moyue had committed demanded an explanation to the residents of the Forgotten City. You were wrong, plain and simple. Did you ever consider the agony of people whose souls were torn away and flesh sucked dry when you and your father tormented them? Yi Qing roared, launching a frenzied assault on the now defenseless MOU. Whether it was for leveling up and looting gear by slaying the boss or due to the atrocities committed by MOU and his family, Yi Qing was determined to kill him. His pleas for mercy were purely selfish, not deserving an ounce of pity. Slash. Ding! Slash triggered critical hit, dealing 32,464 damage, deducting 3,251 HP every second for 10 seconds. Chapter 67, Mori. Even Yi Qing was shocked by the extraordinarily high damage. Never would he have imagined that without her defenses, Mori would be as fragile as a tender cabbage, effortlessly cut down without any resistance. After several strikes, Mori collapsed to the ground. Ding! MOU has died. Ding! Level up. Current level, 32. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Special effect Ring of Rebirth triggered. 5-dimensional attributes increased by 31 points. Ding! Level up. Current level, 33. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Special effect Samsara Ring triggered, increasing all 5 attributes by 32 points. Ding! Level up. Current level 34, rewarded 5 free attribute points. Ding! Special effect Samsara Ring triggered, increasing all 5 attributes by 33 points. Hell yeah! Leveled up 3 times straight. Yi Qing never expected MOU to offer such an abundant amount of experience. However, General Qingyan looked at MOU's corpse and said despondently, I hope in your next life, you won't be this kind of child anymore. Yi Qing patted General Qingyan on the shoulder and said, Qingyan, don't let it bother you. Some people never realize their mistakes even when they've done wrong. Apologies are sometimes just for their own survival. Since he's already dead, there's no use dwelling on it, it'll only bring you unnecessary distress. General Qingyan sheathed his longsword and replied, I merely mourn the person he used to be. It seems this Moyue was closest to you in the past. He's about the same age as my son. Among the 3 Moyu brothers, only Moyue was willing to learn martial arts from me back then. Sadly, he gradually became obsessed with women and lost himself. Yi Qing kept casting healing spells on Qingyan. While remembering the past is fine, we still need to look forward. Yi Qing, you're truly an interesting adventurer, Qingyan suddenly remarked. Ha ha ha, why are you suddenly calling me by name? Not calling me benefactor anymore? General Qingyan chuckled heartily. I just thought it'd be nice to call out names casually. Alright, take these potions to recover first. I'll go check it out. MOU's loot still hadn't been checked, and Yi Qing wasn't about to let that slip by. Ding! Obtain 2 leg guards, 1 shoulder guard, 1 ring, 1 bracelet, and 1 skill book. Is this all that dropped this time? Though having accessories and a skill book isn't bad, Xingyi remarked. If other players had heard Xingyi's words, they'd probably want to collectively commit suicide. Seriously, other teams would be kowtowing to thank the heavenly gods if they managed to get 2 pieces of armor from desperately fighting a single boss. Name, Rescue Shoulder Guard. Quality, excellent. Part, shoulder, cloth armor. Level, 30. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 600. Spirit, 170. Special effect, has a chance to trigger a healing crit when healing. A divine set for healers. The moment healers were mentioned, Yi Qing's mind instantly conjured up the smiling face of Call Me Cutie. I'll give it to her when we get back. The temporary revival skill he'd acquired had helped him too many times. Even though he was the one who'd looted it, the little cutie didn't fight for it and even yielded it to Yi Qing. Yi Qing owed her this favor. Besides, she truly lived up to her nickname, quite adorable indeed. Someone so cute surely wouldn't lack admirers, right? Thinking this, Yi Qing stored the rescue pauldrons in his backpack. Name, Salvation Greaves. Quality, excellent. Part, leggings, cloth armor. Level, 30. Physical defense, 400. Magic defense, 680. Spirit, 180. Special effect, 10% chance to grant all teammates a 2% increase in all attributes when healing, lasting 1 minute. Damn, another healer equipment. Name, Crimson Leggings. Quality, excellent. Part, leg guards, plate armor. Level, 30. Physical defense, 700. Magic defense, 300. Constitution, 300. It can be said to be a very standard plate armor equipment, without any skills or special effects, but its attributes are quite powerful. It should fetch a good price. Now we come to the important part. Accessories. In Shinyu, accessories are exceptionally rare to obtain, sometimes yielding special pieces that may even have time restrictions or usage limitations. As a result, accessory equipment is generally sold at extremely high prices. Name, Ring of Swiftness. Slot, Ring. Level, 35. Attack speed, 10%. Movement speed, 10%. Cooldown reduction, 1%. Cast speed, reduced by 1%. Yi Qing's eyes lit up. Great gear. This ring actually increased attack speed and movement speed by a percentage, absolutely premium stats for an assassin like him. It even reduced skill cooldown time. As for casting speed, it didn't affect him much currently, but who knew if he'd acquire skills requiring casting later. But it requires level 35 to use, so Yi Qing stored the ring away. Name, Swift Bracelet. Level, 35. Movement speed, 10. Attack speed, 30. A bracelet that directly increases base movement speed and attack speed, when paired with the Swiftness ring, grants an additional increment of both movement and attack speed. The combination of these two accessories provides Yi Qing with a significant boost. Accessories typically don't have quality tiers. Their value is usually determined by skills, special effects, or attribute bonuses. However, based on the limited information available on the official website, some particularly powerful late-game accessories might eventually introduce a quality classification system. Only one skill book remains in hand now. Equipment can drop and be replaced, but skill books are different. Once you learn a skill, it's yours forever. An assassin requires a massive accumulation of skills to become powerful, which is why Yi Qing places great importance on skill books. However, right now, the auction house basically has none for sale. Name, Skill Book * in Venom. Restriction, Assassination. Level, 35. Mana cost, 30. Effect, extracts venom to coat weapons, giving a 70% chance to poison enemies when attacking. Special effect, poison enemies may randomly suffer from effects such as dizziness, percentage-based HP loss, paralysis, silence, immobilization, blindness, or overall attribute reduction. Effect potency increases with skill level and decreases with enemy level. It's actually an advanced skill book with special effects. A divine skill. Finally, a soft control skill has appeared. With a 70% trigger rate, for Yi Qing it's basically a guaranteed 100%. Although the triggered states are random, every possible state would have a positive effect on Yi Qing, providing absolutely useful assistance in combat. General Qingyan had already regained his health. Seeing Yi Qing's excited expression, he asked, "Why are you so thrilled?" "Ha ha ha, with my strength increasing, how could I not be excited? But I noticed your cultivation level just rose, yet now there's no visible change." Don't worry. It's merely that my level hasn't caught up yet. Once my realm reaches that point, there'll be a tremendous leap forward, Qingyan said. Let's keep going. We need to hurry and kill Mori. His death will bring me massive growth. Yi Qing exclaimed excitedly. Yi Qing was about to step onto the stairs when General Qingyan stopped him. Unlike Mori, Mou, or Mo Xing, he is the eldest and the favorite of Mo Woyan. According to what Mou said earlier, he likely absorbed the most among the three sons and possesses the deadliest attacks. A single touch could mean instant death. This time, I'll go alone, General Qingyan said. Chapter 68. Timing the game. Didn't you say Mou was the strongest before? That was before, now it's different. If it's really that powerful, then you're in great danger. Maybe I can go and deal some damage while also healing you. At least I'd be of some help, Yi Qing said. General Qingyan continued to dissuade him. Cultivation isn't easy. Even if you can revive infinitely, you'll still lose cultivation levels. Why throw your life away for nothing? What's there to fear in life or death? At worst, I'll just start over from the beginning. Unlike you natives, we adventurers can always begin anew. Rather than watching you risk your life, it's far more worthwhile for me to take that risk, Yi Qing said sincerely, looking at Qingyan. After spending time with Qingyan, Yi Qing had truly come to regard him as a friend and didn't want to see him die. Besides, maybe there's a way to exploit a bug? Yi Qing remarked. A bug? What's that? Go look it up yourself, Yi Qing said before activating his stealth mode and quietly ascending the stairs to scout ahead. General Qingyan looked at Yi Qing and said, fearless in the face of death, yet still cautious, you're truly cut out to be a rogue. Yi Qing muttered, I'd call this putting safety first. Yi Qing cautiously climbed the stairs and entered the passageway. From a distance, he spotted Mori wiping his axe. Name, Mori. Quality, quasi-perfect. Level 45. Physical attack, 3700. Magic attack, 0. Physical defense, 500. Magical defense, 0. Skill 1, Cleave. Morg uses his battle axe to cleave all enemies within a 10-yard range, dealing 200% physical damage. Skill 2, Bloody Slaughter. Morg activates the second layer of his demonic arts, frenziedly transforming into a slaughter demon. Attack power doubles, while defense drops to 0. Skill 3. No retreat until death. Mori's spirit has been corrupted by demonic cultivation. He will never stop until the enemy is dead. Attack power increases by 5% every minute when health drops below 10%. With extraordinarily high attack power and skills solely focused on boosting offense, Yi Qing seriously doubted even Uncle Qingyan could defeat this Mori in a head-on clash. This won't work, I can't use the previous strategy. With that approach, General Qingyan would certainly die. As Yi Qing turned back into the corridor to descend, he literally bumped into General Qingyan, who was just coming up the stairs. What are you coming up here for? I should be able to defeat him. You'd better wait downstairs, this is after all a matter for our forgotten city, General Qingyan said. Yi Qing pushed General Qingyan down the stairs all the way. Cut the nonsense and just wait here. Why throw your life away when you don't have to? I'll go scout the terrain, wait for me to get back. Yi Qing had barely taken a step before turning back to say, stay here if you don't want to get me killed. Wait for my signal. With that, he activated stealth mode again and headed upstairs. Once on the 3rd floor, Yi Qing began circling the mansion, searching for a spot where he could potentially corner the enemy through clever positioning. Against a boss of this strength, if he couldn't find such a strategic spot, they might as well give up the fight right then. After searching for so long, Yi Qing was speechless to discover, damn, this mansion is so clean, there's not a single spot where I could use terrain advantage? While Yi Qing was focused on finding the perfect spot, he forgot that his invisibility cooldown had already ended. When the time came, before he could reactivate his invisibility, his figure suddenly appeared before Mori. Mori was instantly drawn to him. Who dares trespass into my domain? Ding! Mori uses cleave. Ding! Suffered 6,900 damage. Ding! You have died. Ding! Level dropped to 33. Ding! Special effect Circle of Rebirth. Retrieve 33 pentagonal attribute points. Ding! Randomly dropped 27 gold coins and blood-sucking earrings. Yi Qing resurrected at the lowest level of the city lord's mansion. Holy shit, luckily this place is similar to instances where you just lose levels. Otherwise, I'd have to corpse run, that would really be asking for death. This was Yi Qing's first death in the game. The moment he lost his vampire earrings, he let out a wail and immediately started running back up the path. But this death was worth it. In that fleeting moment before he fell, Yi Qing's peripheral vision caught a spot behind Morik, a perfect spot for kiting. Yi Qing jogged all the way up to the 2nd floor. General Qingyan was startled at the sight of Yi Qing. You've leveled down. Did you die once? Yi Qing burst into laughter instead, saying, Qingyan, just wait. I've already figured out how to kill Mori. Really? Yi Qing nodded, I don't lie. Yi Qing couldn't wait and dashed up to the 3rd floor. Stealth mode. Yi Qing carefully pressed himself against the wall, crouched low, and slowly crept toward Mori's back. Alright, this is the spot. Grappling hook. With a swift flick, Yi Qing sent the grappling hook soaring upward, where it snapped securely onto a section of rubble high above. However, as soon as he utilized the grappling hook, Yi Qing became visible. Yet another insect dares to intrude upon my domain. An ant, and it's actually you? Mori was shocked to discover that the insignificant ant appearing before him was that same kid who had already died moments ago. So it's an adventurer, haha, an adventurer who can resurrect infinitely. I've always wanted to taste what an adventurer's brain really tastes like. Go taste your dad's brain instead. Yi Qing cursed loudly as the grappling hook rapidly retracted, desperately hoping Mori wouldn't attack before he could ascend to the designated height. But, foolish adventurer, die. Moro still launched his attack. Ding! You have died. Ding! Level has dropped to 32. Ding! Special effect Samsara Ring has recovered 32 attribute points across 5 dimensions. Ding! Randomly dropped 28 gold coins. Yi Qing revived and got back up once more. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Yi Qing sprinted all the way upstairs again. When he reached the 2nd floor, Qingyan saw Yi Qing running up once more. Did you die again? Yi Qing roared impatiently. Enough talk, just wait. Dying twice in a row and losing gold coins had already put Yi Qing in a foul mood. Once again, he entered the 3rd floor. This time, Yi Qing didn't activate stealth mode. Instead, he hugged the wall and moved forward swiftly. He had just roughly calculated the aggro range of Morit, and was about to enter its threat radius. Shadow Meld. This time, it must succeed. Under the Shadow Meld effect, Yi Qing slowly approached that choke point. Spirit Wild Wolf Scroll. Yi Qing immediately used the several Spirit Wild Wolf summoning scrolls he had obtained while farming them earlier, calling forth 3 Spirit Wild Wolves in the distance. As soon as the Spirit Wild Wolves appeared, they howled and pounced toward Mori. Mori was furious. Being repeatedly disturbed by these insignificant ants while trying to rest had driven him into a complete rage. 3 wild wolves were instantly slain by Mori's single axe swing, but these 2 seconds were more than enough. Grappling hook. Yi Qing suddenly revealed his figure. Mori spotted him immediately. You insignificant ant, it seems you haven't learned your lesson. Mori charged forward to attack. The grappling hook retracts. Invisibility. Yi Qing contracted the grappling hook and instantly activated his stealth ability. Surprisingly, it actually worked. Disappeared? The instant he went invisible, aggro was lost, and Mori lost sight of Yi Qing. But the grappling hook was retracting, and the invisibility lasted less than 2 seconds before wearing off. Chapter 69, Successful Positioning. Yi Qing's figure was exposed again, and Mori spotted him, preparing to launch another attack. Everything came down to the slightest margin. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Mori's axe struck the wall. Yi Qing had just managed to pull himself up onto the elevated ruins ledge. Phew, finally made it. Couldn't have been a second later. That was way too close. Yi Qing exhaled as he plopped down onto the platform. Insects dare to climb up here. Mori kept calling him an insect, but Yi Qing, now standing atop the ruined platform, showed no fear and shouted back, "You're the insect. Your whole family are insects." Yi Qing took a deep breath, planted his feet wide apart, and mustered all his strength to flip Mori the middle finger. "Come at me if you dare. You infuriate me." Slash. When had Mori ever suffered such humiliation? Already irritable due to his demonic cultivation, he flew into a rage and swung a powerful strike at Yi Qing. Unfortunately, Yi Qing's current position was already beyond his attack range. Moreover, the city lord's mansion walls were system-designated structures that fundamentally couldn't be destroyed. At least, for native inhabitants, they couldn't exceed system settings. "Ha, so you really can't hit me more. Your doom has truly come." Yi Qing began rummaging through the scroll compartment of his backpack. Name, Learning Scroll * Fireball Spell. Effect, using this scroll allows you to learn the fireball spell regardless of talent restrictions, lasting for 3 hours. What a shame it's just fireball. If only it were thunderstorm or ice explosion, that would be even better, Yi Qing thought as he immediately activated the scroll. Then he took out an earring. Name, Unique Equipment * Conversion Earring. Charges, 2. Effect, transfers the highest dimensional attribute to another attribute for 10 minutes. Ding. Using transformation earrings, remaining attempts, 1. Agility attribute converted to intelligence attribute. Fireball. Ding. Fireball deals 3,700 points of damage. Mori had no magic resistance, so magical attacks dealt their full damage to him. Mori was going insane, shouting, "Adventurer, if you've got the guts, come down here." Yi Qing ignored this now foolish boss, mechanically casting fireball spells instead. The fireball spells learned from scrolls had only a 0.5 second cooldown, effectively allowing continuous casting. One fireball after another relentlessly pounded upon Mori. Mori's health points plummeted in an alarmingly steady decline. Ding. The effect of conversion earrings has expired. Ding. Fireball deals 670 damage. Without the wisdom bonus, the damage is indeed low. Ding. Used conversion earring. Item has been destroyed. The earring shattered into powder after its final effect was used. Yi Qing continued using his skills without pause. Next, I should probably check the forums or something. Feels like I need to spend some time there, Yi Qing thought as he first opened the leaderboards. Level rankings: 1. Yi Qing, level 32. 2. Dragon Dance, level 30. 3. A Pot of Wine Among Flowers, level 29. 4. The Great Quail, level 28. 5. A Melody from the East Wind, level 28. 6. Dragon Splendor, level 28. 7. Xiang Beixiangxia, level 28. 8. Shinshinju, level 28. 9. Huahua Huti, level 28. 10. Walking Hormone, level 28. Yi Qing had lost 2 levels and was now very close to Dragon Dance's ranking. Players from top-tier teams like Dragon Dance leveled up extremely quickly, each with their own methods. However, Yi Qing didn't expect that this playboy butterfly, Huahua Hudai, had actually surged to rank 9 on the level leaderboard, seemingly having spent a fortune to hire leveling services. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. World announcement, Dragon Dance, this is Dragon Dance. Our guild has discovered a level 40 boss and will lead our members to kill it together. If we obtain a mercenary token, we will establish the first mercenary group and recruit solo players to join. Stay tuned. %%. Yi Qing curled his lips in disdain. Dragon Dance must be toxic, announcing to the whole world before even fighting. Wait, that can't be right. Dragon Dance couldn't possibly be this stupid. Yi Qing immediately sent a private message to Shinshinju. You there? Shinshinju replied quite promptly. Did you guys see the announcement just now? What are your plans? Take a guess, Shinshinju replied with a playful smile. Every guild has its spies, so you already knew the news and were preparing to set out, right? You guessed it indeed. Being the first to establish a mercenary group is crucial for founding a guild later, so most guilds will gather their forces, Shinshinju said. We can't go. Why not? This must be Dragon Dance's trap. That level 40 boss might not be killable, but if they can lure top-ranking rival guild members there and wipe them all out, Wouldn't that be more profitable than killing the boss? Yi Qing said. Shinju countered, impossible. Dragon Dance is just an ordinary professional player, where would he get the funds for something like this? Besides, let's be honest, even if it is a trap, countless guilds would still go for that mercenary token. Yi Qing fell silent. Indeed, even knowing it's a trap, many guilds would still take the risk. People always think they might be the lucky ones to get that mercenary token. Dragon Dance must have found himself a sugar daddy. What if it really is a level 40 boss? Shinju asked. Yi Qing came into contact with the three brothers of the Mo family. He was well aware that a level 40 world boss wasn't something to be taken lightly. If not for General Qingyan, a level 60 plus native NPC, there was no way Yi Qing would have even considered fighting the Mo brothers. Just Mo Xing, the youngest of the three, could have killed him countless times. A world boss isn't your ordinary boss, it's the apex among bosses, something you can't just overwhelm with sheer numbers. Alright, I understand. I'll notify the team, we won't get involved in this matter, Shinju suddenly declared. Yi Qing was taken aback, surprised that Shinju had so readily accepted his perspective. Hey, just to be clear, this is purely speculation on my part. If anything goes wrong, it's got nothing to do with me, Yi Qing hastily added. Shinju burst into laughter. What? You afraid I'd blackmail you or something? Yi Qing scratched his head. Given your personality, there's a pretty high probability. After hanging up the call, Yi Qing sent another message to Ice Snowfield. Ding, the called player is offline. Not online? Yi Qing sent another message to Call Me Cutie. Oh, Yi Qing? Call Me Cutie's delighted voice practically leaped through the screen. Heh, cutie, long time no see. It hasn't been that long actually. So, what's up? Call Me Cutie said with a grinning smile. Actually, nothing much. Did you all see the announcement just now? Any plans? Yi Qing asked. Call Me Cutie replied, we don't have any plans. Frosty just logged off to deal with some work stuff, so we're leaderless right now. No thoughts really, just leveling up I guess. That's fine then. It's better not to go there anyway, Yi Qing said. Please call me Cutie, asked Yi Qing. When will you play with us again? Let's find time later. I'm about to take down a boss here, so gotta go for now. Yi Qing ended the call. Chapter 70, The First Mercenary Token. Come to think of it, Bing Tian Shuidi's team has already dropped out of the rankings. At such a critical moment for leveling up, Bing Tian Shuidi is actually absent, having gone offline to deal with real-world work. Could something have happened? Just now, even though Call Me Cutie was smiling brightly, Yi Qing couldn't shake the feeling she was hiding something from him. Yi Qing shook his head and decided not to dwell on it. The transformation earrings effect had long worn off. Yi Qing had been casting fireballs at this MORI for nearly an hour now. Fortunately, General Qingyan wasn't foolish enough to charge forward. Otherwise, all previous efforts would be wasted. MORI's health was already at rock bottom, and he would soon die. Looking at the crazed MORI scratching the walls, Yi Qing sensed that a trove of treasures was about to emerge. Suddenly, 3 system alerts startled Yi Qing. Ding! Player Dragon's Dance has slain the world boss Toothless Redwater Goose, rewarded with level +1 and 1000 reputation. Ding! Player Dragon Dance has slain the world boss Toothless Redwater Goose. Reward, level +1, reputation +1000. Ding! Player Dragon Dance has slain the world boss Toothless Redwater Goose. Reward, level +1, reputation +1000. Holy crap! What's going on? Did I really kill a boss? Was I overthinking this? Was Dragon Dance just for showing off? As expected, right after the system notification ended, Shinju sent a message. Yi Qing, you're half right about your theory. Ha, what do you mean? Dragon Dance somehow stumbled upon incredible luck and triggered a quest for native assistance. Breeze City actually dispatched a small army to help Dragon Dance take down that world boss. Then when Dragon Glory, Quail, and about a dozen other guilds tried to snatch the boss, they all got wiped out by Dragon Dance's ambush. Most importantly, Dragon Dance actually obtained the mercenary token. Dragon Dance just stirred up a hornet's nest by antagonizing so many guilds, Yi Qing remarked with a sigh. That said, despite Dragon Dance's arrogance, their individual skills are truly extraordinary. With such capability, they naturally fear no guild. You've lost your top spot on the level rankings, you know, Shinju teased with a laugh. Yi Qing checked the leaderboard, and sure enough, major changes had occurred in just over half an hour. Level leaderboard, 1, Dragon Dance, level 33. 2, Yi Qing, level 32. 3, Floral Butterfly, level 30. 4, East Wind Song, level 29. 5, Shinju, level 28. 6, Wandering Hormone, level 28. 7, Master Potter and I, level 28. 8, Green Dumpling, level 28. 9, Shin Family's Top Enforcer, level 28. 10, Master Assassin, level 28. Fluttering Butterfly? Yi Qing noticed that Hua Hudi's ranking had unexpectedly risen to 3rd place. With such a short time to level up just now, the only way must have been by defeating a boss. It seems the financial backer behind Dragon Dance is none other than Hua Hudi. I didn't expect him to be so decisive in directly investing in Dragon Dance, Yi Qing remarked. Shinshinju curiously asked, do you know Hua Hua Hyuri? Is there some bad blood between you? Hee hee, just a fat pig with a wealthy family. No big deal. Too bad the mercenary token was snatched by Dragon's Dance. Shinshinju sighed. Yi Qing glanced at the announcement board, but there's no notification yet. Is Dragon's Dance being so patient as to not establish a mercenary group? Shinshinju explained, the mercenary guild is on the west side of Breeze City. That area seems to be under demolition, so applications are temporarily unavailable. It should probably reopen tomorrow. When the topic of demolition came up, Yi Qing wondered how Yi Hong was handling his shop. He really had been an unreliable absentee owner all this time. Ah, I can't accept this after finally gaining such immense power. Mori's sudden wail snapped Yi Qing back to reality. I've been mechanically hacking away for over an hour now. Almost forgot I was still fighting a boss. Yi Cheng abruptly told Shinshinju, still busy here, gotta go. Later, gamer. The call was abruptly hung up with a loud click. This Yi Qing guy, answering and hanging up as he pleases, how outrageous. Next time he DMs me, I'm ignoring him. Shinshinju fumed inwardly, puffing up with anger. Meanwhile, Yi Qing was already being bombarded by system notifications. Ding! Morian slain. Ding! Congratulations player on leveling up. Current level 33, reward received, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Special effect triggered, Ring of Reincarnation activated, 5-dimensional attributes increased by 32 points. Ding! Congratulations player on leveling up. Current level 34, reward received, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Special effect triggered, Samsara Ring activated, increasing all 5 attributes by 33 points. Ding! Congratulations, player leveled up. Current level, 35. Rewarded 5 free attribute points. Ding! Special effect triggered, Samsara Ring activated, increasing all 5 attributes by 34 points. Ding! Congratulations, player leveled up. Current level, 36. Rewarded 5 free attribute points. Ding! Special effect triggered, Samsara Ring activated, increasing 5-dimensional attributes by 35 points. Ding! Congratulations, player level up. Current level, 37. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Special effect triggered, Samsara Ring activated, increasing 5-dimensional attributes by 36 points. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. 5 levels in a row. Yi Qing's consecutive level-ups didn't just excite him, players outside who noticed the leaderboard rankings were also startled. World shout, holy shit Yi Qing, slapping Long Jiwu's face left and right within minutes. World shout, damn Yi Qing you're insane, 5 straight levels, begging for your leveling secrets. Now that players have entered the main cities, monster drops yield slightly more coins. Combined with improved exchange rates, many players have converted gold, causing its value to drop, so spending 1 gold for world shouts doesn't mean much anymore. Giggle, loot time loot time. Yi Qing descended to the ground using his grappling rope. Jumping from this height would probably cost Yi Qing another revive. Mori lay wide-eyed in disbelief, his death scene gruesome. With just a glance, Yi Qing had the system refresh his corpse, leaving only scattered drops behind. One advantage in Divine Realm is that the system refreshes dead monster corpses in advance. Otherwise, most female players would absolutely refuse to pick up the loot no matter what. Ding! Obtain a pair of gauntlets, a pair of bracers, a battle axe, a chestplate, 2 haversacks, 3 scrolls, 2 skill books, and 140 gold coins. The sight of 2 skill books and 2 scrolls instantly excited Yi Qing. Save the best for last. Name, Blood Siphoning Vambraces. Slot, wrist, leather armor. Quality, excellent. Level, 40. Physical defense, 300. Magic defense, 300. Strength, 120. Special effect, absorbs 6% of physical damage dealt to restore own HP. Name, Power King Gauntlets. Location, Gauntlet, leather armor. Quality, perfect. Level, 40. Physical defense, 400. Magic defense, 400. Strength, 300. Special effect, 30% chance to double attack power in combat, 20% chance to triple attack power, and 10% chance to quadruple attack power, lasting 10 seconds. Looking at the Titan's gauntlets, Yi Qing nearly leapt out of his skin. A perfect pair of gauntlets with an insane strength boost and special effects that are downright explosive. Name, Mighty Battle Axe. Slot, weapon, one-handed. Quality, perfect. Level, 40. Physical attack, 700. Strength, 400. Agility, 100. Skills, 1. Power Burst, consumes 300 MP to instantly double physical attack power by unleashing all strength, while reducing all defenses to 0 for 10 seconds. Skill, 2. Power Extraction, passive, each monster slain grants a 0.1% stacking increase to physical attack, with no upper limit. Each stack requires a minimum 3-second interval. Chapter 71, Silent Blade. The perfect one-handed axe Yi Qing could wield it too. Though axes have slower attack speed, this weapon's damage and skills more than compensated for that slight drawback. With the Titan Gauntlet's quadruple effect activated, combined with Power Surge, Steel Shadow, Severing Strike, plus triggering both critical and weak point hits, damn, this was absolutely god-tier explosive damage. And this power extraction skill is practically a god-tier farming ability. The denser the monster crowd, the stronger you become, eventually reaching the point where you can one-shot each enemy. With just these pieces of equipment, Yi Qing's trip was already worth it. Name, Mori chestplate. Slot, upper body, plate armor. Quality, excellent. Level, 40. Physical defense, 1000. Magic defense, -200. Constitution, 100. Special effect, when equipped, all magic resistance attributes will be converted proportionally into physical defense, reducing magic resistance to 0. This is an armor solely focused on physical defense. At first glance, it might seem like a trash gear, but when a tank warrior encounters a physically attacking boss and swaps to this equipment, it will surprisingly shine unexpectedly. Without even glancing at them, Yi Qing immediately used both marching packs. More inventory space is always better. Name, Scroll * War Frenzy. Level, 40. Effect, using the scroll affects all friendly players within a 100-yard radius of the user, sending them into a frenzied state where defense drops to 0, all attacks deal double damage, and there's a 1% chance of dealing triple damage. Both scrolls were exactly the same, undoubtedly extremely rare specimens, though their practical utility was practically negligible. Such defense discarding scrolls would be utterly useless in actual warfare. If a guild's players activated one, a single archer's volley from the opposing guild could likely wipe out the entire group. Yi Qing deposited both scrolls into his personal vault. Might as well stash them for now. Name, Scroll of Descent. Effect, using this scroll reduces the level requirement of an equipment piece or skill book by 5. Level reduced by 5? Usage restriction? Holy shit! Yi Qing immediately took out the poison tempering skill book, lowering the required level to learn it from 40 all the way down to 35. What could be more important than gaining an extra skill? The last two skills. For Yi Qing, this was the crucial point. Name, Skill Scroll * No Respite, Passive. Limitation, Vitality. Effect, when suffering fatal damage, there is a 0.5% chance to revive with minimal health, a 0.2% chance to revive with half health, and a 0.1% chance to revive with full health. A survival skill that relies entirely on luck, though the probabilities are painfully low. With such passive abilities, triggering it at all would mean your fortune is astronomical. Best to pretend this skill doesn't exist in daily play. Learned the skill directly and moved on to examine the next one. Name, Skill Book * Fatal Strike. Restriction, Combat. Cost, 50 MP. Effect, perfectly unleashes one's power to deliver a ferocious strike against the enemy with a weapon, dealing an additional 160% physical damage. Increases critical hit rate by 70% when attacking from behind. Has a 0.01% chance to instantly kill the enemy if their health is below 10%. A lethal skill. Unexpectedly, it dropped an advanced skill book, and one with a lethal attribute at that. Though the probability is extremely low, it's still at least a glimmer of hope. Moreover, when wielded skillfully, this ability's base damage is downright outrageous. Obtaining 2 skill books at once, both of which he could use, left Yi Qing absolutely exhilarated. Such bountiful rewards. Time to find General Qingyan. That old fellow must be bursting with impatience by now. Yi Qing descended to the ground floor to seek out General Qingyan. Just as he reached the second floor landing, he saw General Qingyan looking extremely anxious, standing at the stairwell and constantly glancing upward, having already climbed 8 steps. Benefactor, you've come down. Wonderful, you're unharmed. To Yi Qing's surprise, General Qingyan actually threw his arms around him and burst into laughter. Yi Qing was taken aback. This middle-aged general pushing 40 was displaying such unbridled excitement. He patted General Qingyan reassuringly. Relax, Mori has been dealt with by me. Besides, I'm an adventurer, it's not like I can die. General Qingyan released Yi Qing and gave him a look. Your cultivation has advanced. I can sense you've grown significantly stronger. You actually managed to defeat Mori alone. Ah, just got lucky. Yi Qing briefly recounted the process of how he had slain Mori. However, he omitted things the natives wouldn't understand, like aggro values and such terms. Back to the main topic. With a grave expression, Yi Qing addressed General Qingyan. General, we've reached the final step. Defeating Moyan won't just save your family, it will liberate the Forgotten City. General Qingyan nodded. But we don't know what level Moyan has reached now. Who knows how much his demonic arts have amplified his power. We might both perish. Well, you won't die, but your cultivation might regress severely. Still, meeting an adventurer as remarkable as you before my possible demise, this old Qingyan considers himself fortunate. General Qingyan actually bowed to Yi Qing and said, Yi Qing, my benefactor, thank you. On behalf of the residents of Forgotten City, my family, and myself, I thank you. Yi Qing helped General Qingyan up, saying, don't stand on ceremony if you consider me a friend. Since I promised to help, I'll give it my all. But honestly, the fight against Mo Wuyan will mostly depend on you. I can only lend limited assistance. Underscore alright, no more delays. Let's hurry upstairs. Underscore. Yi Qing led the way, cautiously feeling his steps as he ascended to guard against potential traps. He arrived first at the top floor of the City Lord's manor. Stealth mode. Yi Qing cautiously activated his stealth skill. The entire upper level was brightly lit, forming a stark contrast to the dim darkness below. And climbing past the third floor all the way up, the lavish decorations made it seem utterly unlike a place corrupted by darkness. All the lights had originally been dim, but as Yi Qing and Qing Yan slowly ascended, the lamps illuminated their path one by one. It was as if someone was deliberately controlling them to welcome Yi Qing's arrival. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice sounded from behind one of the doors. Adventurer from afar, welcome to my humble abode. Speechless, the last door swung open by itself, revealing a middle-aged man in a black robe sitting calmly upon an extraordinarily lavish chair, gazing indifferently at Yi Qing. Adventurer, all your actions are within my sight. There's no need to hide yourself any longer. Mo Wuyan stared intently at the invisible Yi Qing, clearly able to discern his location. Yi Qing immediately dispelled his invisibility, revealing himself. General Qing Yan, come up as well. It's been a while since we last met. Mo Wuyan said with a smile, appearing refined and courteous, utterly devoid of the madness and arrogance Yi Qing had anticipated. Qing Yan ascended the steps and, upon seeing Mo Wuyan, demanded, Mo Wuyan, how can you speak so calmly after committing such heinous acts? Chapter 72, Fierce Battle with Mo Wuyan. Mo Wuyan rose from his seat, hands clasped behind his back. An atrocity? I merely asked my subjects to contribute their souls and flesh. After protecting them for so long, is it wrong to collect a little interest? And yet, with just a tiny contribution from them, they can help achieve my supreme power. Isn't that an honor for them? Mo Wuyan suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. General Qing Yan said coldly, Mo Wuyan, you've lost your mind. The demonic arts have completely twisted your soul. Mo Wuyan remained utterly unmoved. On the contrary, after hearing General Qing Yan's words, he laughed even louder. Ha ha, lost? So what if I'm lost? Qing Yan, you've never experienced the exhilaration of cultivating demonic techniques. Our forgotten city is merely a third-tier city, completely incomparable to a capital like Breeze City. We both serve as city lords, yet the lord of Breeze City enjoys vast cultivation resources. When he reached level 140, I was still stuck at level 40, such as fate. But I refuse to accept this fate. Why is it that we started cultivating together, yet he gets to rule a capital city and enjoy abundant resources, while I'm relegated to this backwater town, guarding the borders for his Breeze City? I, Mo Wuyan, refuse to submit. In this world, only absolute power reigns supreme. As he spoke, Mo Wuyan's black robes billowed, and faint tendrils of dark demonic energy began seeping from his body. So that's how it is. Yi Qing thought to himself, no wonder. Both are city lords, yet the lord of Breeze City is level 150, while this Mo Wuyan is only such a low level. Name, Mo Wuyan. Quality, epic, perfect, outstanding. Level, 50, 60. Physical attack, 743-70. Magic attack, 698-39-84. Physical defense, 571,000. Magic defense, 400-800. Skill 1, Silent Utterance. Mo Wuyan casts a silencing gesture at the enemy, rendering the target unable to use any skills for 1 minute upon being hit. Skill 2, Demonic Frenzy. Mo Wuyan's demonic arts have reached the third tier. Activating this skill grants a demonic transformation effect, causing complete loss of reason while massively boosting all attributes. Skill 3, Frostblade Technique. Once a peerless swordsman, Mo Wuyan possesses his unique Frostblade Technique, delivering powerful freezing effects. Targets struck multiple times by this sword art will briefly enter a frozen state. Skill 4, Demonic Detonation. When Mo Wuyan's HP drops below 10%, demonic energy begins ravaging his body, triggering a chance of self-destruction that instantly annihilates all living beings within range indiscriminately. Note, Mo Wuyan was originally the lord of the Forgotten City, a renowned swordsman, yet his obsession with power ultimately lured him into practicing demonic arts. These dark techniques, inherently unstable when cultivated by creatures of the light realm, compounded by Mo Wuyan's insatiable greed and reckless haste, now clash violently with his original cultivation. This conflict renders his combat power erratic, fluctuating unpredictably beyond his control. Upon reading the explanation, Yi Qing realized that the conflicting cultivation techniques were causing Mo Wuyan's displayed data to fluctuate erratically, constantly jumping between high and low values. Even his quality rating was continuously oscillating up and down. Qing Yan, as my most capable warrior, I'll ask you one last time, do you truly refuse to follow me? Remember, your family remains in my grasp, Mo Wuyan addressed General Qing Yan. At the mention of his family, General Qing Yan's eyes flashed with anguish, but within moments his resolve hardened. They may sever my head or spill my blood, but my will shall never waver. Should any harm befall my family, I'll avenge them before joining them in death. To expect me to betray the forgotten city and its people, never. Well said. Yi Qing couldn't help but chime in. Oomph. Truly a worthless good-for-nothing. Mo Woyan made no attempt to dissuade him, hurling insults instead. This provocation made Yi Qing snap back. You're the good-for-nothing. Your whole family is trash. Your 3 useless sons are all dead. And now it's your turn as their worthless father to join them. Why don't you call your good-for-nothing ancestors to crawl out of their graves so your whole damn family can play mahjong in hell? I'd be happy to personally send you all there. This is unbearable. Adventurer, die. When it came to verbal sparring, Yi Qing rarely engaged, but when he did, he always went for the kill. Native NPC Mo Woyan had never heard such vicious insults in his life. He exploded with rage. Silent words. Yi Qing had long noticed Mo Woyan's eyes turning red, a clear sign of incoming aggression. The moment his opponent raised a hand, Yi Qing triggered Flickering Shadow to retreat several steps back. Ding! Evasion attribute triggered, damage nullified. Knowing full well he was no match for Mo Woyan, Yi Qing opted for ranged attacks using Phantom Slash and Moonlight Strike while maintaining distance. He relied entirely on his movement speed to dart around the battlefield. General Qingyan also raised his longsword and charged forward. Mo Woyan had to die, otherwise, there would be no saving the countless innocent lives. Rock Sundering Slash. Frost Blade Technique. The 2 high-level natives clashed with their longswords, each unleashing their signature moves in a frenzied exchange of relentless attacks. The once tidy room was now a devastating mess of shattered ice, broken rocks, and flying debris as Yi Qing periodically tossed healing spells to replenish General Qingyan's health. Yi Qing hovered on the outskirts of the battlefield, healing Qingyan while simultaneously observing the flow of combat. Mo Woyan's Frostblade technique held an elemental advantage, as its ice attribute suppressed General Qingyan's earth-based attacks. This placed the already slightly weaker Qingyan at an even greater disadvantage in their duel. Suddenly, Mo Woyan flashed a sinister grin and launched his Frostblade technique toward Yi Qing from an extremely tricky angle. Though General Qingyan reacted swiftly, rushing back to intercept the attack, Yi Qing recognized the feint immediately. The angle and speed of Mo Woyan's strike clearly signaled it was merely a diversion. Stop! Stay back, Qingyan! But it was already too late. Ding! General Qingyan has been struck by Mo Woyan's Frostblade technique and enters a frozen state for 2 seconds. Ha ha ha! Die, Qingyan! Mo Woyan completely disregarded the feeble adventurer Yi Qing. Qingyan had been his true target all along. Qingyan was completely incapacitated inside the ice block at this moment. Though it lasted only 2 seconds, it was more than enough time for Moyan Yen to unleash multiple devastating attacks. Yet how could Yi Qing possibly allow Moyan Yen to attack Qingyan? He immediately unleashed all his offensive skills, bombarding Moyan Yen in an attempt to draw aggro away from his ally. Poison coating, charge strike, consecutive kills, cut, critical hit. In an instant, Yi Qing unleashed all his powerful skills at once, dealing massive damage that erupted from Mo Woyan's body. Mo Woyan, who had suffered the heavy blow, immediately redirected his aggression as expected. Ant, how dare you wound me? Mo Woyan roared furiously, turning to charge at Yi Qing. Holy crap, run for it, Swift Shadow. Frostblade technique. The boss was indeed fast. Even after Yi Qing activated Shadow Dash, he still got hit. Ding! Frostblade technique attack received. 1,381 damage sustained. Movement speed reduced. Holy shit, it triggered the minimum damage and almost one-shot me. Screwed now. I'm slowed. Die already. Mo Woyan had already caught up. At the critical moment, General Qingyan shattered through the ice with a roar, rock-cleaving slash. General Qingyan swiftly blocked Mo Woyan's path, giving Yi Qing the chance to immediately pull out a scroll. Chapter 73, The Language of Silence. Ding! Random teleport scroll activated. Ding! Location shifted, attack successfully evaded. The scroll was drawn and used in one fluid motion. Mo Woyan's strike found only empty air while Yi Qing immediately began drinking potions and casting healing spells to regain health. That was too close for comfort, Yi Qing murmured with lingering fear. Yi Qing's habit of organizing scrolls truly saved his life. Within the scroll space, Yi Qing was familiar with the effects of nearly every scroll and their exact storage positions, allowing him to instantly utilize them when needed. Watching Yi Qing teleport into the distance, Mo Woyan scoffed coldly. These adventurers always have endless tricks up their sleeves. Flash! Taking a hit without fighting back wasn't Yi Qing's style. Ding! Poison effect triggered. Mo Woyan stunned for 1 second. Qingyan, attack now. Go all out. Yi Qing shouted loudly. Got it. General Qingyan took advantage of Mo Woyan's brief stun to launch a series of attacks, managing to chip away a sliver of his health bar. But compared to Mo Woyan's immense health pool, this barely made a dent. The dizziness faded, and Mo Wuyan and General Qingyan continued their fierce battle, while Yi Qing took on a supporting role, providing occasional heals and sneak attacks from the sidelines. But as time passed, Yi Qing noticed General Qingyan was gradually becoming exhausted. Though General Qingyan and Mo Wuyan were nearly the same level, Mo Wuyan's attack power was wildly unstable. The occasional bursts of extreme damage tormented the general, who was fortunate enough to be a tank by nature. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Mo Wuyan long ago. Yet the situation remained dire. After such a prolonged battle, Mo Wuyan still had around 30% of his health left, while General Qingyan had barely 10%. No! If this continues, Qingyan will die. Natives die for real when they're killed. General Qingyan, step aside. Let me handle this. Yi Qing shouted, ready to join the fight. Even if I lose levels, I can't let General Qingyan die. But General Qingyan was kicked flying by Mo Wuyan, and even as he lay on the ground, he kept shouting, to die in battle is the greatest honor for a warrior. Cowardice is beneath me, I can still fight. What a blockhead! Yi Qing shouted. Who told you to run? Stay and cover me. No, you can't defeat him. Enough nonsense. Get lost. I'll handle this. Yi Qing immediately activated Shadow Swift and charged at Mo Wuyan. Slash! Mo Wuyan burst into laughter upon seeing the adventurer's audacity, sneering, Adventurer, do you really think you're qualified to fight me? Whether I'm qualified or not is for me to decide. Steal. Ding. Theft successful. Stolen skill, words of silence, 3 uses. Holy shit, I actually stole a skill? Name, skill * silent word. Charges, 3 uses. Effect, make a silencing gesture at an enemy to render them speechless, preventing them from using any skills for 3 seconds. It has 3 charges, looks like for boss skills, there might be a limit to how many uses you can steal, can't really take it permanently, but even 3 charges is pretty good. Silent utterance. Ding! Mo Wuyan has been silenced by silent utterance, unable to use any skills for 3 seconds. General Qingyan, attack together. He can't cast skills anymore. Yi Qing called out as his hands flew through skill combinations, instantly unleashing every offensive ability at his disposal. For 3 seconds, Mo Wuyan could only use basic attacks, while Yi Qing struggled slightly to dodge the boss's skills. Evading its normal strikes proved effortless for him. Mo Wuyan's health plummeted rapidly, quickly dropping to just 20% of his maximum. Word of silence. Use the skill again. Mo Wuyan, who had just regained the ability to cast skills, fell back into silence once more. Never could Mo Wuyan have imagined that he would be countered by his own skill. Yi Qing and General Qingyan coordinated perfectly, constantly shifting their positions and leaving Mo Wuyan utterly confused about whom to attack. Mo Wuyan's health plummeted rapidly, soon dropping to just 12%. Damn it all. Berserk mode. The second silence had just ended. As Yi Qing was midcast with his skill, his body still recoiling from the motion, Mo Wuyan activated his silencing spell a split second faster. Ah! Mo Wuyan's agonized screams echoed throughout the city lord's mansion as he clutched his head in torment. His eyes rapidly degenerated from black to ash gray, then darkened into a sinister crimson red. Entirely enveloped by a swirling mass of pitch-black demonic energy, Mo Wuyan became ensnared as the malignant mist emitted terrifying, laughter-like sounds. Threads of the dark energy then began invading his body through every facial orifice, eyes, nostrils, and mouth. The more silent Mo Wuyan became, the deeper his suffering grew. Even Yi Qing couldn't help but frown at the sight. Ding! Mo Wuyan has entered demonic frenzy state, all attributes sharply increased. Current player status cannot withstand threat. Evacuate immediately. 3 successive Crimson System alerts sounded their urgent warnings. Suddenly, General Qingyan charged toward the agonized and howling Mo Wuyan. Qingyan, what are you doing? Qingyan's movements clearly showed his intention to perish together with Mo Wuyan. Yi Qing, thank you for helping me find my family and for aiding the Forgotten City. Qingyan, don't do anything foolish. We can defeat Mo Wuyan together, Yi Qing shouted anxiously. Qingyan seemed not to have heard at all. He didn't want Yi Qing to die for him again. As a warrior, he would perish defending the city he swore to protect. He had to stop this madman Moyanwen at all costs. Actually, I truly loved my wife, it's just a shame I'll never see her again. General Qingyan embraced Mo Wuyan tightly as he closed his eyes. Life sacrifice. General Qingyan was engulfed in raging flames as towering azure fire consumed both him and Mo Wuyan. The frenzied Moyan struck General Qingyan's back relentlessly with his elbows, his murky demonic energy being corroded and burned away by azure flames. Stop, Qingyan. Yi Qing wanted to intervene but had no idea how. Moyan, since the Forgotten City was something we once protected together, let me perish with you now. Qingyan shouted, mustering all his strength to send Moyan staggering backward until both crashed heavily into the wall with a thunderous impact, sending dust flying. Then amidst the swirling dust, a violent explosion erupted, unleashing a scorching shockwave that made the entire Lord's mansion tremble. Every undead creature within the Forgotten City halted in its tracks, turning their gaze toward the mansion's direction. Yi Qing was instantly blasted away by the explosive shockwave, sent flying as his HP rapidly plummeted, before slamming violently into the wall. A chance to survive. Desperately gulping down a healing potion, Yi Qing simply stared blankly at the smoking crater left by the explosion. "Uncle Qingyan!" Yi Qing called out, but no response came. Yet amidst the swirling dust, a figure staggered to its feet, stumbling step by step toward Yi Qing. Chapter 74, Slaying Mo Woyan. "Uncle Qingyan? Ha ha ha, Qingyan's dead. Who can stand against me now? You pitiful adventurer, go join that worthless Qingyan in death." To everyone's surprise, Mo Woyan was still alive. Dragging his severely wounded body out of the dust and smoke, the crimson red in his eyes had faded. It seemed he had regained his senses. Who would have thought that useless Qingyan would actually help me suppress the demonic energy in the end, allowing me to enhance my power without losing myself? Ha ha ha, Mo Woyan burst into maniacal laughter. Go to hell, acting tough with just 1% HP left? Yi Qing suddenly remembered his earlier conversation with General Qingyan, how he'd hoped to deliver the final blow himself to gain a power boost. Seeing Mo Woyan's health bar reduced to a sliver, precisely controlled to this critical moment. "Uncle Qingyan, is this the final gift you left for me?" Yi Qing's gaze sharpened. Silent words. Moonlight slash, flash shadow, flash, charge, slash after slash, rend. Like a madman, Yi Qing rushed straight at Mo Woyan, neither dodging nor retreating, unleashing a frenzied assault head-on. Mo Woyan had only a sliver of health left and couldn't even cast any skills. There was no way he could survive. Yi Qing's blade slit his throat, and he collapsed to his knees. Ding! Mo Woyan has died. Ding! Since significant damage wasn't dealt by a player, experience halved. Ding! Level up. Current level, 38. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Special effect Ring of Rebirth triggered, increasing all 5 attributes by 37 points. Ding! Level up. Current level, 39. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Special effect Ring of Rebirth triggered, increasing all 5 attributes by 38 points. Ding! Level up. Current level, 40. Reward, 5 free attribute points. Ding! Special effect Ring of Rebirth triggered, increasing 5-dimensional attributes by 39 points. Even with halved experience, Yi Qing still leveled up 3 times in a row. But instead of his usual excitement from leveling up, tears welled up in the corners of Yi Qing's eyes. He never expected that the death of an NPC in a game could make him feel this distressed. Which damn game designer came up with this plot? King ridiculous. Yi Qing cursed and kicked Mo Woyan's corpse aside before picking up all the dropped items. Ding! Acquired, 1 piece of armor, 1 dagger, 1 pair of boots, 1 scroll, 2 token fragments, 1 prison cell key, 1 summoning card, 1 special device, and 400 gold coins. What's this? A summoning card? This is the first time such an item has appeared. Name, Summoning Card, General Qingyan. Effect, the summoning card can permanently summon a fixed native resident. The summoned individual retains their original will and memories, with a chance of rebelling against and possessing the summoner. General Qingyan's summoning card? Does this mean General Qingyan can be revived? Yi Qing exclaimed in pleasant surprise, immediately using it without hesitation. Summon! The card in Yi Qing's hand hovered in mid-air, spinning continuously. Amidst the shimmering light, a young man appeared in a half-crouched posture before standing up straight. Why is it a young man? Where's Uncle Qingyan? Ha, Yi Qing? Didn't I die? The summoned youth stared at Yi Qing, appearing even more astonished than Yi Qing himself. Are you really Uncle Qingyan? How did you get younger? Yi Qing asked. General Qingyan touched his own face. You're right. How did I get younger? General Qingyan somehow produced a mirror from nowhere and looked into it. I've actually reverted to my youthful appearance. Yi Qing, you saved me again. Yi Qing scratched his head. From a certain perspective, I suppose I did save you. Since it was summoned by the summoning card, it could be considered that Yi Qing saved it. If the summoning card of General Qingyan hadn't dropped, the general would have truly perished. Luckily, the luck stat was high. No one wants to die, and General Qingyan is no exception. Being able to come back to life was simply exhilarating. The two of them exchanged a shower of effusive compliments. By the way, Qingyan, now that we've dealt with Mo Woyan, shouldn't we go find your family and rescue the residents of the Forgotten City? Yi Qing said. Qingyan nodded. If I'm not mistaken, my family members are probably imprisoned in the secret cells on the 3rd floor of the city lord's residence. While I know the general location, I don't have the keys. Those cells were specially designed by Mo Woyan to hold important captives. The doors can only be opened with specific keys. Yi Qing pulled out the key he had found on Mo Woyan's body and muttered, "This must be it." General Qingyan immediately responded, "Yes, Yi Qing, you're truly extraordinary." Yi Qing then took out the special device again. Is that the demon technique reverberator? You got this too? Qingyan exclaimed in astonishment. This was something Qingyan had only heard Mo Woyan mention before, but had never actually seen. Name, Special Device * Demonic Energy Reverser. Limit, one-time use. Effect, after use, restores a portion of Forgotten City's residents to their former state. A portion? Not all of them? Yi Qing was stunned. General Qing Yan sighed, there's no helping it. Too much time has passed. The souls and flesh of many residents have been completely absorbed, they can never be restored. Yi Qing nodded and immediately activated the Demon Arc Reversion device. The device resembled a music box. When its mechanism activated, it rotated several times before releasing countless pale golden light orbs. Through the window, Yi Qing watched as most of the townspeople outside were touched by these golden spheres. They all collapsed unconscious, and slowly, flesh began regenerating on their bodies. However, a small portion of the monsters directly turned to dust when struck by the golden light orbs, vanishing completely with the wind, while the golden orb sought out another nearby monster body to collide with. Is this all it takes? Yi Qing asked. General Qing Yan replied, it should be enough. Their bodies have been without souls for too long. They need time to regenerate flesh and blood and reintegrate with their souls. Let's go, Qing Yan. We'll save your family now. Yi Qing, thank you. General Qing Yan said sincerely. Ha ha ha, don't mention it. Soon, General Qing Yan expertly opened the secret passage behind Mo Wuyan's room. Leading Yi Qing forward, he pushed open a stone door to reveal a small cage inside. Inside the cage sat several men and women in plain sight. Inside were indeed the family members of General Qing Yan. When General Qing Yan released his family members, Yi Qing also received the mission completion prompt. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for completing General Qing Yan's entrusted mission. Experience points increased. Obtained maximum favorability from all residents of the Forgotten City. Wait, why just experience points? Where's my reward? Yi Qing froze. This was supposed to be a major hidden quest, how could it just give him some measly experience points? General Qing Yan awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, as you know, Forgotten City has just survived a catastrophe. Everything needs to be rebuilt. Yi Qing nearly punched him. God damn it, my potions were expensive. You know, at least teach me a skill or something. Chapter 75 Yi Qing, City Lord. However, General Qing Yan had already ignored Yi Qing. Oh, my dear, you've lost weight. General Qing Yan's wife, emerging from the cage, took her husband's hand and said, oh, beloved, you've worked so hard. I thought of you constantly while imprisoned. Oh, Rose. Oh, Jack. General Qing Yan and his wife ignored the onlookers, pouring out their affectionate yearning for each other. Yi Qing smacked his forehead in exasperation, this was simply too much to watch. That guy, I shouldn't have summoned him in the first place. Despite his words, Yi Qing was still quite pleased, at least the matter had been successfully concluded. Now it was time for Yi Qing's personal happiness session. Time to check out the loot. Not many drops this time, hopefully there's something good. Yi Qing had expected Mo Wuyan to drop a ton of loot, but aside from the quest items, there were only these few pieces. He couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. So now all his hopes rested on the quality of these remaining items. Name, demonized leather armor. Slot, chest, leather. Quality, perfect. Level, 40. Physical defense, 600. Magic defense, 600. Strength, 100. Agility, 200. Skill, demon armor, can be used once per day. Consumes 30% of current HP to summon a demonic armor that grants 90% damage immunity for 10 seconds. A life-saving divine skill. This demon armor is absolutely a god-tier survival skill. Don't be put off by the HP cost, it consumes only 30% of current health. When you're about to die anyway, whether you lose the 30% or not makes little difference. But 90% damage reduction? That's night and day in terms of importance. But now Yi Qing was wearing a complete set of Shadow Vein equipment. If he dismantled it, the set bonus would be lost. Yi Qing decided to check the remaining equipment before making a decision. Name, Voidstride Boots. Slot, footwear. Quality, perfect. Level, 40. Physical defense, 400. Magic defense, 300. Agility, 100. Movement speed, 30. Skill, Sky Step allows brief aerial steps with maximum elevation of 5 yards. Increases movement speed by 30% when walking in midair. This equipment skill enhances mobility and grants temporary flight capability. It seems I'll have to dismantle these equipped items after all. Yi Qing smiled as he spoke. He removed the Vein Shadow Gear and replaced it with Demon-forged leather armor, Skywalk boots, along with the previously looted Blood-sapping bracers and Power King gauntlets. This left only the first piece of the Vein Shadow set, which provided a 100-point strength bonus. The other set effects were now lost. Yet upon reflection, the Vein Shadow set was merely elite dungeon equipment meant for temporary use. How could it compare to perfect grade gear? Name, Blue Ocean Dagger. Part, weapon, dagger. Quality, epic. Level, 45. Physical power, 600. Strength, 100. Agility, 400. Special effect, every fourth attack guarantees a critical hit. Skill, Lament of the Blue Sea, releases a soul entity that assists in attacks. The soul entity is immune to all damage, persists for 30 seconds, and deals 20% of the user's magic damage. An epic weapon actually dropped, but unfortunately it can only be used at level 45. What's worse is that this weapon's skill damage scales with the user's magic attack, which is quite troublesome. Still, overall this weapon is quite exceptional. Speaking of weapons, Yi Qing has already reached level 40, and Shadowbane has also been upgraded to level 40. Name, Shadowbane. Slot, Weapon. Quality, Ancient. Level, 40. Physical attack, 1500. Strength, 500. Agility, 750. Skill 1, Flash Shadow, consumes 40 MP, projects one's shadow to attack enemies, delivering 6 rapid strikes with each dealing 100% physical attack damage. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Skill 2, Fleet Shadow, consumes 30 MP, increases movement speed while creating afterimages during sprint to confuse enemies. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Skill 3, Shadow Fortitude, passive ability. While possessing Phantom Soul, increases physical damage by 2% per second when stealth is active, stacking up to 10 layers maximum. The Shadow Soul grows stronger alongside Yi Qing, with its cooldown time progressively shortening, significantly enhancing his attacks. Its exceptionally high base damage also elevates Yi Qing's overall attack power far beyond that of other players. Name, Scroll * Phantom of the Demon God. Rarity, Epic. Level, 70. Effect, using this scroll summons a 150 level demon god phantom that lasts for 5 seconds. The phantom will indiscriminately attack all enemies within a 1,000-yard range. An epic grade scroll, extremely rare by any measure. Ordinary scrolls typically possess no quality rating. The mere fact this one does proves it's fundamentally different from common variants. With this demon god phantom scroll's 1,000-yard attack radius, enemies essentially have zero chance of escape. And let's not gloss over the most intimidating part, that 150 level designation alone is utterly terrifying. Yi Qing carefully stored the scroll into his scroll space, turning it into a collectible. General Qingyan, holding his wife's hand, walked over. Yi Qing, let's head out. Yi Qing chuckled and said, "What? Finished being affectionate?" General Qingyan scratched his head in embarrassment. Yi Qing followed General Qingyan downstairs and walked out of the city lord's mansion. Just as they reached the entrance of the mansion, hundreds or even thousands of Forgotten City residents knelt in unison, addressing Yi Qing in chorus. "Thank you, Lord Yi Qing and General Qingyan, for saving us. This is simply too spectacular." Yi Qing couldn't help but marvel. General Qingyan, however, calmly cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, your gratitude should not include me. Like all of you, I received help from Lord Yi. Let us thank Lord Yi for his assistance to our Forgotten City." Qingyan and his wife also knelt down on one knee before Yi Qing. "What? City Lord Yi? What's going on, Qingyan?" Yi Qing was momentarily stunned. The ruined city stands in need of complete reconstruction, requiring a truly capable city lord to lead everyone in rebuilding our homeland. You've already obtained the City Lord token, which means you've gained both the authority and recognition to govern Ruin City. Moreover, as the hero who saved us, all residents of Ruin City sincerely hope you will become our city lord, General Qingyan said. Speaking of tokens, Yi Qing suddenly recalled that he had indeed obtained token fragments from members of the Mo family. Ding! The City Lord token fragments have automatically combined. Name, City Lord's Command. Restriction, City Lord of Forgotten City. Skill, 1, Return Command. Can use the City Lord's token to summon oneself back to Forgotten City. Skill casting time is 2 seconds. Any movement during casting will interrupt the teleportation. Skill, 2, Absolute Authority. Possessing the City Lord's token grants you power over life and death for any native inhabitant of Forgotten City. With a single thought, you may claim their life. Note, owning the City Lord's token signifies qualification to become the sovereign of Forgotten City. Upon assuming lordship, one may use this token to renovate buildings across the city and concurrently gain complete control over Forgotten City. Staring at the City Lord's token, Yi Qing fell silent. No matter how carefully he'd calculated, he'd never anticipated such an overwhelmingly magnificent reward. City Lord Yi? General Qingyan noticed Yi Qing's distraction and tugged at the corner of his sleeve. Ah, Yi Qing snapped back to reality. Are you serious? Can I really do this? Chapter 76, Restoring the Forgotten City. As soon as Yi Qing finished speaking, before General Qingyan could respond, hundreds of inhabitants of the Forgotten City cried out in unison, "We pledge our loyalty to City Lord Yi. We shall stand with the Forgotten City till death parts us." A loud voice echoed across the sky. Yi Qing took a deep breath. Good. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony anymore. I'm willing to assume the position of the Forgotten City's lord. Yi Qing waved his hand and accepted the lordship. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for becoming the lord of Forgotten City. Considering that 100% of players haven't reached the level required to unlock the lord system, rewards are temporarily suspended, and the system announcement is temporarily suspended. Yi Qing pondered. The system's silence was actually a good thing. Forgotten City was currently nothing but ruins. If players learned there was a city where someone could become lord, they would swarm here in droves. Once that happened, any plans for properly developing Forgotten City would become impossible. Yet the rewards were also delayed, which frustrated Yi Qing immensely. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Qing for binding the Forgotten City Lord token. The Lord token has been converted to a bound state, cannot be dropped, damaged, or stolen. Ding! Forgotten City is severely damaged. Please repair it promptly, Lord Yi Qing. General Qingyan cupped his hands toward Yi Qing. Lord City Governor, the people of Forgotten City now await your arrangements. Yi Qing glanced at the still kneeling residents below and raised his hand. All of you may rise now. As soon as he spoke, every resident obediently stood up in perfect unison. Yi Qing declared, all residents shall return home for now. Settle your affairs as needed. Those with life skills report to General Qingyan's residence. Yi Qing finished speaking and pulled Qingyan back into the city lord's mansion. General Qingyan, where is the main control center of the city lord's mansion? And where is the city lord's treasury? Asked Yi Qing. General Qingyan replied, City Lord, now that you possess the City Lord's token, you can check directly. City Lord's token? Yi Qing took out the City Lord's token, and as soon as it was revealed, a beam of red light shot forth. In an instant, a simulated Forgotten City appeared before him. Unexpectedly, it was even a 3D holographic projection. Then, a beam of white light shot out from the Forgotten City created by the red glow, passing unimpeded directly into Yi Qing's mind. Ding! The current restoration progress of Forgotten City is 12%. Defense level, 1, attack power, 0, production capability, 2, prosperity level, 0. This is practically 0, the City of Oblivion is too severely damaged, Yi Qing remarked. System, how can I repair the City of Oblivion? Ding! The City of Oblivion will randomly assign quests to players. Completing these quests according to their respective difficulty levels can help repair the city and procure resources, the system responded. Yi Qing was speechless to find that being the city lord basically meant being a laborer. General Qingyan noticed Yi Qing's furrowed brows and approached, asking, Lord, could I organize some troops and recruit additional soldiers? The City of Forgotten Memories has no defensive capabilities left. I could train some soldiers. You can train soldiers? General Qingyan nodded. Yes. Ding! General Qingyan requests to assume partial command authority to train the city's soldiers and simultaneously expand the troop numbers of the Forgotten City. Yi Qing naturally agreed to the request. With his new assignment secured, General Qingyan bid farewell to Yi Qing and set out to begin recruiting and training fresh troops. The city lord's mansion was empty at the moment, so Yi Qing simply sat cross-legged on the ground. He needed to carefully study this Forgotten City. Yi Qing considered how being a lone warrior meant he couldn't conveniently join guilds or mercenary groups, essentially destined to remain a solitary figure. For now, this playstyle posed little problem, as Yi Qing surpassed most players. But later, when large-scale team battles commenced, would he really be reduced to a mere spectator on the sidelines, barred from participating? With this thought, Yi Qing gazed at the floating crimson model of Forgotten City before him. Yi Qing now possessed an entire city of his own. He was no longer alone. As the lord of this city, he commanded military forces. He could train native soldiers and create an unparalleled super army. What if he didn't join any faction? Who would dare oppose a native city? Which guild would dare? Thinking of this, Yi Qing couldn't help but feel exhilarated, further solidifying his determination to develop the Forgotten City to its fullest potential. The Forgotten City was shrouded in dense fog, making it nearly impossible for players under levels 50 to 60 to approach. Only a fortunate few would manage to arrive by sheer luck. However, Yi Qing would seal off the city, barring their entry entirely. Moreover, he discovered that the hordes of undead monsters surrounding the Forgotten City had not vanished, inadvertently transforming the area into an exceptionally formidable defensive barrier. First and foremost, the immediate task at hand was to find a way to repair the city and enhance its resource acquisition. Ding! The Forgotten City has issued a quest. Yi Qing, as the city lord, could directly receive missions remotely. Ding! The Forgotten City is currently severely damaged, with insufficient food reserves. A large batch of provisions is urgently needed to feed the city's residents. Ding! Required supplies: 200,000 loaves of ordinary bread, 300,000 portions of ordinary drinking water. Wait, 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. Holy crap, 200,000 loaves of bread? Do they expect me to just buy them outright? A full 20,000 loaves of bread. Yi Qing recalled that ordinary bread cost about 1 silver coin per loaf, so 200,000 loaves would be 2,000 gold coins. As for standard drinking water, it seemed to be 50 copper coins per bottle, meaning 300,000 would amount to 1,500 gold. This single task actually cost Yi Qing a whopping 3,500 gold coins right off the bat. Yi Qing found himself in a tight spot. This city is practically starving to death. But for the sake of the future, Yi Qing reluctantly activated his return to city skill. They're all my people after all, can't let them go hungry, Yi Qing thought as a flash of light descended upon him, transporting him straight back to Breezecrest City. The whole ordeal in the Forgotten City had taken about 3 days. Compared to that desolate place, Breezecrest City now bustled with crowds and lively chatter. Yi Ching immediately drew pointing fingers from several players when he appeared. Look, that player's also wearing a face scarf, could it be Yi Ching? Stop staring. There are more and more Yi Ching impersonators now. These face-covering scarves that hide appearances and names are flooding the market thanks to him, driving prices sky-high. This god-tier Yi Ching is truly insane, already level 40. I heard Long Jiwu has been grinding day and night trying to catch up, spending both money and time, but just can't surpass him no matter what. Just mentioning this makes me laugh. My friend was in Dragon Dance's team back then. After Dragon Dance killed the world boss and leveled up, surpassing Yi Ching, he was practically strutting around with his nose in the air. But then within minutes, Yi Ching leveled up consecutively and knocked him right back down. His face turned green with rage on the spot. And what's even funnier is that the mercenary guild on the west side got demolished, so the mercenary token he got was completely useless. Chapter 77, Special Usage of Reputation. The players' conversation suddenly turned to a topic that interested Yi Ching. Speaking of the Westgate, did you guys get the VIP card over there? A VIP card? Isn't that what Yi Hong was planning to work on? Yi Ching halted his steps and listened carefully. Absolutely gonna do it. My god, that native girl is seriously too pretty. For 3 days straight, you could buy a VIP card with just 1 copper coin, such an insane deal. What kind of VIP card are you guys talking about? I just arrived in Breeze City, a player popped up to ask. Another player explained, there's a thatched cottage in the Westgate demolition area with an incredibly beautiful native NPC girl inside. You can buy a VIP card for just 1 copper coin. I heard after the demolition they'll relocate to establish a shop in the Gold District near the East Gate. Then using a VIP card gets you 10% off purchases. If you top up 5 gold coins now, you get 20% off. Top up 20 gold coins for 40% off. I heard some big spender recharged 200 gold coins and got 50% off, though apparently that's the lowest discount possible. Holy shit, that's a thing? But 5 gold coins is no small amount, aren't you worried about getting scammed? The gold coin exchange rate is dirt cheap now. The coins are mass-produced, not as valuable as you think. Besides, those are NPCs. How could they possibly scam anyone? Players have checked at the City Lord's mansion, it's legit. The deal's been verified. Yi Ching couldn't help but marvel at Yi Hong's competence. She'd actually managed to spread the news through every street and alley in just 3 days. As the landlord, Yi Ching really should have gotten involved in this matter sooner. He decided to head over to the Westgate first to check on the demolition situation. Passing by the warehouse, he dropped off some items before making his way directly to the Western District. As soon as he approached the vicinity of his thatched cottage, Yi Ching spotted a crowd of players congesting the area. Who knew it'd be this lively, he murmured. At first, Yi Ching thought the crowd had gathered to purchase VIP cards, but soon realized something was off. It turned out Yi Hong was being cornered by several players. Pushed and shoved by the surrounding players, Yi Hong angrily demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" A shady player called Look How Handsome I Am didn't seem the least bit ashamed. Instead, he grinned and pointed at her. This NPC girl actually gets mad. Even angry, she's so pretty. Another player with the name How Cool Am I nervously whispered, "Boss, won't we get arrested by the city guards for this?" Old bull, are you really that scared? We haven't even laid a hand on her, just standing around to take a look isn't allowed? Look how shameless I am, laughed heartily. They deliberately exploited this loophole, using lewd words and gazes to harass Yi Hong. Look how shameless I am also stared greedily at Yi Hong and said, "This girl's really something. What a shame we can't touch her." It took me a lot of effort to lure her out of the thatched hut. Many male players stood around, egging them on, utterly oblivious to the inappropriateness of their behavior. To them, Yi Hong was just a native NPC, no different from a toy. How dare you bully my Yi Hong like this? Yi Ching wanted to take action, but then realized this was a safe zone where combat wasn't allowed. These bastards had clearly found this loophole to act so boldly. Fine, I'll go find the guards. A squad of guards had just passed by earlier. Yi Ching immediately ran after them and caught up with the patrol. "Guards, I want to report harassment. Someone's been maliciously harassing a native girl." The patrolling guards didn't immediately believe Yi Ching and asked, "Do you have any proof?" How could he produce evidence when they couldn't see it without going over? But Yi Ching had already thought of a solution. "My public reputation is nearly 4,000 points. And my reputation in Breeze City is a full 10,000 points. Do you really doubt my word?" As the first player to enter Breeze City, Yi Ching had received a 10,000 point reputation reward at the time, which he'd never had occasion to use until now. "What? You're a high reputation adventurer? My apologies, sir. I was rude. Of course your words must be true. We'll head over immediately. Thank you for your contribution to Breeze City's peace." The patrolling guards became extremely deferential the moment they saw Yi Ching's reputation score. This little chick actually blushes. The NPCs these days are made so realistically. This is amazing. A group of people continued to surround Yi Hong, hurling verbal abuse to satisfy their perverted desires. Yi Hong wanted to leave but was completely trapped by the circle around her. Guards are coming. Suddenly, a player spotted the patrol guards approaching and immediately dodged to the side as they shouted a warning. Many timid players scattered to hide or simply left, but the leading players from the Watch My Family Guild stood there with arrogant expressions instead. They were well aware they hadn't violated any rules, and without evidence, even if the patrol guards came, they couldn't be arrested. This was precisely why they acted so brazenly. Unfortunately though, it's them. They deliberately provoked trouble, bullied the natives, and are likely spies sent by the dark forces. Yi Qing pointed directly at the group and declared, "Dark mages, so they really might be spies from the dark forces. Arrest them." The patrol captain took one look. Damn, one of these players had actually specialized as a dark mage. Though still technically a mage, their skills lean toward the darker side. "On what grounds are you arresting us? We haven't done anything. You've got no proof." Look how Handsome panicked. Being thrown in jail, who knew how long it'd take to get out? And worst of all, offline time didn't count in prison, you had to stay online idling. For players, this was absolutely terrifying. The patrolling guard glared at Yi Qing and snorted. "Humph, with this esteemed person present, his word is evidence enough. Take them all away." Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the patrolling guard bowed to Yi Qing before promptly escorting those shameful players straight to prison. Yi Hong spotted Yi Qing and actually came running over, throwing herself directly into his arms. "Master, you're back." Yi Qing was momentarily stunned. Only when he felt the faint warmth radiating from Yi Hong did he snap out of it, gently patting her back as he reassured, "It's all right now. Your master has returned." "I've wronged you," Yi Qing said. Yi Hong shook her head. "No wrong at all. My duty is to assist my master." Yi Qing smiled and patted Yi Hong's head. "Let's go get some drinks and chat." Yi Qing brought Yi Hong to a tavern at the intersection of the West Gate and North Gate. He ordered 2 cups of fruit wine, and they sat at a quiet corner table. "Master, let me report that during the 3 days you were away, I earned a total of 2,487 gold coins from selling VIP cards." "That much? Isn't each card only worth 1 copper coin?" "I didn't expect the adventurer population to be this large either. Thankfully, I handled it through automated quest rewards. If I had to manually process each exchange, there's no way I could have kept up," Yi Hong said. Chapter 78, The Tavern. "How's the demolition process going?" Yi Hong replied, "The demolition has started on both of our properties. Yesterday I went to the city lord's residence to negotiate compensation. They've agreed to give us 3 plots of land near the East Gate, plus 1,000 gold coins as compensation." Yi Qing's eyes lit up. This was an incredible deal. "Not bad at all," he said, "turning 2 useless plots into 3 prime locations, plus 1,000 gold coins in compensation." Yi Hong said proudly, "Hee, originally they only planned to exchange our 2 plots of land for 1 plot at the East Gate plus 800 gold coins." Comparing the two, it's true that Yi Hong made a great contribution. Yi Qing never expected that Yi Hong would have such strong abilities. Yi Qing couldn't help but praise, "I really hit the jackpot." Yi Hong naturally knew Yi Qing was referring to her and smiled faintly. "You flatter me, master. Once you obtain the new land, how do you plan to utilize it?" Yi Qing asked. Yi Hong pondered for a moment. "The transfer procedures will be completed by tomorrow. I was just about to consult you, master, on what kind of shops to open." After some thought, Yi Qing replied, "With 3 shops and only you as the manager, since I certainly won't have time to run them currently, having 3 shops seems excessive for us. I'm thinking of leasing 1 shop, then using one to sell equipment and another for potions. What do you think?" Master's idea is the most common approach, indeed feasible, but perhaps not the best. Seeing that Yi Hong clearly had thoughts brewing, Yi Qing asked, "Speak your mind. Your expression tells me you've got ideas." "My concept is to make one shop a general store where everything can be bought and sold: equipment, potions, scrolls, all manner of goods." "And the other shop?" Yi Qing inquired. Hee, not just another one, 2 more rooms." "2? Are you planning to use both without renting them out?" Yi Qing was taken aback. A single shop would already be taxing enough. If they opened 3 shops at once, how exhausting would that be? And could they even manage them all properly? "We're not opening shops, we're opening a tavern." "A tavern?" Yi Qing voiced his doubt. "You should know that adventurers like us don't actually need to eat or drink in this world. Some might indulge purely for pleasure, but it serves no practical purpose, and no one would ever take time to lodge at an inn either." Yi Hong flashed a cunning smile. "What if this tavern could issue quests, provide valuable intel, and post mercenary recruitment notices?" Yi Qing's interest was immediately piqued. "Tell me more. I'm actually a native of this world. Like everyone else, we need to eat, sleep, and rely on resources. I can use my connections to make our tavern known to many natives here. With more natives joining us, tasks, intelligence, and networks will gradually emerge here." "Brilliant. Calling it a tavern is just a cover. It's essentially a CIA, a super intelligence network. If this develops, not only would we never worry about money again, but would also gain access to immense amounts of intelligence. Yi Qing clapped in admiration and couldn't help but cast several more glances at Yi Hong. Yi Qing's gaze made Yi Hong blush unexpectedly as she deliberately changed the subject. Master, if possible, could you hand over the control to me? I'll operate it. Sure, I'll leave everything to you from now on. Thanks for your hard work. Hey, Master, you can't just be an absentee boss like that, Yi Hong said. What do you mean? First, Master needs to name the grocery store and the tavern. This decision is yours to make. Second, once the land approval comes through, Master must begin arranging buildings on the plot. The grocery store needs to be upgraded to at least level 3, while the tavern requires connecting 2 plots of land before upgrading to a level 4 building. Building upgrades? Hearing this for the first time, Yi Qing immediately asked, what's needed for property upgrades? Money. Yi Qing slapped his forehead. Why does everything cost money these days? Yi Hong, seeing Yi Qing's expression, immediately gave him a morale boost. Master, don't worry. For every coin you spend, I'll earn you back 10-fold, no, 100-fold. Yi Qing patted Yi Hong's head. That much I do believe. It's just that there have been too many expenses recently, it's giving me a headache. Yi Qing thought about the hungry for development forgotten city and felt the weight of responsibility bearing down on him. So how much longer until the land approval comes through? 3 hours. That quick? Alright then, you go handle your tasks first, I need to step away for a bit too. Yi Qing rose to leave. Alright master, see you in 3 hours at the city lord's estate reception room. Yi Hong bid farewell to Yi Qing. Yi Qing walked along the street alone, directly initiating a private chat with Shin Shinju. Ding ding, is Shin Shinju there? Hold on. Shin Shinju seemed quite busy on the other end. After about 5 minutes or so, alright, sorry about that. Was just fighting a boss, Shin Shinju said, then suddenly realized, why was she being so polite every time someone abruptly called her via private message? Before Yi Qing could speak, Shin Shinju asked, what happened? Is there something you need help with? How did you know I needed help? One doesn't visit the temple with no cause. Yi Qing scratched his head with a grin. Wanna buy some equipment from me? Show me the stats, of course we want the gear, said Shin Shinju. Their squad had been having terrible luck lately, bosses weren't dropping any equipment, and they were getting desperate for gear. Yi Qing sent Shin Shinju the pre-prepared equipment stats as promised. Looking at the equipment attributes Yi Qing had sent, Shin Shinju couldn't help but say, Yi Qing, I'm seriously convinced your luck goddess's biological child. These gear pieces shouldn't drop without spending several decades worth of fortune. Yi Qing chuckled. You can consider that a compliment. You've heard of the snowball effect, right? The better my equipment, the faster I kill monsters, the quicker I level up, and naturally, my odds of getting good drops improve too. Shin Shinju didn't believe Yi Qing's explanation about higher drop rates from killing more monsters. There must be some special reason. But this was Yi Qing's secret, and Shin Shinju wouldn't pry. Even if she asked, that cunning young fox Yi Qing definitely wouldn't tell her. I'll take this equipment. How about 3,500 gold? Shin Shinju knew her offer wasn't particularly high, but she genuinely didn't have much money at the moment. Yi Qing thought for a moment. Deal. I'll sell them to you. Yi Qing couldn't be bothered spending time dealing with the equipment anyway. Selling them cheap was no big deal. Since Shin Shinju could now be considered a friend, giving her some benefits was fine. If Shin Shinju's team grew stronger, that would be good for Yi Qing too. I trust you, the gear's already sent your way. That's what I like to hear. By the way, got any more equipment over there? Shin Shinju asked. What do you need so much gear for? We can't even form a guild yet, Yi Qing inquired. Shin Shinju replied, I'm planning to arm some studio members I know in real life first. Once we get the mercenary token, we can form a mercenary group immediately. Mercenary token? Yi Qing's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 79, The Man Behind the Scenes. Xinju, if I sell you one of these mercenary tokens, how much would you pay for it? Yi Qing inquired. Hearing Yi Qing actually call her Shinju, Shin Shinju felt her heart flutter like a startled deer, yet she maintained her composure and asked, you didn't happen to get a mercenary token, did you? If it's the first one, it's worth at least 20,000 gold coins. I can exchange credit points for gold to trade. 20,000 gold coins. Those words instantly fired up Yi Qing. What Yi Qing needed most right now was money. Fortress of Oblivion's construction would absolutely require massive capital investment. With no financial backer behind him, Yi Qing could only rely on himself. The first mercenary token is extremely important, just like how the first mercenary group and the first guild work the same way. It serves as the best and grandest banner to build fame. Yi Qing asked quietly, do you know where Dragon's Dance is? Shin Shinju, having her own sources, knew some basic intel. Dragon's Dance seems to have been lingering in the city lately, loitering around the west gate while waiting for the mercenary guild to open, probably afraid to leave the safe zone and risk an ambush. You can't kill anyone inside the city safe zone,
and the mercenary token can't be stored in the warehouse yet.
That means you'll have to carry it on you and wait for the mercenary guild to open before immediately creating a mercenary group, Yi Ching analyzed. Yeah, the city is a safe zone where attacks are disabled. Otherwise, he would have been ambushed by elite squads from the major guilds long ago.
Alright, I'm off to busy myself, dog's white.
Yi Ching hung up the voice call with a sharp click, leaving Shinshinju to sigh helplessly. That absolute brick wall of a man. Meanwhile, Yi Ching rolled up his sleeves in eager anticipation.
Alright, time to start the money-making grind.
At this moment, in a small tavern at the intersection of the West Gate and North Gate, Dragon Dance and Flutterby, along with several underlings, were sitting together, drinking and eating meat, occasionally erupting into wild laughter. It's been ages since we've been able to chill like this, drinking without having to grind mobs, Dragon Dance said with a laugh after taking a swig of alcohol. Flutterby held a bare paw in his hands, gnawing at it voraciously with greasy lips, smacking his mouth as he said, with the mercenary token, we'll soon be able to establish a mercenary group. Being the first to create one will definitely bring us support from a huge number of players. Dragon's Dance raised a bowl of wine to Flower Butterfly and said, Brother Hua, it's all thanks to you.
Without your investment, we'd never have had the chance to take down that world boss.
Here, let this little brother toast you with this bowl.
Having ranked second on the level leaderboard, now bowing respectfully to him as his subordinate, Flower Butterfly's vanity was immensely gratified.
Laughing heartily, he clinked bowls with Dragon's Dance and downed the wine in huge gulps. It's nothing, shrugged Flower Butterfly.
Money means little when we're aiming to dominate the Xinyu world.
Since Yi Ching is our shared enemy anyway, investing in you was the natural course of action. But that Yi Ching must be destroyed.
Absolutely, Dragon's Dance agreed through gritted teeth. That bastard Yi Ching must die.
Damn shame about the global surveillance network, otherwise we'd have taken care of him in real life long ago. With Brother Hua's resources, we're guaranteed to rule Xinyu. At that moment, a player entered the tavern and found Dancing Dragon. The player who entered turned out to be none other than Eastern Breeze, the archer who had discovered the Forgotten City. Boss, everything you arranged has been taken care of, East Wind said to Dragon Dance with utmost respect.
Dragon Dance nodded, good.
Once the hype is complete, everyone will know we're about to establish the first mercenary guild. No idea how the Yi Ching is leveling up so fast. With my top spot on the level rankings and the prestige of forming the first mercenary guild, we should have been able to attract a ton of elite players. But try as I might, I just can't surpass his leveling speed, Dragon Dance growled, taking a swig of liquor. Boss, that Yi Ching surely has some trick for fast leveling, otherwise, he must have a hidden team backing him up, East Wind remarked.
Then no sooner had he finished speaking than Hua Hudy retorted with disdain. What fucking team?
He's just a lone wolf, a worthless piece of shit renting from some whore in real life. Too bad the real world's been under the Skynet's coverage for ages. Skynet is a global joint security defense system, and sure, it can be inconvenient at times, Yi Chu Dongfeng remarked.
But we're here to game. Whatever issues arise should be settled in-game, why bother with reality?
Yet Hua Hudy spat in disgust.
Settle my ass. You little brat don't know shit.
Someone like Yi Ching, if we don't wipe him out, I won't be able to stomach this rage. As he spoke, Yi Ching walked into the tavern. The location had been sent to Yi Ching by Shinshinju. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Ching entered, he spotted Hua Hudy and the others in the corner. So Long Jiwu and that pig Hua Hudy really teamed up after all.
Speaking of which, isn't that Yi Chu Dongfeng the archer who discovered the Forgotten City? Didn't expect him to be one of them too, looks like he just came of age recently.
Yi Ching glanced around. The tavern was quite crowded, making it ideal for hiding his identity, just perfect for what he had in mind. Yi Ching pulled out a mask from his backpack, freshly acquired from the auction house.
Name, Bloodfang Mask. Quality, exceptional. Level, 25. Effect 1, equipping increases night vision by 10%. Effect 2, equipping extends stealth detection range by 10%. Effect 3, conceals appearance, name, and titles.
Yi Ching put on his mask and entered the tavern. Boss, a mug of ale, please. Holding the ale, Yi Ching slowly walked to a table behind Long Jiwu and his group, then took a seat.
Long Jiwu happened to be sitting back to back with him. Steal. Ding.
Theft successful, 20 gold coins stolen. Dragon Dance must be loaded, just one swipe and I got so much gold. Most players would only have a few silver coins at best. Speaking of which, some players have already acquired the theft skill and started pickpocketing around town. But their success rate is abysmal, maybe one success in dozens of attempts, plus they often get caught and hauled off by guards for jail time. The theft skill only requires close proximity, no need for specific hand gestures or direct facing.
Steal. Ding. Steal successful, obtained one piece of equipment. Steal. Ding. Steal successful, obtained one scroll. Stealing. Ding. Theft successful, 98 silver coins stolen.
In the following time, Yi Ching kept stealing while calmly sipping tea on the surface. Yi Ching's level was higher than Dragon Dance's, and with his maxed out luckstat plus enhanced stealing skills, the entire theft process went completely unnoticed by Dragon Dance.
Theft differs from regular skills. System notifications only alert the victim when the attempt fails. Otherwise, there's no warning at all. Inside the main city, attacks were impossible, and assassins with theft skills were exceedingly rare. Moreover, 90% of those who could steal were low-level. Any attempt on Long Jiwoo would be instantly detected. So, Long Jiwoo drank leisurely, completely unworried and off guard. Asterisk ding. Theft successful. Obtained 1 mercenary token. Asterisk. The system chime made Yi Qing's eyes light up. Chapter 80. Staring at the flashy butterfly pit. The theft succeeded, and Yi Qing was about to leave immediately. Since his goal had been achieved, there was naturally no need to linger. He set down his wine glass and stood up to depart. Everything about his demeanor was utterly casual. But before Yi Qing could leave his seat, Dancing Dragon's words made him pause. He adjusted his clothes and sat back down once more. Brother Hua, why don't you carry anything for combat in your bag? Not even potions? Dancing Dragon, who had been helping Flashy Butterfly level up, was shocked to find that Flashy Butterfly's backpack didn't contain a single potion. Now, they had gotten into a conversation about it. Butterfly said, I know very well that my skills aren't great. This is actually my first time playing a game. For me, rather than fighting on the front lines, I'd much rather stay back in command. So, it's perfectly fine that my backpack is empty. Nice and clean. Just a couple days ago I was still fighting alongside that bitch. But now that I've invested in you, naturally I'll be the silent partner behind the scenes. No need to put myself in danger anymore. Don't worry, Brother Hua. I'll definitely manage things well, Dragon Dance assured him. Yet, Hua Hua Butterfly received a private message from someone completely unexpected. Ding ding, Fatso, calling Fatso. Yi Qing? Yi Qing was currently typing a private message, so on the surface, Colorful Butterfly had no idea Yi Qing was right behind them. Damn you, Yi Qing, you bastard. Call me Fat Pig one more time and I'll kill you. Every time Colorful Butterfly heard Yi Qing's name, he uncontrollably flew into a rage. Fat Pig, why did you specifically ask me to say it again? That hobby is just unbelievable. Thud. Hua Butterfly was so angry she could literally spit blood. Alright, little piggy, no more joking around. Let me show you something good. Yi Qing directly screenshotted and sent the mercenary token to Fluttering Flower Butterfly. What? How is this possible? You got a mercenary token too? Fluttering Flower Butterfly exclaimed in shock, slapping the table and standing up abruptly, startling Dancing Dragon. Don't get too excited now. Actually, I didn't earn this thing, I just happened to pick it up. Bullshit. How could something as precious as a mercenary token possibly? The more the Colorful Butterfly spoke, the more something felt off. Dragon Dance, check your bag quick. Mercenary token. Hua Hudy shouted loudly. Although Long Jiwoo still didn't quite understand what was happening, he opened his backpack anyway. When he opened it, he was completely shocked. Holy crap, why is my backpack empty? Where's my mercenary token? How come I only have 30 copper coins left? Dragon Dance was going crazy. The crucial thing was the missing mercenary token. Wahoo Butterfly's entire face darkened. Yi Qing, you stole it. Fluttering Butterfly roared. Yi Qing responded with calm innocence. I told you I found it. Why won't you believe me? Fine, words are useless. So what do you say, fatty? Name your price. The first mercenary group, after all. Yi Qing, have you lost your mind? You're trying to sell NY stuff back to me. Yi Qing sent a casual private message. Don't want it? Alright then, I'll sell it to another guild at 20% off. I'm sure they'd absolutely love this item. Dragon's Dance finally reacted. Brother Hua, did Yi Qing steal it? Hua Hudy was already fuming with anger. Without saying a word, he directly pulled Dragon's Dance into a private chat. The private chat suddenly turned into a 3-person group chat. Damn you Yi Qing, you shameless bastard. How dare you steal my stuff? Dragon's Dance immediately cursed upon joining. I told you, you dropped it yourself, I just happened to pick it up. Blame me for that? Yi Qing continued, anyway, do you want it or not? If not, forget it. 3 guilds have already contacted me, and I'm about to sell it at a discount. Damn it! Hua Hudy was fuming with rage. Long Jiwoo hastily tried to calm him down. Brother Hua, just buy it. We'll have to swallow this bitter pill. We've already announced it for a whole day. Everyone on the streets knows we're forming a mercenary group. If we fail to establish it, then Long Jiwoo couldn't even bear to imagine the humiliation. You guaranteed nothing would go wrong, yet you couldn't even keep hold of a mercenary token. Damn it, you're only fit to be the eternal runner-up. Fuck. Hua Butterfly tore into Long Jiwoo with a torrent of abuse. Yi Qing, you're ruthless. I'll buy it. Ah, thank you kindly, boss. Just mail me 30,000 gold. 30,000? Holy shit, why don't you just rob me instead? Yi Qing said with extreme innocence. Other guilds have already bid up to 28,000. Is 30,000 really too much to ask from you? Sigh, alright then, no fate between us. F***CK. Deal. About that, payment first, goods after, Yi Qing said. How do I know you won't go back on your word after I give you the money? Fluttering Flower snapped. Yi Qing said helplessly, you must know that the trading system in Xinyu is directly controlled by the main server, right? If I take your money but don't ship the goods, I'll be penalized.
Hua Huidi genuinely didn't know and confirmed with Long Jiwu that such a rule indeed existed. Hua Huidi's face twisted with anger, but still had no choice but to use the exchange system to convert credit points into in-game gold coins.
Ding! You have new mail. Please check. Ding! Receive 30,000 gold coins sent by Hua Butterfly.
Yi Qing promptly sent the mercenary token without hesitation.
Ding! Mercenary token lost. Thank you for your business, boss. With that, Yi Qing ended the call.
While Hua Butterfly was furiously criticizing Dragon Dance behind his back, Yi Qing leisurely sipped his wine and sorted through the items he'd stolen from Dragon Dance. This time, Yi Qing had successfully nabbed 4 scrolls, 3 pieces of decently stat equipment, and a tidy sum of 300 gold coins from Dragon Dance. Yi Qing mused to himself, this Dragon Dance is practically a walking treasure trove. I really shouldn't suppress him too much, I need to let him develop, then I can harvest him periodically.
I should even create more opportunities for him in the future.
If he stays too weak and can't get good loot, that would be a real shame. Yi Qing thought to himself as Flower Butterfly and Dragon Dance left the tavern with dark expressions.
The kind-hearted Yi Qing leisurely followed them.
Flower Butterfly cursed all the way, and when no one responded to his tirade against Yi Qing, he grew even angrier and started berating Dragon Dance.
Useless!
You talked about suppressing Yi Qing, but didn't even notice when someone else stole the mercenary token.
Do you think my money grows on trees?
You just wasted 30,000 gold coins. Fluttering Butterfly roared. Don't blame me for this, Dragon Dance mumbled indignantly.
I've been with you the whole time, so it's my fucking fault now?
Fluttering Butterfly yelled. Dragon Dance chose to remain silent, secretly nursing a grudge against Yi Qing in his heart. Yet he truly had no idea when Yi Qing had stolen something from him, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. At this moment, they were unaware that Yi Qing was lurking invisibly near them.
Steal! Ding!
Theft successful. 59 gold coins stolen.
Didn't get anything. Let's keep trying. Steal! Ding! Theft successful. A mercenary token stolen. Alright, done. Chapter 81, The First Mercenary Group.
The Fluttering Butterfly backpack didn't contain much. This was precisely why Yi Qing conceived such a clever idea to earn double the profits. Now that he had secured the mercenary token, Yi Qing turned and left without hesitation. He slipped into an alleyway between buildings, taking a shortcut that brought him straight to the temporarily closed gates of the mercenary guild.
Beep beep, Shinju. What now?
Shinju noticed Yi Qing was contacting her more and more frequently these days.
How about becoming the leader of our mercenary group?
Yi Qing said with a laugh.
What do you mean? Just what it says. You got the mercenary token?
Shinju still couldn't quite believe it. This token was notoriously hard to drop.
The mercenary token can't go to you. What do you mean? Wait a moment. I'll create the mercenary group first.
Give me the gold coins, and I'll transfer the group to you.
I can give you a 20% discount.
Yi Qing naturally couldn't simply sell the token outright since he wanted the rewards for being the first to establish a mercenary group. After all, Shinju and the others were just after the prestige of having the first mercenary guild.
Hearing Yi Qing's tone, Shinju exclaimed in surprise, You really obtained the mercenary token? Nonsense, why else would I waste time talking to you about it? Hurry up! What should the mercenary group be named? Call it the Ink Bamboo Mercenaries. Alright, send me the 18,000 gold coins via mail later. The mercenary guild will open in 2 minutes.
Yi Qing hung up the voice call.
Wait, 20% off should be 16,000, right?
Shinju wanted to speak, but the call had already ended. Making an extra 2,000 while also owing a favor, not bad at all. At this moment, on Shinju's side, Yuzimo and the others were all gathered together.
Seeing Shinju hang up the call with a smile on her face, they quickly asked, Boss, what happened? You seem really happy. Wei Ai Dashinfeng smiled and said, That must be a voice message from Yi Qing.
Shinju said, Yi Qing promised to sell me a mercenary group for 18,000 gold coins.
All teasing smiles vanished from the crowd the moment Shinju spoke. Boss, are you sure about this? 18,000 gold isn't small change, and mercenary tokens aren't easy to come by.
Dragon Dance had that sugar daddy Butterfly investing in them, mobilizing hundreds of players and dozens of NPCs just to take down a single level 40 world boss. Yi Qing might be strong, but he's just one guy.
Little Fox Miao voiced her concern. Shinju shook her head. What's your impression of Yi Qing? A certain cat immediately answered, Mysterious, powerful, only love. Big B added, Genius level intellect.
So far, based on my interactions with him, I'd say he's quite the little fox, though calling him a sly old fox would be overstating it since he's genuinely young. He's not stupid, he wouldn't ruin his reputation for just over 10,000 gold coins.
Does he plan to keep selling items in the future?
Besides, his character is truly decent. he's someone worth befriending. Shinju recalled how Yi Qing had repeatedly given her advice on certain matters, things he could have easily stayed out of, yet he chose to warn her. Not to mention, he had come to her rescue before. Regardless of his motives, these were the reasons Shinju trusted him. Either way, this time, I absolutely believe in him. Alright, I've sent the money. Shinju acted swiftly, converting the gold right away and mailing it to Yi Qing. Asterisk ding. Congratulations, the first mercenary group in the red zone has been successfully established. Group name, Ink Bamboo Mercenaries. Founder, Yi Qing. A momentous occasion worth celebrating, asterisk. 3 consecutive notifications sounded. Holy shit, it really worked. Damn impressive. You're a legend. The entire game world erupted in excitement. It's Yi Qing again. So awesome. What a god. Wait. Wasn't it Long Jiwoo who got the mercenary token first? Ha, Long Jiwoo got humiliated again. For a moment, all players stopped what they were doing to discuss this mysterious Yi Qing with those around them. At that moment, outside the mercenary guild, Flower Butterfly was going crazy. What the hell? How does Yi Qing have another mercenary token? Dragon Dance slapped his head and shouted, Brother Flower, check your backpack quick. Butterfly opened his backpack, only to find it completely empty. It was even cleaner than his face. The mercenary token is gone. Butterfly slumped onto the roadside steps. Eastwind immediately chimed in. It must have been Yi Qing again. How does he have such high steal success rates? Yi Qing, I'm gonna kill you. Butterfly howled towards the sky. Back to Yi Qing's side. Ding! Congratulations player Yi Qing for being the first to establish a mercenary group. Reward, mercenary group directly upgraded to level 2, plus 1 random equipment piece as reward. This time the rewards actually came in a pair. While the first one, directly upgrading the mercenary group level, was essentially a bargain for Shinju, the second reward was solid compensation with an equipment piece. Hope it's something I can use. Yi Qing thought as he opened the attributes of the rewarded equipment. Name, Mist Shadow Helmet. Position, Head, Leather Armor. Quality, Epic. Level, 40. Physical Defense, 500. Magical Defense, 500. Agility, 300. Skill, 1. Detection, Passive, increases stealth detection range by 6 yards. Skill, 2. Clarity, Passive, grants 60% immunity to stun-type skills. Skill, 3. Block, Passive, has a 0.1% chance to completely negate any enemy attack. It's actually an epic equipment. Yi Qing eagerly equipped the Mist Shadow Helm. All 3 passive skills attached to the Mist Shadow Helm proved incredibly useful, and the helmet's innate attributes were surprisingly high. Most helms offered minimal defensive bonuses. Thrilled with his rewards, Yi Qing was now ready to honor their trade agreement. Ding! Player Yi Qing has invited you to join the Ink Bamboo Mercenary Group. Shinju received an invitation to join the guild from Yi Qing. Alright, the position of mercenary group leader is yours now. Ding! Shinju has become the new leader of the Ink Bamboo Mercenary Group. Ding! Player Yi Qing has left the Ink Bamboo Mercenary Group. Before Shinju could finish speaking, Yi Qing decisively left the mercenary group. Shinju said helplessly, this guy, it's not like I'd eat him. Why was he in such a hurry to leave the mercenary group? Upon checking the mercenary group's description, Shinju was shocked to discover that it was actually a level 2 group, already capable of accommodating a 20-person team. Seeing the system notification, a player named There's a Cat excitedly said, Boss, invite us to the group. Level 1 mercenary groups only hold 10 people. I want to be the second to join. I can pull in 20 people, Shinju said with a playful laugh. The crowd froze in stunned silence. 20 people? Yi Qing directly transferred me a second-tier mercenary group. How is this possible? How many missions does it take for a mercenary group to reach level 2? It was just established, how could it already be level 2? Little Fox Meow Meow asked curiously. A cat leaped out. I get it now. No wonder Yi Qing told the boss he'd establish the mercenary group and then transfer it. So that's how it is.